About 2 decades ago, our planet was no longer as peaceful as before. One day, portals and dungeons appeared, bringing with them countless monsters that invaded everywhere. Mankind was forced to face these terrible disasters. This young man was actually a character in an online novel. However, when Insin picked up his phone, he discovered a strange app called The Creator. Insin couldn't remember when he had downloaded this app. He just thought it was a simple game. Thinking it was just an ordinary game, Insin clicked on it to try. The game seemed normal, so he decided to give it a try. Immediately, an ant appeared on the screen, and a strange notification popped up. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand it. Insin had never encountered a game with such a strange interface, but out of curiosity, he kept trying. Every time Insin touched the screen, an ant was instantly killed. At the same time, he received a dark coin. A notification from the system appeared immediately. Congratulations, one step closer to becoming the great demon king, the one who seeks infinite power. Isn't this the power of a hunter? Does it feel? Insin immediately rushed to check his ability. The results soon became clear, and the staff happily informed him that he was qualified to receive the hunter's power. He felt like his life was turning a new page. He could become a hero, though he never dreamed of reaching level A. He swore that if he reached level E, he would quit writing and become a professional hunter. But reality slapped Insin in the face, as his rank was only G. This result immediately crushed his spirit, because a G-rank hunter was no different from an ordinary person. The receptionist tried to console Insin a little. She particularly emphasized that his ability was to create matter. But that didn't help him feel any better. Insin, would you like to register for a license? The receptionist asked. How much is it? He asked back. The registration fee is 280,000, she replied cheerfully. However, this answer extinguished any remaining hope in Insin. Why spend 280,000 to register for a useless license, as there were no dungeons for G-rank hunters to enter? Insin was disappointed, sighing repeatedly, and decided to go home to finish his manuscript before the editor-in-chief urged him. That night Insin stayed up too late, nearly 2 a.m. Maybe due to the ability test event, his mood was terrible, and the manuscript he wrote was a mess. For 5 hours he kept writing and erasing, but was never satisfied with any of the words. When Insin was about to rest, the late-night news reported that S-rank hunter Baekzuhian had just completed the dungeon challenge called the Dark Hawk Dungeon. Baekzuhian's proud face on the news made Insin feel incredibly depressed. He angrily switched channels, accidentally saw an ad for skincare from another S-rank hunter named Seong-mina. Insin gritted his teeth. There were so many skilled hunters out there. Could randomly pick anyone and they would be an A-rank or S-rank hunter, yet he had awakened the weakest level. It was truly a joke of creation. The news about S-rank hunters made Insin feel extremely uncomfortable. He turned off the TV, deciding to sleep and wake up with a refreshed mood to continue writing his manuscript. But at that moment, his phone kept sending notifications. Insin initially intended to ignore them, but the continuous notifications kept ringing, preventing him from falling asleep. Finally, in his rage, Insin sat up, grabbed his phone, and opened the Creator app. Each time he killed an ant, he received a gold coin from the app. It felt like he was venting his anger on these ants. Every time he killed an ant, a gold coin fell out of the app. Insin was venting his anger on these creatures. He wanted to see who would be the ultimate winner. After a night of struggling, Insin was exhausted and fell asleep while the valuable coins piled up around him. But when he woke up the next morning, he only found a few coins scattered around. Insin lazily picked up one coin. Before going to sleep, he made sure that the coins had a number 1 on their face. But now they had turned into coins with the number 100 on them. What was going on? Insin was confused, thinking about it when a new notification from the app appeared. Congratulations, nameless god. You have completed the necessary requirements to open the God's store. What is the God's store? Insin didn't know, but he couldn't help but be curious. He immediately opened the app to explore. He clicked on option Z. The phone suddenly emitted a buzzing sound and lit up brightly. At the same time, in the South Korean presidential office, an important meeting was taking place with the participation of the president, politicians, and the head of the Hunter Association. The meeting was about the fact that a person had finally unlocked the Hunter's store in South Korea. This was an extremely rare ability that only a few hunters could achieve. Unlocking the Hunter's store allowed them to buy items and skills that only existed in other factions. As a result, everyone was very excited, and soon, the main door opened. A man and woman entered with great stature. Brown-haired man was Kang Yu, the creative S-rank hunter who had unlocked the Hunter's store. The beautiful woman beside him was Seong-mina, an S-rank psychic who enhanced everyone's cognitive ability. Opposite them was an elderly man, sitting in the chairman's position. That man was the current president of South Korea, Dong Hee-won. All eyes were filled with excitement. Kang Yu quickly activated his hunter's store. This action made the whole room tremble. Papers flew around, and even the neatly combed hair was messed up. Even the president was blown away. When the room returned to silence, Dong Hee asked with a doubtful gaze. It seemed impressive, but he saw nothing, and neither did anyone else, which was frustrating. The person in charge quickly explained that usually only those who activate the hunter's shop can see it. So Seong Mina participated mainly today to use her psychic ability to let everyone see what Kang Yu was seeing. She cleared her throat a few times. Then the skill test began. Everyone in the room quickly saw the hunter's shop interface appear before them. They were excited to witness the items that had previously only been spoken of in legend, such as top-tier type A elixirs priced at 7,000, Holy Sword Excalibur grade S at 2 million, or the Divine Blessing of Life skill grade SS at 300 million. The Divine Blessing of Thunder priced at 300 million gold. Converted to real money, it was $30 billion, someone muttered, calculating. Judging by the skill effects, the price seemed reasonable, others replied excitedly. While everyone was still chatting loudly, he suddenly spoke with an extremely tense expression. He said the fate of the country depended on this, so he hoped everyone would keep secret that Kang Yu activated the shop. At the same time, he assigned 2 grade S hunters as bodyguards for him. Young Mina stood next to Kang Yu, appearing slightly stiff after hearing it but remained silent. Meanwhile, Insin had just spent 100 su to successfully activate the divine shop. He had just confirmed the expenditure. Immediately, a coin marked 100 su on the ground vanished. Miraculously, only a few of these strange coins had appeared so far. He began hoping whether he could become like a grade S hunter like Kang Yu, though the gap between grade G and S was vast, so the shop might limit it. At least he could still perform some actions. When he opened the shop, Insin was confused once more, because the item list was displayed in strange characters like the login app notification. Yu Insin read it but didn't understand the meaning. Moreover, he thought he had only earned nearly 500 gold all night. After spending 100, he now had a total of 372. While all the prices were calculated in millions of gold. Too expensive, how could he afford it? Insin sighed. About to exit the app, the items began spinning. After several refreshes, Insin saw an item priced at 100 gold as the system urged purchase. Yu Insin pressed it without much thought. The system notified that he successfully acquired the unique power of the blind god's eye. The blind god's eyes. Yu Insin didn't understand its function. Before he could finish reading the notification, his vision darkened. Insin instinctively fell backward. The phone in his hand also fell. He could see nothing, extremely panicked. He stepped off the bed, groping for his phone to call for help. Not seeing anything, he tripped over a cabinet. The pain made him fall to the floor again, tears streaming. At this moment, his eyes brightened again. Insin was still panicked, only gasping, the previous situation terrifying. He saw the phone lying in front, picked it up. Strangely, after the temporary blindness, he could read the text in the divine shop. Items and equipment had elegant names. Insin scrolled but saw nothing affordable. But his gaze stopped at an exclusive crafted item. Superlative grade, extremely valuable, though he lacked the money. Insin was drawn to it. It felt as if owning it would make him the main character, though currently grade G was still grade G. Grade S remained grade S, but there seemed to be exceptions. Insin muttered, then an idea came. Right, what if he was the exception? Thinking so, he continued scrolling to see what else he could buy. He saw another item named the Divine Index Finger of Power. Apart from development information, nothing else was described. Remaining money was only enough for this item. He sighed, deciding to purchase it. Bought the Divine Index Finger of Power. After the system confirmed the purchase, Yu Insin saw no changes, staring at the index finger. He began suspecting it might be a scam. Yet in the chaos of his hands and feet, Insin realized one thing. He could control the air conditioner direction. He could use the index finger to turn on the TV. Without touching it, the remote-like ability amazed him. First thing after gaining the new power, Insin wanted the finger to write stories for him, but he couldn't because he also needed to think. That moment the phone rang. It was the excellent person in charge calling. Insin didn't understand why they suddenly called. Picked up and heard an astonishing voice. "Oh, author, the previous chapter you sent was really interesting. I was surprised. Love and sin something something." He had only written nonsense about killing a few ants. Yet he found it interesting. Was it really interesting? Insin asked skeptically. The other confirmed, praising his talent but mentioning a big problem. Upon hearing this, Sin worried. What problem? I'll handle it immediately. 2 words fix it hadn't come to mind, but Sin was interrupted. The issue was the next chapter. I'm looking forward to it. Sin frowned. The scene startled him. After a moment of consideration, Sin asked the other party for 2 days, promising to send a new draft after that, and they appeared satisfied. Sin himself still felt the previous reaction was a bit much. The story about the ants he wrote, was it really captivating? If so, he needed to continue. Thinking so, he opened his phone, logged into the app, and continued hunting ants to collect sue. Just like that, after collecting 100 sue, it would convert into gold. They automatically combined, transforming into large sue coins worth 100. Although gathering this 100 gold took quite some time, it still wasn't enough for him to buy other items. Nevertheless, Sin persisted. He entered the shop to see if any items would be useful for the upcoming phase. He discovered a consumable named Blessing of the Growth God, described as the lowest god tier, costing 1,000 gold, though low level. Still more useful than the remote control pointer power. Just the word growth was enough to excite him. With that enthusiasm, Sin continued hunting ants to reach 1,000 ru. Everything progressed fairly smoothly, till he encountered a red ant numbered 404. No matter how he tried, he couldn't weaken it. He noticed its color was distinctly different from the others, and guessed this was the boss. This would certainly yield more sue than usual. Thinking so, he became even more eager. However, no matter how fast Sin's fingers moved, that ant kept up. He tapped on the phone until his hand ached but still couldn't catch it. After a struggle, Sin felt extremely frustrated. He wanted that ant to understand the power of Odyssey. Yet time passed. Sin still could not catch the red ant, even if it was just an ant. How could it be that fast? Sin nearly lost control. He shifted his target, chasing the ordinary black ants instead. He didn't know how much time had passed. He had defeated up to the 801st ant. The system notified that the nameless god had achieved over 800 karma achievements. Only 200 more to go for Sin. Reached the new title, Great Evil God, Seeker of Power and Destruction, along with the accompanying rewards. At this point, Sin was nearly exhausted. The clock read 3 a.m. He fell asleep before reading the final notification. The special power of the blind god's eye would be activated, following the instructions that the nameless god had missed. Number 404. Suddenly strange sounds echoed around, accompanied by blinding light. Sin woke up in alarm. Looking around, he saw himself inside a cinema. The surroundings were empty, not a soul in sight. When the screen in front lit up, Sin's eyes grew vacant. A vast desert appeared on the screen. A small figure with a staff walked, at first seeming human. But upon closer look, it was the red ant number 404 that he had defeated earlier in the afternoon. The true power of the Black Tribe's god revealed, ready to sacrifice all to destroy him. That was the cruelty of a demon, not a god. No time to hesitate. Brendan must be informed immediately, the ant thought. It dragged itself forward wearily, finally returning to the nest. Inside the nest were many red ants like it. It sat on a stone table enjoying a meal. It was unclear what they ate. The red ant Sin had defeated had just finished eating. As it entered the nest, it loudly announced, "I have found the food source." The Black Tribe was fleeing, but all were destroyed by a member of the Black Tribe, a terrifying monstrous creature, so they needed to hide immediately. Action was needed before the monster returned to attack. The red ants paused a few seconds, then erupted in mocking laughter. They ridiculed that ant as cowardly, the shame of the empire. Monster, the Black God Tribe being a monster, if defeated by its own food, should be buried on the spot. All went silent. Suddenly a powerful voice resounded, cutting off all ridicule. The red ants who had been mocking their kin now all stood upright, reverent before the master of the voice. That was the Grand Mage of the Red Ants. Fake Ant agreed with what was happening. Red Ant 404 spoke. It sensed the presence of the demon mentioned by 404. At the same time confirmed this was indeed true. This land belongs to the lower realm. The evil god is in the sacred area and must be eliminated immediately, said the Grand Mage Red Ant loudly. 404 was moved, shedding tears that a powerful being like the Grand Mage trusted his words. Immediately, the Red Ant Grandmaster placed his hand on its head. In an instant, all the wounds on the body were completely healed. 404 afterwards, the command was handed over to Vin Han. Although the tribe members were searching for ways to subdue the monster in its word. Because for the Red Ant Grandmaster, 404 was the brave warrior who had overcome danger and returned. When someone as influential as the Red Ant Grandmaster spoke, the ants had no objection objections left. They all stood up in unison, shouting the battle cry to destroy the evil black god. A powerful aura spread. And at that moment Sin woke up in bed, his breath extremely strained. The images just now were so vivid and clear. It made him doubt whether he had dreamed of those ants, or whether the ant tribe was dreaming of him. Habit made Eoin immediately grab his phone, and he received a notification from the creator app that number 808 was starting the invasion. When he opened the screen, Sin realized it was the red ant he had seen in his dream. He had just woken up, but the rage flared up once again. "Fine, I will immediately destroy you," Sin gritted his teeth and shouted. "Nature will hinder the demon's steps." Another voice rang out as if responding to Eoin. He looked at the screen in surprise and saw many other red ants, including the Grandmaster with the white beard and robe he had seen in the dream. They were arranging some formation. Sin couldn't take his eyes off the screen. As a result, a wave of power shot out from the phone and struck them. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Only when his consciousness returned did he realize that blood was flowing, as if Sue had splattered from the phone. The previous strike was completely real. At the same time, on the phone, the red ants under the Grandmaster's command were indeed preparing for battle. For them, Sin's presence was like a god from the heaven. However, the power of the red ant Grandmaster was not to be underestimated. Sin, just blinking, was struck once again. The pain caused him to cover his face with both hands. Indeed, the Grandmaster quickly subdued that monster. The red ants cheered with joy. He had achieved a glorious victory. His Majesty would certainly be very pleased with this victory. However, just as the false ant hadn't had time to rejoice, the sky above suddenly turned red. It panicked and urgently called its tribe to flee. It was too late. The first wave of power fell from the sky. Then a series of powerful light beams struck down. They were horrified as the terrifying waves of power poured down on them. Red ants were shattered. Each strike was accompanied by an overwhelming force. Similarly, Sin outside the world was relentlessly punching the phone screen. It seemed that after being struck twice, his rage had surpassed any concern for money. And by the time Sin calmed down, his phone was shattered. At that moment, Sin hurriedly picked up his phone, crying loudly, "Aha, my phone's screen is broken." However, after this emotional outburst, Sin had truly wiped out the red ants. He raised his karma score above 1,000 and received a new title, Evil God. Along with the new title came the effect, Fierce Killing Level F. It had the ability to increase the combat luck of the Evil God. Sin stared intently at the screen. Evil God and Fierce Killing, what are those? I'm a good citizen, how could I be an evil god? Moreover, instead of focusing on this new title, he paid attention to the money he received. The gold coins were gradually merging into 100 gold coins. But among the pile of gold, Sin noticed something resembling a ring. When he brought it close to his face to examine, Eoin inadvertently smelled a strange fragrance. He brought it closer to his nose and immediately sensed a wonderful scent. This was the first time Eoin had smelled a fragrance so enlightening, but he didn't know whether it was herbs or something else. With his curious nature, Sin didn't hesitate to wear the ring on his little finger. The moment he put it on, he felt much lighter. The feeling was amazing. Almost all the fatigue had disappeared. The sense of tranquility was indescribable, making Sin feel incredibly comfortable. He felt as if his body had been completely renewed. This was truly a wonderful sensation. All fatigue seemed to have vanished. Perhaps this was the reward that came with the new title, which Sin didn't get to read the night before due to falling asleep. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his phone. Sin hurriedly opened the shattered screen to check. He saw a notification that the blind god's eye had been activated. Evaluating the ring, evaluation completed. Sin read the notification and continued to look at the ring. Then he discovered the item information appeared before him through the simulation window, the Gris ring. The ring often worn by the red ant number 808. Containing the life force of an entire forest, this ring had the ability to enhance the elemental attribute power. Sin couldn't help but marvel. This reward was truly beyond his expectation. He didn't know whether this skill would affect other items. Curious, Sin tested the skill on the TV in the house. And indeed, the result was perfectly accurate. Next, he tested it on the laptop on the table. Then the tree in the corner of the room. All the information about them was displayed clearly. The effect of the blind god's eye. This skill was indeed extraordinary. Sin continued to ponder for a moment. This skill and the Gris ring. Could he really just be a G-rank hunter? If he wore that ring, they would surely stop underestimating him as just a G-rank. Thinking of this, Sin decided to return to the appraisal center tomorrow. Thoughts turned to action, and the next morning, Insin was there. The receptionist did not forget his face. She advised Insin not to waste any more time and money, as the error rate in the appraisal was almost negligible, just under 1%. However, Insin remained determined that he had to carry it out. In the first appraisal, the government covered all expenses, but from the second time onwards, if he wanted to continue the appraisal, he would have to pay 1.58 million won. After hearing that, Insin felt stunned, as he could not afford such a large amount, and then left in disappointment. He had been looking forward to this ring so much. However, that amount of money was really beyond his capability. Instead of trying to escape from the title of a G-rank hunter to enter the dungeon, he should perhaps spend his time writing, which would be more reasonable. Insin looked at the crowd squeezing together. Most people here came to appraise their hunter abilities. He hoped to find some inspiration from them to help him write. While Insin was absent-mindedly observing, the eyes of the blind god unexpectedly activated. Insin did not think it would still work on humans. He glanced around at the people. However, he could only see them with special notes. Their names were hidden as a security measure, until he saw Miri lying down. He looked at the poster searching for a hero. He was the only one whose full name Insin could see. The system also noted that she was suffering from a great shock, but no one knew why. Insin suddenly stood up. He rushed towards Miri, reached out his hand, intending to use his index finger of the blind god to stop her from continuing to walk. This was their first meeting. The people we have seen from the start. The story ended with an outcome that everyone already knew. Diern asked to approach, starting a conversation with strange questions. Miri immediately considered him a madman. He even intended to use her superpower on him. He wanted to explain that he wasn't mad. He, with his poor ability to communicate with girls, was not good at it. So every time he opened his mouth, it only made him seem more awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from his sister. Insin's sister was famously not kind, so he quickly pretended to be panicked. He quickly answered the phone and ran off as if nothing had happened. Insin's sister wanted to help him pick up the little girl. That was Seong Jian, looking at her with her cute, round cheeks. Sin really wanted to melt, at the same time wondering how his sister could have given birth to such an angel. While talking, he absent-mindedly pinched her chubby cheeks, and as a result, he was punished by Mr. Xian, because she hated having her cheeks pinched so much she couldn't stand it. Another big problem for him, because whenever Mr. Xian got angry, it would last for hours. However, now he had the eyes of the blind god. Everything would be different. Any difficulty could be overcome. After some careful consideration, the eyes of the blind god suddenly gave a hint that Mr. Xian wanted to eat a chocolate cone ice cream. Insin felt it was too easy now, just buy the ice cream, nothing difficult about it. Then spoke, Seong Jian, let's go eat ice cream, a chocolate cone, it's so sweet and delicious. The little girl, still young, couldn't resist the temptation of sweet, so she forgave him in an instant. Then the two of them went to the ice cream shop together. However, when paying, Insin pulled out a pile of coins. Clearly, this made the sales clerk uncomfortable. Taking the ice cream, she also appeared very stingy. Was she discriminating against me just because I paid with coin? Insin thought to himself, this is money for the country's future. At that moment, Insin suddenly remembered something. Right, he had the index finger of the god. Although this skill was usually quite useless, but in this situation, it seemed very fitting. Insin stood from afar and activated the skill. Immediately, the ice cream from the machine shot out strongly, and the clerk couldn't stop it. Mr. Xian received a giant ice cream. The ice cream was half the size of the little girl. Seong Jian was very satisfied. Insin also had a peaceful day, but his relaxation did not last long. Occasionally, his phone vibrated with constant notification. Insin received a notification about the title of the deadly murderer. His F-rank storm had been activated. Thanks to this activation, the luck effect in battle of the nameless god had been significantly increased. Oh, is it a person, the one who walks the path of the great demon, will devour everything, including the trials you must overcome to become a true demon god. A strange voice echoed in the air. Mr. Xian was so scared by something that he dropped the ice cream. Mr. Xian opened his eyes wide to look at the sky, and Insin also looked in the direction where the little girl was looking. Then he saw a giant creature appear. It was tearing open the spatial gate that had just formed. Thanks to the keen eyes of the blind god, Lin quickly recognized it as a minotaur with a clear gender. This creature was 400 years old, seemingly wanting to challenge the god by making things difficult for the nameless god, whom in truth was his nickname in the creation game. This also meant the minotaur appeared by mistake and nothing was random. Fortunately, Miri arrived just in time. She managed to defeat the horned bull. Thanks to that, Insin and he escaped danger. When the bull fell, Insin received another notification. stated that his title Brutal Slayer was upgraded, along with a reward of a free purchase of a low-level godly power, sounding tempting. But after nearly being crushed under the forest bull, Insin developed a hatred for that troublesome creature. This was also why he appeared here, intending to throw his phone into the river. Yet as he was about to act, the phone issued a new notification. In the end, unable to resist curiosity, Ben opened it. 2 words on the notification caught Insin's attention: Water City. Through the screen, Insin saw the aggressive red ant tribe massacring. Another ant tribe appeared, and the young woman mentioned was a queen ant who looked fragile at first sight. She was the matriarch of this tribe, the young woman of the Huo tribe. You think you can escape the Empire's soldiers? The aggressive red ant, after cutting down a few guards, advanced straight toward the black tribe's holy woman. In panic, she prayed to the nameless god. Insin established to protect this tribe, seeing the trembling holy woman on screen. Insin recalled the scene. He clutched Xian's vehicle, trembling as he drifted. Before that forest bull, he was sure his own state then looked the same. If so, how could Insin ignore it? And he acted immediately, attacking the largest red ant on the screen, the same one threatening the black tribe's holy woman. Instantly, dozens of coins fell from the screen, along with a notification, saying the black tribe's holy woman wished to know the true identity of the nameless god with deep gratitude. His identity. Insin wondered, then the system repeated his name. Next notification appeared. The black tribe's holy woman expressed worship for Insin, therefore. He gained the title Absolute God, the Merciful Savior. This advanced him from already having the Evil God title to also holding the Absolute God title. This shifted his development path from dark to neutral. The Absolute God title also came with another reward of 100,000 gold. Since starting the game, this was the largest gold Insin had received. Receiving so much gold for the first time, surprise was inevitable. With previous gold, the total was 108,700. He opened the godly shop, browsing for usable items. The first was a consumable he had eyed earlier. God's blessing costing 1,000 gold, described as an accumulated elixir. During training, of one seeking eternal truth, activated maximum potential. The more used, the stronger. Tempting, but Insin just needed to know whose elixir it was, not wanting to buy more. Though it cost 1,000 gold, he did not want to waste it, opening and drinking it all. But he felt no difference, only like drinking an energy drink for 1,000 gold. He got annoyed, cursing the system for deception, but seeing the description that more drinking would make him stronger, Insin resolved to buy a few more bottles. After drinking, his eyes began to close. His body lost control, collapsing in the middle of the street. Omnipotent assimilation rate increased from 0% to 5%. Skills developed proportionally. Upon opening his eyes, he saw himself on a bed over 10 years old. Head pounding, he could not understand why he was home. Out of habit, he checked his phone. His hand itched, a few ants crawled up. The tingling made him alert quickly. Sin panicked seeing a swarm of red ants, as numerous as an army in the room. He jumped out of bed. First reflex was to find a way to escape. The door would not open. The ants were extremely aggressive. They would bite anyone who touched Insin. Small in size, but attacking in such numbers was far from pleasant. In urgency, Insin looked to the window as a last hope. This was only the 3rd floor, so even if he jumped down, he still couldn't harm him. Thinking that, Ben took a deep breath and dashed toward the door. However, the window was still locked. Insin hit his face painfully. He fell to the ground on side 5. Damn it, could he really be stuck here forever? If escape failed, fighting was the only option. Irin told himself so, then began to fight back against the 7 red ants. He even had the full support of the nation's forces. Our troops prepared to attack Insin. They were ready with bows and arrows too, even though they were just tiny arrows, smaller than porcupine quills. But Du Insin was still pierced by thousands of arrows, in so much pain he temporarily couldn't move. Ha ha ha, do you like this feeling, nameless monster? This is the power of the Empire. The red ant leading the group then ordered the entire army to attack while Insin was exhausted, determined to finish him off. Fierce assault caused Dian Xin to lose control, collapsing to the floor. Felt extreme pain, as if he could barely breathe. But just then, Insin saw an insect-repellent bottle on the table. He endured the pain, using the last of his strength to dash toward the table. The red ants still gloated, thinking they were about to defeat the nameless god. Du Insin had already used the repellent to annihilate the entire swarm of ants. They were obliterated by this power. But Dian Xin, perhaps due to the sheer number of toxins, couldn't move. He thought he would die like that. The system appeared just in time, announcing that the high-level silent nightmare black god had gifted Insin something. He used the last of his strength to press Z on the simulated screen. Immediately, Insin's index finger felt a rather strange sensation. At the same time, Miri had escaped the crowd of reporters. He moved toward the mountains on the city's outskirts. tried many times to draw power but failed, because it couldn't be unleashed like when eating the longhorned bull. Master Miri ground her teeth continuously. If she awakened that power again, revenge would no longer be a dream. Far away, Insin still struggled in the burning apartment. After receiving the silent nightmare, he felt something unusual at his fingertip. The sensation quickly passed, and Dian Xin saw no further incident, because he had inhaled too much smoke. Eventually he could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. Though unwilling to die, Dian Xin truly could not move anymore. Just when he was about to give up hope, the wall was suddenly blasted open. Unconsciously, Yahello Sin looked there, his divine eyes immediately activating target analysis. Before completely losing consciousness, he recognized a familiar figure. He woke and Sin was in the hospital, his whole body bandaged like a mummy from burns. His sister and Master Xian stayed by his side, seeing him tightly wrapped like a rice cake, doubting if it was really him. Of course it was. Yahello Sin nodded. Xiang Jian asked for the password. Mother was the demon ant, the chubby ant, heh heh. Yahello Sin replied. Only then was Master Xian satisfied, holding him in his arm. His sister wanted to hang the two of them up as punishment. Sin, calling a sister who carefully washed her brother after escaping the fire ant letter 1ed9c. Right. Sister scolded while hitting him, ignoring that he was a patient. As the two struggled, a knock sounded at the door. Master Xian ran to open it. No one was there, only a large flower basket. On it was a message for EU isn't. He couldn't guess who sent it. He couldn't guess. The sender of the flower basket was Xiang Miri. After defeating the long-horned bull and the recent fire, he thought carefully and realized that near EU and Sin, she could push her power beyond limits. So Miri stayed at the hospital, observing him for 4 days. She had no answer as to why near EU and Sin she was allowed to exceed her limit. Master Miri only remembered that during the fight a stream of power affected her. EU and Sin lay still on the bed, looking like a normal patient. Yet when Miri was about to give up surveillance and leave, he suddenly sat up, roaring in apparent pain. At the same time, in the world of the creator, the saintess of the Black Ant tribe wanted to offer the tribe's treasure to EU isn't, despite the elders of the tribe strongly opposing it. This was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the tribe. However, she believed she could not forget the grace of the person who saved them from a great calamity. That person was their benefactor, rescuing them from the catastrophe of extinction. Moreover, this item could make Insin stronger. Only then could the Black Ant tribe be protected. There Mr. Miri saw that he was still at a loss, unsure of what to do. It seemed that after seeing the notification on his phone, he still didn't understand what was happening. In fact, something was happening, until Insin received a notification that the saintess of the Black Ant tribe and 101 of her subordinates were praying for him, while also wanting to offer a tribute. Only then did he begin to regain his composure. He even felt a sense of achievement. Tribute was only for those who held great importance in the tribe. Surely, he was very important to the Black Ant tribe. Thinking this, Irin put his feet up, feeling self-satisfied. He clicked to accept the tribute. A small stone fell from the screen. The blind god's eyes, upon scanning it, announced that this was one of the 7 types of fruit from the world tree. This was a special type of fruit. Insin didn't know exactly what its use was. However, because the system said it could be good for endurance, he immediately swallowed it. Immediately, Insin felt an incredibly uncomfortable sensation. This feeling was truly unpleasant. Outside, Miri was still intently observing his every reaction. She saw Insin gritting his teeth, drool continuously pouring from his mouth. Reason was because the taste of this thing was terrifying. It was salty, spicy, and bitter all at once. Yet strangely, after a short time, Insin felt that the wounds on his body no longer hurt. He removed the bandages, and was surprised to find that the wounds on his body had fully healed. There Mr. Miri stood outside, equally astonished. She looked at Insin and saw that the burns on his body had long since healed. This made her even more curious about Insin's identity. After that, the system announced again. Along with receiving the offering from the ants, the divine blessing function of the creator had also been activated, allowing him to bestow blessings upon the followers in return. Insin pondered for a few seconds, wondering what the ants liked. While thinking, Insin noticed a few packets of coffee sugar on the bedside table. Meanwhile, the saintess of the Black Ant tribe continued her persistent prayers. The elders of the tribe started to worry as they had given all their gold, silver, and jewels, but had yet to receive any signs of divine response. At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Something like snow began falling from the sky. They hurriedly stretched their hands to catch the pure white snowflake. Few of them quickly tried tasting it and found that it was incredibly delicious. The even more miraculous thing was that Thanks to the blessing from Yusin, these sugar particles had the ability to heal wounds. The wounds of the black ants who had been attacked by the red ants had all healed. At this point, the elders no longer had any doubts. They were so moved that they cried, "Was this a miracle? Great and compassionate God, in sin of ours." Irin looked through the phone screen and saw the ants jumping happily, and his heart also rejoiced with them, because among them were some truly cute ones. Moreover, thanks to a packet of sugar, he had gathered 101 followers. Each follower was converted into 100 divine su, and he had received 10,100 divine su from the blessings just bestowed. As the wounds had completely healed, Diern Zin also left the hospital right after. The first thing he did was find a store that seemed reputable to buy goods from. Though Sin didn't know that, throughout this process, he was always being followed by a mysterious person. Store Sin stopped by. This store was called Hieja. The employee, upon hearing that he was coming, was the shop owner. She was very happy that he wanted to buy something. "Are you a hunter?" "No, I have awakened my abilities, but I don't have a hunter's license yet." "Oh really? Then please wait a moment," other party said, handing Sin a form to fill out. The form required specifying the origin of the item. Irin felt awkward, unsure of what to write. After all, he couldn't say he obtained it after hunting ants in the game. If it weren't for his apartment being destroyed in the fire, he wouldn't have been so desperate to sell repair materials like this. Not long after, a group of people entered, one of whom was a very large man. It seemed they had come here several times before, as the store owner, Zehi, was familiar with them. Sin glanced at them and noticed a few basic details. The system told him they had quite weak muscle. He didn't understand how could such large people be weak. There must have been some error in the system's data. "I heard your store has been struggling lately, so I brought some interesting items." The man in the lead placed a large suitcase on the table. Inside was a set of dark silver armor which looked very expensive. Zehi's eyes lit up as soon as she saw it. However, thanks to the blind god's abilities, Sin noticed something was off. Though it looked beautiful on the outside, in reality, it was just a 29-year-old set of scrap iron armor. Thanks to being blessed with a temporary blessing skill and a perception-disrupting skill, it still looked beautiful, but after 4 hours it would turn back into scrap metal. A total of 560 mana, a lot, certainly very expensive. Zehi still didn't notice, eagerly praising it. "Haha, my items are always of top quality." The man, without any shame, replied, "We only charge 3 bundles. Do you want 300 million in cash?" Zehi hesitated for a moment, but then decided to buy the item. "Please wait a moment, I will prepare the money quickly." Insign didn't want to get involved in this, but 300 million won was really a lot of money. He quickly stood up and warned Zehi that it was just a fake item, and she shouldn't buy it to avoid trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became tense. The 3 scammers immediately showed signs of anger. The largest one immediately rushed forward, grabbed Sin by the collar and lifted him up. "Can you prove your words?" he asked. The leader of the group raised a flame in his hand. Sin had no other choice. If he didn't use his skills, he would definitely be badly beaten today. He immediately activated the God's Finger power skill. Instantly, the shining armor was turned into a pile of scrap metal. The 3 scammers were exposed for their trickery. Being exposed like this, they became even angrier. Large one really wanted to beat Sin up, but the leader signaled for him to stop. Then he bent down at a 90-degree angle and sincerely apologized. "My fault, the high-level hunter. If you want, we will leave immediately." Finally, the large man released Sin. Then the 3 of them withdrew in anger. Perhaps the leader mistook him for a high-level hunter, but either way, he was out of danger now. After they left, Zehi was very grateful. "If it weren't for you, I would have definitely lost 300 million won buying this junk." "Thank you so much. You must be a hermit, right?" she excitedly asked. Hermits are people who live in isolation, possess the strength of a hunter, but only want to live like ordinary people. Sin didn't know how to explain being mistaken for a high-level hunter and then a hermit, so he just nodded vaguely. "Oh, that's right, you came to sell a few things, right?" Zehi asked again, and this time Sin remembered why he came here. Took out the Driss ring, but after Zehi inspected it, she concluded that the ring only had 12 mana, and even if he paid more, it would still be a low-level item, not worth much. Zehi decided to return the ring, but suddenly her eyes lit up. He continued to examine the ring once more. This time, the item information changed. The system advised him to give the ring to a close relative, such as Miri. Miri hid behind a wall on the crowded street, observing Sin exchanging the item. She wondered if she could recover that quickly and whether it was thanks to high-level potions. He seemed to be just a G-rank hunter. How could he access such valuable potions? For sure, he could be a high-level hunter, she thought to herself. "Just as I thought," she thought. He could help me break through my own limits. Suddenly, two people appeared, making her stop and think for a moment, then thinking to herself, are they secretly following him like last time? The two on the street looked very aggressive, continuously yelling at people passing by. Get out of the way, move. Miri felt worried. If her sister knew about this, she would definitely get into trouble. Just as Insin turned around, suddenly someone appeared from behind, scratching his head and saying, Green, right, Miri, I have something to give you. Miri turned in surprise, but Insin had already quickly passed by. Wait a moment, he said. On the academy's rooftop, bright electrical currents spread throughout the space. On the rooftop, the professor was staring intently at the computer screen and shouted, 1000 MP, still too strong compared to a rank hunter's. Miri stared at the ring in her hand, realizing that this ring had enhanced her strength. Then she remembered the scene on the street earlier, when Insin called her, Green, it should be Miri, I have something to give you. Miri felt confused, was about to run away when Insin called out again, wait, please take this, it will definitely be useful for you, he said. After saying that, he turned and quickly blended into the crowd, leaving Miri feeling confused. Miri looked at her hand, surprised that the ring was glowing. On the rooftop, Miri looked at the ring in her hand, smiled faintly and sighed, to give me such a treasure and call it something ordinary. The young man clapped from a distance, applauding. He kept praising, it's truly extraordinary. However, Mina beside him coldly said, don't be too smug, Miri, you're still just level A. Du Hyun glanced at her, displeased. Your attitude is really. He raised his hand in a gesture. I really look forward to cooperating with you in the future. Let's fight together sometimes. Miri replied, all right. Mina was irritated. Hey, Miri. If you still plan to take revenge or do something shady, don't blame me for being harsh. Miri lowered her head, thinking to herself, sorry, I can't. If that person can help you break through your limits, then revenge won't matter anymore. Meanwhile, Insin was trying to activate a new skill. The power of the nameless eyes of God was activated. In front of him appeared the image of General Kamakiri, who received orders from Jim and led 5 million soldiers. General Kamakiri was tasked with eliminating the monster guarded by the Dark Clan, who had slaughtered 100,000 soldiers under the command of Hibiscus and Kim. General Kamakiri followed the orders, playing the role of the fourth sword among the 10 swords of the Empire. The soldiers under his command replied in unison, we obey your command. Insin woke up drenched in sweat, quickly tossing his phone away. He panted heavily and wondered, was that just a dream? When he realized it wasn't real, Insin wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Wait, everything up until now definitely wasn't just a dream. I was almost pushed to the brink of death by 100,000 ants, but it took until the 50th time. He was confused, not knowing what to do next. Sudden ting rang out, cutting off Insin's train of thought. Who's calling at this hour? Who's messing with me now? A message from Than M letter 1ED9NG. Do you crave power? Insin replied, who are you? Than M letter 1ED9NG replied, the first weak god must sacrifice 100 beings of the same kind, especially those with blood ties to you, if you do this. His absurdity made Insin angry. This bastard, you've been blocked. Than M letter 1ED9NG panicked. No, wait. Suddenly, Insin's system screen lit up again. The power of the nameless eyes of God continued to activate. Something seemed to surprise him. In front of Insin appeared a monster from the barbarian tribe. I, General Kamakiri, will gouge your eyes out and cut off your head, offering it to the great emperor. At this moment, he realized that this was the scene he had seen in his dream. Clock displayed time remaining 4 days. He immediately fixed his eyes on the phone screen. The screen displayed an image of a female warrior and 101 citizens panicking due to an imperial attack. He felt strange, wondering why everyone was so frightened. Insin quickly made a plan. This time he had to prepare thoroughly. The building's wall was struck with great force, creating a hole. Insin was angry, wondering why the analysis didn't work this time. It had been fine with others. A bell rang, and Insin received the notification of successful analysis. This time he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it worked. The joy didn't last long. The system notified him again. He couldn't accept this. This damn power. Insin turned back to the bed to check if he had bought all the necessary items from the hunter shop. The Gehenna flame looked very impressive, but in reality it was just the judgment finger of the god. It was only impressive in name, and in terms of function, it was no different from a lighter. It was advertised to be effective when combined with the judgment finger of the god, but he realized he had been deceived. Insin silently cursed. He should have thrown it away earlier. His anger still not subsided, the phone rang again. He was curious, wondering what this was about. It turned out to be the manager with a rough tone. It's been over a week. I understand you have difficulties. but the work still needs to be done. You can't keep delaying, remember, you're already in this position. Sin hurriedly replied, sorry, I've encountered some unexpected problems. Anyway, I still trust you. Sin mumbled and listened to the podcast. He shouted with excitement, this is exactly what I needed. The podcast is the gift of the growth god. The screams echoed in the air, we will fight with 20 soldiers. At the same time, the system displayed that the omnipotence assimilation rate had increased from 5% to 10%. Sin's power had been enhanced. The title, the Benevolent Savior, had been activated. Focused on completing the mission. The difficult challenges made him feel nauseous. Evan did not disappoint. He finally completed it. He had to send the result to the supervisor, then he tiredly collapsed onto the table and continued sleeping. Miri happily came to find Sin, bringing some snacks. She suddenly stopped thinking, would he find it strange that she knew his home address? But she needed his help, so she had to make a good impression right from the start. Miri told herself, don't worry too much, I'll just pretend to meet him by chance. She reassured herself and walked upstairs. She quickly walked to Sin's door. Inside the room, Sin was dozing off, thinking, done, I'll buy beef for the supervisor. Miri stood outside, hesitating whether to ring the bell. Finally, Miri decided to press the doorbell. No sound came. She wondered if he was home. She looked at the lock and noticed something odd. The door seemed to be unlocked. Miri gently opened the door and stepped inside, calling softly, Sin, are you home? In the office, everyone was busy working. The manager said irritably, you're late again. He smoked while texting, author, why are you late? Suddenly a hand slammed down on the desk, startling him. Sin stood with his arms crossed, facing him with a confident expression. He handed the manager his new article, seeing the pile of papers on the desk. The manager couldn't believe his eyes. Was there so much? He held the article in his hands, on the verge of tears. Sin felt proud of his achievement. He wanted to treat himself. He would go eat beef today. Suddenly, noises rang in his ears. You can still sleep. Did you stay up all night? Sin was still in a dream, not understanding what was happening, mumbling, so delicious. So delicious, he licked his lips. Waitress, give me 2 more ribs. Suddenly he woke up, startling the other 3. They mumbled, this guy Sin, were you kidnapped? Where am I? What's going on? Was I really kidnapped? What about the beef dream? Minho angrily, his hands emitting fire. You can still sleep at a time like this. Kim Soo and Jai Min were ready to give Sin a beating. Sin asked in surprise, small fire, why is my body so weak? Is it those fraud hunters from the Hieja shop? Jai Min said with a sharp look. You remember now, nice to see you again, Sin. He didn't feel happy at all, asking again, what do you want? Minho explained, of course, the reward from last time, you're involved in my business. Lucky for you, we also accept bank transfers. Sin asked in surprise, what should I do? I didn't even have the phone. Kim Soo mocked, holding up the phone, this. He took it. The system displayed the success evaluation. The Imperial Army led by General Kamakiri was approaching Sin. Kim Soo looked over, not understanding what this stopwatch was. Sin knew the time was up, quickly shouting, hurry, release me, throw away that phone. Minho wouldn't let go, still scolding, you bastard. At that moment the phone in Kim Soo's hand exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Blood covered Kim Soo's body. He screamed in pain, help. The other 2 didn't understand what was happening. That was the army of General Kamakiri. They formed into ranks, making Jai Min scared. What are those bugs? The large number made Minho exclaim. So many is your ability to control bugs. He asked in surprise, do they look like bugs? Minho was not afraid, but rather delighted. He created a blazing fire, proudly saying, yes, burn them all. The fire was too strong, unlike his usual ability, making Sin suspicious. He watched intently as the soldiers were burned to ash. Minho remained self-satisfied, then, more money, you kill my underling too. In the critical situation, he cursed inwardly, it's over. Suddenly Minyu staggered as if about to fall. Jai Min shouted for him, and Sin was also stunned. A few seconds later, Minyu collapsed face down on the floor. A stone of energy mixed with blood appeared at the back of his neck, astonishing everyone. Jai Min and Sin watched the scene intently. Before them was a stone launcher of the Kamakiri army, leaving both in awe. Then Kamakiri ordered preparations to fire. Jimmy panicked, running while shouting for help. Sin was furious, and what about me? Over there trying to open the door but failing. Jai Min's cries for help echoed continuously. Save me, save me. The scene reminded him of being trapped at home. Kamakiri continued to order fire. The energy stone shot straight toward the target after the command. Blood splattered everywhere. Sin realized that even great flames could not bring them down. But he survived to get out of here. Jai Min tried to grasp the door handle, but to no avail. Seeing the dire situation, he blamed himself for not knowing they were this strong. If it weren't for this disastrous game. Kamakiri interrupted his thoughts, smugly saying, Demon Lord, your subordinates are all dead. Insin closed his eyes, telling himself he would die today, while Kamakiri continued imposing, I will kill you and turn you into food for my subordinates. During this, he widened his eyes in surprise. Before him was an elite army. The system displayed a notification about the effect of minor miracle. Streams of blue light appeared on the insects, gradually growing stronger, forcing him to look away to avoid them. He gritted his teeth and endured. The light shot straight toward Kamakiri and his soldier. He glanced, then asked, are you stupid to dare attack my subordinates? Stepping out, the demon lord's subordinate. Suddenly, a girl's voice called from behind, are you okay? It turned out to be Miri. He called wearing a helmet, addressing him in sin. Seeing her appear, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Miri launched a thunder strike against the Kamakiri army. This enraged him. How dare she attack his subordinate? He no longer acted directly. Behind, Insin laughed with joy, observing closely. Kamakiri was still panicked. He could still summon such strong subordinate. This demon lord was still angry inside. Insin appeared like a star, emitting purple light. Kamakiri understood that the demon leader was a threat to the empire and the throne. Even as a general, he did not fear death. Kamakiri was ready to sacrifice today. Following the principle of a boss dying, he declared he would take at least one enemy subordinate with him. Miri immediately unleashed her move, shouting, go down, only to see a beam strike the floor. The army swarmed like a battlefield, astonishing her. Too many ants. The ants advised the general to find shelter, but Kamakiri ignored, raising his claws in prayer. 10,000 swords tore everything apart. Subordinate begged, grant your power to my lord. A voice echoed in the void, who dares test my sword? Are you ready to sacrifice? Kamakiri swore to offer all his soldiers. Help the god command him, let's go. A soldier advised, General, we must retreat. He ignored, swinging his claw to create a deadly beam. Miri and Insin were surprised by this action. Kamakiri overflowed with energy, creating a pink beam. He charged straight at Miri. He squinted, asking, did he just kill his own people? System displayed, Kamakiri, 98 years old, Imperial General, intended to eliminate Miri with 1,000 swords. Kamakiri was furious, his subordinates claws of the demon lord. He focused on observing whom was he targeting. He charged at Miri, cursing her subordinates. He teased, wait, he's enraged, you must pay with your life. Kamakiri's speed made Miri scream, too fast. She immediately unleashed her technique. Beams of light wrapped around his entire body, but were shattered by Kamakiri. Sin stared in shock at the scene. Miri exclaimed in surprise, the thunderstorm was cut apart. He glanced through her helmet, seeing him charge. Kamakiri continued to activate his special ability. Seeing this, he shouted no. Pink beams surrounded her, making Insin anxious. He struggled to untie the light bindings from his body, but something drew his gaze, leaving him stunned. Miri had fallen right in front of him. Blood covered her helmet. Beside her, Kamakiri's voice. Her subordinates could only pay with their lives. After Miri, he lunged at Insin, shouting, Dark Demon Lord, you will also pay. He was furious to the point his face darkened. Suddenly, sharp fangs appeared behind. High above, a glowing eye shone brightly, and it opened its mouth as if to swallow him. The system displayed the mindless nightmare power, predicting the fate of mortals. He was furious, gritting his teeth in rage, utterly unbearable. System continued to remind him that this was a nightmare that would never end. Inzin's resentful words echoed, that damn insect. System provided information again, but this was also the last event about to occur. Kamakiri spoke up, now I will send you to hell. The system displayed a message, Insin, you are the one who can alter the fate of mortals. He felt confused, those who saved me 3 times. The system offered a choice, do you want to change fate with godly power at the cost of 100,000 gold? If yes, select it. Insin did not hesitate and chose yes. Kamakiri raised his hand, ready to end everything. Insin, expressionless, stared at the system. Time seemed to rewind, godly fate's power taking effect. At this moment, green lightning streaks appeared, just like before. The scene of Miri fighting Kamakiri flashed before him. She sensed the danger from that ant, truly strange and terrifying. He continued to attack with insane power and wished death perish. The system announced that 100,000 gold of faith had been spent. Miri crossed her arms, focusing her psychic power even knowing the cost could be her life. The iron chains shattered and flew chaotically through the air. The system announced the alteration of Miri's fate. She closed her eyes, waiting for death. Insin stood behind, pulling her back. Her entire body was thrown violently backward. At this sudden move, both Kamakiri and Mina turned their gaze toward him. It turned out Insin had freed himself, Miri completely in his arms. He placed a hand on her chin, thinking for a moment, I knew it, Insin clenched both hands, ready to fight but did not forget to ask, are you all right, Miri? She quickly nodded yes. Kamakiri was furious, shouting, "Perish, you evil god." He glared at him, so troublesome that stinking ant. Kamakiri bared his teeth and lunged forward. Insin raised his middle finger, enraging him. This is God's judgment. Fearing he wouldn't understand, he emphasized again, raising the middle finger. A large hole appeared on the roof, illuminating the entire sky. Flames erupted fiercely, sending debris flying in all directions. The whole scene was chaos, with crimson light covering the mountain behind. Kamakiri suddenly bowed, speaking respectfully, "Long live the inferior." Sin remained calm, while Miri coughed from smoke as a knife suddenly flew toward her. The throw successfully caught Insin's attention. Miri wondered, is he really? "You will become my teacher." Insin picked up the knife and asked himself, what is this? Suddenly feeling the heat, he exclaimed, "It's so hot." He woke up, realizing he was still alive. Before him was a small shoe. Miri held the handle, eyes wide, quickly said, "Please leave it to me, master." "You still don't understand," but replied anyway, "I will handle it." Miri hoisted the cement bag onto her shoulder. This confused Insin. Looking back, Insin held the knife, wondering, what should I do with this? Seeing this, Miri asked, "You are a cultivator, right?" "I was still wondering." Insin turned back worried. She seemed to have misunderstood and stammered that matter. Before he finished, Miri knelt down, calling out, "Master." She sincerely pleaded, "Please help me become stronger. I will do anything. I know it won't be easy, but please accept me as your disciple." Insin silently complained, "Oh man, I need to handle this quickly." And he led her to the computer. Insin spoke slowly, "Drag who?" She replied gently, "Yes, master, call me Miri, okay." He continued, "I haven't accepted you as a disciple yet anyway. How long do you plan to stay?" Miri smiled brightly, "Until you finish teaching me." Her answer made him panic, holding his head and explaining, "No, I'm just an ordinary person. Do I have G rank?" But she had her reasons. "You gave me the ring that made me much stronger. You are the one." Sin hurriedly explained, "I'm glad it helped, but I only received it by chance." Miri persistently followed, "I understand your meaning, but please give me at least one chance to make amends." Back to the present, she looked up happily. "Here it is, looks livable now." He curiously looked too, surprised to see the huge hole repaired into a cute window frame. There seemed to be a sound. He thought it sounded like thunder. "Is it going to rain?" Miri next to him shyly replied, "No, I'm just a bit hungry." Seeing Miri pitiful, Insin asked, "You worked hard, want to order something to eat?" She replied without hesitation, "Of course, black bean noodles." Suddenly the phone alarmed, "Master must eat black bean noodles later." At the same time, his phone also signaled. Insin hurriedly told Miri to wait a moment. She exclaimed in surprise. The system displayed, "You have purchased the god's blessing for growth." Insin handed Miri several podcast bottles and told her to take them along. Miri asked admiringly, "How did you do that, like an extremely professional hunter?" He shyly replied, "I don't know who, but drinking will help." Miri climbed the window, turned back to thank Master. "I will drink every drop." Insin quickly said, "There isn't that much." He said okay and dashed out, "Goodbye for now, see you later." With Miri gone, Insin had to eat alone. A while later, the owner announced the food had arrived, and the TV screen displayed breaking news. An S-rank monster appeared at the conference hall gate. Nearby guests exclaimed, "The convention." Continued, "Hopefully it destroys everything." The TV continued broadcasting news. Luckily, a hunter appeared at the scene in time. But it seemed she only bought enough time for people to escape, the hunter now facing Dracula alone. During this, Bamiri rank hunter made Insin almost choke on his food. The news continued, showing Miri fighting the monster. Most people thought she couldn't beat an S-rank monster. The Hunter Association quickly sent reinforcements. "We'll broadcast live from the scene." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Too dangerous, must be S-rank indeed." The monster reared with blood-red eyes, raising its claws high. A powerful strike hit the ground, cracking the pavement. Miri stepped down the road while holding the student tightly with her other hand. As the monster approached, she immediately let go of her hand and told the girl to run far away. "I will stop it." The girl hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you so much." Miri gripped her hands tightly, assessing the opponent, not expecting it to be an S-rank monster. Could she handle it alone? She also remembered her sister's warning, "If you cause trouble, I will deal with you, and also if I find out." Without giving Miri time to react, the monster struck directly. She quickly jumped to avoid the blow. Miri told herself, "Focus, Miri, don't delay." Then she gathered all her strength into both hands, then shot out brilliant beams of light across the sky. The beams, controlled by Miri, wrapped tightly around the monster. In the sky, only Miri floated. The announcer quickly reported, "Hunter Miri has defeated Drake, leaving a hero's strike from them." The crowd cheered enthusiastically, "Go Miri, you're so cool Miri." Miri joyfully celebrated her victory. "I've done it." But Rocky wasn't so easy to defeat. It released a powerful force toward her. Dust flew up everywhere. Miri was knocked down to the ground, feeling her strength was insufficient. Announcers were stunned, mouths agape watching. Miri fell, hugging her legs, cursing, damn it. Her sister's voice echoed in her ears, don't cause trouble. Miri noticed the bottle of popcast that Insin had given her. The announcer saw Drake unharmed, reporting, the monster is still unharmed, Miri. Everyone was afraid as Drake aimed at them. It was coming toward them, hoping Miri would be safe. Drake appeared in the sky with a strong golden light. Miri had drunk the popcast bottle Insin gave her. She began to focus her energy, and the blue beams spread out. Miri's face was cold as she shouted, Miri is back. Face filled with determination as she looked at the opponent before her. The giant Drake with glowing red eyes walked toward everyone. They were both amazed and scared, but still broadcasting live. Drake stomped on the ground, kicking up dust. Miri in midair activated her powers. A tremendous force lit up the sky. Everyone in the tavern watched intently on TV, following the battle between Miri and Drake. Tavern owner admired, amazing, that's Miri. The customers were also surprised, that's right, but still looks like a student. The news continued. A-rank hunter Miri dominates Drake S-rank, sighing who taught who. Next, there will be an interview with Miri. She defeated the S-rank monster right after leveling up. How does she feel? Miri was surprised, scratching her head. Are we live? She confidently gave 2 thumbs up, saying, Master, see, I did it. Thanks to the medicine you gave, you're the best. Meanwhile, Insin returned to his room, watching through his phone. Views hit 2 million. How can a famous person be eating black bean noodles at home? After handling it, Miri tried a delicious bite, praising how delicious it was. Thank you for buying food for me. Insin worried, aren't you coming home? Your family is worried. Or Miri replied, no one worries about me. Curiously asked, don't your parents care about you? Miri sadly told the story. They died in the dragon incident just now. Cinder pressed the laser line. The line where the world united still couldn't defeat them. They were the terror that took millions of lives. You realized you had touched Miri's pain, covering your mouth and blaming yourself, stupid mouth. Insin offered food to make up for his mistake. You've worked hard, eat this portion too. Miri hesitated a bit. Suddenly she spun 181 degrees. Smiling, reached out to take it, of course. The system display surprised you, letting out a sound. The system notification said you have been favored and trusted by the target. If the target says the next keyword, you will activate the fate. Keyword I trust you Insin. You sighed and asked yourself, what is this, a game or a storyline? But then realized, wait, activate faith, then I become the saintess with many divine messengers. Indeed, wealth makes people sharp-eyed. You eagerly awaited the ants to launch another attack. The more divine messengers, the better. Just thinking about it made Insin happy as if opening a flag. Watched Miri eating deliciously, requesting, Miri, I want to ask a favor. Miri was startled and agreed. Without hesitation, she said, go ahead, I can do it. Insin slyly requested, Miri, can you repeat what I say? She obediently agreed, okay, what is it, but you found it hard to speak. After stammering, you finally said, I trust you Insin. You showed regret, sitting on the floor, it must have been hard, sorry, I spoke strangely. Unexpectedly, Miri repeated, I trust you. Her absolute faith left you stunned. Miri continued, I trust you Insin. As soon as you pulled out your phone, you had created the fate. You read the notification carefully. Congratulations, Miri is the first believer. Current followers 1,102. Not seeing the love, Insin wondered, what about Sue? The system guide, share skill. The shareable skill menu has been created. Didn't understand, asking again, can I borrow the believer skill? The system explained, you can borrow the believer skill, recruit strong believers. The current target shares skills, Miri. Seeing money in front of you, you were frustrated this game. I want to delete it. Miri didn't understand, why is he like this? Is he worried about something? Suddenly, a group of people dressed in burial clothes appeared on the floor. The locusts looked at the 2 of them. That one is the evil god of the dark tribe. Looking at Insin's appearance, the locusts spat, giving this arrogant person a divine title. His Majesty has made a great decision. His Majesty said that the evil god is an important factor in the Great War. Let him experience the generosity of His Majesty. Insin didn't care, focusing on his research. I can use Thunderstorm anytime. I'll pass on it this time. Then you raised your hand, deciding to share the skill Miri. System accepted. The room lit up in the dark night. The locust army asked in confusion, what is this? Only beams of light were seen scattering everything. The dark locust army was terrified. How powerful is the evil god's ability? Miri was so excited that she couldn't control her emotion. The noise made the neighbors across the street angry and yell, oh my god, be quiet. Why is it so noisy every day? The other 2, the teacher praised the student, and his master praised him as well. It was wonderful. Suddenly, he looked at his phone with a distressed expression, but now that no longer mattered. It turned out he was crying because of the repair fee system. Miri didn't understand and asked Han, Master, what's wrong? After the heavy defeat, The locust returned to report to the officials, while the emperor on the high platform yelled in frustration. He manipulated my army, the locust respectfully reported, then suddenly attacked as if there was no discussion. Emperor became furious and yelled, "Locust, did you send a delegation to meet that barbarian?" The locust glared and replied, "Your Majesty, I." Immediately, he was pierced by a Sanzu spear and brought before the elder. The emperor's face was full of anger, yelling, "How dare you trouble your Majesty, this arrogant demon god? I haven't been humiliated like this in 500 years. He immediately ordered that the idiot's head be brought to the throne and the empire. The locust quickly responded, "As ordered, your Majesty, the mighty demon of the empire." Over by Miri, she was like a track and field athlete. Wherever she ran, dust billowed up. Sin marveled, she runs so fast even without using her abilities, truly a high-level hunter. Miri's voice echoed back, "Master, should I keep running?" He wondered, "You've already run 100 laps. Miri laughed and replied, "Yes, that's right." Sin handed her a bottle of Popcast, "Drink this and rest for a bit." Miri took it politely, not forgetting to thank him. Miri drank it while it was still hot. He turned his face away and thought to himself. For him it was like sucking on a cow's udder, but it worked on Miri. He tiredly looked at her confused face, though it was nonsense since he had taken her on as a disciple. He had to help, so he could only give her this medicine. Miri, full of energy, eagerly asked, "Master, what do I do next?" Sin hesitated. How about squats?" She immediately agreed. He suddenly thought he could use the nameless eyes to assess her ability. He did as he thought, activating his power immediately. The system displayed that the nameless eyes were invading the opponent's mind. The blink of an eye, he was in another space. Sin was surprised, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a light shone directly into his face. He didn't understand and immediately asked the system, "What's going on?" System displayed, "MangaCapped's foot power has been sealed for 10 years, bound by GSS Ranch." Sin now knew that Miri was SS rank A. Occasionally the seal was lifted thanks to the god's finger power, working like a controller. This meant that her full power would be unleashed if the chain was broken. He extended his finger, intending to do something. In the evening, the scene returned to the crowded streets. Miri greeted people, "Master, thank you for today." He waved his hand, reminding her, "Remember to take the medicine before." Before he could finish, Miri turned and ran off, dust rising behind her. Sin silently wondered, what level had she reached? How much had her strength increased after breaking the chain? Images of her powers continuously appeared in his mind. The god's finger power could cut the iron chains. But if he only cut a little, how long would it take to finish? Who had chained her? Surely not herself. He casually turned away, but everyone on the street wondered, what the hell is going on? Sin walked on, muttering to himself, not noticing the mysterious figure blending into the crowd behind him. The divine figure was always keeping a close watch on Sin's every move. Suddenly he strode forward with a scowl, then shouted, "Sealing the girl isn't the problem is my room is affected, a membrane pierced." He looked at his phone, seeing new information. Gao Ming looked at him sadly. He told himself, "I blocked earlier, what's happening now?" Next, Tian Daoju Tai glared at him with fury. He bit his nails, thinking, this guy is, just a character of the sword. Tian Daoju Tai roared, "Not just a normal sword, but a sword that can cut God." He asked again, "So what?" Suddenly noticing something unusual. "Wait, can they read my thoughts?" He gritted his teeth. Borrow it, and those two annoying demons so troublesome. They wouldn't relent. Notifications rang continuously. Gao Meng requested to open the class. Tian Daoju Tai demanded the divine sword be returned. He shouted, "Be quiet, I almost died because of that cursed divine sword." Tian Daoju Tai suggested returning 2 million divine su from the army in exchange for the divine sword. He found it unacceptable. What from the army? No, who uses stolen money to pay? Gao Meng smiled cutely, proposing to give the sword, requesting 10 million divine su. He emphasized 10 million. It could be used to buy low-level power or extra potions for Miri. Tian Daoju Tai was worried about Gao Meng's request. Gao Meng laughed mockingly, pretending to be poor. Tian Daoju Tai swallowed, suggested exchanging power. He asked what kind of power. Tian Daoju Tai proposed the Infinity Sword privilege. Felt clever, Infinity Sword sounded really cool. Tian Dao added, "No one dares oppose if he had this." He was delighted. This sword was the dream of many. Gao Meng smiled, told him to take the authority, the Night Blooming Rose. He asked again, "Night Blooming Rose." Gao Meng said, "This power helps overcome opponents easily without effort." His eyes shone like stars, fists clenched in celebration. He looked at the system, asking who wanted to make the next proposal. The system displayed receiving the Infinity Sword for 2 million divine su, and 3 uses of Tian Dao treasure from Tian Daoju Tai. He received the Night Blooming Rose from Gao Meng. He hesitated. The Tian Dao treasure only usable 3 times, must save. Infinity Sword, Night Blooming Rose, should he try? He raised 2 fingers, activating the Night Blooming Rose. Nothing changed. He wondered why it had no effect. System reminded, the Night Blooming Rose activates during sleep. He was angry. If it only works during sleep, how would I know? Realized the info from those demons was unreliable, but still wanted to try his luck, continuing with Authority, Infinity Sword. This time, like before, there was no reaction. He went berserk, cursing, "These damn scammers, nothing works at all." Suddenly, the system announced that the Infinite Sword had been activated, but he had completely lost faith in them and scoffed, "You think I'm easily fooled?" Sin became extremely agitated, his body seeming to transform, wondering why everything felt so different. Sin's face changed, his eyes glowing red as if they wanted to tear apart, red energy flaring on his hands, and a sharp knife appeared. He licked his tongue, wondering to himself why he felt this way, slashing, cutting, wanting to cut everything. Rushed outside, sticking out his tongue and shouting loudly, wanting to slash everything, as if the 2 souls of good and evil within him were fighting. "No, stop, I'm a good person." At Sin's usual restaurant, a compliment rang out, "Well done, yes, everyone worked hard." The female guest finished her meal and politely said she would leave first. The shop owner courteously replied, "Take care." Shop owner reminded her husband, and he answered, "Oh, clean up everything," laughing, "There are still some vegetables to cut." The shop owner pointed towards Sin, "We have him," and he smiled contentedly, "Yes." The 2 said they should thank him for all the little things he had done over the years, now helping more. The author of the web novels. Tears fell from Sin, but his face remained fierce. "I want to cut everything." After struggling with power exhaustion, he stepped outside and sighed, "I almost died." Threw the knife forcefully, complaining, "Infinite Sword, whatever, this knife too, it's dangerous, it controls the user." Lying on the bed, curling his legs to relax, swearing never to touch it again, just thinking bad things would happen. He cried, "Oh no, it broke, it hurts so much." Outside, Sanju stood, leaning heavily, asking his subordinates, "The evil god is sleeping." He replied, "Yes, Sanju, he's definitely asleep." He grinned with satisfaction, "All right, the honor of killing him belongs to us, yes, Sanju." He was narcissistic. "Today the strongest position in the 10 swords will belong to me." Sanju commanded, and his subordinates echoed, "Yes." Sin was still fast asleep. Suddenly, a rose grew from his body. This left Sanju full of questions. The rose bloomed larger and began to shine brightly. The system reported, "The exclusive condition of Than M letter 189NG, the flower blooming at night, has been fulfilled." Sanju's army, armed with weapons, charged at him, but they were swallowed whole by the giant mouths of the flower. After eating their fill, the mouths quickly closed. Sanju gritted his teeth in anger, not knowing what the hell that thing was. The system displayed, "The poor creatures, tremble, your nightmare is about to bloom." Observing from above, the flower radiated power, and Sanju realized this was certainly the nightmare flower. He recalled the tribe's records, speaking of a ruthless god who swallowed over 90% of the population 3,000 years ago. His subordinate anxiously asked, "What should we do, Sanju?" Looking at Sin in a daze, continue thinking. Disciple of Than M letter 189NG, Nightmare Flower. Sanju was full of fighting spirit. "We cannot back down. Today is a glorious milestone for future generations." Charged forward with fury. The subordinates understood the meaning, following behind Sanju. He guided them on how to approach, avoid the branches, reach the main body. The subordinates echoed, understood. He rushed quickly, grabbing a branch, gritting his teeth, "It's terrifying." The subordinates, unfortunately, one by one, were swallowed by the giant mouths. The central subordinate screamed for help, "Help." Sanju cursed inwardly, "Damn it." He clung to the tree, angrily muttering, "Even if I can't defeat the evil god, I'll drag these ruthless disciples and demons to death with me." He pulled out a spear, focusing his energy to throw straight at the enemy. The spear flew straight into the open mouth and vanished. Sanju didn't believe it, asking how could it swallow my attack. Afterward, the figure landed, staring directly at the nightmare flower. Sanju clenched his teeth, "It can't be." A moment later, the figure was completely engulfed by the nightmare flower. The sound of a phone made Sin irritatedly wake up. He cursed the sky. Half awake, half dazed, he didn't understand why his stomach felt strangely full. He opened his eyes and looked at his phone, not knowing what was happening. Notification, "The Saintess and 101 followers are hoping you come to save them." He was surprised, "No way, what happened to her? Is she sick?" He suddenly stopped, "Wait a minute." He closed his eyes tightly, placing his hand on his temple, activating his abilities. The system gathered information. The blind god's power was activated. Check was completed. The Saintess and 101 followers were poisoned by bee venom. He asked, "Bee venom?" Sin looked dazed. "Oh my god, how did they get bee venom? Did she break into the hive for honey? If you want sweets, just say so." "What did she and the ants do? Hang on, wait for me." he started the computer. System reported that the magic menu was activated thanks to Insin's sincere heart. He was amazed what magic. The system explained, magic is the greatest gift the god gives to followers. The more you bestow on believing followers, the more they revere or fear. We'll spend holy power and 100,000 divine su to cast the healing spell. Do you agree, yes or no? Insin thought, of course, my su is abundant, and as for holy power, I can use as much as I want. The system reported that 100,000 divine su had been used. A portion of the world tree fruit he absorbed was extracted to form the magic. The magic was formed thanks to Insin's wish, and he wondered if they were okay. Insin squinted his eyes, tilting his head, feeling too sleepy. The system was helpless with this divine sleeper, only able to sigh. Inside Insin's body, a deep sleep took hold. The system continued to provide information. Insin's essence shifted from evil to neutral. Even the gods, including the prosperous ones, were paying attention to you. A hand appeared, accompanied by a cough, blood splattering. It turned out to be the saintess, severely wounded by a bee sting. She knelt, praying for the gods' mercy on the tribe. Bestow blessings, I beg you. At that moment, a streak of light appeared in the sky. The saintess looked up at it. Light passed through the clouds, the streak of light falling like a meteor. The saintess and the tribe cheered, the rain washed away the toxin. Insin, bless us, thank you, Lord. Clasped her hands together sincerely. O God Insin, I sincerely thank you. She turned her back, speaking to the tribe with determination. O subjects, God Insin has blessed us once again, so let us vow to forever uphold our faith in him. Unite and show him our unwavering loyalty, the tribe echoed. Sure, I join me too. Light from outside shone in, waking Insin. He mumbled, what time is it? Why do I feel so tired? Miri sat beside him, asking kindly, awake now? Insin, surprised, asked, why are you here? Miri smiled. I was worried you didn't come to train. He quickly apologized for missing it. Miri looked at the statue on the table, curiously asking, what is this? Insin, surprised, which one? Didn't understand it, so he asked the system. The system replied, this is a statue to commemorate and honor you. Identification, very ugly. Insin glanced and shouted, oh my, it's so ugly. Pointed at himself, asking, ugly. But Miri approached, examined it, and whispered, not too bad, actually quite cute. Miri glanced at Insin, cooing, so adorable, can I take it? He agreed immediately. Go ahead, secretly thinking. She probably needs an eye exam from Demiri. He regretted, sorry, I probably won't train today. Miri replied, what a pity then next time. After Miri left, Insin approached his desk thinking, time to work. But the system brought a surprise. Oh, what now? The system notified that the world tree sapling was gravely ill, wilting, with only 24 hours 30 minutes 39 seconds left to save it. Insin was stunned. The sapling is sick. Must use the blessing of growth, he thought, but it seemed ineffective. No effect, maybe the fruit already healed itself that day. I'll tend the tree, then sell the fruit at the shop. Maybe something useful will appear. Finally, Insin found an item in the shop. Here it is. Tears of the Abundant God, an exclusive item costing 20,000 coins. Feature, only the chosen can use it. Failure to complete the task beforehand means no refund. He asked, must do a task. Kind-hearted, Insin picked up scattered cigarette butts on the street. He wondered, do I have to do this much to save the tree? The system said, join hands to green the earth, earn virtue points. Task progress 10 of 100. He worked hard but gained nothing, sighing, why so slow, will take forever. Suddenly a loud voice boomed, hey, what are you doing in my territory? Insin jumped and turned. A muscular man stood, arms crossed, looking sternly. He said in a deep voice, this is no place for newbies. Insin wondered, homeless. Insin thought, but why does he look familiar? He frowned, explaining, sir, you misunderstand. I heard homeless people value their territory highly. Most important are connections and money, he said, giving some coins. Here, have a full meal. Kang-san was surprised. You dare to give to Kang-san? He shouted angrily. Insin just silently covered his hand. Insin, I remember, he's an S-level hunter. He had been a street cleaner, now only concerned with guarding the floor. Kang-san patted his hand, putting the coin in his pocket, surprising Insin. When did that happen? Insin wondered, just donated, did my points increase? Still 10 of 100. Giving money to them probably has no effect. Insin, angry, clenched his fist, shouted, hey, old man. Kang-san, surprised, what old man? He turned, sir, put it here, I'll dispose of the trash properly. Kang-san, surprised, you smile cheerfully, you have an eye, who are you doing this for? He replied, I do it freely, freedom is best. A sound caught their attention. Insin wondered, what's that noise? A passerby shouted in panic, monster, monster. People panicked, what do we do? Seems a monster appeared nearby, or should we go home? Kang-san calmly said, "They've appeared, miracles always predict accurately." He quickly ran, "I'm leaving." Kang-san grabbed In-sin's shirt, "You going too? Then let's go together." Kang-san lifted In-sin, laughing, "I like you already, kid." In-sin was surprised, "Big brother, I think you're mistaken." In-sin felt sorry being carried like a sack. He hovered in the air like a stringed instrument. Kang-san thought he was excited. Then he set him down in front of a house, resembling a construction site. Carrying In-sin, Kang-san said, "Rumor says dungeon explosion chance is 80%. Miracle predictions too." He let go, In-sin fell face down. Kang-san looked, "What's wrong?" Fainted, but should be B rank at least. Then he looked around, "What's so strange?" A grotesque monster with horns appeared. Kang-san just laughed, "Just a frog warming up." Frog saw In-sin on the ground, thought, "Probably the young god from rumors. Lucky I arrived first. If I bring him back, the master will be pleased," it thought, then shouted, "Get lost, fake one." Kang-san looked at it provocatively. He began channeling energy into his limbs, lamenting, "Oh heavens." Kang-san sneered, "Why is your squeaky sound so loud?" Then he launched, punching with force, flying upward. Frog felt annoyed, "Move away, he's mine." Kang-san focused on his fist, blue light flaring. System displayed, "Aura threatens the authority holder. Activate Night Bloom Rose, unique authority granted by Qingmei." Small branches of the rose gradually opened, as if to engulf both man and monster. It seemed to want to consume everything. Kang-san and the frog looked back in surprise. The tree shot skyward, blocking sight. In In-sin's dream, an ancient tree with lush foliage stood majestically under the night sky. In-sin woke, clutching his head, "Where am I? What place is this?" A mysterious person appeared before him. He stood politely asking, "May I ask where is this?" He removed her hat respectfully, "Your home." A noble and virtuous figure. Purple bones tore space. In-sin realized this place was. A tragic cry rang out, catching his attention. Kang-san lay on the ground, sobbing, "Mother, a giant flower is swallowing me." He smiled, calling, "Big brother." Kang-san pinched his nose. "Smells bad, how did you fall into the sewer?" System displayed, "You defeated the demon god's minions, contributing to world peace." In-sin asked, "What did it say?" "Defeated demon god's minions." System notification, "You surpassed required task count, 1012 of 100. You received a mythic item, Tears of Eternal Prosperity. Effect activated, World Tree Sapling Heal." In-sin was delighted, "Big shot now, can live more comfortably." System congratulated, "You successfully revived the World Tree, laying the foundation for the tribe's prosperity." Kang-san was still trembling, curled up like a child crying desperately, making him not know what to do. "What should I do with this old man now, or just throw him away?" System continued to display that you had recruited more followers and their prosperity. Thus, your divine power would be greatly increased due to their reverence for you. He thought to himself, "It should be fine." The system reported that the members of the Dark Clan wanted to give him a Daiyuzen 2 statue as thanks for resurrecting the World Tree, causing In-sin to remember that ugly statue. What, again? At the base, Sung Man praised Kang-san. As expected of Kang-san, even after a long break, he still easily defeated the monsters. "I heard Kang-san was taken to the hospital. How is he?" Eun-jai replied. "He wasn't seriously injured." Sung Man was very pleased. "He's truly stubborn." Eun-jai interrupted, but turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" He hesitated before answering, "Well." Eun-jai slowly recounted, "I brought flowers to visit him to wish him a speedy recovery, but he was in a heavy shock." Sung Man immediately guessed, "Is he allergic to flowers?" He asked further, "What about the Hunter Academy?" Eun-jai replied, "The preparations are done, we will proceed as soon as he recovers." Sung Man was confident that Kang-san would become a great teacher. "He will teach that kid very well, a great teacher and a talented student. I have great faith in that." Frustrated sounds echoed from In-sin's house. "This is really annoying." Two statues stood tall, and if you looked closely, they were no different from a male version of the Statue of Liberty. He looked at them and wondered, "Is that me?" Suddenly the phone lit up, displaying a message. "Lord In-sin, our noble and virtuous god." "Oh, it's that ant from before." The system notified, "The In-sin statue has many effects. The empathy rate with Ankia in the creator's world has increased by 10%. He didn't expect to receive a message from ants. Now they can message me." The female member sent a distress message, "Please help our tribe member." He was surprised and asked, "Help, why is that?" System notified, "A member of the Dark Clan is in danger. A follower who reveres In-sin, special note, has been attacked by a beast." In-sin was stunned, "A beast attack." He angrily roared, "How dare you harm my follower?" Dark Clan citizens stood in neat rows, he said. "Take me to that person right now, I will teach them a lesson myself." The female member was moved, clasping her hands. "Thank you, our great god." He propped his chin, striking a hot boy pose. "Let's go, lead the way, I've finally been bothered." Dark Clan troops led the way, running through the rows of trees. The female member and one of her subordinates led, rushing ahead. Felt the speed was not as expected, sighed. "Since they are ants, they move slowly, but I can't say that." Suddenly something appeared, causing them to stop in surprise. He looked at the phone screen and asked, "What's going on?" System notified, "Target needs to be found." "Ah, we've entered the enemy's territory." Thousands of red eyes are peering through the cold night forest. He asked the system, "What are they?" Just as he finished speaking, Insin jumped out from the bushes, striking a fist pose. The system responded, "Beasts summoned from cockroaches. Note, their number and size will double every hour, time remaining 1 second." He shouted, "Little toughies." Beneath the ground, cockroaches like an army marched forward. He wondered, is there more? Why are there so many? Dark Clan citizens panicked. "It's over, we will be annihilated, run." Female member firmly encouraged, "Don't worry, have you all forgotten? We are the Dark Clan with the protection of the great Insin." Despite the dire situation, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he turned and ran, leaving the Dark Clan confused. The female member was no longer calm. She looked at her people with worry. The female member was no longer steady. She stared intently at her people. The whole tribe was in panic. Some betrayed, others crying, "We're doomed, save me." Voice echoed from the tower asking, "Are you sure?" It turned out to be the emperor asking the divine court. The other responded, "Yes, your majesty, I'm sure, and you also saw the beasts had already been summoned earlier. Promised, in 4 days the god of beasts will bring the demon god's aura." The emperor agreed but warned, "I will wait. If you fail, seek death." Suddenly, a member of the tribe rushed over to report, "There's an emergency." The emperor shouted, "Who dares to report incorrectly? If it's not important, beware of your head." He bowed and replied, "Yes, the snake beast has multiplied by millions." He continued to speak about the evil demon god. Outside, smoke and dust spread throughout the forest. Dark Clan citizens stood guard by the insecticide barrel. The entire forbidden zone was tightly guarded. Insecticide barrels evaporated, leaving the snakes lying scattered on the ground. The stench rose, and Insin had to use a cloth to cover his nose. He turned his room upside down looking for insect spray. Luckily, he had bought that can. A few survived, squirming around. Jiang thought they had escaped, but he found them, thinking he wouldn't see and let them go. The female teacher stood sternly, keeping order in one place. He asked, "What's going on?" "I've killed all the monsters." Insi looked at the screen, not understanding what just happened. The female member was remorseful, crying, "I doubted your faith, I shouldn't have doubted." "Kill me, just kill me." He quickly reassured, "No, calm down." The system notified, "You've met the requirements for a new fixed skill. You can obtain the god's thumb skill for 100 coins. Do you want to try?" He wondered, "Only 100 coins, let's go for it." Sin selected Z, the system recorded, "Innate ability is the power of fear and accomplishment, overcoming hardships to grow stronger." He still found the explanation strange. He quickly ran to the door, eager to see how this ability worked. The phone lit up. He was curious, "What's this?" Insin's eyes widened, mouth agape. It turned out to be a message from the Grand Manager. They met immediately. The manager held a bottle of wine. "Drink up." Insin took it immediately, without hesitation. "All right." He drank the wine in one gulp. The manager stared at him, making him embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The manager got to the point. "Why is your work speed like this?" He stammered, "Well." The manager yelled, "Try harder, listen to me." He blushed and quietly said, "Don't yell, what's wrong, are you drunk?" The manager continued, "Do you understand how I feel at work?" "Thank you for your help, you bastard," Insin countered. "What, bastard?" The system display interrupted. "Attack on the Dark Clan, do you want to continue helping?" Insin was excited more. "Keep multiplying, challenge accepted." Manager couldn't hold back, angrily shouted, "That guy. You playing a game," and raised his hand to slap Insin. The fighters' heads opened their mouths. "This is insane, how dare you," someone shouted. "Hey, don't fight here." The moonlight shone through the tree branches in the night sky, flickering occasionally before hiding again. The city stood firm before the citizens of the Dark Tribe, those who worshipped their god, Insin. She raised her hand high and shouted loudly, calling for the divine healer. "We will eradicate all monster beasts." At the same time, the system displayed the information. Destruction Body, ability unknown, has eliminated a disaster monster. Received 300 million white divine coin. Back to the city at night, the empty street had no people. Insin focused on reading the notification. The first message reported that the Tears of Prosperity had requested support. Player Insin could choose any ability as a reward for reaching level C of the Benevolent Savior. the tears of prosperity would pay. He sighed, damn, why does this notification keep popping up? Then Insin asked clearly, so I will get a free skill, right? If so, I'll choose the most expensive one. System accepted the request. Player Insin has selected the following ability. Heaven and Earth Creation, superlative type, ability for transcendent beings, priced at 1 quadrillion divine coins. Seeing this, he angrily threw his phone down and sighed. The system continued to notify that player Insin did not meet the requirements to use Heaven and Earth Creation. Heaven and Earth Creation will be converted into a one-time use of monster Heaven and Earth Creation to fit Insin. The massive creation system appeared with towering buildings and modern traffic system. At the same time, a warning appeared. The world will partially change. At this moment, Mina's small feet stepped out of the bathroom. She turned back and asked, Miri, what are you doing now? Miri looked up and softly called, Sister, look. Mina asked in surprise, what's happening to the sky? Hang San, who was picking up beer cans, was also surprised. What is that? Oh my, what's going on? Everyone on the street looked up at the sky. A frightened girl screamed, Brother, I'm scared. Sung Man also looked up from inside the room. Du Hyun exclaimed in surprise. Hang Yu, the handsome man, stood in the forest, also staring intently. 2 moons appeared in the sky, with completely different sizes and brightness. Johan glanced with a cold look. He asked Nam Min, what do you think, monkey? The hunter's night had merged into the chairman's work. Namin replied seriously, that's right. Johan proudly said, all right, it's time. Namin asked, how many people? He raised his hand towards the moon and answered, don't you think more is better? Let's start with 2,000 people. Namin quickly replied, okay. Johan's whole body emitted purple energy. He raised both hands in front and sighed. Oh my God, just a little more, I will fulfill your wishes. You will grant the world the wishes of the gods. The spaceship between the planets became tiny. The voice came from inside. This is Houston. Exploration rocket, please report the coordinates of the second moon. Houston here, MTS-2 rocket cannot reach the orbit of the second moon. Voice became hurried, what? MTS-2, what's going on? The spaceship has lost control. Repeat, the spaceship has lost control. The moment the second moon appeared that morning, everyone would be amazed. No one knew anything more except that this moon emitted a golden light at night and a blue color during the day. Experts predicted an increase in gates and dungeons. Therefore, the Korean hunter legs will cooperate with the government to locate the second moon. Insin sat with his head in his hands, feeling uncomfortable and shouting, my head hurts so much. Miri gasped and said, Teacher, I can't stand it anymore. He asked in surprise, have you finished 500 laps already? She politely answered, yes, sorry teacher. It took me about 4 more minutes than usual today. Insin suggested, let's try push-ups. Miri smiled lightly, push-ups? You seem to care a lot about abs, he replied, maybe so. However, in his mind, Insin had a different thought. In fact, he would need to check Miri's mind again. He started speaking to Miri, hold still. She shouted, start, start. The system announced, the special power of the eyes of the God of the Heartless has been activated. It is collecting images from the target's mind. Ability activated, Miri's psychic energy became visible, and he noticed it seemed cuter. He moved closer and faced the psychic energy bound by chains, trying to observe. He then used his index finger, the god's power, and the chains snapped at one link. Sin placed his hand on his forehead and thought, there's still a little left, but there will surely be more things showing up. That guy didn't prepare anything for me. Insin ignored his defense. Now let's see how Miri's energy will be amplified. Her psychic energy licked his cheek and he patted it. Okay. The sky was a deep blue and a lightning bolt struck down. It turned out Miri had been practicing to unleash Thunder God's power. He realized, I see now, your training method really works. He seemed embarrassed and said, not exactly, a lot of people are watching, you should be more careful. Miri quickly said, right, thank you so much, teacher. Insin scratched his head, I really don't know how to say it properly. After Miri turned back and continued training, she said, now I'll finish today with 200 more laps. Just then, he received a message. Insin, could you give me a name? He was surprised. A name? Does this little girl want a name? Insin thought again and saw that it made sense. Well, I can't just keep calling her the saint forever. A name might be better. A series of names appeared in his mind. YG is a good name, Bach Kshuan. Suddenly, the figure of the manager appeared. You have no talent for naming. Finally, Insin thought of a suitable name. That's right, Anti, because this girl is like an ant. Anti, how's that? Saint girl laughed happily, flashing a charming smile. She clasped her hands and thanked him for the beautiful name. Other members of the Dark Tribe also wanted names, quickly clamoring, Sin, please give me a name too. Sin, I also want a name. Seeing this, he was surprised. How can I give names to all the tribe members like this? Let's see 1, 2, 3. The street scene became quiet again. Inside, Sin said, home is the best. Stretched and relaxed, done, now it's time to rest. Let's see if it's time yet. The system announced, the Saint Girl and 100 followers of the Dark Tribe, thanks to the silver bullet from Sin's gift and the experience of hunting monster-like disasters, have evolved. The Gajami race, small and compact. Agriculture, construction, Sin marveled, what's this evolution? The screen looked much brighter and more modern. Since the Gajami had evolved, the summoned monsters had changed to FB snakes. Sin leveled up to level 2. He didn't expect this game to have level. System continued, announcing that survival cultivation had been activated upon leveling up. On the H-tribe side, the forest had been transformed, with rocks flying everywhere. Anti was kneeling, praying, Sin, what miracle will you bestow upon us? He was pleased to see that everything now looked much more luxurious. The Dark Tribe's people were diligently cultivating the vast fields. Small cute houses had also appeared. Sin praised, so beautiful, thanks to me improving the land and building walls. Now they can work and defend much more conveniently. Anti proudly boasted, see, this is the miraculous magic of Sin. Let's all worship the great Sin. The entire tribe chanted, long live Sin. He shook his head, confused, worship him, feed them, protect them, and now give them peaceful sleep too. These guys, well anyway. He felt that the Dark Tribe was becoming more and more lovable, and the name Gajami was quite good. Sin suddenly stopped, realizing, Gajami means ant in ancient language, right? So these people will have to evolve too. How interesting. He looked at the screen, puzzled, what is this? Let's try it and see. The system announced, the warrior tower where the seeker of eternity is entering. Only those with great faith and courage can enter this tower, while also absorbing the blood and souls of the user. Survival rate is less than 1 in a million. Suddenly, a half-human, half-beast monster appeared. It sat proudly atop the tower, emitting a sinister purple glow. A Dark Tribe member saw it and asked, what is that? System also announced that the Gajami tribe was being threatened by the warrior tower. Sin frowned and asked, absorb blood and soul, what if the swordsmen are curious? The ants stood around the base of the tower, their faces blank. The system asked if Sin wanted to build a wall, and he decided, I'll build and lock the entrance. A great energy emanated from the tower, causing them to immediately turn away. He shouted worriedly, you must not recklessly enter the tower. A Dark Tribe member turned to another and said, I know Sin is truly amazing. Inho, the ant, silently thought, a tower where only the brave dare enter. Stood staring at his own hand. Behind him, the crowd scattered in panic, shouting, run, save me. But Inho remained still. He sadly continued looking at his useless hands and said, if only I were stronger, I could protect my friend. Inho stood tall at the base of the tower, looking up. His face was filled with rage, as if wanting to tear the beast apart. Inside the tower, the mage pleaded, no, Emperor, it can't be. He kneeled before the Emperor and begged, I am the Grand Mage who signed with the Demon King. Please, give me one more chance. The Emperor angrily ordered him to be silent. If you want to atone, only death awaits. The mage continued pleading, Your Majesty, please have mercy. The Emperor was truly enraged, standing up suddenly. Then he extended his sharp claws through the bamboo curtain. The mage hurriedly screamed for help. Help! Purple magic orb appeared in the air, preparing to shoot directly at the mage, causing him to scream non-stop. The Emperor cursed angrily, you useless insect. Surely Jim has already run off by now. A court official quickly spoke, please, Your Majesty, calm down. The blood god cannot be defeated by such a weakling. The Emperor shouted, silence. Why can't I trust and rely on a bunch of useless people like you? Even the ants can't do anything. Suddenly a voice came from afar, please do not be angry, Your Majesty. The Emperor recognized it was the goddess of the guard and said loudly, you're back, my divine guard. A surprised insect guard said, the goddess is back, and the other asked, you've returned, divine guard. Arak bowed and answered, yes, Your Majesty, I have just completed the mission you assigned and returned to you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I will soon be reborn from a lesser god to a true god. Confidently, she spread her arms and assured, please leave everything to me and prepare to ascend to godhood, while I deal with the insect-like Dark Tribe and their demon gods. I will eradicate them all, I swear on my name, Arak. Cracks began appearing on the cave wall. Through the mist, the white blood demon, Musto, slowly revealed himself. With his giant body, towering so high that his breath could be heard, enveloped in a sinister aura. Arak called out to him by name, Musto, and he replied, hello. He gave an order causing the demon god to pay the price for disobeying the Emperor's command. Plague messenger, grant this to him. Ara handed Musto a wand, a magic staff. Musto accepted the command, still hesitant. I understand, but I have a request. On Insin's side, he was intently typing each key on the computer. He recalled the command that if he failed this week, his contract and series would be terminated. That thought made Insin even more anxious. He could not allow the contract to be cancelled. Suddenly, a message arrived, making him slightly startled, just a little, but truly, what was it? What are those people doing? He wondered. In the small wooden houses, the sound of snoring rose. Insin secretly envied them, how comfortably they slept. Suddenly a voice rang out, strong and powerful, making him more curious. What's happening? Stone rolled down, clashing hard. The voice rang out with authority. The one speaking was Inho, struggling to push the heavy stone. Insin looked on, mouth agape in astonishment. Honda was much bigger than him, looking extremely solid. The system displayed information. Inho, Gajami warrior, training hard to protect his family. He exclaimed, very interesting. The Gajami tribe after evolution had gained unique traits. How fun, how should he deal with him now? After a moment of hesitation, Insin decided to drop a popcat. Inho received the bottle looking puzzled. What is this? His whole body trembled with excitement. God Insin, someone like me is also valued. Also granted respect by God, Inho expressed thanks, very grateful, O God Insin. He did not hesitate to praise Inho, well done. Now he must try his best, though very sleepy. At this moment Mosto shrank into an insect, perched outside the window, quietly observing, truly the legendary demon god. The name had been eliminated, ranked among the top 10 swordsmen like him. Returning to the past, when Iraq asked for the request of the person, the white-blooded demon Mosto, it boldly made a proposal. May I drink the blood of the demon god, revered demon god? I am curious about his blood. Iraq sighed, agreeing immediately, of course. Blood and body of the demon god would belong to you, white-blooded demon Mosto. It secretly rejoiced at gaining consent. Iraq knew nothing, right? Calculated how much power it would gain from the demon god's blood, and seized the throne. It advanced, preparing to use the hard proboscis to pierce him, and you will also be mine. As the proboscis pierced, Mosto rejoiced. This demon god was slow. You were still mumbling, hurry up, just a little more. Proboscis pierced deeply into Insin's neck. Blood dripped into Mosto's body. Wonderful, the power increasing noticeably. Very quickly, with this power, I can accomplish many things. Insin felt. He slapped his forehead. It hurts. Looking at the blood on his hand, Insin wondered, why is it so cold for late autumn? Chill ran through his body. Why did it suddenly get cold? Not stopping, Insin sang a few lines. He stopped, looking at the snot running on his hand. At this moment, Insin had not noticed anything unusual. Better wash his face first. When he looked in the mirror, seeing the demon mark on his forehead, he screamed, what the hell is this? System reminded, the plague mark of the imitator, the prophetic cold warning had been activated. He sang while panicking at the notification, the prophecy is benign. What is he singing? Insin's complexion grew paler. The prophecy seemed like a flu. No, must still meet the deadline. A series of alerts appeared. Prophecy fever, muscle pain, loss of appetite had been activated. Exhaustion surged. Insin collapsed. Trying to find a healing item, must check first. Wada is a famous doctor. He found a low-grade medicine from Wada's manual, leaf 50 sugar. Buy quickly while still able. Insin's whole body trembled, trying to leave the bathroom. System reported, purchase successful, mission received. He despaired, why couldn't it be given directly to me? He remembered, must go to the hospital immediately. Elsewhere, Johan appeared, extending a hand like a savior. Aren't you afraid of dying? The will of the god to purify the world. He wore a hood covering his face, chanting continuously, surely completing the mission. Today, I will sacrifice to purify the world. Explosives were attached to him. Johan's mission was also mine. On Insin's side, a taxi took him to the hospital gate. Thank you. Hurriedly opening the door, he writhed in pain, his stomach aching. Everyone stared in shock as Insin crawled inside. He received the mission alert. To live, he must save people. 100 to save, only 10 done. Insin was angry. Save 100 people. Might as well tell me to die. T-Bomb entered the hospital, taking hostages, holding the bomb remote, ordering them to lie down. Moving would mean death. The girl panicked and called for help. Miri appeared, ordering him release her. T-Bomb too big. Quiet now, little hunter. Insin panicked. How did he get in here? Seeing the familiar mark on his forehead, he misunderstood. More reinforcements too. Help me. Insin, sweat pouring like rain. Terrorist. Miri looked at Insin suspiciously. An accomplice. Master, what are you doing here? T-Bomb saw he had not acted. Brother, quickly help me. Insin wondered. His bewildered attitude angered him. Help me, brother. Saying this, T-Bomb threatened, sacrificing his life for the descent of the god of destruction. Miri frowned, said, "You are wrong. That person is my teacher." He did not believe. "What did you say?" "The skull mark on the forehead is identification. I can feel the aura emanating from him." Miri was furious. "How can you call my teacher evil? Tired of life." Sin pleaded, "Condition like near death, urgent healing needed." A hissing sound arose. "That person is Johan's right hand." Miri scolded, "That is my teacher." T-Bomb, confident with his toy, arrogant, charged in, detonating immediately. Miri fought him. T-Bomb shouted, "Foolish, how dare you block the world's purifying god's ritual? Don't you understand greatness?" Meanwhile, Sin quietly checked. The system displayed, viewing target's memory. Success, you have viewed all of the target's memory. Memories and images appeared in the target's mind. T-Bomb knew nothing yet. "Want to join me?" His memory appeared. Johan's demonic voice echoed, "If possible, kill the sacrificer after they experience enough fear. More offerings needed. Can you do it?" T-Bomb, my warrior. He agreed without hesitation. "Yes, master, of course." T-Bomb spoke. "If you provide the offering, that one will be pleased." Sin worried, "Wait, wouldn't I die if things go like this?" He shouted with all his strength, preparing to activate the destruction switch. His internal energy began to surge violently. Sin used his power to stop T-Bomb. He had to stop him in time. A strange flow of energy surrounded the madman. His eyes gleamed with powerful energy. The opponent was trying to press the control switch. He ordered Miri to cooperate immediately. "Yes, teacher, I'm ready." His whole body was paralyzed, unable to move, not knowing what to do. The electric current from Miri shocked T-Bomb's entire body. She increased the energy, forming a powerful lightning ball. T-Bomb was shocked so violently that his eyes rolled back in terror. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Seeing Sin fall to the floor as well, she realized, "Teacher, the terrorist has been taken down. Are you all right?" At that moment, a deep voice echoed, "This fool. Now your fate is sealed." The mark on Sin's forehead glowed a strange shade of blue. The system announced, "The atomic curse of the god has been activated." Miri worriedly shook Sin. "Teacher, are you all right? Please wake up." He remained still, with only the demonic mark on his forehead glowing. Arak recognized his condition, and behind him, Nappa suggested to the queen, "Please give the order. I will immediately eliminate the demon god with my special skill." A replied calmly, "You need not worry, Nappa, if the poison doesn't work." Nappa was still uneasy, but if it failed, the emperor would take responsibility. Arak explained, "The one spreading the plague is stubborn and greedy. He will never let go of the target he has set his sights on." In his unconscious state, Sin found himself in a vast but empty space, not knowing where he was. He remembered hearing a strange voice before the atomic activation, but was unsure where he was or why he was there. A dark voice echoed, "A new god dares to awaken me. Punishment for you is eternal death and suffering. Soon you will fall into despair and beg me for mercy. Then you will become food for the war horses." Before the threat, Sin felt he was being exaggerated. The demon's voice continued, "I will use your blood." No, he doubted. Demon King looked at the newcomer. Why are you here?" The system issued a mission. "If you wish to live, save the afflicted. Use your desire to survive to save 100 lives. You need to save 1,238 people. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Continue saving beyond the required number." When he opened his eyes, Sin saw Miri's worried face. "Teacher, are you all right?" The system announced, "Master Triongnan smiles at you." Sin was not fully awake. Was that rain just now? System update notification appeared. "You have been given the medicine of Hua Da." Miri hurried to lift him. "Luckily, teacher, you're awake." "Teacher, do you feel something in your mouth?" Vitality surged through his body, and he realized he had fully recovered. This was the effect of the solution. The system replied, "This is an additional reward. The divine medicine's power is spreading through your body." Miri was surrounded by fans. "Please sign here. You are really brave. How is this young girl so courageous?" Sin quickly avoided the crowd, gesturing to her, "I will call later." He quietly left. Images at the hospital were recorded by Johan. Naman reported having analyzed them multiple times. Bell surely made a mistake, certainly. Johan ordered silence. Naman fearfully begged, "I apologize. I will not disappoint you again." He coldly said, "I give you 4 days, Naman. 4 days to handle the hunter, and bring that person before me." Naman curiously asked, "What does Johan's team plan to do with him?" Johan sighed, "This is why beings like you are not favored by the god. Don't you see his value? Though he shines like the sun, standing beside lowly vermin. He sensed divine protection spreading in him. Naman thought, this guy is crazy. Insin comfortably returned home. He exhaled, I am still alive. Lying relaxed on the bed, Insin felt Hua Chuo's medicine was truly effective. Notification, Inho needs Insin's assistance in an emergency. He was surprised, a desperate help request. Message from Inho, I am sorry to bother. Could you provide more medicine from last time? He grew more confused, what? Jumping out of bed, he asked hurriedly, what happened, anything wrong? Inho collapsed in pain, weakly saying Insin called worriedly Inho. Inho always yearned to leave a mark of glory in the warrior tower, doing everything to gain power to protect the tribe. Earlier, Inho followed the light to a door. He entered without hesitation. Notification, Inho entered the challenge. Warrior Tower first floor, stone challenge. Condition, climb the steps and reach floor 2. Challenge begins, he told himself, do not fear Inho. I leveled up thanks to Insin's water, switched to soldier role and now wearing excellent armor. Inho told himself, I am strong. At that moment, a gigantic round boulder rolled down. It barreled forward at extreme speed. Inho unfortunately was crushed by the boulder. He only managed to shout Insin. After observing, the system reminded you are reading Inho's memory. Image of Inho lying flat before the iron gate. Insin froze the ant, the creature once trampled and killed for fun. You suffered like that before too, he asked. The system began countdown. Inho will die in 10 seconds. Insin could not believe it. How could this be? No. He hurriedly pressed the button on the screen, wanting Inho to receive the blessing of divine growth. Heart burning like fire, quickly receive it. System displayed 8 seconds. Inho will die. He was worried. Why was it like this? Why wasn't it working? What should he do now? The countdown continued. In 7 seconds, Inho would be no more. At this point, he began to guess. Wait a minute, it seems like. When the announcement sounded, in 5 more seconds, Inho would not be able to be saved. He remembered, did he receive the reward from the owner of the Triang Nang Jia? So he decided to choose the innate power, the low-level God-grade recovery medicine, priced at 100G. You have used 100G and gained the innate power of recovery medicine. Do you want to use it? Z. No. Zen appeared pleased, of course. However, the countdown continued. Only 3 seconds left. Inho would not be able to survive. He panicked and shouted, here's the medicine. Recovery, a gigantic finger carrying the green healing power slowly stretched toward Inho. Inho's entire body was enveloped by healing energy, and he woke up. Seeing Inho able to stand up, he was overjoyed. Inho was so happy that tears fell. Insin, you're amazing. At that moment, Insin's expression began to change, scolding someone. I told you not to enter that dangerous tower, Inho replied with the reason, I'm sorry, I just wanted to protect the tribe. Insin reminded, this place is very dangerous, we should leave first. However, upon seeing the door in front of them not budging, Inho said in surprise, why isn't it opening? The system announced, the entrance to the warrior tower, a copy of the Eternal Seeker has been 39 million years since the last use. You cannot leave before completing floor 50. Inho then understood, so I can't leave until I finish floor 50. He pretended to be pitiful and asked for help. Insin, what should I do now? System continued to display the announcement that the power of the Eternal Seeker had been obtained. He was so angry he didn't want to look. What is this now? Probably some useless thing again. But there was no other choice, my intuition tells me that. Suddenly a knocking sound came. Is someone outside? He looked out in surprise. Who could it be? Ho, drink this, wait a moment then go to the bathroom and come back. He called out, I understand. Insin reluctantly went to the door. What is this? Probably some nutrition or energy drink again. Wait a moment. Upon seeing the person outside, he asked hesitantly. The other person spoke. Are you the hunter Insin? He introduced himself. I'm T Min, a scout of the Brilliance Association. Nice to meet you. Making Insin a bit startled. I'm not a hunter. T Min didn't care. You'll become a hunter soon. Do you have a moment? Insin replied quickly, yes. Inho continued to step up the tower. System reminded, the Eternal Seeker highly values the challenger Inho because he is walking the path of a true man. Inho, full of spirit, shouted, amazing, let's try again. His goal was to reach floor 50. Inho was extremely cautious about what was coming closer. A giant rock rolled down. Inho clenched his fists tightly. The rock shattered under his punch. Even Inho couldn't believe the power he had. System updated continuously. The challenger Inho had completed the rock trial. The challenger Inho had received the reward for clearing the first level of the warrior tower. Challenger Inho proceeded to floor 2 with the wind challenge. The challenger Inho had passed the wind challenge. After talking to T Min, Insin exclaimed in surprise, what, an annual salary of 300 million. He confirmed, yes, that's when you intend to join, or do you want to sign the contract with my association now? Sin was still motionless. Min reminded is something wrong. Sin was immersed in shock at the 300 million salary. He shuddered at the thought with 300 million, he could write freely without worrying about that nasty manager, and even eat a delicious beef stew without a care, high-class beef stew from Korea. And he could buy gifts for his beloved nephew, Xion's car. Min continued offering incredibly attractive benefits. Furthermore, you will receive 70% of each product and a reward for hunting monsters. Sin couldn't hide his cunning smile. That's right, I'll invest in my masterpiece. I will succeed and marry a beautiful wife. No response from the other side. Min began to show dissatisfaction. Mr. Sin, are you listening to me? Sin snapped out of it, sorry System automatically updated. You are evaluating the subject. He was just as surprised. Information about the person displayed clearly. Min, male, 34 years old but special, a minion of the god of destruction. He grimly reminded, I'll put it this way, you won't find benefits like this anywhere else. And Sin panicked when he learned the truth, a minion of the god of destruction. He was so angry he couldn't control himself. What is this? 300 million is just a trick. So that's it, this bastard, I'll curse him to death. The demonic power of Min made him break out in a cold sweat. He asked, is there any problem? Sin tried to stall, thinking for a moment, I'm busy right now, can I contact you later? Min persisted, didn't you like the terms? He replied, no, it's just that I have a few things to do first. Min nodded, I understand, so I'll bother you, but your royalties will be much lower if you work with us. He said generously, I don't do this just for the money. Min suddenly bowed his head, sorry about me. He was confused, what was he doing? Oh no, that's not it. Min continued to persuade, our president sincerely wants to invite you to join. If you have some time, I'd be very grateful. Sin made an excuse, if you've said that, I guess I can't refuse, but my stomach is a bit uncomfortable. Can I go to the bathroom for a moment? Min adjusted his glasses. As if thinking, he agreed, yes, go ahead, I'll wait. Once inside the bathroom, Sin couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is he? He assessed him earlier. He knew he was definitely a minion of the god of destruction, like a terrorist bomber in a hospital. He was still unsure whether to call the Hunter Association or the police. Just then a punch grazed Sin's face. Min looked at him through a crack in the wall, asking, who are you calling? He remained calm. He was so scared that his face turned pale, only thinking, I'm done for, it's over for me. Min gave him one last chance, I'll ask again, Teacher Ju Sin, who are you planning to call? Sin quickly made an excuse, I need to call the producer urgently. He laughed, which made Sin tremble like a leaf. Min said nothing and struck him down. Sin was in pain, his face contorted. He still said nonchalantly, I don't understand why I had to come here. Others could do this, maybe it's because you don't want to understand. I'll let you sleep for a while, then take you away. His neck was tightly squeezed. Min coldly asked, does it hurt? If you had listened to me, things would have been different. If you don't move, I'll let you sleep comfortably. Sin's consciousness began to fade. His eyes slowly closed. System announced, the urgent mission has been activated. Mission to save the believer. The mission to rescue new followers had been assigned under mysterious circumstances. He paused without asking further, wondering if this was truly a mission to save the followers. All information was displayed. The first follower rescue mission at the Earth branch, save Miri from the scythe of death, the reward being faith from Miri plus 100. Sin repeated the question in his mind, the scythe of death, who is Miri anyway? Min noticed he had woken up and was a little surprised. He really had good endurance, a normal person would likely have passed out, but he knew first, he had to deal with this guy. Struggling to escape the grip from Min's hand, he realized, damn, this guy's strength is too great. If this continues, he'll be the first to fall. He needs power. A new power flowed into his body. A voice resounded, O Supreme God. It was Inho, he said seriously, I will grant you my power. He froze reading the information, good luck. The sharing skill was added to the Inho iron body, like electricity flowing into his body. System updated Inho's sharing skill. This type of power made his body as hard as steel. Feeling the energy reaching the necessary level, he commanded, activate. Min also sensed a strange change from the person before him. Energy from Sin surged strongly enough to push him back. He shouted, watch this. Darkness covered everything, carefully checking, enhancing the body. Could generating matter be his ability? Now he was certain this was the person intended by the guild leader. The information had been displayed. His iron body was made of grade as steel. The strong body Inho had obtained from trials at the warrior tower, blessed by wind, stone, steel, and fire. Min removed his coat, becoming more serious. I was irresponsible to feel disappointed over a task I thought was easy. In that case, there's no need to envy the one Miri accepted as a master. I'm not sure if the matter with Miri is finished, but I won't delay. Must lead Master Judy immediately. Insin meditated, ready to act at any moment. He signaled, let's begin. Not giving the opponent time to finish speaking, Insin swung his hand like steel. He quickly ducked to avoid, secretly despising strong punch, but he was unaware, recklessly throwing punches. Dodging each strike from Insin, T-Min realized he could not be mistaken. This guy was indeed a rookie. He threw a strong punch, regretfully thinking, so disappointing. However, Insin quickly grabbed T-Min's head. He put all his strength into crushing the opponent's skull. T-Min's head endured immense pressure. Blood spouted from his nose, his face contorted in pain. The punch caused several of his teeth to fall out. Sin continued pressing down with powerful punches, leaving the opponent cursing, "Damn you." One final strike left the opponent unable to react. Insin coldly observed the cracks on the floor, felt the strength surging through every muscle fiber. Then Insin suddenly remembered, right Miri, I should call her first. The phone voice said, the number you dialed is unavailable. He shouted urgently, no. This damned game needs to speed up. I need to find Miri. A reminder appeared, the Supreme God's follower management system would be deployed. This news surprised him further, a follower management system. The system began searching, follower management system activated. Searching for the follower's location costs 1,000 su. Searching position Z, no problem, he can spend freely, he has enough su. The screen displayed, confirming Miri's location and situation. A cold face appeared on the screen. The man held a sharp sword in his hand. The mysterious man walked step by step toward Miri. He coldly looked at Miri lying on the ground. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Some information about him appeared. Demon sword, male, 32 years old, special skill, sword maniac. Miri was severely injured. She could only desperately call master. The sword slowly raised. Blood sprayed out from Miri's wound. Notification appeared. Merit Award, South Korea Hunter Association. Name Miri, you have maintained community order and prevented a national-level disaster, with responsibility and duty to the national agency. This reward is given to you for your contributions in recent time. Date unknown, month unknown, year 20 guess, South Korea Police Council member. Insi kept wondering, Miri was attacked by a stranger. What did he say, Demon Sword? System reminded, you have witnessed Miri's tragedy. Sin still didn't understand, what? The system explained that the event had not occurred yet, but would happen soon. He realized it was exactly like what happened with the death of the previous demon. This means Miri hasn't died yet. The system offered Insin a choice. Do you want to change the fate of this mortal with the power of a god? Z no. Shouted, of course I do. Looking at the information of the demon sword, male, 32 years old, special skill, sword maniac, he suddenly realized something. Wait, he's the sword maniac, then. If it's a sword, I also have one. He turned back to his desk, picking up the small knife just right for 2 fingers. He decided, alright, let's go. System notified, to change the fate of an individual, you will need to spend 100,000 ru. When Insin pressed Z, a notification appeared. The earthly man's death and the creative effect, the second door will create a miraculous miracle. Insin felt the power envelop his body. He disappeared in the light of the spatial door. On the other side, Miri, the demon sword, looked at her coldly. He was surprised. Why are you? He replied. I don't have any ill will toward you. I'm just doing my job. The demon sword warily looked ahead. He stepped toward what had just fallen in front of him. A cold voice rang out. Who wanders within, with an invisibility skill so hidden I couldn't detect him? Who is this monster? Insin from the opposite side radiated murderous intent, as if to take a life. I want to chop him to death. Miri looked at the newcomer from behind. She couldn't say anything. Master Insin is holding the tiny knife in his hand, his voice still strong as ever. I want to chop him up. Demon Sword was stunned. He questioned the path he had chosen in swordsmanship. Following the way of the sword, I've faced many strong opponents. I've defeated many strong foes using my own advantages. The demon sword asked coldly, are you an accomplice of Miri? Sin replied, yes. He looked at him with hatred. I want to chop him all up. In the demon sword's eyes, what's wrong with this guy? His eyes are so dreamy and he's holding a tiny knife. Wants to fight me. With that red knife, those tricks won't work. A beam of sword light shot from him. He remained confident, thinking that an S-rank hunter couldn't defeat his sword. Just dodging it was already impressive. Insin still held the tiny knife in his hand, curling his lips into a cold smile. He shouted, slashing. This stunned the demon swordsman. He had just been blocked by such a small knife. He wondered within, what the hell is happening? Oh, calm down, this is my own mistake. Another slash with concentrated force charged forward. The demon swordsman swore this sword would cut through stone like mud, leaving no chance. That slash was like a whirlwind, ready to sweep everything away. However, in Sin's side in boredom, the tiny knife gently split his power in two, slashing. The destructive power the demon swordsman had relied on now couldn't reach in Sin. His face paled, witnessing an unimaginable scene. Unable to bear this humiliation, the demon swordsman frenziedly slashed dozens of times. Where did this guy appear from? Sin skillfully intercepted every move, further panicking him. He had never heard of this person. It seemed he was Miri's master. Not only that, meaning he was an unofficial hunter, not belonging to the government or hunter guild. This explained why he had never heard of him, so then. He didn't expect to have to use this, it shortens lifespan but. Kneeling with the sword, he put the medicine in his mouth with faith, thinking it would end him in one strike. His power surged in just an instant. The kneeling swordsman shouted, feeling power overflowing in his body. A demonic face appeared on his cheek. The demon swordsman exhaled, now then. I have come, Miri's master, the unknown hunter. Sin eagerly looked at his opponent, tiny knife in hand, saying slash. Demon swordsman grasped his sword and charged forward with terrifying force. He concentrated all his strength in one strike, wanting to regain face. Tiny knife in his hand rose, then swept straight across the opponent's neck. One knife strike forced the demon swordsman to retreat. He began to fall back in the opposite direction. The demon swordsman leapt, sword plunging downward. A spike drove straight into the ground, cracking the earth. Amid the dust, the demon swordsman's black cloak flared. He thought silently, an interesting duel, the unknown. Yet his sword was split. The demon swordsman fell into panic, his sword. Hearing Sin's laughter, he was even more astonished. No, he is fine. Face like a demon, red eyes, mouth repeating slash slash everything. The demon swordsman froze as if struck by lightning. Sin's figure appeared before him. He only then jolted. Furthermore, he saw Sin turn away. He swayed as if about to fall. Hands flailing, the demon swordsman couldn't understand. What is he? At this moment, he sensed something. Invisible psychic force slammed into the kneeling swordsman. He thought he would die. Power coursed through his body as if wanting to tear him apart. He had to endure excruciating pain. After everything settled, the demon swordsman was still shocked. Looking at his intact limbs, he wondered, am I still alive unscathed? Looking at Sin, he was full of questions. Why? He could have killed me, so why let me live? The demon swordsman was embarrassed. You knight. Who are you? He asked. You answered unrelatedly, too delicious. He looked straight. I am. Sword Saint. Hearing the name, the demon swordsman froze, the sword. Ah, he is the Sword Saint. He realized Kim Saint stands at the end of the sword path. Only the top could have this title, so then. That moment, Sin's body returned to normal, system reminded, skill sharing time ended. Returning to Sin's normal body. Panicked, shouting, hey, fruit knife, wake up, I said wake up, system reminded. Sin's sword, the Sword Saint's ultimate sword, became a fruit knife due to loss of power. At that moment, the demon swordsman surrendered, bowing, no, I lose, Sword Saint. This made Sin bewildered. System reminded, Sin's Sword Saint can level up. The demon swordsman still begged, allow me to learn more sword techniques, Sword Saint. I will work like a beast. Whatever you say. Sin thought, this guy is crazy. System reminded, the demon swordsman became his second follower. Hearing Miri call, he suddenly remembered, right. Demon swordsman quickly jumped to Miri. She was still mumbling, master, master. Seeing him give Miri medicine, he asked, hey, what did you give her? Before getting an answer, the system displayed, the demon swordsman's highest grade medicine, saves life if not dead. Congratulations, you gained frenzied faith after demonstrating godlike power. The demon swordsman bowed. I apologize for causing trouble, Sword Saint. System updated, you completed your apology. Miri's follower increased by 100, now 139. Sin was still shocked by the name Sword Saint. From the small insect gang to the big guy, from the unknown guild, how many times now? Why do these guys keep harassing me? The kneeling swordsman reassured, Miri will be fine, he asked, who injured her. The demon swordsman quickly showed loyalty, Sword Saint. Allow me to devote myself for baptism. Fanatical attitude scared Sin follower, this guy is crazy. And swore, when I have a sword I'll use it immediately. Now without one, he remembered. This guy from the higher guild, right? And he asked, demon swordsman, you obey me, right? He confirmed, of course. He continued, demon swordsman, how strong are you? He replied, the number of people I haven't killed in this country doesn't reach 2 hands. He ordered to handle the higher guild. This made the demon swordsman uncomfortable. Sin challenged, why can you say anything, can't you do it? Demonic sword inside him surged with violent turmoil. That man silently watched Sin radiate the aura of a venerable saint. Finally, the demonic sword yielded. If it is your command, I will obey. He quietly rejoiced the plan backfired on him. He only caused minor trouble for the guild, now it was his turn. System announced you have recruited a fervent follower. You are eligible to unlock a power. Prosperity token only costs 100 coins. Do you want to activate ZNO ability? Insin shouted in delight, the coin token. This is a skill that generates gold indeed. As night fell, he hurried back home. He rushed into his room at breakneck speed. Every drawer was ransacked by Insin. Where did he put the money? Seeing the small amount fall from the piggy bank, he said in disappointment, only 100 coins. Never mind, prosperity token. But nothing happened. System reminded, prosperity token does not affect object. Insin angrily threw the coin, damn, why isn't there a skill to make life easier? Message from Ching Meng enough, stay calm and use divine power, the heavenly blade echoed, eliminate them all. He suddenly remembered, right, must seize the initiative. Overwhelmed by the idea, he asked how to become stronger. Notification appeared, the god of abundance advised long-term good deeds. Ching Meng said creating karma is faster through killing. The heavenly blade agreed and used the heavenly sword for ease. He began considering which approach would be more effective. Alright, I decide I will do both. System updated, welcoming the creator. Depending on your playstyle, you will become an evil god or a benevolent god. Insin leapt up, decided to use the prosperity token to increase the number of ants. He touched the screen, prosperity token. Now there were millions of soldiers to fight. The system displayed, he went mad with joy. 1 million Gajami tribe soldiers created by divine power marched toward the imperial army. Time 24 hours. Sin excitedly said, kill them all. Watching the legion on the screen, he was curious. What are they doing? Anti used divine power to heal a small tribesman. He was shocked. She even used her skill. The small ant cheered, Mom, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Someone called her, grown woman. Anti stood in the tribe spreading faith. Everyone believe in God and sin. With blessings from him, we will live anew. The chant rose in unison. Believe in God and sin, believe in him. System update, followers increased. You accumulated more virtue. He worried, why so frenzied, slightly dangerous, but thanks to these ants automatically accumulating virtue. Suddenly a call startled him. The manager was harassing. Insin picked up hello, the manager immediately scolded. Why haven't you submitted the draft? You know how many times the president told you to cancel the contract? Insin meekly explained there were personal reasons. The manager snapped, what, not finished yet, are you crazy? He had an idea, wait, what if he used the skill on himself? Another version appeared, no harm in trying. He raised his finger, prosperity. And tapped again, token. At that moment, a surge of supernatural energy flooded his body. Dust and smoke rose thickly. Amid the chaos, a figure appeared. System reminded, prosperity token, duration 6,666 seconds. Looking at the person in front, he marveled, it really works. Alright, from now on he was in charge of writing the draft. He accepted. Before he could speak, the other person struck. It was cold, don't tell me, bastard. Then Insin was attacked fiercely. Block this, one more hit, failure. After a long fight, he finally rested, feeling exhilarated. The manager still held the phone. What do you mean, trying to trick me again? He said coldly, go away. The manager was startled, crazy guy. His face radiated killing intent. Insin summoned a brutal assassin. He smiled eerily, let's fight. Saying this, the assassin hung up. Monsters in the game attacked the Black Ant tribe. Many tribesmen fell. The remaining trembled, too strong. Even in numbers they could not win. The monsters laughed, truly joyous, those black tribes. A flash of light in the sky made them alert. Surges of supernatural energy like electric shocks ran through them. Other tribesmen stared at the newly appeared figure. The system announced the brutal assassin reached grade C. The monsters realized it was the demon god of legend. The nest, Iraq saw his legion destroyed by the assassin and slammed the table in anger. What happened? The leading monster knelt before Iraq, begging for forgiveness. The entire legion was annihilated. Iraq angrily shouted, just one demon god. The monster reported, he looked exactly like a demon. One panicked yell. The monster's body turned to smoke. The stunned one said, oh no, all gone. They became chaotic. Quickly report the emperor is in seclusion. Iraq ordered calling generals and 10 swords. There is a name Chen Chu, but if so, we will be attacked. Doesn't matter, handling the tribe is priority. Bring the demon god's head before the emperor finishes cultivation. Nappa decided to act alone. Female officer Iraq. Forgive leaving without a word. Please excuse this lapse. I will bring the demon god's head to you. Meanwhile, in reality, Sin began to awaken from unconsciousness. He looked around in panic. What just happened? Right? Another version of himself had beaten him up. Now no one was hitting him, so that version fought on its own. The system reminded, the god of abundance asked, "Where is your handsome version? Introduce him." Looking at the screen, he was shocked. 121 missed calls, now no one called, and messages too. A message from the manager: "We cancel the contract, please pay compensation." Sin had no time to respond. Another news surprised him. The tribe changed profession after completing the mission in the Termite Kingdom. Completed the conquest of the Grass Kingdom, gained many titles, collected many white and black artifacts, leveled up. What the hell? What's the point of playing games anymore? This stupid game really doesn't mean anything. System announces that the nomadic quest of the White Ant Kingdom has been completed. You've been promoted to MISOP, with 131,302 prisoners from the Grass Kingdom. Ho leveled up to Muscle Warrior, while Soldier number 3 and Archer also leveled up. Sin angrily wonders, what's the point of all this? The new update is making him frustrated. Who is now a soldier, and you received a large amount of white and black coins. Shouted, if the game were this easy, who would want to play it anymore, this damn game. The scene of the manager acting like a demon to negotiate, cancel the contract, and quit made him open the computer with determination. This time he would type quickly and submit immediately. He typed quickly on the keyboard. He couldn't afford to be fired. System displayed, new rescue mission for the fanatical believer. Save the fanatical believer of the demon sword. Are you ready to save the believer and the demon sword's fan? Yes, no. The reward for rescuing the believer and the demon sword's fan will make your skills greatly improve. This notification made him hesitate. Is that true? But I still have so much to do. Never mind, just leave it as it is. He frowned looking at the new message. Surge of psychic power hit him. What is this? The system reminded him, you should check what the fanatic believer is thinking. The viewpoint of the believer about the demon sword will be displayed. Sin was annoyed. I don't care. However, despite the player's objection, a video still played. He was tightly bound. A woman across from him spoke, really nothing to say. Why don't you confess everything already? It's Chomai, a 26-year-old woman, a disciple of the Destruction God's Blessing sect. She has the ability to use impressive flame. While the demon sword's hair was threatened, if you confess everything, I will let you die without feeling pain. Sin thought, how terrifying. A guild. He was caught while attacking the guild. That's. Hein Chomai was a muscular man, and she looked at the demon sword with disdain, really unpleasant. The muscular figure scared Sin. Oh, there's a guy over there who looks terrifying. Information about the guy appeared clearly. Chan Du, a 31-year-old man, a disciple of the Destruction God's Blessing sect. He has an impressive muscular build. The system automatically updated. With available authority, you are approaching the target's mind. Sin paused. The demon sword was now recalling his past. He was sold to a brothel as a child and trained as an assassin. After awakening his Tai Kai power, he had carried out several assassination missions. The demon sword had met Chomai, and Chan Du was like him, trained in the guild. They naturally became rivals of the demon sword. At that time, Chomai asked, you finished first again. Don't tell me you're being favored. The demon sword couldn't have dreams like other people. He said to her, if you're jealous, why don't you try harder? She angrily cursed. Just like that, the demon sword walked on the path of uniting man and sword to become stronger. Finally, his swordsmanship reached the desired level. The demon sword still wondered, I've achieved my goal, but why does it end like this? How humiliating. Chomai interrogated the demon sword, who ordered you to attack the guild. Why did you betray me? Chan Du decided that if anyone intervened, he would kill them, ending everything. He asked, what kill him? Priest Johan said he would pay us 100 million if we brought him back alive as a sacrifice. Chan Du, filled with rage, said, I'll kill even you if you intervene. Immediately rebutted, no, I'm just regretting. The demon sword, helpless, thought, I'm sorry, sword. Only 5 punches from Chan Du were about to come down. I'll show you pain, demon sword. Sin thought in panic. Not yet. System warned, the believer is in danger. He decided, save him first. Share Inho's believer skill, muscular body. I need Inho's muscle. Chan Du's fist was about to land. One punch from him missed just at the moment. Sin quickly saved the demon sword in the nick of time. The man looked at him in surprise. Who are you? Where did you come from? Sin angrily replied, does it matter? Don't you see I'm busy? In his mind, he began to calculate, what would happen if I used Miri's Thunder Strike while in this state? Sharing Miri's believer skill, Thunderbolt. They'll be wiped out in one move. I'm a genius. However, reality slapped Sin when the skill reached its limit. You can't use 2 strong believer skills at the current divine speed. The system displayed skill limit reached, overload. Chandu looked at him like a madman. He almost shouted, "What are you doing? Didn't you see?" A punch swung out. That punch was enough to crush Insin's spirit. However, Chandu felt something was wrong. Strong electric current spread throughout his body. Chomai anxiously called, "Chandu, wake up." Insin still didn't understand what was happening. The system announced, "You endured the overload thanks to Enho's muscular body." Seeing the opponent unmoving, he sighed in relief. That was close. "I actually managed to deal with one." Chomai rushed over and shook him awake. "Chandu, wake up." Ah glared at him with hatred. "You, how dare you do that?" To avenge her brother, Ah gathered power to the point where her cheek puffed like a pufferfish. Strong psychic power shot towards him. Insin wondered in despair if he would die in this situation. The system reminded, "You endured the flame thanks to Enho's muscular body." He was stunned when he saw that this heat was like soaking in a hot bath. It felt hot, but this feeling is amazing. Chomi looked at the undying flame before her with vigilance. "I still couldn't believe it. I defeated him, huh?" Insin stood up with force, still in disbelief. "How could you do that? It's impossible." Insin himself was still shocked. Didn't know Enho's muscular body was this strong. "Lucky I upgraded him so much." Chomai cursed when she saw him coldly. "Bastard. I'll burn you to ashes." He confidently swung the sword. Chomai gaped when she saw Insin treat her flames like air. He swung his hand hard and struck her face. Just when he was caught up in the heat of the moment, the system reminded, "The time to use Enho's muscular body has ended." He thought, "If I don't finish this quickly, I'll become the laughingstock." The new message made him happy. The mission to rescue the believer and the demon sword was completed. Your talent skill has been upgraded. He started waiting, wondering what his blooming talent would be. Maybe he would be a great writer. However, nothing happened. Insin darkened. "What's this? What's this blooming? I was so stupid to expect something wonderful." Demon sword behind him spoke in admiration. "Sword Saint, you defeated them with skills I've never seen. It's amazing." Insin angrily thought, "Don't look at me like that, but where am I? I still need to go back to work." Insin walked away and called, "Hey, Demon Sword." He replied, "Yes, Sword Saint, just order me." You replied, "No, I just want to go home, get out of here." Suddenly, a sound came from the distance, making both of them become cautious. In the darkness, a voice rang out, "You truly are as excellent as I expected." That man greeted Insin, "Pleased to meet you." The Demon Sword anxiously warned, "Sword Saint, be cautious." Johan stepped out from the shadows and said, "Finally, we meet. You are the source of all this, aren't you?" System displayed, Johan, priest, 29 years old, performing the sacrificial ritual for the god of destruction. Insin grumbled, "A freak. Seeing you turn to stone," the demon sword called, "Sword Saint she." Inside, he screamed while Johan remained friendly, "It is an honor to meet you, Insin." Demon Sword tried to wake him up, while he looked at the enemy and wondered, "Do I really have to face this freak?" Insin noticed an important detail in his information, a sacrifice. Despite trying to look closely, the mark was still unrecognizable. Must be extra careful. Johan excitedly said, face reddening, "My brother, you immediately enter alert mode. The freak is coming closer." That man spread his arms, his body trembling with excitement. "I can't believe it. Finally meeting a brother in the clan." A cold hand pushed him away. Sin exclaimed in surprise, "Demon Sword." He looked at Johan coldly and ordered, "Don't get near the Sword Saint." That man was enraged upon hearing this. Careless hand sweep was enough to send the Demon Sword flying, truly useless. The force from his hand sent the Demon Sword flying far away. After that, the Demon Sword fell heavily to the ground. Insin panicked, thinking, unbelievable, the Demon Sword who could defeat even Miri was easily blown away like that. Johan turned to ask, "So which god do you follow? Who is your deity?" Insin didn't know what to say. He quickly asked, which god do you follow?" He was angry, his fist swung, "Go away, I follow the god of onion." Johan couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Lightning crackled with his fist. Johan could only stare. As for Nappa, she was still blaming herself, Iraq. "Sorry I left without saying goodbye. We'll go defeat the followers of the demon god." Now he had weakened because his followers had abandoned him. At the Gajami tribe, the scene was still very peaceful. Seeing the children playing, a tribesman instructed, "Don't go too deep into that forest." They obediently responded, "Yes." Suddenly, the other person saw Nappa flying toward them and froze. "What is that?" He exclaimed, "No way. We're here, the singing tribe." Nappa coldly shouted, "Ultimate move." She spat poison into the tribe. The singing tribe could spit lethal toxin. The power of the demon god would gradually weaken. Each tribesman felt it hard to breathe because of the poisonous gas. At the same time, Insin punched Johan in the face repeatedly. His whole body ached, enduring the electric shock sensation. After defeating the freak, Insin was exhausted, unable to breathe. He looked at the fallen enemy beneath his fist, smugly thinking, strike first, ask questions later. However, Johan's body moved slightly. That man stood up though sluggishly. Before his opponent could recover, Insin swung two palms filled with lightning, die already. This attack caused the ground to crumble, forming a deep hole. Seeing him get up, Insin thought in surprise, doesn't Miri's ultimate lightning move have no effect? This man was not a typical freak, but a super freak. That man coldly smiled at him. It doesn't work. No matter how you attack, I will still revive. Insin felt helpless. The time for his powerful skill was over. He couldn't use his thunder punch anymore. Even if he used it, this bastard would still revive. Will I be chased by this freak forever? Is this all you can do, my brother? Johan sighed, disappointed. Give me some entertainment already. He began to feel tense. Damn it, must think of something quickly. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Then he pointed at his forehead. Must do something, sacred rejection. Corpse was summoned. Seeing him, Insin was still slightly worried. Surely he won't betray because there are enemies. Johan happily said, my brother, I didn't expect you to summon another personality. That's amazing. The murderer coldly glanced at him. Then he turned to Johan and said, this is troublesome. Insin breathed a sigh of relief, remembering the last time he ordered him. He punched him non-stop. This time he should stay silent. He pleaded, but is there another way? That's right, I'm in trouble. So what should I do? The murderer questioned. The Gajami tribe is also in danger. Don't you see the followers are dying? All divine power is slowly vanishing. Insin was shocked. What? Johan was furious at being ignored. You guys, right now. One of his palms shot forward. What? Ignoring me now? Murderer quickly sprang up. He knew that move again. Insin wasn't so lucky. He fell backward. He reminded, if I die, will the clone like you be able to survive? The murderer coldly called, Insin. Burn this weakling to death. He thought he heard wrong. What? After saying that, the murderer entered the game. Handle things yourself. I'm going to save the insect tribe. Insin couldn't control his fear. He shivered. My God, did he just vanish on his own? Johan began to take action, my brother. Now it's just you and me. Insin wondered, and what he said earlier, burn that guy to death. What does that mean? He recalled his gesture, burn right. Looking at his hand, Insin suddenly remembered. That's right. I have my own skill too. He raised his middle finger and shouted, Judgment of the Gods. Middle finger, as soon as he finished speaking, energy began to gather in his finger. Johan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Insin's eyes shone brightly, his whole body enveloped in a layer of faint power. Flame burst forth right before Johan's eyes. However, Insin felt embarrassed, as the fire he created was so small. He told himself, this fire is nothing more than a tiny spark. Johan waited a long moment before asking, is that all you've got? The man stepped forward confidently, carrying the power of destruction, moving step by step toward Insin. Decided to try again. All right, let's attack with more flames. Perhaps increasing the number would bring success. He snapped his fingers and produced a small flame. Shouted divine snap. Johan waited patiently. The man stared at the small flames surrounding him. Losing interest in Insin's antics, he said coldly, brother, I'm done joking with you. He closed his eyes and despaired, wondering if this was the end. After defeating his two disciples, now this one was too strong. Thinking about dying at the hands of a madman, tears ran down his face. Oh, light. A strike from Johan came at him, but he sensed something unusual. He was stunned to realize he couldn't recover. Why can't I recover? Am I not invincible? System reminded, you are using the power of the infernal flame slash. Insin's mind was still struggling. What is this the effect? Can you explain the skill effects in more detail? He saw Johan clutching the burn on his side. Could not believe it. Because of his stupid skill, I cannot recover. Insin could only watch his eyes, witnessing himself being struck. Feeling the force pressing on his body, his knees nearly gave way. Dark sparks swirled around his body. Johan also tensed, body trembling, sweat pouring. In the game world, Nappa unleashed all his poison on the Black Ant tribe, smugly thinking, the Black tribe is dying from the poison, and the power of the demon god would gradually weaken. Blame the demon god you serve. Just then, a beam of light appeared from behind. She sensed danger approaching, her intuition confirming it. An assassin rushed through the time portal. Nappa recognized him as the demon god of the Ant tribe. She had waited for this day for a long time. Here it comes, vile and evil demon god, your power will soon vanish. Before she could react, the assassin delivered a punch that silenced her. While Nappa was still confused, the assassin unleashed another powerful punch. After swiftly finishing the opponent, he looked down and saw the scattered corpses of the tribe members. They're all dead. Feeling pain so intense he almost collapsed. This pain is overwhelming. My whole body feels like it's about to fall apart. System notified, the number of followers is dropping rapidly. Losing a large number at once will cost you power. In despair, he thought, what should I do? This is the worst situation. The system announced good news. Do you want to revive followers using your ring finger healing? Yes, no. Over 5 million Su will be consumed based on the number of lost followers. He immediately realized, wait, I didn't think I'd have to use the ring finger healing on myself. If I can do that, it's amazing. I'll become invincible. He did not hesitate, quickly placing his finger on his forehead, using the ring finger healing. Ido-han watched curiously, sensing the healing power spreading throughout the room. System reminded, if you use this skill on yourself, 10 million Su will be consumed. He angrily asked, why is it 1,000 times more expensive than saving followers? The system asked, do you want to save the ant tribe with ring finger healing? Yes, no. He had no choice, pressed yes, whatever, I'll do it. The screen displayed, you have received over 5 million Su based on the followers saved. He felt satisfied receiving the Su back. Wonderful. Seeing Insin recovered, Johan couldn't believe his eyes. What? How are you still standing? After that, dark forces surged toward Johan. He chose to activate the sharing skill. Sin's body became strong like never before. He looked at the man with determination. This is the comeback you will lose, bastard. Wait for the judgment from the god. Beam of supernatural fire power descended. Johan quickly dodged. He laughed, you truly are surprising. How did I mistake you for useless? Insin shouted, stop pretending, you're dead for sure. Johan revealed, I will offer 999 tributes to the god of destruction. Insin still didn't understand what the opponent meant. He pointed at him saying, and you, a tribute more precious than all my final piece. Finally understood, descendant of the god of destruction. So he's after the demon sword and targeting me. Ido-han summoned supreme power. Thank you for becoming my sacrifice. A beam of power descended from above, piercing the roof. Cold eyes stared through the water on the floor. Insin stared at that eye, unable to look away. His whole body trembled like a leaf. No. Johan cheered joyfully. Oh my god. Insin panicked, raising his pointer with all his strength. I have to stop him, the god's power. System reminded, this power cannot be used on the god of destruction. Suddenly Johan cried out in pain. He looked at the god of destruction in shock. This is not what you promised. Streams of killing intent shot down from the god of destruction, as if to crush Johan. Even Johan could not escape the fate targeted by dark power. He desperately wondered if this was his end. At this moment, Insin fell into a dream. Before him was a place filled with spiritual energy, with green hills and blue waters. He wondered, no, or is this just an illusion? He held the small knife in his hand and swore to become a powerful god, revered by all, though he had not achieved it yet. The god who rules the mountains is truly called the Heavenly Sword Absolute. He saw that fierce creature standing before the destructive power. His mind echoed a familiar name. Chaos, betrayed by the gods, destroyed. Losing the woman he loved meant the entire world would suffer that pain as well. Before the god lost himself, he was once the god seeking peace with his lover. Insin had reached the end of the memory, but now it turned into a madman driven by the thirst for vengeance. Before him the divine sword rose high like a mountain. Insin silently thought, so big, truly revengeful, come with me. A surge of energy ran along the sword, and it seeped into his body. There was a shift on the side of the god of destruction. Snakes slithered out from the crack. The demon's sword was tense, feeling the need to protect the divine sword, but not even a finger could move. For the first time, he felt fear. Insin was surprised to see him wake up. You demon sword, he exclaimed, divine sword. Insin reassured those who followed him. Stay calm and witness how I defeat the mutated god. His demeanor made the demon sword admire him. Suddenly a call came from behind, Master. Han's whole body was being squeezed by snakes, and he shouted, no, Master, I don't want this. Why do you eat the people who worship you? Please spare me. Sin pressed, what happened to your eyes? The one you worship is just another starving demon. Exactly, that's right, that demon. Looking at him, he was not afraid. What are you looking at? The demon's sword looked up, more worshipful. That eye had once caused Johan pain with just a glance. Back then it was harmless, right? From the void, Insin summoned a sword. The demon's sword was surprised, looking at him with bright eyes. Johan was being drained of life by the snakes. The god of destruction increased the pull. Insin gripped the sword tightly, knowing the power it held. This was the annihilation sword power, helping the sword reach its full potential. and allowing the wielder to merge with it. The eye sensed danger, quickly withdrawing the snakes in preparation to retreat. The god's face reflected through the sharp blade in Insin's hand. A powerful slash was aimed straight at the eye. A roar filled the air as the eye tried to use its power to stop it. Insin pushed more power, confronting the god of destruction. Meanwhile, the god of destruction's evil tentacles reached out. He was annoyed. Why don't you? He used all his strength to slash. Get out of my world. The god of destruction's body was overwhelmed by this momentum and could not resist. Google City, District 12, the abandoned inner city. The army carried out a sweep, and the leader ordered the soldiers to be cautious. He murmured, SSS-level water trace. A monster powerful enough to destroy a whole country might appear. Kang San, director of the Hunter Association, arrived, shocked by the situation. We must start the project immediately. A member reported, Director, there are survivors. Entering the building, he wondered if anyone had survived this disaster. Looking at Johan with silver hair, Kangchen asked, what happened here? Upon closer inspection, Kang San was stunned, sweating. He ordered an ambulance to be called immediately. Under Johan's belly was the hiding place of the eye. Before the blow, the god of destruction screamed, why don't you get out of my world? The retraction, an explosion erupted. Johan suddenly fell, surprised. In sin, I didn't expect this. It was the body of all the gods. Elsewhere, a girl had just defeated a giant monster. Everyone was amazed. It's Mina. She defeated it easily using divine power. How could it be? Someone asked, are you really the famous mental resistance businesswoman S? But you defeated it so easily. Mina snapped, forget it, handle the rest and give me the teleportation stone. The person was shocked. Where are you going? Mina only cared, hurry up. Du Hyun quickly handed over the item. Don't be mad, and gave a beautiful frown. Each stone costs 100 million troops, it's needed now. Mina replied, if you don't want to die, don't ask. I heard a new black dragon was coming, but it turned out to be just a small one. What a waste of time. Watching her go, Juhyun sighed, respect, she really is a tyrant. No casualties in the S dungeon cleanup, good. 2 days later at Insin's house, he asked his nephew, Fry here. No translation at all, oh over there. Comfortable, Xian's car helps Fry close to reduce back pain. He asked his nephew for the side effects of the celestial sword. Frowned and asked, old man, I haven't even married yet. Xian's car remembered, but he was doubtful. Yeah, thanks to the celestial sword preventing the big-eyed monster's escape. Had to make use of his body, something he rarely did, now it's perfect. The girl whispered, who's that scary uncle? He didn't know how to answer about the person in the corner. Oh, the demon sword. The demon sword lowered his head and asked, yes, did you call me divine sword? Sin was curious, aren't you going home? Oh, you're fixing the bathroom door, right? He praised himself inside. This night only he can fix it without being discovered. The demon confirmed, yes, divine sword. I can't stand your house falling apart. This attitude made Insin feel helpless. Yeah, that's right. Ignoring that description, he turned away. Do you still have the task I assigned? How do you have time to sit here? The demon sword replied, clean up the luminous mess, I don't need to do it myself. Insin was surprised, why? He explained, the Special Forces team of the Hunter Association, led by Esmina, handled it. The Korean black market has basically collapsed. Insin heard the name Mina Yu, the TVA model. The demon sword replied, yes, she's really beautiful. He thought to himself, her name sounds reputable. Oh, Miri, you can tell they're sisters just by looking at the body. By the way, is Miri okay? He reminded his nephew, Xian's car, go back to your mother now. The girl replied obediently, yes. Insin decided to visit the hospital to check on her, and if possible, use his power to heal her. Just then, he received a notification. The divine achievement had been calculated. Insin successfully prevented one of the 100 destruction emissaries from reaching Earth, and Insin's luck increased by 1 million. This figure made him very happy, oh so much. He thought the god of destruction is that I, meaning this is only one of 100 copies. Already so large, wonder how deep the abyss still is. The system continued to notify. Congratulations Insin, you are eligible to perform a promotion mission. He was surprised, a promotion mission. The screen displayed, low-level promotion mission requires eliminating 1 billion high-tier creatures, or killing 10 S2 or higher high-tier creatures. Low-level divine promotion mission, eliminate 1 billion high-tier creatures to achieve rank, or kill 10 S2 or higher high-tier creatures. In Sin, do you accept the promotion mission? Sin realized he must do both. Good God, evil God, wait, do I have to do both? He swore angrily, damn it, do both, difficulty too high. Hesitated whether to accept the mission, should he act as good or evil, save the followers or kill them, felt like suicide. But he needed power and authority now. Yet this mission felt like self-destruction. Maybe good and evil would be better if followers from both sides confronted each other. He could exploit this to win. I am truly a genius. They will fight among themselves. Sin arrived at the hospital, now standing before room 505. He hesitated a little. Room 505, is this it? During breathing inside, Sin felt suspicious, but why so labored? Hey Miri, are you in there? The voice in the room answered, yes, please come in. Sin peeked in. Why did the patient's voice sound so urgent? He panicked seeing Miri still diligently training despite being bandaged all over. He rejoiced seeing him. Ah, teacher came to see me. I'm so happy. Sin worriedly asked, why are you injured and still training? She smiled awkwardly. I got tired of lying around, he continued. So how are you feeling now? Miri cheerfully replied, I'm fine now. No scars at all. Look, teacher, he inadvertently said, how so? Miri showed the bandages on her body. Look, no scar, teacher, see. Just then Mina returned and saw this, shouted, are you crazy? He angrily raised her hand, intending to enforce strict rules on her sister. Miri, being hit, had to scream in pain. Sin was surprised. Where did this girl come from? Hearing a student's cry by his ear, ow, it hurts. Mina scolded her a while. How dare you smile in front of a man, and more. Mina angrily turned to ask, who are you? Sin hesitated. I should be asking that. Mina grabbed his collar. Bastard, what is your relationship with my sister? Why did she act that way in front of you? Sin realized, sister, so you are Miri's elder sister. She didn't look ordinary at all. Mina coldly threatened, if you are just playing with my sister, I will kill you. Miri from behind protested, sister, why are you rude to teacher? Sin, Mina doubted, is this teacher? A messy, unemployed guy like this is my teacher. She removed her glasses, swept a glance. You say this is a teacher at the Hunter Academy. Sin tried to explain, no, actually. Miri gestured no, the teacher cannot let her know. Mina frowned, asking, what's wrong? He hesitated. Ah, well then. Yes, I am the physical education teacher at that academy. Mina cautiously looked at Sin, physical education teacher. You must be a certified hunter to teach there, but I have never seen you. Rank does not matter, you are nothing special. Miri quickly restrained her sister. Sister, you are becoming picky. Our teacher Sin is truly an amazing person. Both remaining were surprised us. She proudly introduced, although still unknown to the world, and seemed shabby. He is much stronger than you, so don't treat him badly. Mina removed her hat, coldly replied, really? Voice lowered, really? Looking at her appearance, Sin thought, Mina, a famous hunter can easily defeat others without effort. She is Miri's sister. Mina angrily asked her sister, now you are no longer timid, right? Because you reached rank A, you no longer care about what I say. She used mind control, looking coldly at Miri. Repeat that again. She was stronger. Psychic power made Miri obey immediately. Splitting pain made her plead, I was wrong, sister. Mina mocked. What kind of weak hunter is this? She increased her psychic power, commanded kneel. Miri immediately knelt like a puppet. Mina declared, you just follow what I say. Handling her sister, Mina turned to look at him. Sin cautiously advised her, please calm down. You could hurt her at this level. Mina nearly growled, outsiders. She shouted, control your behavior. Sound waves from her words made Sin dizzy. He vaguely reminded, you speak louder than your condition allows. Mina was surprised. You still won't move. Mind control power still released. I will crush you, unemployed one. Sin remained unharmed. Mina was surprised. Why is my skill ineffective? He mediated. Ah, I was probably arrogant, but wouldn't the sisters talking be better? Miri looked at him with admiration. Teacher can resist their mind control. Teacher is amazing. Sin recalled, mind control, right? Mina is a spiritual hunter. Mina surprised asked, don't tell me your rank is. Sin thought, low rank vehicle. Why ask when it would be embarrassing? Mina realized this is. He bowed apologetically. I didn't know, teacher. Sin, please take care of Miri from now. This attitude surprised Sin. Yes, certainly. He wondered why the sudden change. Mina reminded her sister, Miri, don't skip meals because hospital food is bad. Eat porridge there, it's expensive. She replied, yes, thank you, sister. Sin thought, amazing, she still cares for her sister well. He read information about her, a 24-year-old human female, notably under a curse of the abyss related to the god of destruction. Sin hesitated whether to tell her about the abyss curse. She is hot-tempered but still Miri's sister, and even brings her food. He decided to speak. Mina, I have something to say. Are you injured anywhere? Could be due to that curse. He reminded, like that abyss curse. Mina grimly asked, you. How do you know? Mina's aura made him pale. I have a detection skill, but probably mistaken, he thought. Her emotions changed too fast. She again used that strange voice. Mina turned friendly. No, I didn't. This made Sin sweat. Now I am truly scared. Mina left immediately. See you later, teacher Sin, he politely replied, yes, certainly. Mina said goodbye, I'm leaving, be careful. Seeing her leave, Sin exhaled, pressure from an S-rank hunter is not pleasant, how terrifying in battle. Someone like that becoming his follower would be a nightmare. Teacher Sin dazed, Miri called, teacher, what are you thinking? He decided to worry for Earth's future, no, his own future, so proceed as planned, he spoke to Miri. Let's go to the rooftop a bit. She immediately agreed, yes teacher. After hearing Sin, Miri happily praised, sounds great. Sin's gesture carried strong energy like lightning. Miri transformed into a tiger for him to train. He tried to hold her but found no harm. What? Nothing changed despite using power, try again. Fine Finger continued, let's see again. After a while when he was tired, the tiger remained unharmed. Sin, disappointed, thought it would be simple after the accident, but it wasn't as expected, damn it. After a while he exhaled, thought, I've regained power. Why so difficult, truly incomprehensible. Maybe my method is wrong. He looked at Miriam and asked her to stand still for a moment. She nodded yes. Seeing the notification appear, Sin stood still. What's this? The screen displayed information about a 19-year-old human woman reaching level S, currently sealed. Note, she feels itchy when agitated. Her powers are still partially sealed. Did Miri tell you this? Sin regained his focus. Concentrating on the seal, he adjusted each cell in his body focus. Miri felt a little embarrassed under his stare. Teacher, if you keep looking at me like this. Sin didn't care, telling himself he was trying to look through a needle hole in a sealed room. However, nothing changed. He was surprised. Why was this happening? Was the seal still unbroken because of this? Miri wondered, what do you mean, teacher? He suddenly asked, does Mariko know where her sister went? She stopped and replied, what's going on? Why do you ask that, teacher? Sin realized something. He remembered the image of Mina. He decided he needed to have a serious conversation with Miri's sister. At the prison of the Island Hunter Association, Johan couldn't stop thinking about the tempting words of the one he worshipped, don't suffer, my disciple. When they retreat, everyone in the world will be saved. He felt despair. The voice of the God he had heard when he lost his reason to live felt like a miracle. In reality, it was just a lie. He had endured both mentally and physically for salvation. Even though he had worshipped the God like a fanatic, he even felt honored to be part of it. Suddenly, Johan saw a familiar pair of eyes. It was. Whispered, Master, but that was a demon. I told you I didn't want this. Thought about the image of Sin. Anyway, that day was different. True saint his body. Just like that day, the world was saved. So Johan began to pray, please forgive me. Please allow this humble one to believe in you, Sin. He silently prayed in the quiet space. System displayed, faith in Sin has been established. He sobbed, Master, please save me. Thank whom who accepted this sinner. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind, Sin. You just mentioned Sin. Johan looked in surprise at the masked figure in front of him. Who are you? How did you get in here? Thought to himself, this isn't an easy place to enter unless you're level S, he asked. Did the High Association send you to kill me? Who is that? He helplessly exclaimed, if your goal is my ability. Anyway, I've already killed too many people. Is this a decision from the public? I'm no longer the disciple of the demon, but I can still kill you. It was Mina, she said wearily, you're joking, aren't you? Then you're not the Abyss. Johan was surprised, the Abyss. Mina confirmed, that's right, I won't forgive you for trying to kill my sister, Miri. Mina's mental power poured down, making Johan feel as if he was being crushed. He trembled, trying to support his stiffening body. A desperate scream echoed throughout the prison. At Izin's house, he was feeling frustrated. I still haven't met Mina. Why is she so busy? Anyway, how can it be easy to meet someone of a first-class star's caliber also? The demon's sword finally left the house. Before leaving, the demon's sword left a heartfelt letter to the Glory Sword Saint. The foolish demon sword has to leave for a few days due to an unexpected event. The body may be absent, but I will always remember the duel you allowed me to witness, and I will continue to fight even if this body falls apart. Wishing you good health, Sword Saint. Sin hope, please don't come back. He looked at the news on his phone, surprised, what's this? Notification appeared. Johan switched from the god of destruction to Yixin. Johan was classified as a fanatic. He was stunned. Johan, that perverted guy, really? How did this happen? Mission progress updated. The challenge of the low-level beneficial gods progress is underway. Ordinary believers are high-level creatures with superior intelligence or level S, with transcendent ability. Sin felt secretly happy. Wait, this guy is level S. I don't know how this happened, but it's lucky. The demon's sword left the house without doing anything. Yet I got another level S believer, but why Johan? Is there another message? Sin received the message. The fanatic believer Johan is dead. He gasped. What? How did this happen? Does this mean seen the number of level S believers didn't decrease, but why did he suddenly die? He read the next message. Everything the believer owns belongs to the god they worship. You can receive a gift. Sin was curious. Receive the gift even though he's dead. What's going on now? A series of red warnings flooded the screen. Sin stood stunned. What? The system reminded. Warning, absorbing the gift of a believer may cause your body to feel like it is being crushed and destroyed. Immediately after the announcement, a brilliant light radiated from the screen. His whole body was engulfed in indescribable pain. It surged intensely, engulfing the whole house. After struggling for a while, looking at his red mutant hand, Sin still didn't understand. Did I just absorb Johan's power? Stupid game. If a believer dies, do I get their power? Why did Johan die? Is he really dead? Sin read the latest news. The man behind the black market awakened and died in prison from a stroke. He immediately understood, even though they didn't mention names, but since he was behind the black market, it must be Johan. The system updated. The challenge of the low-level beneficial god's progress continues. Believers are high-level creatures with superior intelligence or level S with transcendent ability. Part 10. The challenge of the low-level demon god's progress continues. Believers are high-level creatures with superior intelligence or level S with transcendent ability. Sin felt lucky, or maybe not. Both the demon god and beneficial god challenges were increased, and I just absorbed Johan's ability too. Finally, Sin lay on the bed, wondering, how is it that I can do nothing and still hit the jackpot? Why did Johan become my believer? Then they announced he died from a stroke. He died, but it didn't affect the challenge, and he's also a believer of the god of destruction. So should I be happy or not? Forget it anyway. He was a bad guy, right? He was also a pervert who liked to show off his body. Don't think too much. It's over now. What should I do next? He thought, I can almost do everything, become a hunter and earn money, fame, but that's not what I really want. That's right, I used to be a writer, but a third-rate writer who just had my contract terminated. An emotion surge. I should write. After a frenzy of typing, he sighed, because he had uploaded 10 chapters. Now there should be some feedback. Feedback should be good because I wrote about my experiences. They'll definitely like it, just like a fanatic believer. Now let's check a few comments. He opened the comments. Sin's face turned pale. Some comments read, the author is a bit terrible. I could write better with my feet. Watch your spelling. Spare the ants. The plot is slow. If you have time to write this, return the sword. Forced a smile, deciding to step away from the desk to pause his passion. Looking at Sin now, he looked pitiful. The author was still fussing over other things. Suddenly, a knock sounded outside. He asked suspiciously, is the demonic sword here? That bastard was a real man. Everything had to be done properly. Why return so soon? He opened the door, a troubled expression, and said, I will kill. But outside was Miri, panicking, calling Master. He was surprised it was her. Miri suddenly knelt before him. He earnestly pleaded, Master, can I ask you to do this difficult task? Miri whined, Master. He looked into those sparkling eyes. How could he disappoint her? If he said no, he might cease to be human. So Sin nodded, all right then. That moment he received a notification. Miri's faith increased by 10 points. Sin was stunned. Just agreeing already boosted her faith by 10. He wondered what she wanted, while Miri joyfully shouted, Master is truly in ho, feels strange, a bit anxious. The next day, Sin went to the Hunter Academy with Miri. He wondered, so she wants me to be a guardian for the siblings. She confirmed, yes, he thought. Since she missed so many classes, the teacher called her guardian, didn't ask her sister. Recalling Mina's angry face, Sin understood the reason. So the faith increase wasn't random, truly unbelievable. Miri called from behind, Master looks great in a suit. Why not wear normally? Sin explained, I only have this set. Miri suggested buying more. I have money. He refused. No need to waste, Miri begged. At least let me buy a sports outfit. The whole world must know Master is handsome. Sin frowned at the word handsome. Started to feel a headache, realizing Miri's personality was like Anti and the Dark Demon. The guilt felt like his fault. Finally he stirred, let's go quickly, or we'll be late for the meeting. Miri ran along, exactly as Master said. In the office, Master asked about the relationship between him and Miri. Miri introduced, this is my cousin. Master looked sternly at Sin, your cousin, but you two don't even look alike. He thought, just following Miri's instructions. Now it's exposed. Miri was angry, don't you see? He and I look alike. Sin looked helpless as she performed. Indeed, she was bad at lying. Read the teacher's info, Lee Dan Uck, male with 33 years experience, prominent muscles. At the same time, Miri guided Lee Dan Uck. Master said he looked worse. He denied it. Sin observed, clearly this person was no ordinary, muscles fitting the name. Lee Dan Uck shyly apologized, mistook Mina for coming. Sin replied, all right, no problem. He asked, "You're a hunter too, share blood with Miri, must be talented." Insin pointed to himself, "No, I'm ordinary." Miri proudly said, "Master, actually our brother is." Meanwhile, in the principal's office, inside hung a majestic monster horn. Kang San sat silently in the room. He frowned, time flies fast. In the past, a crack appeared in the sky, curses echoed, gates appeared all over the city, even at the elementary school. And goblins and demons could sweep across Korea. The division chief shouted, "What can hunters do?" Everyone turned pale facing goblins. The captain knew this one was too strong, hunters helpless. A team member pointed in a direction, division chief, over there. Someone's figure full of vigor swung fists at the green goblin. It was young Kang San. He punched the man with destructive power, charging straight at the goblin. Shockwaves spread, hunters had to struggle to stay steady. A member panicked, dodging as the goblin's head fell nearby. Kang San heroically stomped on the goblin. His figure majestic like a hero, murmurs echoed. He had just defeated a high-tier S monster. Never met this hunter, so strong must be S rank, but from where? Flashback. Kang San's side, intended to live hidden, but monsters changed the world. From then called the sky-scanning machine Kang San. Now old, must train the academy, find and nurture talent, his duty. Though the major issue was Miri. Recently she developed quickly. Leaders aware, indulged, everyone watched. Important to help her develop properly. In the meeting I will discuss this separately, so she understands. Outside, Miri introduced. Lee Dan-uk was surprised. "You're a writer." Insin felt slighted, feeling underestimated. Started a conversation, reading books as a hobby. "What genre?" Insin replied, "Currently writing about raising ants. Using ants to invade territory with queen ants, worker ants, soldier ants." Lee Dan-uk shocked, muscles. Insin thought naturally. He stopped at the principal's office, said, "Here we are, this is the principal's office." Then Lee Dan-uk politely knocked, announcing principal, Miri and guardian arrived. Kang San replied, "Come in." Lee Dan-uk invited. Insin adjusted his hem, stepped in. "Ah yes, just as expected, too worried." He greeted warmly, "Hello principal, I'm Miri's cousin, here as guardian." Kang San smiled, "Hello." To the point, "I don't know what Miri did wrong." He smiled, nothing serious. Realizing something, Kang San's expression changed. "Wait." Insin clearly saw his face, also shocked. Memories of the past rushed back. He remembered. This man was that drunk man. Indeed him, S-rank hunter, often called the scanner. Aura from the principal radiated, the kid from before. Then he sighed, denied, "Cannot be the kid from before." Insin sought a way out. "He's drunk, happy to meet again," he thought. Great, knowing him ends quickly. Kang San shouted, "Don't come closer." He explained, "Happy to meet." Lee Dan-uk curious, why the principal like this must stop him. Otherwise he would normally die from a punch. Seeing Kang San ready to punch, Insin asked, "Why so aggressive?" before very friendly. Miri stood between, pushing them aside. "What are you doing?" he barked. "Don't know, stay still. I don't know when monsters will appear." Lee Dan-uk vaguely, "Don't know," thinking of the principal fearfully. Important, who is Miri's cousin. Insin was not afraid, still annoyed at that guy. "Yeah, you keep acting. Before I gave you 5,001. Lee Dan-uk puzzled. 5,001. Kang San quickly turned away. Insin gaped at the next action, older brother. Seeing Kang San about to dash to the glass door, Insin shouted, "No need to pay, I won't say anything." Everyone on the school grounds was stunned, staring at the person who had just burst in and broken the door. The image of Kang San landing was full of power. Immediately after, he disappeared as quickly as smoke. Leaving the three on the floor still stunned, Insin scratched his head in confusion. Why did he disappear like that? After a long while, the three were still dazed in the dusty room. They saw Kang San rush out to the field. Lee Dan-uk spoke up, surprised, I apologize on his behalf." The two of them responded, "Yeah, well, the principal sure acts fast." Lee Dan-uk pointed to his head and explained, "He used to save people, had a bit of a problem with that. Maybe it's just his profession." Insin doubted, meeting him for the first time. "I did think he was a bit unusual." Downstairs, Kang San ran out onto the street. Lee Dan-uk thought he would be back soon. Indeed, after a while, Kang San returned. Tried to act calm, sipping tea as if nothing had happened. Miri didn't care, focusing on eating the cake on the table. He offered Insin, "Master, no, you should try it." He declined, "I'm fine, you eat." Miri continued to persuade, "You're full already, try it." Insin reluctantly agreed, "Fine, thanks." Holding a piece of cake, he looked at Kang San. Why does he look so fierce? Just as he bit into the cake, Insin received a notification. The human model Miri has offered Insin Kang San's favorite food. He doubted Kang San's favorite food counts as an offering too. But really, why is he staring at me like that? It's just food, it can't be. He stood up and asked, "Do you want to say something privately?" Kang San jumped, "No need." Quickly told him to sit down, "Let's talk a bit." Insin thought to himself, "This is bad, how should I advise him?" Dan Uck said seriously. We called you here today because Miri has been skipping class lately. As you can see, she's smart and sincere. We hope you can help her maintain her excellent performance. Insin replied, yes, I'll take better care of Miri. Teacher Gao thanked him for coming during a busy time. Insin politely replied, it's fine, I'll take care of Miri. Li Dan Uck observed Kang San, seeing it was time to stop. Insin led Miri away. If that's the case, we'll leave first. He agreed immediately, but Kang San shouted no. The three turned back in surprise and looked at him. Kang San said in a serious tone, I can't let you leave like this. He pointed at himself in doubt. Me. Kang San asked, do you know how long I've been looking for you? Mr. Hector, this is destiny. Insin didn't understand what's he talking about. Kang San acted cool, starting his PR pitch. Our Hunter Academy has the most advanced equipment. Just come to a few tests, follow me. Please for me. Sin frowned and asked, why do I have to do this? The words made Kang San's heart ache. He said seriously, if you take the test, you can ask me to do anything. Li Dan Uck was stunned, Principal. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. You suggested that if we skip Miri's absence and don't force her to train, I'll consider it. Kang San comfortably agreed. Li Dan Uck hesitated and advised, Principal, this. He snapped, silence, this is an opportunity, let's go. So the group went to do the tests. As Insin stepped into the measuring machine, Unbai, the technical team leader, asked, do you know this is unnecessary, just a regular hunter test? Kang San said, just this time it's very important. The staff reported, the previous test you were in Group G, what's so special about that? Kang San suddenly said something vague, there are some things like this. In the measuring machine, Insin read the item information. The gem of the chosen from the Hunter Academy takes 20 days, measures potential and strength, distinguishes disciples and priests. He marveled, this gem is worth millions of guans, and it can distinguish between disciples too. A bad feeling hit him, but he didn't know why. Unbai announced, place your hand on the gem to begin. Insin followed, okay, done. The gem began to measure his strength. Energy surged throughout Insin's body. He tried to keep his hand firmly on the gem. A voice reminded, the test has ended, please exit. Reading the report in his hand, Unbai exclaimed, impressive indeed. Insin was nervous, impressive. What does that mean? Could they finally recognize his greatness? Quickly asked, what's my rank? Secretly proud, maybe BA or S. Unbai sighed, it's G. From health to intelligence, nothing special. You are the worst I've ever seen. This sentence made Insin go silent. Kang Sang couldn't believe it. No way, Unbai. Are you sure there was no mistake with the machine? She confirmed the margin of error is only 0.1%. Miri behind them felt curious. Could Unbai and this person be so close? He replied, they are family. Insin had gathered information about her long ago. Unbai is currently the team leader of the technical team at the Hunter Academy, the daughter of Choi Kang San, both beautiful and proud. Unbai reminded him, well, the principal can call me manager when working with Kang San. He agreed, it's fine. Miri secretly observed them but didn't see any resemblance. Insin also agreed, that's right. He felt dissatisfied, but really, even though he was in a lower position, he was still a god. That luck can't measure the power of a god, forget it. Let's go home. Kang San still didn't believe it, are you sure? Is he really like that? Unbai felt annoyed, she pushed him away, I'm sure. Kang San read the report and felt shocked. So strange, why did he do that? He must have fainted on the route. He doubted Wait fainted, thinking back. Maybe he can only show his strength when he faints. In that case, I just need to make him sleep. Insin didn't notice the danger and still asked Miri if she wanted anything to eat on the way back. She replied yes. Lin said, all right, let's go. Kang San shouted, no, I don't agree. Insin turned back in frustration, oh, what's this about now? He suggested, let's fight, let's see what skills you have. Those kinds of machines definitely can't do anything. These words made Unbai very angry. She trembled with rage. Sin skeptically asked, why should I do that? There's no benefit. Speaking of this, he remembered the image of those two believers. Benefit. Maybe both the demon sword master and Johan became believers after fighting with me. Maybe if I teach the old man a lesson, I could get a good disciple for the advanced challenge. For that reason, Insin happily agreed. These words made the other three people feel surprised. Kang San cheered, great, let's go to the fighting room. Just then, a muscular man walked in, I will fight. That person was Li Dan Uck, however. Having the principal participate in this battle didn't seem very appropriate. In the academy's fighting arena, two fighters stepped up. Insin carefully checked the iron mesh behind. He evaluated, it looks pretty solid, but will it absorb all the energy from the skill? Li Dan Uck curiously asked, aren't you going to wear protective gear? He replied, the teacher isn't wearing any either. He reminded him, I have more real combat experience than you. Insin casually said, it's fine, besides, I don't need to bring anything. These words raised Li Dan Uck's fighting spirit. You may regret this. On the arena, Kang-san reminded, "Hey, don't underestimate him," you said in surprise, "What's up?" He revealed Lee Dan-uk is the leader of rank B. Not only that, he also has real combat experience so he can fight evenly with rank A. He replied indifferently, "Really?" Miri cheered enthusiastically, "Come on, you can do it, take him down in one strike." This made Lee Dan-uk even angrier. Students below realized, it seems like teacher Lee Dan-uk is about to fight. Maybe they're testing the new teacher's ability. In-sin was surprised to see the crowd gathering. Why is everyone gathering here? Dan-uk spoke, "Let's get this over with before things get noisy." In-sin asked in surprise, "What's up?" "Really? Well, you go first." His relaxed attitude made Lee Dan-uk's expression tight. He thought irritably, this guy's attitude of not respecting the difference makes me really mad. I don't know what the chairman sees in this guy, but I'll show him what a real hunter is. With that determination, Lee Dan-uk declared, "Well then." A powerful punch from him lunged towards In-sin. The battle began. In-sin quickly dodged to the side. Lee Dan-uk couldn't believe his eyes. He dodged, even though he had held back at the last second. Was it luck? Anyway, that's all there is to it. Lee Dan-uk charged straight at In-sin. He threw a powerful punch and thought, "It's over." In-sin stood there stunned when he saw the opponent approaching. Lee Dan-uk gave In-sin a powerful punch. The students gasped in amazement, looking at the force of the punch. Indeed, teacher Lee Dan-uk is impressive. Lee Dan-uk sighed with relief. However, he started to feel something was wrong. In-sin wasn't hurt. He raised his index finger, containing a mysterious power that was the finger of the god's power. Lee Dan-uk was stunned, unable to guess what his opponent was about to do, only seeing a strange gesture coming towards him. A blow right in the middle of his forehead caused Lee Dan-uk to suffer internal injuries, blood splattering from his nose. He was still confused. What on earth was that? Until he fell and felt the crack, he still couldn't believe it. No way a rank G could defeat rank B. This result didn't surprise Kang-san. In-sin was wondering, he's rank B. Then what about rank A? Below, Miri proudly shouted, "Oh no, you're amazing." Kang-san then spoke, just as expected. An A-rank strike had Lee Dan-uk still unable to get up. Unbai stood watching from afar. Whispers from the students reached her ears. Was he knocked out with one blow? Who is that person? She felt very confused. He looked like an ordinary person, yet how could this happen? Looking at In-sin's face, she worried, is he alright? Kang-san stepped onto the arena and suggested, "Hey, do you want to fight me?" In-sin was surprised. What? Without waiting for In-sin's response, Kang-san took off all his clothes. Information about him displayed, Kang-san, human male, a person who can become superhuman through muscle. He read this information and realized a new concept. Still want to avoid fighting this big guy, but if I could turn him into a disciple, wouldn't that be much better? The result would be much sweeter. Seeing In-sin slowly losing control, Kang-san felt itchy. Why do I feel so angry? Anyway, I didn't expect him to defeat teacher Lee Dan-uk like that. Just as expected, that machine was broken. Compared to his abilities that day, this is nothing. I'll knock him out. He prepared his arm and said, "It's been a while since I felt my blood boiling like this, so let's get started." Sin smirked and said, "Let's bet a little first." Kang-san was stunned. Bet. He suggested, "The loser will have to do a request for the winner. How about it?" Kang-san agreed readily, "As long as it's not illegal. I'm still a government official." He assured that there would be no weird requests. He just had to do what I want if I win. Kang-san thought irritably, "Look at this kid, you think you'll win." In-sin silently calculated, "Even if he doesn't become a disciple when I win, I'll use a keyword just like I did with Miri." Kang-san accepted the request. "Alright, I'm not sure you'll win, but that's fine." Even so, hearing this, the In-sin law still left people stunned. Kang-san proposed, "If I win, you must also complete a task for me." Confident of victory, he did not care. "Fine, do it. Anyway, I will win." Kang-san replied, "Excellent." Ability within him surged, tensing each muscle. The aura from Kang-san radiated, forcing In-sin to step back. He grew serious. The drunken man was not joking. Activated steel muscles, each block as strong as his opponent, he would give full force. This posture left Kang-san astonished. Two men of equal stature faced each other, cheers around. Who is this? How many skills does he have? Kang-san exhaled. Just as I guessed, Meyer's words were true. In-sin asked in surprise, "Meyer, do you mean a hunter of rank S, i.e.g.?" He confirmed. Indeed, she said, "Sooner or later, the most powerful and ruthless would appear." In-sin lightly noticed the keywords power and ruthless. Wait, thinking again, the power and ruthlessness she mentioned are demon god and prophet god, not me. Miri is extraordinary, Kang-san continued. She said, "If that existence appears, we should lead him to the academy." In-sin repeated, "The academy." He replied yes. He refused, I don't know, thinking, I still have to write novels and promote, very busy, do you understand? Seeing the opponent's fist approaching, Insin said coldly, isn't this a bit troublesome? One of his punches nearly touched his face. The punch echoed throughout the arena. Miri was so worried that sweat poured down. Unbai eagerly awaited the result. Kang San's face darkened, laughed exclaiming just as predicted. Insin's posture remained perfect while blocking. Kang San said excitedly, let's see if he is the existence Miri mentioned. Insin threw a punch forward. Kang San was ready as well. Another hook hit Insin. The crowd stepped back. The arena awaited. Miri was very worried too. His strike made him win. Not giving the opponent a break, Kang San threw another punch. Insin continued to bear the pressure like a sandbag. This one made Kang San slightly tired. He threw a kick, only managed to block with his hand. Master Insin was still fine, Kang San said excitedly. This name is truly rank S, no wonder. Seeing his serious expression, he understood, but worth trying, I haven't used full power. Kang San proposed, I will make you admit defeat at my academy. He hesitated. What? He continued, even using full power. Insin immediately refused, forget it. He dashed towards the opponent, his turn. His step stopped, seeing Kang San behaving unusually. The ability swirled around his calf, then spread throughout his body. All of Kang San emanated extraordinary aura. Everyone gasped, this is the principal's true power. Monsters were knocked away with just a few strikes. Were they not planning to stop? Insin shouted and charged. Miri feared Master Insin could not withstand it. Must hold back. Distance between the two quickly closed. At this moment, Insin adjusted upon receiving notification. Screen showed Inho completing the 11th floor flower challenge of the Warrior Tower. Your loyal and powerful Inho wants to offer a sacrifice to you. He was shocked what right now. Indeed, this one always offered gifts after challenges. Before receiving the item, must take down this old man first. Kang San thought silently, break an arm, whatever. Two fists slowly collided. The aftershock of abilities spread across the room. Both were extremely serious. Suddenly a bright red bouquet appeared. Insin was stunned. What is this? What is this? Don't tell me it's a gift. He threw the bouquet, damn it, what the hell, it fell on the floor. Stared ahead, flowers. Remembering the fierce flowers. In an instant, the principal suddenly lunged toward the net. Cried for help, mother. I haven't taken down a child like a monster. Insin was puzzled seeing Kang San flee. He wondered what's with that old man, allergic to flowers. Not over, in that case I have one. Followers will have this principle. But no confirmation notification appeared. Then what should Zenjia say to him? Suddenly a call he suspected. Why would her call me? Notification displayed. Over 4 million people want to join your tribe. Do you accept them? Happily accepted, followers increased, meaning the task is on track. Upon waking, he noticed countless people on the floor staring at him in shock. Insin knew first he had to find a quiet place. In a secluded spot, he activated the process. System displayed, began upgrading and expanding the tribe double, adding new areas. He expanded several new training areas. Congratulations, your number of followers has increased significantly. Low-level Divine Power Upgrade Challenge is still ongoing. Followers have already exceeded 10 million. Seeing this number, he was still unsatisfied, despite having expanded his territory according to the number of followers. He vented his frustration angrily. When will he reach 1 billion followers? His followers witnessed his helplessness and cheered. It seemed that God in sin was greeting them. Some recognized it as the way a god greets. Understood. It was the god's style of greeting. He sent a message, excuse me, permission requested. He was surprised, what is this? The next message appeared, sent to the great and benevolent God in sin. Cursing sounded, he was helpless. No warning for speaking in front of children. Forget it, now where to find the principal. Looking at his phone, he swore, what time is it? He froze upon receiving the message. What is happening? UU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M was doing something reckless in the empty forest. He seemed about to log out by himself. The system warned, God in sin is fanatic. QU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M risks auto-logging out. Do you want to save him? Insin exclaimed, auto-log out. The sky cleared, sunlight shining down on the green forest. QU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M knelt before a house. He seemed to want to harm himself. Insin silently teleported behind him, observing everything. QU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M was sad. Tears streaming, sword saying. Insin heard the plea, save me. QU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M raised the vegetables. A hand blocked immediately. And the knife fell heavily to the ground. Insin angrily kicked it away. Cursed angrily, what's wrong with you? Why hurt yourself? QU letter 1 EF7 K I letter 1 EBF M quickly explained. It's not like that. Insin looked at him coldly. Then mocked, you didn't intend to harm yourself. Before he could continue, Mina appeared. You almost died, right? Her eyes were bloodshot. Approaching the two, Mina frowned, wondering, why is he here? Insin turned back in surprise. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM reminded. Sword Saint, don't be careless. He is using strange magic. Hearing his voice, you'll know he's not normal, he asked again. What Mina is also unusual. Incinder made a gasp, then explained to QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM. Not a man, nor a pervert, he doubted. What? Sin gently asked, what are you doing here, Mina? She folded her arms behind her back, silent. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM wondered, why is Mina doing this to him? The system displayed Mina 24 years old, connected to the god of destruction, cursed by the abyss. Insin proudly said, I told you, able to sense. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM admired the aesthetics. As expected, meeting a sword saint is a completely different class. Mina suddenly removed her mask. She lowered the hood, revealing a face both beautiful and cold, causing the two young men to be stunned. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM complimented. You are beautiful too. He was bewildered, could not believe a beauty would use such a trick. Mina laughed scornfully. Don't make me laugh. This mask is grade A. How did you notice when I wore this item? QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM marveled. Aura truly overwhelming. Sin asked curiously, besides Lair Tai, what are you doing here? Mina blushed, of course. I came to kill that guy. Sin doubted. Hako intends to kill QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM was embarrassed. Sword Saint, I told you, 10 cannot be defeated. One of them is her. Sin asked again, really? He is that weak? He hesitated, yes. Situation tense, he negotiated. I don't know what's happening, but can't she spare him? He is weak but kind. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM did not accept. Sword Saint. Mina frowned. She radiated killing intent. You want me to spare him after he wanted to harm my sister? Sin guessed correctly. She knew he said if so, she should spare him. If not forgiven, I will take responsibility and surrender. Mina calmly said, I don't know if you are deceiving yourself, but the timing is right, he asked. What? She continued, if you say so, next is you. He questioned, why me? Mina revealed, don't be innocent. Johan also mentioned your name. Sin thought if it were Johan. Mina interrupted, I know you are behind. You pretended to be naive, I am. Mina asked coldly, why do you want to approach Miri? Pretend to save to gain affection. What scheme are you planning? Insin was angry. What is she plotting? He took a risk, so asked her a question. If you love my sister, why exploit her? Mina blushed. How did he know? He looked at Insin, guessing from probing skills, correct, he is dangerous. I should eliminate him. The system displayed blood seal, Mina cursed by the abyss, life in danger. Miri, the curse cannot be removed by any skill. All because of Mina, Insin asked directly, I don't understand why you risked your life for the seal. He was jealous because her sister was better, needing to restrain her, right? Mina taught, you know nothing. Her hands unleashed power, don't talk nonsense. Insin was shocked. QU letter 1EF7KI letter 1EBFM saw, quickly drew his sword, Sword Saint. Then he flew into the air, swinging the sword at the opponent. Mina demonstrated her special ability. She mockingly said, you're just a mere tool. Immediately after that, her hand unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Demon's sword withstood the pressure from Mina's strike, his face contorted in pain. Mina swung her hand carelessly, causing the area where he stood to be completely destroyed. Demon's sword was knocked into a large tree, unable to stand firm. Insin stood frozen, sweat pouring from him as he watched the demon's sword being torn apart. He couldn't understand her strange power. She had just brushed past him. Seeing the demon's sword battered, Insin anxiously asked, Demon's sword, are you all right? The demon's sword weakly replied, you must be careful with the Sword Saint. Then he tried to add, there's a rumor that Mina is not just rank S, but also SS. Sin was surprised, unable to believe that Mina was rank SS, while Bing was only rank G. How powerful could she be? Suddenly she changed her mind, declaring she would stop, then opened her hand, creating twisting rings of energy. Unexpectedly, she clenched her fist tightly and everything around her shattered, flying in all directions. Insin felt his heart race, as if something had changed in the rhythm of his heartbeat. Blood poured from his body, causing him to panic in extreme fear. Insin was attacked by Mina, and suffered severe internal injury. The demon's sword screamed in fear, Sword Saint. He quickly pressed his hands tightly on the wound to stop the bleeding. Mina looked at him with sharp eyes, her expression triumphant. Insin was in pain but still tried to endure, his face contorted. The demon's sword cried out, Sword Saint, you can't die. Felt bothered, yelling loudly, shut up. It just hurts a little. Mina saw something she couldn't believe. The demon's sword was pleased, just as I expected. The wound on Insin's body healed automatically. He laughed. Now I'm alive. Mina couldn't believe his rapid recovery. Even though she had put all her strength into that blow, where did he come from? Then she sighed, I have to admit, you're stronger than I thought. If you think I only have the ability to manipulate the mind, you're sorely mistaken. As soon as she finished speaking, Mina unleashed another burst of power, her entire body glowing with intense energy. The demon sword looked on with concern. This is definitely going to be a disaster. Mina, with her glowing eyes, stretched her hand forward, focusing her energy, ready to launch it at her opponent. The demon sword urgently reminded, Sword Saint, be careful, as I said before, Mina could be SS rank. Looked up, seeing Mina floating and focusing her psychic powers, thinking, the highest rank of hunters in Korea is rank S, but if the demon sword says so. She's stronger than that homeless man, she's incomparable to him. Mina looked up and shouted, burn. Insin was surprised, asking what. The demon sword stared at her, his face still tense as a string. Mina activated her power, creating a large flame with intense attacking power, shooting directly at her opponent. Insin shouted, dodge. Demon sword quickly swung his sword, creating a protective formation. The flames roared violently, seemingly wanting to engulf both of them. Insin saw the blackened shirt and said furiously, this is. Fire gradually died down, leaving a large dent in the ground. This power forced him to reconsider, not only controlling the mind, he could not believe such powerful offensive ability could exist. Mina continued to provoke, I haven't really started yet. Insin was surprised, is she really serious? She continued to activate her power, creating a cold mist covering the entire forest. Mina shouted freeze, and the icy sphere immediately hurtled toward them. The sphere touched the ground, shattering right in front of Insin. He could not believe his eyes. Insin looked down at his frozen leg, shouting, my leg. He felt panic, thinking, can she control this power? Is she a hunter who manipulates spiritual energy? Looking closely, Insin realized something, right, this is. Insin focused his will, and used his power to break the ice beneath his feet. Quickly told the demon sword, it's all just an illusion, only a trick. Mina realized she was discovered, so she immediately counterattacked. She coldly raised her hand, yes, you're right. My power is in the mental domain and all this is just an illusion. You know, a perfect illusion is no different from reality. After speaking, the demon sword was frozen and lay motionless on the ground. Insin stepped back to evade, hurry. Mina raised her hand, controlling a massive rock to block the sky. Ice blocks floated in the air. She smugly said, though this is only an illusion, if it imprints on your body, you will die. Mina raised her hand, controlling the soil and rocks, as if using stone. It slowly fell near Insin, her voice cold. If you don't want to be destroyed, reveal your identity and purpose. He thought carefully, even if he told the truth, she would not believe. Insin decided to tell the truth. I am a third-rate novelist. Everything, even ants, are divine beings. Now I am striving to make Miri an S-rank hunter, so I don't fully understand the current situation. But please release Miri. Mina shouted, she was still furious. Are you pretending to be crazy because you want to die? If you want to die that badly then. Mina's eyes shone brightly. She shouted coldly, die. The earth and rocks shattered. The sphere hurtled toward Insin. The demon sword shouted, Sword Saint. Ground shook violently. White light from friction covered the space. Mina continued to channel power downward. She spat on the ground, despising the worthless worm. Insin decided to share his skill, making her flinch. He raised his fist, activated his ability, Steel Body. His entire body emitted brilliant golden light. Rocks shattered, flying chaotically in the air. The powerful strike hit in midair. Fruit slowly sank beneath. Two forces collided, creating a large explosion. Everything around was covered in a blinding golden hue. The rocks shattered, small pieces falling endlessly. Insin stood firm, his muscular body unscathed. Mina couldn't believe it. Could he really withstand it all just with his strength? He was furious, unable to believe this madness. The demon sword seemed extremely interested, truly worthy of being called the Sword Saint. Insin seemed to reproach him. I warned you it was an illusion, but you didn't believe it. You just stood there, huh? After saying that, he collapsed to the ground, regretful. It was all my fault, Sword Saint. Insin was speechless. Not again, you always overdo it. And Mina still couldn't believe the truth, wondering if it could be so. She thought to herself, wasn't that guy only level F? The demon's sword continued to make a fool of himself. This impolite criminal will face punishment. Insin delivered a punch to enlighten him. Stop being foolish. He kicked the demon's sword hard in the head and said, stay still. I need to handle a few things first. Demon's sword called, Sword Saint. Mina frowned, still unable to shake off the excitement. Suddenly, Insin approached her and whispered, will you listen to me now, Miri's protector? Mina was extremely surprised by his speed. It was too fast. He immediately jumped up and stepped back, shouting, "How dare you do that?" Mina quickly pointed at the sun to activate the skill. Insin felt ignored and hurriedly reminded, "There's still someone talking here." Suddenly he looked to the side, sweat pouring out. Turned out Mina had begun activating the psychic domain. A strange magic appeared on her hand. Mina's whole body glowed purple, beams of light flying towards Izin. They were knocked back, falling to the ground. Insin closed his eyes, raising his hand in front to block the blow. You opened your eyes with a surprised expression. Insin was observing his surroundings. You had wandered into a strange space. Insin didn't know where this was. You carefully stepped, feeling the soft ground, but also the pleasant scent of the breeze, making you want to close your eyes. You muttered, not sure why but feeling comfortable. This place wasn't anything special, but you could hear the sound of insects chirping on a summer night, as if you had found the peaceful place you always sought. Insin felt satisfied, as if he could do anything. You moved to a spot and then stopped. Night sky was twinkling with stars. You wondered, where is this? You sighed at the beautiful night scenery, unlike any other season. Mina's voice echoed back, "You really pissed me off." Her voice brought you back to normal. Mina didn't let you rest any longer, immediately pointing and activating the skill. At this moment, Insin suddenly remembered, right, I'm fighting Miri's protector. Mina kept pointing and activating the skill. Streams of water slowly wrapped around Insin's body, leaving him confused, unsure of what this was. Insin tried to fight back, but the water kept surrounding him, while Mina stood still, coldly observing. She declared this would be your end. Yet you could only raise a finger, staring intently at it, the god's finger. You could only feel the water slowly tightening around your body. How annoying. At this moment you realized your skill was useless. Mina suddenly stepped forward and said, "Don't worry. You won't die, but if sucked in, your body will fall into a coma and never wake up." Insin stared blankly for a few seconds. Then you angrily shouted, "Isn't it all the same?" Insin calmed himself down. "No, stay calm. This is definitely another illusion." Mina gently advised, "This is your last chance." Insin hurriedly pleaded, "Are you the protector? Please calm down a bit." Mina angrily shouted, "Speak up. You were still dazed. Wait, what do you want to say?" She placed her foot on Insin's head and interrogated, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" You replied, "I just want to help you, Mina." She then laughed loudly. "Good, now you want to confess." But it seemed Insin had no such intention. "It wasn't that, I just saw it. I saw that your underwear was white." Mina's face turned pale after hearing that. Quickly stepped back. "Who told you to step on someone's head while wearing a short skirt? This time you bumped into an ant nest." She got angry. "Die already, you bastard." As soon as she finished speaking, Insin was swept away by the water. You widened your eyes, gritting your teeth, enduring it. Mina looked at you, her gaze like that of an evil god. Her expression gradually became colder. Insin was submerged by the water, his body floating, and he felt sleepy. But it seemed that his consciousness wouldn't let him sleep. "No, don't sleep." She still hadn't explained why she sealed Miri, but you were too sleepy. System suddenly displayed. The conditions to activate the night rose had been met. Insin was still groggy, not understanding why, but suddenly under the water, bubbles began to rise. Mina glanced, a question mark appeared in her mind. Large mouths appeared under the water, growing from the phantom rose. It charged towards Mina, attacking. Mina was still stunned by the scene in front of her, but she felt like she was in a beautiful dream. Earlier, Mina wondered why she couldn't investigate it, thinking that he had cleverly avoided this danger. In the end, she still couldn't uncover his identity, but she had eliminated a future threat. "Maybe now I will return to reality." Just as she was about to turn back, the water bubbled up. It was. Returning to reality, the carnivorous branches grew from the rose, opening wide to devour the prey. Charged straight towards Mina, forcing her to retreat. She frowned, wondering, what the hell is this? The mouth inside, full of sharp thorns, was slowly approaching Mina. She hurriedly jumped to avoid the attack. Mina moved quickly, dodging between the tree trunks. Mina frowned, wondering, what are these things? They were much larger than before. How could these things exist in my thought space? This is a place where no one can enter without my permission. Perhaps she realized the issue. Could it be that bastard? The image of Insin making a heart shape, very funny, appeared in her mind. Large mouths kept charging at Mina. Mina's gaze suddenly changed. Insin sat on the rose petal, surrounded by thorns jutting out to protect him. Insin felt an unusual warmth amidst the rain. He was drifting into sleep, yet still wished to rest longer. The branches moved relentlessly, continuously attacking Mina. He was struck on the arm, cursing in anger, dodging as best she could. Mina no longer appeared resilient, showing clear fatigue and self-blame. Had he ever felt so helpless? The power gap was too great. Her face was sorrowful, lost in reflection on the past. The horror of that day was the family massacre in her childhood, the one who took her parents' lives. Thinking of it, Mina collapsed in despair, sitting down and crying. She clutched her wound, pain, telling herself she could not die like this. Like a whirlwind, Mina was entangled by the rose branches. Her body was bound as if in a sack. All she could do was scream. The enormous net slowly advanced to engulf its prey, her screams piercing. Mina summoned all her strength to plead, "Please, I still have much to do. I cannot die before avenging." Her voice faltered, "Before I have taken my revenge." Mina was pulled into the giant net, which immediately closed. In Insin's mind, he was walking hastily. Before him lay ruins. He wondered where this place was. "Where am I? I just fought Mina." The golden light beside him caught his gaze. Insin stepped toward the light, moving straight ahead. Notification. Activated eyeless divine vision. Authority granted. A machine appeared before him, astonishing him. System indicated Insin was observing Mina's nightmare. Insin stared at the streak of light beyond the building, wondering about Mina's nightmare, beginning to understand why Miri's power was sealed. He was stunned as memories surfaced before his eye. Nightmare began 15 years ago, caused by a notorious creature, worst of all time. It killed hundreds with a single breath, even including Mina and Miri's parents. Eventually, it marked the two sisters. Nether recognized their potential and marked them as sacrifices. Thanks to the seal, Mina easily became an S-rank hunter. After reaching S-rank, she lived with a single goal: avenging her parents. Rumor had it Nethia was dead, but she did not believe it, hoping one day Nethia would return. But the curse did not spare Mina. Her power grew rapidly, but her lifespan decreased. Clearly, at this rate, she would not live long. The curse made her stronger but took her life. Problem was, she was not the only one affected. Mina tried to reclaim the mark, but in vain. She chose to sacrifice lifespan to seal her sister's power. At least she prevented her sister from becoming S-rank. Mina executed the seal, causing Miri to scream in pain, "Stop, sister." Pleaded relentlessly, "Sister, please, I'm sorry." Mina anguished. "Don't think of revenge, at least you should be safe." Memory paused, Insin stood still for a moment. Then he burst into tears, regretting not realizing sooner. The system reminded that Mina's spirit, trapped by the night rose branches, was breaking. The thought space imprisoning Insin gradually collapsed. The demon sword saw Insin's tears and hurriedly asked, "Holy sword, are you all right?" He remained silent, causing concern. "You do not respond. I am worried," Insin whispered. The holy sword smiled anyway. "You defeated the great Mina. Impressive. What next?" Seeing Mina lying there, the demon sword asked, "Do you plan to sell her to the Hunters Guild?" Insin ran anxiously, calling out loudly, "Mina." He lifted her, saying, "Mina, wake up." She began to move. Insin exhaled in relief. Thank God she wasn't dead. He asked gently if Mina was hurt. Mina no longer had a fierce look, becoming unusually gentle. She lay in his arms, reaching out to call for her mother. Insin sensed something was wrong. The sky was blue, mountains layered, peaceful unusually. In the forest stood a well-built wooden house. Mina was dreamy, touching with her finger. Sin activated his psychic power, but there was no response, cursing in anger. The ring finger ability was also ineffective. He asked the system, "Does anyone see? What should I do to save Mina?" Message from the eternal truth god: "A healthy body will heal, she needs more training." Insin refused, not pressing the button. Heavenly Blade warned, "If she is sure to die, why not sacrifice her to me?" His heartless words angered him, expecting nothing more disappear. Next came a message from the god of abundance. If she becomes a high-rank god, she can be healed by ring finger power. Insin reached low god rank. To reach high rank, he ignored this offer. Suddenly he remembered. He did not fully recall, but lost consciousness after failing. Night Rose appeared. System announced bloom conditions fulfilled, reward received, void dream. He knew this was the event that occurred. Image of Kang San being shattered by the frog appeared. Triggered by the Night Rose, activated when he lost consciousness. He muttered, "Am I a genius?" Insin looked at his phone, face serious, asking, "Isn't it you, Nightmare? Why didn't you say anything?" Than Mong replied, "If she is alive, nothing to worry." He wondered if he should just leave her like that. She replied that there was a way. Insin did not believe it and asked again if it was certain. He continued to question, "You mean I have to sleep with her? This is the only solution." He asked if it was true. Than Mong nodded crazily, making him so heartbroken he wanted to cry. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Sin lay deep in thought on the floor, his mind in turmoil. Seeing Mina's leg half pulled down, he quickly sat up. Then he stepped forward carefully, adjusted her leg. She should put it in the correct position. Insin stepped outside. Mina woke gently and asked where he was going. He replied leisurely, "I'm going to prepare breakfast. Do you want some?" You know, there was no ill intent when Than Mong said I had to sleep with her. Mina smiled and replied happily, "I like the food very much, like water flowing down. The memories you absorbed will return in dreams." Insin realized the method. He had to dream with her in one place. Everything seemed to be effective. Insin started the plan to see her name. She responded quickly, Mina. What do you like? Mina said, Miri, my little sister. He asked further what she disliked. Mina shivered and said she was afraid of flowers. He just returned her mind to childhood. Helpless, so he should sleep. Insin hurriedly told Mina, I'm sleepy, let's rest. Looking at the news on his phone, Esmina-level hunters had disappeared, all contact cut off, probably kidnapped. The Hunter Association was summoned. He was surprised, thinking he might become a kidnapping criminal. If she returned now, she would be captured. Insin quickly thought he had to hide until Mina recovered, deep in the mountains hard to find. First, he had to inform Miri. Outside, the demon sword carried its giant blade directly toward the house. Insin stepped out. The demon sword asked, You're awake, Sword Saint. Kneeling, bowing in salute, wishing a good morning, Insin asked if he had trained well. He replied yes. The demon sword began to praise, the sword manual you gave is wonderful. It's a revolution breaking all sword technique norms. Insin nodded thoughtfully, once thinking leveling missions up and down were impossible. The heavenly sword of the demon, naturally he paid a great price to train. Insin grimaced in pain, how to train 1 billion disciples and 10 S-tier servants, really a headache. System notified, S-tier or higher servants have potential to surpass, increased by 2 in hold anti. The demon sword saw his confused expression, asked quickly, Sword Saint, are you all right? Insin continued checking his phone, unclear how harsh their training was, but Inho and Anti had reached S-tier. The demon sword also had a chance. He looked at the demon sword, turning an S-tier hunter into a servant nearly impossible. He would turn the servant into S-tier. Demon sword still held the manual, head full of questions. Insin thought, why did I spend 20 million divine water on this manual? The sword comes with it, but System replied, ultimate swordsmanship is abandoning the sword, surpassing everyone, defying heaven, finally tearing mountains, fists stronger than the sword. Insin realized he was tricked, angry, but the purchased item could not be returned, a scam item. He watched the demon sword train, telling himself to stop illusion. Insin decided to use Popcast. Water develops effectively, with Inho effective, the demon sword could also use it. Saying it, he did it, threw the Popcast bottle to the demon sword, instructing to drink during training. Demon sword received it, knelt and saluted, thanked the Sword Saint, leaving Insin speechless. This one watched too many martial arts movies. All right, I'll make breakfast, you just train. The demon sword wanted to do it himself. No, I'll do it. Insin refused, just train. The stronger the better. Kneeling, responded respectfully, I won't let you down, Sword Saint. The demon sword still knelt. Insin thought about what to cook, seeing if anything was tasty. Suddenly a message, S-tier hunter Zahyun warned, if you touch her, neck will be broken. Insin darkly asked, break my neck. Sudden energy struck from above to the ground. The two startled, turning to see what it was. Hyun asked loudly, where is my Mina? System notified Juhyun, 26-year-old male, possessing impressive flame. Insin asked in surprise, are you Ju Do-hyun? Seeing the Sword Saint insulted, the demon sword snapped. How dare you, do you know who this is? Do-hyun asked who he was. Demon sword proudly pointed to Insin, he is the Sword Saint. Do-hyun blankly asked what a Sword Saint was. The demon sword raised a finger mockingly, really disappointing. Do-hyun short-sighted, Insin embarrassed, thinking should stop. Demon sword continued teasing, the girl Mina you sought has been found. Lost to the Sword Saint, can't live without. Do-hyun asked, can't live without. He was angry, blood boiling, if it's what I think, you're all dead. The demon sword laughed heartily. Fool, didn't realize. Insin embarrassed begged, shut up. Demon sword activated strong mode, just watch, Sword Saint. I will handle him. Insin shocked reminded, confidence from where you're fighting S-tier. Not letting the Sword Saint wait, the demon sword swung full force chicken. Juhyun Kam gripped sword ready to block. Two swords collided, flames flew. The demon sword was thrown backward. Do-hyun unharmed, demon sword blackened, lying long on the ground. Inshin and Do-hyun looked at each other. Do-hyun used psychic power, disappeared from Inshin's sight. Inshin stunned, he vanished. Appeared grabbing Insin's neck. Speed surprised him, too fast, instantaneous teleport. Do-hyun full of energy, asked where Mina was. That crazy guy said what? Do-hyun activated psychic power, awakened the red chain, eyes ablaze. Insin wondered what this was. Red chain, sword soul of Do-hyun, still angry, cursed the bastard. What did you do? Entire body ablaze. Juhyun grabbed Insin's neck, urging him to answer. Burned, Insin felt hot, face red, had to put out the fire. Quickly used index finger power. The divine finger pointed straight at the red chain. Do-hyun thought insulted, asked, how dare you point at me? Suddenly he halted, face fierce, unable to move. The red chain behind was surrounded by light over the whole body. Its gaze became fiercer. Despite Do-hyun's anger, Insin lazily replied, just one word, disappear. Then he focused his power into his finger. Red chain struck by light, had to cover eyes. Two forces collided, generating extreme friction. Earth and stone, smoke and fire engulfed space. Du Hyun glanced aside wondering. His sword severely damaged. Du Hyun could not endure, shouted long sword soul of mine. Then emphasized asking who did this. Sin replied in command tone, why? That attitude made Hyun uncomfortable. He smiled, shouldn't you let go, the fire just warm enough, I don't like it too hot. Du Hyun still didn't release, girl, say something in Sin calmly, I heard you. The demon's sword recovered spirit on the ground. Self-admiring, that day easily defeated Jahyun, truly wonderful. Du Hyun prepared to continue using his sword to activate skills. He kept asking, is it enough? Is it my turn now? At the same time, Mina stepped out of the room. She was startled awake, angry and shouted, be quiet. Turned out Mina could not sleep due to the noise disturbing her. Du Hyun looked over and asked about her. Nina, are you okay? Mina stared at him coldly. Du Hyun was so happy he cried. He was very joyful. Suddenly Mina pointed forward, indicating the villain, surprising Du Hyun, go. Jahyun cried out Mina. Suddenly her eyes flared brightly. Mina raised her hand to activate energy, shouting dot. Du Hyun was hit, flying backward. His body and sword hovered in midair. Then he landed forcefully, creating a shockwave, rocks and dust rising from beneath his feet. Du Hyun tried to stand, blood spilling from his mouth. He still did not understand, asked Mina, why did you attack me? Suddenly Miri called from behind, making Insin turn in surprise. Mina mistook Insin for her sister, worriedly ran to ask, are you okay? Du Hyun was astonished, what is this? Mina checked if Insin was hurt, reassuring him, don't worry, you're fine. Mina suddenly hugged him, I will protect you. The hug made Insin a bit surprised, if she hugged me suddenly like that. Du Hyun called Mina's name with a sad expression. Mina placed her hand on Insin's cheek, saying, Neri, you must be okay. Insin naturally responded, yes sister. He suddenly realized he had just called her sister. Jahyun watched the intimate scene, full of anguish. A vision of the two lovers appeared in his mind. He wondered if it were him, would he be dead already, or is Mina unaware of herself and returned to childhood? Seeing Du Hyun lying on the ground, he decided to unseal him. I will release you, healing finger. After speaking, he could move again, energy restored. System notified, causes and effects calculated for enemy, Jahyun healed, currently only level 8 downgraded but capable of strong growth. He asked in surprise, can he grow stronger? System displayed, 100 divine Su consumed for healing. He was surprised, 100 divine Su for S rank. But he thought of Du Hyun, no, this is the chance to increase S rank servant. Looking at Du Hyun's eyes, as if requested he would die. He thought he would become a servant if he tried requesting. Du Hyun was unsealed and stood up, asked politely, did you heal me? He looked at both hands, praising the skill. Even restoring S rank in South America could not do the same. He silently rejoiced, feeling he had impressed him well. He took the opportunity to explain, Mr. Ju Hyun, I think we misunderstood, let me explain. Suddenly something appeared. Both Insin and Mina looked up to the sky. In the sky, 3 helicopters were flying toward them. He was surprised, what's this, didn't he come alone? Then Insin asked Jahyun, are those his allies? He quickly replied, no, I came alone. Insin wondered, he surely isn't lying, so who are those people? The arrival of these uninvited guests made Insin curious. Are they bounty hunters or the leader of the investigation team from the Hunter Association? Whoever they are just making things more troublesome. The helicopters landed in the large yard in front of the house. The people on the helicopters jumped out one by one. Insin couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, so many people. Surprised to see a familiar face, huh? Kang San poked his head out of the helicopter. Insin saw his strange expression and felt a bit suffocated. Principal, why do you look like that? He thought, don't tell me the principal also thinks I'm the kidnapper. Then Miri appeared, surprising Insin. Oh, Miri is here too. Mina joyfully called Miri's name when she saw her sister. Insin thought, how should I explain this? We're in a situation that's easy to misunderstand. Everyone got off and he began to recount the story. It was the truth. He told exactly what had happened, and the rest about Mina sealing Miri's powers was also clarified. Now Miri understood, that's why her sister sealed her power. The misunderstanding was resolved and the two sisters hugged each other, crying. Mina comforted Miri, don't cry anymore. Miri choked up, saying, I love you so much, sister. Mina gently replied, I love you too, making everyone around them feel moved. Bai coldly handed the card to Insin, saying, take this. He took the card and asked in surprise, is this a fake B-rank awakening permit? Speaking of flowers, Kang San and Mina both shuddered when thinking of that flower. Unbai cleared his throat and continued, your ability to summon strange monsters is impressive, so you'll receive a B-rank permit. Sin remembered that strange flower, a rose that bloomed at night. Kang San tried to convince him, a B rank is enough qualification to teach at the academy, why not agree? Sin replied, I'm still busy raising my S-rank believer stats, but if needed, I'll do it. Unbai handed over the spreadsheet, showing that with an added special budget, the salary would be higher. He turned to Kang San and happily said, I will become an academy teacher, this is my dream. They returned to the Hunter Academy. Miri showed clear joy in the classroom. Mi Young-jae asked, what happened to make Miri so happy? Both of them turned to look at In-sin. He was tired and flew up. In-sin appeared at the podium and the students below murmured, isn't this the guy who defeated teacher Lee Dan-up? So who's the person behind him? Sin spoke, hello everyone. The students continued to talk, what's with this sudden appearance? The Demon Sword shouted quiet, I'm the teaching assistant, Demon Sword. You kids are truly fortunate to be taught by the great sword itself. Sin asked the class, so what is our first lesson? Miri quickly raised her hand to answer. It's physical education. This is teacher Lee Dan-uk's hour. Then he said to the class, oh really alright, let's treat this as self-study time. Soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head to the desk and muttered to himself, I'm really lacking sleep. The classroom is too small. The class was surprised, not understanding what the teacher's action meant. The demon sword beside him swung its sword to warn, you'd better not make any noise, even the slightest. Anyone who disturbs the sword saint's sleep will not be forgiven by John. Girl sitting at the front desk mocked, John, is the sword's name John? Sounds like a dragon tooth name, so childish. Another student gestured to the person beside them. Hush, the energy he's releasing must be at least rank A, let's just study quietly. The next day, In-sin sat at the podium, yawning constantly. The exam for the others is coming soon, right, then just self-study today. A day later it rained heavily. In-sin continued the excuse. Why is it raining so hard? With weather like this, how can we study? Let's just self-study today. The day after that, he used the excuse that the weather was too nice. Everyone self-study today. Jai started to feel very annoyed. She silently complained, what's wrong with this guy? We've done nothing but self-study for 4 days. Waking up, he's playing some games with ants, and yet this guy is called a teacher. At the dining table, Mr. Jai was shocked by the scene before him and didn't know what to say. In-sin puffed his cheeks as he ate, not forgetting to sigh, I really like this job because the school even gives me free meal. He smiled and asked Mi Young-jae, student Mi Young-jae, free food? Why are you eating so little? She cursed under her breath. The thief is stealing my salary. Miri struck a cute pose. Oh my, just seeing the food makes me happy. Miri was shocked to hear that. What, are you okay? Did you go blind? The class ended. Mi Young-jae complained to Miri on the way. An uncle dressed in shabby sportswear who only knows how to find excuses for us to self-study all the time. What's good about that? Miri didn't understand and asked again, what teacher In-sin? She was very proud of In-sin. It's okay. I just need to know how bright my teacher is. Mi Young-jae thought she misheard. What did you say? Miri looked at her phone screen and said, I'm waiting for you with teacher In-sin. Then quickly said goodbye. Mi Young-jae, I'll go first. Mi Young-jae shouted, you're meeting that guy during class 2. She told herself, I can't just watch this. I have to save my friend from these guys, even if I have to fight through it myself to clear away the fog in front of Miri's eye. Next day at the Academy Stadium, In-sin started to explain the lesson. Instead of self-study, today we will have a few sword fighting exercises. Just fight with each other freely. Mi Young-jae knew that the opportunity had finally arrived. I will use my skills to defeat him. Drowsiness hit again. He started to complain. Everything else I will leave to the teaching assistant Demon Sword. I'm so sleepy. The Demon Sword bowed his head and replied, yes, your wish is my command. Mi Young-jae was furious. What's this? It's no different from self-study. Why bother setting up a sword fight session just to go to sleep? In-sin quickly found a good spot to sleep. Oh, this looks good. Before he could lie down, Mi Jeong's voice called out, teacher, wait. He turned around and asked, huh, what's up? He raised her hand and said, I don't have a partner. In-sin asked in surprise, what? He muttered to himself, that's right. There are 21 students in the class, I forgot, but I want to sleep. Mi Young-jae seized the opportunity. Can you be my partner, teacher In-sin? The demon sword angrily shouted, little girl. How dare you ask the sword saint to be your opponent? He responded defiantly, why not? Can't I ask the teacher to be my sword training opponent? Are you afraid? The demon sword angrily yelled, you little brat. Suddenly, In-sin told him to shut up. Then he agreed, I will be your partner. He started to whisper. Teacher Unbai said she would deduct my salary and make me pay for meals if I don't do my job. At least I have to pretend to be working. Young-jae proudly said, I can still hear everything you whisper, damn you thief of salary. Then the two of them faced each other. Mi Young-jae and In-sin stepped into the sword fight under the class's watch. Young Jai muttered, useless salary thief. I'll kick your ass. Hearing this tone, he thought, oh my, how rude, I can hear you muttering. This girl is me Yang Jai, Miri's good friend, huh? I can't argue when she calls me useless or a salary thief. Because I just slept the entire class, but I have my reasons for that. This morning upon waking up, Insin felt a headache. He sighed, my head. Looking at the two sisters from the dormitory asleep on the bed, Insin thought to himself, I gave my bed to the two sisters to take care of Mina. His face turned pale when he looked ahead. Kang San and Zhu Du-hyun were so drunk they were unconscious on the floor. He glared at them. I can't even take a nap because of these useless guys. Looking at the pile of bottles before him, Insin helplessly muttered, this is an S-rank hunter. The future of Korea looks bleak. He gently shook Do-hyun's leg, waking him up. Sorry, why don't you go home and sleep? Seeing that he was still sleeping like a log, Insin got furious. This is an S-rank and he doesn't even bother to move. These two useless guys have been at my house for a week, drinking every day, every single day. The day before going to work, they wandered down a small alley. Kang San drunkenly said, let's celebrate the new job, we should drink to celebrate today. Even though Do-hyun kept rambling, congratulations to you and please take care of Mina. Insin hadn't expected that to be the start of a whole week. When it rained, they said drinking was the best thing. He was worried that this would affect Mina's treatment, but as soon as he opened the door, the two drinkers brought beer in. Mina happily said, more alcohol, this is so much fun, you guys look so silly when you're drunk. Miri anxiously reminded, sis, Insin's side, whether good or bad, it's great that Mina likes these idiots and that these two useless guys are asleep. Sin also fell asleep. Mina woke him up. She pouted and said, I'm hungry, feed me. He had no words left. He knew he had to feed Mina. And frustrated, he sighed more. Stay still, Mina asked, what's that? He replied, just vegetables, I'll make some kimchi stir-fry for you. Mina asked for more, make me some scrambled eggs too. Insin cut the food while thinking, I've been drunk all week and still have to take care of Mina. I don't have enough time to sleep anymore. Suddenly, Mina noticed something was wrong. The phone on the table kept vibrating. Phone ringing woke them up. He picked up the phone and saw the message, S-rank Hunter XG. Russian-born hunter was killed, urgent news. S-rank Hunter Seje is dead, immigrant Hunter Seje Brin is missing. Now found in a hotel in Gangwon, the Hunter Association announced, everyone is waiting for the results as experts predict a high-level monster has appeared that can kill S-rank hunters. Kang San immediately realized there was a dangerous monster out there. Prayed, hoping for a miracle, though it was hard to believe right now. Do-hyun sadly said, how tragic, look at this photo. On the headboard wall, there was a line written in blood. Kang San didn't understand, did Sergei write this? Do-hyun explained, according to the analysis team, this isn't Sergei's handwriting, it's African, written as beast for the god. Kang San immediately jumped up. What, we have to go before it's too late, Do-hyun replied, understood, skill. Teleportation, then they disappeared from the room, leaving only Insin frying eggs for Mina. He muttered, her kimchi rice is done, where did the useless guys go? Mina was also confused, where did those idiots go? Insin handed the fried rice plate to her, saying, I'll go find them. Meanwhile, Mina finished eating and prepared to go to school. Mina happily said, I love teacher Unbai the most. He thought to himself, whether she goes to school or not, I always leave Mina with teacher Unbai. I think that's best for both of them. Looking at Mi Yang Jai before him, he helplessly thought, well, I did say I'd work hard tomorrow, but I don't know any other way. Notification reminder, Mi Yang Jai, female, aged 19, note, has a useful soul summoning skill. Insin was curious, soul extraction skill. The girl announced, I'll begin now, wake up my followers Hades. He knew that Hades, the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. Mi Yang Jai activated the soul summoning skill. Hades was summoned. Carefully read the information about Hades. Announcement, Hades, level 7 demon, summoned from the underworld, has existed for 1005 years. Special note, was once a knight under the mountain giant, but after many years of failure, now only the outer shell remained. He was quite excited, so Mi Yang Jai used the soul summoning skill to summon a demon. Seems like this will be very interesting. Before Hades' giant arm could strike, he activated the steel body skill. However, just before attacking, Insin sensed something was wrong. Hades' body stiffened like a statue. Mi Yang Jai asked worriedly, Hades, what's wrong? Hurry, attack. Seeing the demon fall, Mi Yang Jai panicked more. Are you crazy? He said, the loser and lowly one is honored to meet such a great existence. Girl urged impatiently, Hades, what are you doing? Attack now. Mi Yang Jai thought, the summoner's orders cannot be disobeyed. How could this strange thing happen? Everyone witnessing this found it hard to believe. The master subdued Mi Yang Jai's summon without touching. The demon sword proudly said, even the foolish mage must recognize the greatness of the sword saint. Miri agreed. I think so too. The teacher is so cool. Yang Jai couldn't contain her anger, repeatedly striking him. Hades, Hades, what's wrong? Hurry. Sin felt pity. She looked so pitiful, like a squirrel. He secretly asked Hades, can we pretend to fight? He refused. How could a god do that, though faint? He sensed his master's power. Mountain-breaking giant, can you retract your words? Sin muttered, mountain-breaking giant. Why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere? Ah, remembered, you are his knight. When not paying attention, Sin placed his hand on Hades' head, as if he had become the mountain-breaking giant. Immediately, Hades' past flooded into his mind. His form was no longer the zombie as now Hades, who became the giant god's knight with all loyalty. Hades failed to protect the female cleric and died in battle. Then Hades became a vengeful zombie, wandering in darkness for thousands of years, till Yang Jai summoned him. Reading this past, Sin was so moved he could not hold back tears, truly touching. System announced, you have seized the sacred power of the mountain-breaking giant, satisfying the conditions to inherit followers. Do you want to recruit the mountain-breaking giant's knight? Sin immediately answered, of course, no reason to hesitate. Sin instantly decided, of course. Notification appeared, congratulations on successfully inheriting the mountain-breaking giant's sacred power. The giant zombie Hades has become your third follower. It will consume much sacred power, but you can evolve him. Sin was amazed. Evolve. He didn't know much about it, but judging by the situation, it should be fine. System announced, do you want to use sacred power to evolve the giant zombie Hades? Sin immediately chose yes. Then black energy from Hades' body began to slowly escape. His purification process was almost complete. The powerful evolution energy tensed every muscle of Hades. Light from Hades shone, making students shield their eyes. Amazing, the teacher is incredible. Witnessing the Sword Saint's magic is truly an honor. Sin was shocked, is this evolution? Hades' body was completely purified through the evolution process. Hades' master stood dumbfounded, watching his outer layer change from black to white. The black aura continued to emanate from Hades' body. Evolution process completed. System announced, congratulations, the giant zombie Hades has evolved into the Dark Knight Hades. Sin was still stunned. The demon sword below was extremely proud of Sin for achieving such a feat. The Sword Saint is indeed amazing. System announced, Dark Knight Hades, type Dark Knight, special note, exceptional ability. Hades immediately knelt before him, showing loyalty. He vowed, grateful for your virtue, I swear on my soul to be your shield. Sin. Task notification appeared, divine upgrade in progress. Rank S and heterodox followers have outstanding probability. Yang Jai was surprised. Hades has changed, now he can even speak. He was also surprised at her reaction. She seemed very shocked. But why do I feel so dizzy? Sin's body began to stagger, as if about to fall. Hades quickly reached out to catch him. Oh no, behind, Sword Saint and Miri called at the same time, Master, Teacher, Sword Saint. Students below were silent, not understanding what was happening. Sin's face turned pale. Miri and the demon sword worried, oh my, look, why does his face look so haggard? What should we do now? Hades spoke, at that time I was just sleeping. My body had no abnormality. Miri breathed a sigh of relief. The demon sword tried to hold back crying. Oh really, he must have been exhausted. He bowed to the ground, saying, sleep well, I will guard until you wake. Notification appeared, you will need to spend your sacred power for followers to evolve. Sin knew he had used more power than imagined. Well, that's normal when pushing evolution of something. He entered the peaceful meadow. This was in Sin's dream. He was resting with his head on the abundance god's lap. Feeling warmth from her, Sin felt content. Today is wonderful. Now he could meet his followers directly, something previously only seen through the status window. System announced, the abundance god said you have used much sacred power today. Rest to recover strength. He closed his eyes to sleep immediately. Thank you, abundance god. While he slept, the abundance god used gentle power to make him feel comfortable. Sin happily enjoyed. Oh, the feeling is amazing, could this be heaven? However, he had no idea. While resting, a malicious creature was approaching. Outside, Mina was in Unbai's room. Holding a candy, Mina said sadly, I'm so sad, when will Sin and Miri's class end? Would be fun to play with them. Suddenly, she had an idea. No sooner thought than done. Mina rummaged through her backpack. She happily took out an item. I prepared this. Now we'll play with it. Mina spoke to the box. Is anyone in there? You want candy too? The box shook to refuse. She jerked the candy back. Just kidding. Won't give it to you, it's mine. Unbai sighed, I prefer her grown-up version, no matter how rude she is. Anyway, Father and Do Hyun coming to Gangu is no big deal. Mina, if normal-minded, would be a great help. Suddenly, the candy fell to the ground. Unbai was startled seeing Mina lose control. her body trembling. She turned pale and pleaded, "No, no." Unbai hurried to comfort Mina. "Don't worry, we still have lots of candy." Mina hugged her and cried, "I'm so scared." Unbai had to soothe Mina. "Calm down. What are you afraid of?" Her choked voice called out, "Monster, a monster. It's coming to devour me." Outside the academy, Gustav stared inside, mumbling to himself. This is where creatures are sacrificed for the gods. They are seeds sown by the abyssal dragon. Gustav felt a chill as he thought about this, but why hasn't one of them matured yet? The guards noticed Gustav's gaze and became suspicious of him. Not knowing who he was, it was crazy. As he entered, the guards immediately prepared to confront him. "It'll be troublesome if you keep dressing like that and sneak in here." "This guy, first give me your papers," he shouted. "How dare such a lowly creature?" Gustav waved his hand, summoning a sharp light that struck like lightning. The guard was immediately sent flying in an instant. His headless body began to sway, preparing to fall. Gustav's gaze remained cold, without a hint of emotion. The other two guards backed away in fear. "This crazy guy. Do you even know where this place is?" Gustav continued walking in. The two guards followed behind. Gustav quickly dealt with both of them in a few seconds. A wave of fresh blood spread behind him. He focused his dark energy into his fist. Then he gathered strength and punched down onto the floor, causing the ground to shatter. The entire academy seemed to shake after that punch. Chill radiated from Gustav, making the space around him tense. He declared, "Sacrifice them to the god." The alarm sounded, "Red alert, there's an intruder." Gustav angrily said, "So noisy. Only 2 creatures have been sacrificed, the rest are sacrifices," which he referred to as the students in the academy. He divided up their tasks, surrounding him and launching a joint attack. "Damn, the principal isn't here." The group charged forward in unison. Gustav remained cold, not showing a single sign of worry. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He saw Miri. He thought to himself, "Found it, one of the 2 seeds sown by the abyssal dragon." He stared at Miri's face intently. Gustav sneered, "My sacrifice." Miri immediately drew her bow, ready to attack. The arrow from Miri's bow flew out, exploding in front of them. The group stood by, waiting for the dust to clear. A teacher looked at Gustav in surprise. "Who are you?" He looked like a demon coming to collect debts. The stone in his hand was gripped so tightly that it cracked. In just a second, Honda was crushed into pieces. Gustav's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He said, "Die." After speaking, a cold air spread from his body. Some students and teachers were affected by that power. As the strange power was about to attack Miri, Demon's sword nearby blocked it with his sword. He protected Miri from behind. One strike from him made the demon's sword tremble. Gustav shouted, "A parasite dares to block my strike." The loudspeaker announcement blared, "Everyone evacuate to the shelter immediately. The principal and the S-rank hunters will be here in 10 minutes. Go to the shelter instead of continuing to face the enemy." Miri asked the demon's sword, "Take teacher in sin there." "I'll try to hold out for 10 more minutes," he replied. "Hades will handle that." Gustav grinned maliciously, saying that won't happen. After speaking, his figure disappeared, leaving only sharp thorns growing from where he stood. Both of them were stunned, their mouths agape. A giant crocodile rose up from the ground. It roared, the sound shaking the space. He gathered energy in his hands. A purple shockwave formed in his palms. It turned into a vortex surrounding Gustav's body. Miri frowned. "What the hell is this?" Dark power spread throughout the academy. A large sphere surrounded the academy, like an invisible shield. Gustav sneered, 10 minutes. Don't even think about it, you worthless worms." Miri was surprised to realize, is that a territorial barrier? Only Lord-level monsters like the Hell Dragon can create something like this. Demon Sword bravely said, "Miri, run to the shelter, that's the only choice, I'll distract him." Before he could finish speaking, Gustav threw a punch. "Where do you think you're going?" A surge of anger rose in the Demon Sword's heart. His gaze turned cold. He swung his sword, slashing directly at Gustav. Suddenly a tail unexpectedly swung toward him. The demon's sword couldn't avoid it. He was knocked into the wall. A strong blow made him spit blood in pain. Gustav sneered, asking, "How dare you? Where is my sacrifice?" Miri, the sacrifice he sought, suddenly attacked from behind. Gustav sensed the change, turned around to look. In the shelter, Mina sensed something was wrong. Unbai worriedly asked, "Is something wrong, Mina?" She exclaimed, "Miri is in danger." After speaking, Mina disappeared immediately. Miri used Thunder Strike to restrain Gustav. The demon's sword sensed the danger and shouted, "Miri, be careful." Gustav's sharp claws gradually reached out. He gripped Miri tightly in his palm. The demon's sword helplessly watched. He could only bow his head and apologize. "My apologies, holy sword." Gustav Gim used his claws to slam Miri to the ground. He shouted, "You won't escape, sacrifice." A strange tentacle extended from his hand toward Miri. She desperately turned away and shouted, "Teacher." Mina appeared just in time, shouting, "No, stop the mind control skill." Gustav stopped and turned to face her. He calmly said, "The hell seed comes here by itself." Mina saw he remained calm. realizing the skill was ineffective. The box in her bag kept ringing, too noisy. Mina threw it to the ground. Quiet down, my sister is in danger. She used the next skill, the skill of decay. Before she could act, his tail had already wrapped around her. Her whole body was tightly coiled. The crocodile-like tail slowly squeezed Mina, and he lifted her up. Gustav announced, I will sacrifice the next person. Mina angrily shouted, don't touch my sister, you damn monster. He didn't care, let's start the ritual together. Miri was held by the small claws on her shoulder, crying out, help me. Mina was desperate with no choice but to pray, please save Miri. He cried out a name in Sin. The person they all hoped for was peacefully dreaming. But a strange feeling woke Sin up. Sin groggily asked what just happened. You speak to the god of abundance, I must leave right away. System suddenly announced, the power of the god of abundance has fully recovered. She feared her friend would be in danger under the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction if he left immediately. Sin told himself, at least I must do something. Outside, Gustav fiercely attacked continuously. Sin appeared, lifting his backpack. Mina on the other side cried out, help me. Miri was tightly held by Gustav. Miri cried out in pain, don't, oh God, save me. Gustav extended his long claws to drain Miri's energy. He said after the blood ritual, now I'll sacrifice you to the god. Little Miri could only scream once, as light swirled around her. Gustav sensed something was wrong. His tail was severed. The heavy tail fell to the ground. Gustav angrily shouted, my tail, my precious tail. System displayed Apostle Gustav, 85 years old, SS level, responsible for harvest by the god Breaker. Gustav is a crocodile from Africa. The poor Miri lay in Sin's arms, his body emanating powerful energy. Sin dangerously said, I want to chop up this crocodile and more. Miri cried while calling for her master. Sin gently placed her down, gripped his knife tightly, walking straight toward Gustav, shouting loudly, crocodile, crocodile. Gustav angrily shouted, who are you? How dare you appear? Thrat. Sin retorted, I'll crush you. Man and crocodile clashed. Sin easily dodged the blows. Sin smirked, jumping to avoid Gustav's punch. He twisted his body to dodge the next punch. He was full of smug satisfaction. Sin flew straight into Gustav's open mouth. He attacked Gustav directly with his knife. The blade sliced fiercely, cutting off his tongue. Gustav screamed in pain. He continued to land several more blows. Gustav knew better than to speak out. His eyes turned bloodshot. Sin jumped to his nose. With a greedy expression, he licked the knife, saying he wanted to chop more. Gustav thrashed around. Sin continued to strike, his eyes still burning with fury. The demonic sword observed from a corner. That's the sword technique I want to learn. Gustav stomped his foot down hard. He was heavily wounded, struggling to support his body. Sin mocked, is that all, little fish? His words were a heavy insult to Gustav, and his frustration was evident. Gustav angrily shouted, damn you, but he activated his power, his eyes glowing brightly, saying he hadn't used his full strength yet. Sin excitedly said, really, this is getting interesting. Gustav said in a harsh tone, if I sacrifice you, the great god will be pleased. Look closely, this is the power granted by the god of destruction. Sin laughed, show me all your power, slicing you up will be even more interesting. Suddenly, the seeker of immortal truth message, disappointed to use a sword instead of muscle. letter 1E9NG, cheered with man-eating flowers on both hands. Sin was irritated, those little useless tail chasers. A giant figure appeared in front of him. He was startled, what's going on? It turned out that Gustav activated his final mutation, his muscles transforming his entire body. Sin sighed in disappointment, is that all? How boring. He flew straight up high, poured all his strength into his arm, swinging the knife down forcefully at Gustav's face. However, he was not injured at all. Sin angrily wondered why his blade couldn't pierce through. Why was he so weak? To prove he was the sword saint, he forcefully stomped the ground to gain momentum, a feeling he couldn't accept. I will tear you apart, you damned monster. Sin continued to attack with consecutive knife slashes at Gustav's body. Blood spurted from his body, splattering everywhere. He prepared to finish him off with one final slash. But suddenly, Gustav grabbed his hand tightly, preventing him from moving. Gustav Kinby said, this sword can't cut through the scales that the gods have bestowed upon me. Sin was punched hard in the face by Gustav, sending him flying. Blood poured from his mouth. Whirlwinds continued to tighten around him. The bricks on the road shattered, flying into the air. Gustav advanced steadily towards Sin. He felt heavily injured, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Gustav used his sharp claws to crush Sin's head, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Gustav smugly said, how does it feel to experience this divine power? He began to mutter, great gods, please accept this offering from my hand. Sin was in a passive position, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Gustav gained the upper hand, using his claws to tighten his grip on Insin's head and shoulder. He arrogantly stared at his opponent with a cold gaze. Insin tried to activate his special abilities, but the system kept alerting with warning. "You do not have enough divine power to use this skill." Insin angrily cursed through clenched teeth. "Damn it." The system warned, warning, "You are in a life-threatening situation." Gustav lifted Insin high with both hands. He felt he couldn't hold on much longer, his vision beginning to blur. Suddenly Hades appeared from behind, charging forward and shouting, "Master." He startled, turning back to look. Hades' eyes blazed with fury. He was incredibly angry. Hades activated his energy, swinging his sword fiercely, causing the space around them to descend into chaos. The collision created a huge explosion. At this moment, Insin was pushed into the air, dazed, wondering if he had been too confident in becoming a god. He's still human, only knowing how to run away and not caring about anyone else. In his delirium, he heard someone call out, "Insin." Inho raised his fist in prayer, "Please restore his strength." Entai also prayed, "Great God, please restore his strength." Insin still had some awareness, hearing and feeling the desperate prayers of the followers. Ina screamed, begging him, "Don't die." Miri also whispered, "Please." The demon's sword was full of regret, "I'm sorry, if only I were stronger." Insin felt it all, the most sincere pleas and the tears that had fallen for him. System announced, "Part of your strength has been restored thanks to the prayers and tears of your follower." Gustav continued to raise his sharp claws, shouting loudly, "I will offer my teeth to the gods." The system displayed, "Skills from the Demon Sword and Hades have been added. New skill. Heavenly Demon Sword, Immortal Blessing from Hades." Insin regained his clarity, his eyes wide open. His hand tightly grasped the knife, preparing for a counterattack. He struggled to raise the knife and strike Gustav's arm. Gustav felt a strong pain from his arm. He launched another blow, using the share skill Demon Sword. Next was the Heavenly Demon Sword, only taking 1 second. Colliding energies created a massive explosion. Kang San and Zhu Du-hyun outside struggled to penetrate. Kang San complained, "I can't break through this magical layer, damn it, my skill doesn't work anymore." Kang San, enraged with bloodshot eyes, cursed that monster Gustav. He gathered S and a rank hunters from Kang Yu-jo and came here. Zhu Du-hyun stared at the magical shield, self-blaming, "If only I had magic." The orb started to develop small cracks. Powerful shockwaves spread outward. Inside, Insin prepared to attack. He suddenly thrust the knife into the ground, causing Gustav to panic. "What are you doing?" Insin looked up, giving a sinister smile, "I want to kill you." After saying that, he continued to raise the knife. Countless sharp objects flew toward Gustav, forcing him to hug his body tightly to minimize the damage. He yelled, "Too dangerous." The knife in his hand broke in two. He stood tall, facing the opponent whose defense was weak. Gustav looked suspiciously at the person in front of him, and looked at his stiff arm, wondering what is happening. He shouted, "What did you just do to me?" Insin coldly replied, "You've lost." Gustav shouted in anger, "You crazy bastard, you trying to fool me." He raised his fist, preparing to attack, but it seemed that an unseen force stopped him from making a move. Gustav felt a streak of light cut across his body. He realized he had been slashed, green blood pouring out of his body bitterly. 2 sharp streaks of light swept behind him. Gustav couldn't believe it, unable to accept being defeated by someone like him. Johyun and Kang San outside kept a close watch. Suddenly a beam of light tore through space, causing everything to shatter. "What, the barrier has been broken?" Gustav lay on the ground, murmuring, "You lowly creature, what did you do to me?" A flood of questions immediately surged into Gustav's mind. Sin activated magic, the sky lit up brilliantly. He wondered if this was truly his own form. He kept his eyes closed, focusing his energy. Gustav was now afraid. He should have fled the moment he first saw him. This entity was not just a name, but a powerful life form. His fingers were shattered on impact. Insin stood proudly before him, unyielding. His body was absorbing energy from Gustav. The system announced that the S-rank follower Gustav had been defeated. The sacrificial object was being absorbed. Congratulations, the follower Gustav is considered a level 5 S-rank sacrificial object. After the event, Insin collapsed from exhaustion. The system reminded him the ascension mission of the low-rank demon god was in progress. S-rank, transcendent potential, current objects 210. Kang San rushed forward, urgently calling Insin's name. He worried, encouraging, "You cannot die." His hand dropped powerless. Others misunderstood, thinking he had logged out. They cried out, "Insin, no." Hades reassured them, "The master is only sleeping." Du-hyun was surprised, asking again, "Sleeping?" In his dream, he entered a peaceful space, 100 flowers blooming. Then bizarre carnivorous plants sprouted from the roses. He realized this place was a silent nightmare. "I'm in the mouth of a carnivorous plant, meaning I've been attacked by a predator." The system suddenly announced, "Silent nightmare, your body has been fully synchronized. No toxin could harm him now." He felt incredible, yet wondered if the effect had lasted long. System announced further, silent nightmare, one more strike remained. Insin was surprised, a punch. Carnivorous plant trunk moved. Insin could not react in time, falling inside. He shouted, what the hell is happening? Flower closed, only screams for help echoed. Insin awoke from the nightmare. Mina beside him gently asked, you're awake, you've been in a coma all week. Wondered, only a week, unbelievable. She saw him dazed, approached and asked, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Insin calmly replied, I'm fine, thanks for caring. The system announced, congratulations, Mina's wish came true. She is your 4th follower. Mina is a strong follower, worth 2 S rank. Low rank Demon God Ascension Mission, S rank, Transcendent Potential, current objects 510. Mina has become his follower. She curiously asked, what are you looking at? The system introduced Mina as a follower, suggesting if he gives her a kiss, she might be happy and comply. Sin blushed, asking what a kiss. The space suddenly trembled from something. A shark came rushing toward them from nowhere. Mina panicked, hugged Sin, shouting, another monster, I'm dead. Mina screamed in terror repeatedly, monster, monster. The system announced, Inho has offered a giant fish. Inho on the coast happily presented the offering to Insin, eat this fish to recover, keep going. Insin was confused, not understanding what Inho was doing. Ingsan rushed in, saw the shark and yelled, what's going on, what the hell? The demon sword and Miri hurried over. Sister, master, holy sword, are you okay? Insin replied, this noon there's grilled shark. Does everyone see, serving students and staff too? Then he activated the power of his index finger. The shark was immediately teleported out of the yard. Everyone watched in astonishment as the shark flew away. Insin smiled, telling them to share it, I'm giving the shark. A few days later, classroom 3, 3rd floor. He held the executioner's club in his hand, slightly nervous. Insin carried the club into the classroom. 2 students whispered, that teacher is the guild's secret weapon. S-rank Mina always follows him. That teacher once defeated an SS-rank monster while in Bonki. Although the principal didn't publicize it, everyone knew. He frowned, thinking, I can hear what they're saying. Demon's sword plunged into the ground, astonishing Insin. He used the sword as a microphone, saying, finally you recognize the sword's power. Miyang Jai stood up, asking the class to stand and greet the teacher. Insin's surprise, she's the class president. The whole class bowed in unison, we greet you, teacher. He was moved, covering his mouth, thinking the kids had never welcomed him before. Still, it felt good to see the kids happy after the Gustav incident. Insin began, hello students, long time no see, today we self-study. Yang Jai and the others were speechless. Insin thought letting the kids self-study during the novel deadline won't work, they'll mess everything up. He turned 180 degrees, joking, today is consultation, one-on-one. Insin led everyone into the consultation room, next Haizu. He sat down, responding present. The system announced, He-do, 19-year-old female, normally appears plump, but actually has high blood fat. Insin smugly thought if this window for status, consultation, and treatment isn't a good teacher, then who is? Then asked her not to move. Next, Insin activated the ring finger's divine healing. Du looked surprised at the green light enveloping her body. She sensed something unusual, asking, teacher, what did you do? My senses must have doubled. Insin confidently replied, of course, your blood fat has been cured, he said, good, next. Seeing them, Insin frowned, why are there 2 flying here? The demon's sword looked delighted. I also hope to receive your advice, Miri shouted, I want that too. Insin asked immediately, have the 2 of you been trained privately at home already? The demon's sword replied quickly, but at another school at home, Miri echoed in unison, yes sir. Seeing that he could not win their reasoning, he reluctantly agreed, all right, who first? Demon's sword excitedly me. Miri also claimed, no, you first. He stood up and spoke loudly, no, I won't give in just because you're a student. I arrived before you, Miri argued, but you're not a student. Insin felt a headache, reluctantly accepted, all right, no more fighting, I will advise both at the same time. The young woman sent a message, the anti-followers are desperate, she prayed. He looked at his phone, wondering what's going on. The screen switched to anti. She and the dark tribe kneeling, O divine healer, save us, O God. We cannot help ourselves with our weak strength. Insin was surprised, why, what happened? He hurriedly noticed the red warning. System kept issuing alert. At this moment, he saw the urgency clearly. The Red Ant army lined up strictly, fighting spirit rising. Quiet Forest suddenly became lively. They advanced into the Dark Tribe's territory. The entire mountain gradually covered by the power of 3 vanguard beings. First was the male serpent leading the army. Faith leader ruling the 2,000-year-old abyss swamp, summoned by Iraq, limitless regeneration. Next was the white-winged tiger, Long Fangs. called the faith leader of cunning beasts. Male, 666 years old, summoned by a rat. Yuelun, the leader of shining light at the highest sky. 2200 years old, wielding terrifying flames, summoned by Iraq. Sin realized these were the three most fearsome devotees. System alert, these three are stronger than SS, Glass, Gustav. The entire ant swarm could be destroyed. Frowned, why are they trying to erase my power source? System reported urgent situation. Time remaining until Iraq and 100 billion bugs arrive at Ankia. 78 hours 12 minutes 5 seconds. Countdown started. Sin sweated seeing 100 billion bugs. Pesticides could barely stop them. He wondered if he could protect the ant swarm. Even Gustav might not win. The demon Sword and Miri waited long, calling, Sword Saint, what's happened? Trio of beasts, leaders of the gods, were ready to fight. They shouted, standing with the vassals and the great god. Red Ant Army responded, building a destructive god faction. Sin racked his brain for a counter, damn, nearly out of options. Suddenly he thought, no, I have a low-level mission. Sin happily raised his hand to the sky, laughing to himself. The demon Sword and Miri widened their eyes, Sword Saint. The teacher has been in bed all week, now like this. System displayed low-level divine mission promotion. S-class, outstanding potential, sacrifice 610. Sin carried out the mission immediately, first to increase the number of followers. He knew those about to die would seek a lifeline. At the same time, Kang-san sat eating well in the academy cafeteria. He picked large bites into his mouth, chewing quickly and thoroughly. Sin focused, here it is, my lifeline. Lone man came, pulled out a chair to sit. He hadn't understood anything, curiously looked at Sin. The system introduced, Kang-san, 58-year-old male, muscular, super potential, admired for saving his daughter. Kang-san asked, what do you want to say? Sin replied, Mr. Kang-san, I have a plea. Then he began speaking at length. Kang-san, chewing mid-bite, suddenly stopped. He laughed loudly, rice scattered around. Kang-san said gravely, all right, I trust you. But the plea still seemed odd. Watching Kang-san still focused on eating. Sin realized no chance, guessed it wouldn't work. Miri hurried, sister, eat, stop staring. System notified low-level divine upgrade mission. Rank S, sacrifice 610. Sin thought, thanks Nina for helping, just a few more hours. To become a low-level god, it was the only way out of this situation. Why it didn't work when Kang-san said the keyword, didn't he trust me? Sin turned to ask, Kang-san, what can I do to make you believe more? He agreed immediately. Seeing his unusual goodness, doubted his scheme. Then said, even if I like you, I won't marry off my daughter. He was helpless, what is he talking about? Mina and Miri's eyes widened in astonishment. Kang-san waved off, no, give up. Life isn't easy. Sin smiled wryly, don't worry, I'm not attracted to older women. Mina blushed, face becoming sly. Kang-san fumed, steam rising. He angrily slammed the spoon on the table. You brat, did you just say you don't like my daughter? Sin realized he's really abnormal, thus doubted me. Must find a way to make him believe. Kang-san withdrew the spoon, frightening Sin. But he lowered his voice, you're helping other students with healing skills, right? He was secretly glad, exactly what he needed. Hastily replied, yes, the student and Mina are better. Initially she couldn't speak or recognize anyone. Kang-san asked, really? Sin eagerly asked, so what can I do to help you? Kang-san leaned down, said, can you save someone about to die? The request surprised Sin. System notified, S-rank tracking mission, Kang-san created. Looked at the screen, not knowing what it was. The system continued its guidance. The mission was to restore Kang-san's friend and prove the divine power. The target was Kang-san. The reward was his trust. Hearing this, he was excited as if he had found a treasure. Awesome, I must do this. Hopefully, there will be another S-rank believer. The two of them moved towards the hospital. Outside the VIP room, it was heavily guarded by bodyguards. Kang-san led him to where the girl lay on the bed, surrounded by flowers. Sin silently assessed, is this his friend? She looks too young. Kang-san noticed his hesitation and immediately asked, what are you looking at? Sin questioned, didn't you say she's your friend? She looks like my friend, Kang-san explained. Miri didn't leave, it was like that since our first meeting, she doesn't have silver hair. Miri is not just a friend, she once fought beside me on the battlefield, the hero who saved South Korea with me. Miri has a face like a young girl. Even in a coma, she still emanated a radiant aura. Frowned, noticing the flowers, a nurse appeared to remind him, sorry. Kang-san explained, Miri's life is nearing its end. She is absorbing plant life energy to sustain herself. Both the doctor and treatments have failed. He asked sadly, do you think it's possible? Sin slowly replied, I will try. The system displayed Limire. Female human, age unknown. Survival stagnated due to coma. Sin was surprised, can't see the age, this has never happened before, is there something wrong? Suddenly a voice echoed, gentlemen should not ask about a woman's age. A pair of eyes stared directly at him, wondering if this voice was Miri's. Kang-san guessed, it seems Miri is speaking to you in the reflection space. Patted his shoulder, expressing trust. In the quiet forest, Miri sat feeding the birds. She smiled and asked, are you being good? He looked at Insin, greeting him. Insin was stunned, what is this, is it a dream? He realized this was her reflection space, a skill similar to Mina's. Not as strong and perfect. Insin started a conversation, so you're Miri. She gently responded, yes, you're Insin, right? He was startled, you know me, Miri plainly said, of course, you're the chosen one. She continued, I see you as the embodiment of evil, but actually you're kind and good-hearted, a bit pathetic. I'm relieved now. Insin was furious. She called him pathetic, insulting him, should he be angry. Miri warned, I'll use some of my remaining strength if you truly are like I feel. Insin tried to hold back, should respect the hero more. Insin wanted to know why she brought him here. Miri said, your body has basically died. I brought you to this space to talk. Insin was sweating cold, can you bring me back? I want to save you. You know there's no more time. System announced, time remaining 68 hours 1 minute 5 seconds. Miri lowered her head and shook it. I don't think there's a chance to recover, but can you use your power to heal me here? Are you surprised here? He revealed that your power is stronger than you think. Just try, no need to think too much. He did not hesitate then, the ring finger's divine power. His psychic ability emitted a green light surrounding Miri as she floated in the air. The system calculated the target's cause and effect for recovery. The result returned, recovery failed. With current divine power, he could not heal her. He looked at Miri in disappointment. She slowly descended, eyes closed, gently landing. He thought not enough divine power. Will Kang-san's mission fail? Suddenly Miri gently opened her eyes. Seeing her fall, he panicked, are you okay? Miri looked up, saying, I trust you, Insin. Face brightened noticeably. Miri knelt on one knee, looking at Insin. You are young, many shortcomings, but I entrust my fate to you. The system announced, congratulations, Miri becomes your 5th follower, worth 2 S-rank hunters. S-rank transcendent potential, follower 826 plus 2 out of 10. Seeing her respectful attitude, Insin thought, indeed sudden, now only 2 more S-rank followers needed. Miri's eyes were distant, predicting for Insin, if you continue saving worlds, one day you will save our own world. He was surprised, thinking of the ant tribe, she meant Ankia. Miri smiled before leaving, reminding him he would be the savior when the world is in danger. O young divine, I look forward to that day. Sin saw her leaving, ran to say wait, but Miri gradually disappeared. She still smiled, feet lightly, hinting, little god, don't worry. The answer is closer than you think. He reached out to grab, but everything vanished into the void. Notification, follower Limayer's skill added to the new skill share section. Limayer Dream Report. He looked at the screen, prophetic skill. The system announced insufficient divine power. Suddenly Insin's body wavered. He exclaimed, "Eh." He jolted awake, opening his eyes wide. He steadied himself, seeing reality return. The strike had scared him pale, gasping. Kang-san worriedly grabbed his shoulder, asking Han Insin, "Are you okay?" Insin focused on Miri's words. The answer is close to me. He bit his lip, thinking. The next morning at the training academy, Insin stood on the basketball court, seeing Hades playing with students. Hades waved. Insin paid no attention. He heard the phone, still busy thinking. Ithak failed this time, but is looking for another way to get followers. Just search around, as Miri said. Insin replied, by tomorrow at the latest, please forward to me. He hung up, thinking he had used all his assets, plus this time's bank debt, hoping it would work. Looking from another angle, the demon sword practiced enthusiastically, attracting Insin's attention. Demon sword fiercely cut sharp strokes through the air. Insin thought the sword was cheating. Then the system showed the Dark Demon Sword Training, version 2 of the Heavenly Demon God Sword Training sold by the Destroyed Sword Saint, upgraded from version 1, extremely heavy, universal rank. He murmured, I must spend my entire fortune to upgrade the Dark Demon Sword to S rank. Remembering the old book that had fallen apart, he couldn't help but sigh. This was also an additional reward for him. The system announced, replacing the Devil's Sword Secret Technique, the mysterious book on the extinction sword of the Sword Saint, containing the essence of Zhang Sanfeng. However, Insin still recalled when the demon's sword handed him the book, and warned that this gentle swordsmanship was not suitable for his extreme school of swordsmanship. The heavenly demon sword was already very powerful. If I learn the Tai Kai Devil Sword technique, my meridians and energy will be disturbed. Insin mumbled angrily. The demon sword had politely declined the extinction sword of that annoying sword saint. Turning to the present, the demon sword was still diligently practicing. After completing a swordsmanship routine, he finally stopped to rest. He ran his hand through his black hair, sweat dripping from his forehead like crystal droplets. This scene caught the attention of Mi Yang-jae, who was playing basketball and couldn't help but stop and look at the fool. He didn't realize when saliva started to fall from her mouth. So embarrassing. Demon Sword turned around and said, "Stop looking, come here now." Mi Yang-jae dropped the ball to the ground, awkwardly replying, "Me water, do you want to drink water?" But the Demon Sword pointed at Hades, not you, but the summoned monster next to you. Mi Yang-jae blushed upon hearing that, feeling embarrassed. Hades sarcastically remarked, "What a rude guy, Demon Sword, do you want the candles to melt too?" However, his expression was full of confidence as he declared that today would be different, even if the opponent was rank S. He had a feeling that today he would win. Insin stood by thinking, could it be? Winning against rank S when you're only rank A is impossible, but the Demon Sword could reach rank S if he fought Hades. After all, the Heavenly Demon Sword wasn't just any ordinary sword technique. Solution was near. Maybe she meant the Moon Demon Sword. This moment, Hades charged forward, attacking as fast as the wind, while warning, "I won't hold back, prepare yourself." The Demon Sword immediately activated his power, swinging his sword to counterattack. "I have mastered the Heavenly Demon Sword to the highest level. I'm no longer the self of yesterday." Suddenly, something flashed in front of him. He widened his eyes in surprise, looking towards Hades. To his amazement, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust. Suddenly, the Demon Sword was attacked unexpectedly, causing him to fall down. Hades appeared behind him at some point, looking smug as he taunted, commenting that the Demon Sword's strike was quite good, but not enough to defeat him. Demon Sword gritted his teeth, cursing his body in frustration. "But one day I will win, it's just not the time yet." After speaking, he collapsed to the ground, his face hitting the floor. Hades had no choice but to carry him on his shoulder, saying, "I knew you could do it, after all, you're still alive." He went to report to Insin, "Master, I will take him to the medical room." You pointed and gestured, "Go ahead." Suddenly Miri ran over, out of breath, saying, "Hades, let me come with you." Insin watched him leave, thinking, as Hades said, "In the future, the Demon Sword will reach S rank, just not sure when." He tilted his head back and drank the entire bottle of medicine in his hand. System notified, the synchronization rate with the Creator God increased from 45% to 46%. Insin's innate authority was in hand. He looked at the bottle of medicine, lamenting, "This is the second bottle and it only increased by 1%. The upcoming battle is what matters." He glanced over at Mina, who was treating her sister, asking, "Is everything still okay?" even though he knew she wouldn't respond, focused as she was. At this moment, Mina was removing the seal on Miri's power, so Miri could protect herself instead of being sacrificed for the overworld crossing. Miri felt the changes in her body, a sharp pain coursing through her. Seeing this, Mina poured all her strength into her sister, both of them enduring the excruciating pain. After finishing, Mina collapsed. Miri asked in worry, "Sis, are you okay?" Though exhausted, Mina remained strong, wiping away sweat and replying, "Yeah, I'm fine." Insin thought about what Miri had said, thinking she might have meant both the Demon Sword and Miri together. He stood to the side, raising his hand to encourage the two sisters, "Don't rush, take it slow, you'll make it, hang in there." A familiar image suddenly appeared in Mina's mind. She turned her head away. Insin and Miri exchanged confused glances. She blushed, calling out to Mina. Curiously asked, "What's going on?" Suddenly she shouted, "I'm not your sister, don't call me that, call me Mina instead." Insin scratched his head, pulled out a lollipop and asked Mina, "Would you like a lollipop?" He happily ran over, acting like a child. "I like candy," Insin thought. She needs to return to normal so she can undo the seal. The system announced, "Mission progress, low-level god promotion is underway. S rank, with exceptional potential, progress at 82.62%. Insin watched Mina eat the candy, thinking, "There will be 10 people if the Demon Sword and Miri reach S rank, but I doubt we'll make it in time." System announced, 48 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining until the experimental army lands on Ankia. Insin felt regret. "It's probably too late, need to train fast." He turned around and waved to Miri. She responded, "Yes." Insin instructed, "I need to go out for a bit. Tell the Demon Sword that after I leave, the guard duty will be handed over to him." "What's so important?" Miri asked, feeling it was serious. Insin casually replied, "Sleep." After returning to his room, he lay on the bed, relaxed his body, and started to sleep. In another world, Insin angrily stared at the wooden sword in front of him. Then he shouted loudly, "Celestial Sword, are you messing with me?" A tall man in front of Insin looked at him and smirked. Insin walked closer to the bed, thinking, "At first I thought it was some place, but it turned out to be a wondrous place, no other choice." He sat down, pulled his legs up, and continued thinking. He curled into a ball like a cocoon, thinking, the infernal trial with the dreaming man, Time in the dream passes much slower than in reality. This means I can train in the dream. 3 months in the dream equals about 2 days in reality. The wonderful feeling of training without knowing how strong he would get. Sin looked quite satisfied at this moment. He fell into a dream in the Divine Sword Palace, where huge swords were stuck in the ground, looking incredibly frightening. A man who looked like the leader sat on a throne, with a smug expression. Sin glanced around and realized this was the place of the celestial blade's deadly edge, where our eyes first met. Recalling that gaze, wide open and staring straight at me, feeling of fear remained just as intense as the first time, but that didn't matter much. I left the exploding sword from the battle with Gustav for him to repair. Sin shouted, "Master Celestial Blade, is the sword fixed yet?" Recalling the sword that exploded into hundreds of pieces, the system notified that the Celestial Blade's deadly edge responded, "Not yet." He said it would take more time because the sword was seriously damaged. Sin pleaded, "Then at least let me borrow another sword." He nodded in acknowledgement. But the system notified, the Celestial Blade's deadly edge requested 1 million sugar. Sin angrily shouted, "What? Why is it so expensive, double the price from last time?" He grinned smugly, announcing that the Celestial Blade's deadly edge said if you don't have money, don't ask to borrow. He manipulated the screen, muttering, "That damn evil merchant. Guess I have no choice. I'll pay 1 million sugar." Suddenly, Sin became cautious, thinking, wait, isn't he up to something? The entire side in front suddenly cracked in two, a blinding light causing Sin to shield his face. In the light appeared a wooden sword. Sin asked in surprise, "What's this?" Celestial Blade's deadly edge grinned humorously. Sin reacted, unable to accept, jumping up to demand justice. "Master Celestial Blade, this is a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with it? Are you joking with me? Do you think I'm stupid?" A notification appeared. The Celestial Blade's deadly edge said that it's not what it seems, try it. Information about the sword: old, shabby wooden sword made from a plum tree 850 years ago, used by the founder of the Hua mountain sect for practice. Sin opened his eyes wide, reading each word, then compromising with himself. The sword is 850 years old, and it was the sword the founder of the Hua mountain sect used for training. It doesn't sound too bad. He reluctantly accepted the sword but kept muttering, "Well, I paid for it, might as well use it for now." He activated the infinite sword. System notified, the Celestial Blade's deadly edge chuckled, saying when the synchronization with the wooden sword of the Hua mountain sect's founder reaches 50%, a miracle will happen. He said synchronization will increase rapidly if practiced here. Sin's eyes lit up, thinking with joy, 50% synchronization. The miracle, right? Training in the dream helps increase synchronization quickly. He looked at the wooden sword, feeling a reaction, as if the founder of the Hua mountain sect was trying to convey something. Anyway, there will be a miracle, let's see what it is. The system announced. The Celestial Blade's deadly edge sneered and said, "Let's start the infernal trial." As soon as the announcement ended, a giant object rushed toward him. He shouted in panic, not counting 1, 2, 3, starting already. Helpless, he could only swing the wooden sword up and counterattack. He realized, his sword could block his opponent's blow. Looking at the Celestial Blade's deadly edge in front of him, holding the sword. System notified, the Celestial Blade's deadly edge told him to try to hit him once. Time remaining 30 hours, 5 minutes, 10 seconds. Synchronization 46%. After a duel, the Divine Sword Palace now looked like a battlefield. Sin angrily thought, "I've never fought him in a dream before." He had some words of praise. The Celestial Blade's deadly edge praised him, saying it was impressive to block 10,000 of his strikes, and announced that he would unleash another 10,000 strikes. Another battle erupted, sword strikes coming in rapid succession. Sin had to use dozens of 3-component potions to recover. The system reported 20 hours 1 minute remaining. Synchronization at 46.5%. Sin panted, sweat pouring down his body like rain. Suddenly he lifted his face with a silent, satisfied smile, thinking he had discovered his weakness. Instantly, Sin moved like lightning, making everything hard to follow. Even the Supreme Blade of Heaven widened its eyes in shock at the terrifying speed. Suddenly, a sword glided past his stomach, gentle yet piercing to the core. He froze in speechless shock, and Sin did not celebrate, frowning as he waited to see the result. Supreme Blade of Heaven's stomach flashed for a moment. He joyfully turned back to look, silently praising, finally landing a hit. Notification: 20 hours 0 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Synchronization at 47%. Sin took another 3-component restorative potion. Then he watched him, determined to reach 50% at any cost. The system reported that the Supreme Blade of Heaven said he was proud of him, and requested another potion. But Insin just muttered, "Fine, go buy it yourself if you want." He did not notice from the hillside behind, a hand suddenly reached out to grab him. While Insin was flustered, the system reported that the Seeker of Eternal Truth reminded him to get used to the smell of iron. He gritted his teeth. Was it the Seeker of Eternal Truth's turn this time? Thinking so, he tossed the potion from his hand. In a place resembling a gym, he faced a muscular man. His body glistened like oil, grinning as he said training was the best preparation for war. Saying so, he swung a whip as thick as a python at Insin several times painfully. He hurt so badly he cried silently, the whip mercilessly tormenting him. The man pressed the like button for Insin, saying muscles would harden and demanded he lift a 2-ton weight. Being a weight bigger than a tank tire, Insin dropped his sword, took a deep breath, determined to do everything to protect the ants. He summoned all his strength, pushing the weight with full force. He gritted his teeth, lifting it higher little by little. A bit more, then a bit more again. Insin focused all his strength into both hands, his body burning and drenched in sweat. Finally the weight shifted, the ground beneath sinking under its massive weight. He was so thrilled he even had a nosebleed. Notification: the Seeker of Eternal Truth clapped and reminded to take medicine to avoid losing muscle. Insin sat on the ground, hands trembling trying to drink the potion. Notification: 10 hours 1 minute 5 seconds remaining. Synchronization at 48%. System reported Silent Nightmare felt excited for his turn. Insin angrily muttered, "Damn it, leave me alone." Anyway, if he slept, he would wake up in reality, which must not happen. After struggling inside the carnivorous plant, Insin finally made a hole. Escaped smoothly. The carnivorous plant took a critical hit, exploding into hundreds of pieces. Nearby plants heard the sound, waking up and stretching their bodies. Notification: Silent Nightmare happily reminded him to hit harder next time. Insin thought, none of these dream chasers are normal. Notification: 0 hours 1 minute 1 second remaining. Synchronization at 49%. Insin held his head, damn it, gave his all but still lacked 1%, needing 2,000 more potions to reach 50%, no time left. He suddenly thought, wait, hit harder, looking at the pile of plants before him. Saying nothing, he grabbed his sword and launched upward. Notification: Silent Nightmare trembled with joy. Sin laughed, let's see then. Then he slashed forward fiercely. With an eager expression, he wondered how much stronger he had become. Just a few basic strikes took down the carnivorous plants. They screamed miserably. System reported Silent Nightmare was extremely happy at his might. The feeling was extraordinary, leaving Insin in awe. He held his sword, looking at the writhing carnivorous plants. He shouted angrily, "Stop dodging, return the remaining percentage." System updated progress, 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second remaining. Insin stared intently at the system screen. Notification: synchronization 49.9%. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he roared in anger, damn it, I'm going crazy. At that moment, a bleeding tree branch was about to be sold. The sound of falling wood made Insin turn his head. Notification: Silent Nightmare happily said the celestial demon sword was the best. Synchronization reached 50%. From now on, he could intervene directly in Inchia. Insin was unwilling direct intervention. Just that. You said you would bring a small miracle. He clenched his fists in anger, tricked again. The system reported the psychology and endurance of A-rank believers increased due to synchronization. Sin realized, meaning the sword demon and Miri were the small miracles, reasonable if they reached S-rank. Suddenly, the system turned red. Warning sounds rang continuously. The first attack of the royal army began. This event marked the start of the divine war threatening Insin's fate. He exclaimed, damn it, must go to Ankia. First reach the rooftop where transport is. Ankia was now defended by solid stone wall. Enemies near Ankia were not far. The vanguard of the Black Ant army had been destroyed. A woman named Irak sat on the throne, loyal followers behind her. A Tahin and gang said, it is a castle built with demonic power, invincible. Irak ordered the Beelzebub unit to take the vanguard position. The leader of the Beelzebub larvae bowed respectfully, saying, yes sir, we will not disappoint you. After speaking, they gathered into a swarm and darted toward Ankia city. Beelzebub chuckled softly, hee, such pitiful little creatures. The city wall, the female black ant stood worried. Too many, my holy power is not enough to stop them. Even so, she trembled, praying to obey my Insin's orders, not to leave the castle, please arrive quickly. The ant subordinates were also afraid, hearing rumors that Beelzebub's scrap army could melt stone. If they attacked from the air, we would die, must run immediately. Beelzebub approached the fortress, looking down, saying, "O disgusting god of filth and plague, please punish those lowly creatures." Several eyes appeared on its hands. Its body swelled, ready to release poison. Die, lowly creatures. It ordered its subordinates, all soldiers, spray filth under the power of the god of filth and plague. It looked up in shock. The giant feet descended. The sky seemed torn in half. Iraq was terrified beyond measure. Defending disciples were also scared, fleeing in disarray. The foot gradually landed, leaving only harmless larvae. A stomp swept nearly all of Beelzebub's army, sand and dirt flying. Beneath the giant's feet, the larva corpses appeared. Turned out to be Insin, appearing like a god of light with wings symbolizing justice. He felt proud. Look, the pesticide army arrived just in time. Insin thought himself extremely cool. Beelzebub saw the pesticide brand, terrified. What words are these? Is this the language of a demon god? And the protrusion beneath the letters is. Insin squinted toward it. Beelzebub was afraid, dared not move. Trembled, thinking, this battle cannot be won. This swarm will die. God commands retreat. Insin also disliked this filth. Sighed silently. The larvae are disgusting. He decided to use his divine finger. All the pesticide bottles activated simultaneously. Insin felt confident. Haha, divine finger power combined with mind control. These insects are dead for sure. Immediately, the bottles sprayed poisonous gas directly at the insect. A heavy toxic gas weakened them quickly. Coughed up fluid and said, "How could this be? This is the deadliest poison we have ever encountered." Everyone helped the army. Beelzebub weakly covered its nose. Another stream of toxic gas was released. Felt the poison tear through its body. After a moment, the battlefield was clear of larvae. The red ants reminded each other to avoid the poison. Run. It is the demon god of legend. Touching it would be fatal. Iraq still shouted, "Do not fear, he is alone," then threatened, "If you run you will die by my hand." Sin looked at the enemy numbers, too many, crowded. Red ants lay scattered, shouting, "The poison kills on contact, run immediately." This made Iraq angry. She gritted her teeth. She stood upright, shouting loudly, "What use are those moves against us?" I raised my hand and called, "O mighty monster, lend me your strength." The beast roared in response. It flapped its wings and flew into the fray. Insin saw the pesticide backfire, confused. The beast had flown close to Insin, created pressure by landing impressively. Watching the pesticide fly back, Insin was horrified. That bastard, it blew the pesticide toward him. He worried, damn, the ants will be destroyed. Sin calculated, what can be done now? He raised his hand, shouting, "Divine finger power and mind control." The bottles flew up but were useless. Insin grumbled, damn, the bottles were blown away. An instant the arsenal flew up. He watched with regret. Iraq gritted her teeth in anger. The demon god used a powerful piece again. Sin was annoyed, wanted to check the giant beasts. Strong potion, ants nearly dead. The beast had new behavior. He watched curiously. What is that fanged cat doing? Beast growled, showing sharp fangs. It bit the red ants, confirming it had collected sacrifices. Insin was furious. It wants to become stronger by eating them. Too brutal. Watching Iraq on the throne, she gritted her teeth, sacrificing hundreds of thousands to gain power to defeat them. We cannot waste effort and sacrifice. She ordered the next army. Blind dragonflies advance quickly. Insin thought, because of that fanged cat, the pesticide box was blown away. Thought, fanged cat, I will send you to the underworld. He pointed, ordering crush. As he spoke, he looked up in astonishment at the sky. Above Insin, full of dragonflies, he wondered what was going on. Red ants on the backs of the blind dragonfly army attacked Insin. Their faces were smug. Iraq was proud of the army. These jaws can crush stone. If not killing him, at least causing critical injuries. Disciples take care of the rest. From the backs of the blind dragonflies, the red ants ordered to land. Leaped down, darting like arrows toward him. He calmly activated his skill, muscles bulging, shirt torn. Red ants rushed toward him. All arms had to be as hard as stone. They attacked him, but compared to his giant body, pathetic. The seeker of eternal truth preferred a body of iron when storing energy. The red ant leader shouted, "Do not panic, pierce through with numbers. Opponent's defense is only as strong as a demon god." Countered the stabbing attacks like needles. Soon his body was covered with ants, staggering, trembling heavily. Sin tried to reach out, commanding the middle finger of divine judgment. The decayed finger rose, flames burst. The ants on his hand were destroyed. He raised his thumb, continuing to signal, creating a powerful and confident gesture. Above, the blind dragonflies couldn't escape their fate, becoming exquisite grilled dishes. Each ant on Insin's body was systematically eradicated. He stood tall in the sea of flames, his body radiating boundless power. Sin slowly walked out of the flame. He prepared to activate his internal energy. Then skillfully, he shot a fireball directly at the enemy. Next, 3 or 4 more fireballs flew forward. The soldiers patiently heard and screamed in horror. This is the harsh trial. They scrambled to escape. It was too late. The flames rushed in, incinerating them all. They cried and called out for each other, sister, brother. The chaotic scene by the red ants, they pushed and shoved, fighting for survival. The shouting echoed, "Why are you pushing me like this? I don't want to die." Sin also sighed, thinking to himself, his divine power was running low. The system reported mission progress promotion to low-level demigod, currently accumulating for the upgrade 52,023,000 out of 1 billion. Sin calculated the royal army has about 100 billion soldiers. I once thought killing 1 billion soldiers would level me up, but now it's quite difficult. Luckily, I have a 50% synchronization rate, but it's still not enough. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Yeah, probably because I've exhausted my divine power anyway. Next, fire god appeared. Sin wondered why the soldier down there was staring at him so intensely. System announced, the firelight on the sky, a blazing flame, has been in use for over 2,200 years, especially noted. Sin angered it by daring to use the flame similar to its master. He helplessly looked at the strange sight before him. Another unique figure appeared. Arak raised his hand in plea, "Great fire god, can you deal with this demon god?" The fire god replied, "I, Hu Lun, will answer your summons. In return, I ask for 100 million sacrifices. Agreed, as you wish." The soldiers below pleaded, "None, please spare us. Another round of sacrifices." She angrily shouted, "Shut up. Consider it an honor for the Empire's victory." Hu Lun said nothing more, immediately spewing fire onto the red ants. Thus they could not avoid their fate, becoming sacrifices for the god. After completing it, Hu Lun withdrew the fire, confirming enough sacrifices were received. His body slowly began to expand. His body turned dark, transforming into a mighty beast. He angrily glared at Sin, leaving him stunned. It grew larger again, unbelievable. "This is troublesome." He scratched his head, looking confused. Hu Lun's eyes gleamed with anger. He coiled up, then charged straight toward Sin with terrifying strength. He watched the tremendous power racing toward him, moving at an incredible speed. There was no choice. He reluctantly raised his finger, preparing to block the blow. As the system had reported, Jia Zhai failed due to lack of divine power. Sin panicked, saying, "My divine power is gone." Before he could react, Hu Lun had already charged, knocking him back. The powerful impact injured Sin, blood spraying out. His body slid across the ground, coming to a stop after a long while. Sin crashed into the Ankia wall. Debris flying everywhere, he lay motionless, exhausted. Receiving Arak's smug murmur, "Nava, do you see, that demon god suffered a painful end. Finally, I have avenged you." Sin remained still, thinking, have I lost? Even though they worship me as a god, perhaps I have been too arrogant. I have been weak since birth. How could I protect the residents of Gajami Kingdom? As he closed his eyes, he heard a terrible scream. "No, Lord Sin, please do not close your eyes." Seeing his situation, the black ant girl could not help but shed tears. Sin asked, "Girl, why are you here? I told you to stay away from the fortress." The girl paid no mind, raising her hand to point ahead and said, "The ring finger will heal you." However, the system reported the healing failed completely. The holy power of the flame prevented your recovery. The girl still tried to plead, "Please, Lord Sin's ring finger," but was refused again. Healing failed again. The holy power of the flame prevented your recovery. Each letter 1 ECF Aluan saw this scene, spoke bitterly, "Stubborn trash, so you are still alive. How could a fearsome demon god like you use this foul flame? Prepare to die. I will definitely kill you and offer you to my master." Saying so, he rushed at him again. Scene shifts to another place. Inho was praying with all his might. "O great savior Sin, allow me Inho to descend." In his daze, Sin suddenly remembered, right, Inho is still there. Immediately ordered Inho, "Descend," silently praying, "Please, at least give me enough holy power to bring Inho out of the tower." Suddenly, a small blue light appeared in the sky. The light gradually grew, pierced through letter 1 ECF Aluan's face and landed on the ground. Inho reported, "I, Inho, have received orders from Lord Yixin. Notification, Inho has descended. Descent time 60 minutes. Inho reassured, "Now do not worry, I have killed many monsters in the tower." Sin regained his spirit, replied, "Really? My Inho is admirable, since when have you been this strong? A giant monster appeared before Inho. The beast lightly struck once, then Inho disappeared from sight. Turned back without a hint of concern, a small bug is worthless. The black ant girl shouted Inho. Insin thought, did it eat Inho? It's over. I no longer have the strength to move. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Absolute Sword said the repair of the kitchen knife you entrusted to him has been completed. He also said the transport will be free, and added a few extra items for you. Supreme Blade of Heaven traced a water path, quickly delivering it to where Insin lay. Unconsciously, he felt the immense power from the sword. The sword appeared along the spatial water trace. Insin tried to grasp the sword. After holding it in his hand, the sword began to radiate immense power. Insin was surprised to realize his own power was surging. He slowly stood up, ready to face the enemy. Each letter 1 ECF, Aluan gritted his teeth. Angry, something is disappearing. Insin coldly looked at the enemy and said, share skill, demon sword. 3 disciples gaped, this is no joke, too dangerous. The heavenly demon king's skill was activated. Insin hovered in the air, mastering the situation. The rat quickly ran away in fear. Firewheel also sensed it, truly dangerous. Insin smiled, are you trying to run away? Fire looked worriedly at the human in front of him. Suddenly, his body was cut in half. Pain spread and fluid poured from his body. After a few heavy coughs, the firewheel fell freely to the ground like a dying star. In the moment of death, there was still resentment, the precious body that the master had created and bestowed upon me. A monster with a human head stood still, watching its teammate fall. However, it could not escape the fate that had been decided. With a single slash, all 5 face IDs flew off. Sin's weak body stopped, his breath coming in short gasps. He looked at the rat flying in the air, angrily muttering under his breath. Damn it, now I just want to deal with you. How dare you eat my Inho, I will kill you. Sin wondered, however, his divine power was a big question, not sure if he had enough strength to perform another heavenly demon king's reign. Sin's body swayed slightly, he struggled to stay upright, cursing under his breath, damn it, I've lost my bearings again. Beast realized, this bastard, I've figured it out. That last move took a lot of his strength. It immediately roared, preparing for another attack. Then it charged toward Insin, deciding to assassinate him. This is my chance to finish him off. Suddenly the rat stopped, its eyes filled with horror. It quickly stopped, confused, not understanding what was happening. Why do I feel an overwhelming power emanating from this bastard's body? A mysterious green energy surrounded Insin. He looked at his hand with a determined expression. Notification, the seal of Miri's disciple on Earth has been successfully lifted. Miri has now gained extraordinary strength. Insin smiled with satisfaction. Finally, Miri could. A small but truly amazing miracle was about to happen. Notification, the low-level divine upgrade mission is in progress, level S signal. Has the potential to exceed 9 out of 10. He clenched his fist, thinking, thanks to Miri, his divine power had recovered. Demon sword, you must do your best too. Insin returned to a state of excitement, feeling as though he could defeat hundreds of rats at once. I will use Heavenly Demon King's reign again, this time aiming at that fang-bearing cat. Giant Beast trembled in fear, this bastard. I must avoid confronting him directly. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Turned around, not knowing where the sound was coming from. He widened his eyes in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Turned out to be the terrifying Pro Max version of the one from the previous year. It had appeared right next to Insin without him noticing. The monster sneered, surprised. The angry, evil, and petty demon god, my body has been blessed with immortality. A sword or something similar won't easily kill me. Wounds on its body began to show signs of healing. Gradually, an intact snake head formed. In the blink of an eye, 5 new face IDs were completely regenerated. Insin felt uneasy, is this its meaning? Notification, the disciple of the ruler of the vast swamp, special attention, has infinite regeneration potential. So that means hitting it is useless. The monster said, what's there to fear from the start? That pathetic sword energy couldn't kill us. After speaking, all 5 heads rushed forward to attack. One mouth continued to mock, coward. The sword in Insin's hand couldn't hold up, cursing, did you say my sword energy was pathetic? He thought to himself, this sword is truly terrifying. Even the 5-headed snake was surprised. Then it switched to a nonchalant attitude, look, the sword can talk, how interesting, all right, I'll make you my trophy. The sword angrily shouted, stop talking nonsense, you 5-headed snake, dare to say the sword energy of this great hero is pathetic. The snake challenged, the sword will become worthless when faced with the power of infinite regeneration, try it. I'll use your demon's sword as decoration at the entrance of my lair. Sin also noticed something strange about the sword. It seemed to be possessed by another entity, the founder of the Flower Mountain sect. No, the voice is completely different. The sword shook, laughing loudly. Sin struggled to hold it in his hand. He silently noted, this voice could only belong to a truly insane person. Five-headed snake was also quite surprised. Is it laughing? Sword replied, besides laughing, I don't know what to do because you're already dead. Now it looked down at its body, realizing it was surrounded by a mysterious power. They screamed in pain. The demon's sword had cursed them. The snake head confidently said, however, as long as I use the regeneration blessing that my master gave me, I won't die. However, the snake head kept growing back, then disappearing. It said in amazement, impossible, a normal sword could kill me. The sword questioned, do you really think you can survive after being attacked by Heavenly Demon King's reign? The moment you were cut by my sword's blade, you were already dead. The five-headed snake groaned, Master, then its body vanished. The sword sneered, a mere snake like you dare. Notification, you have killed the disciple of the ruler of the vast swamp. Absorb the offering. Black energy like threads slowly surrounded Sin. Notification, congratulations, you have killed the disciple of the ruler of the vast swamp. Level 2 S. The low-level Demon God upgrade mission is in progress. Level S offering has the potential to exceed 823,510. Sin looked in surprise at the power slowly rising within him and the sword. He smiled, feeling the increased strength, not knowing what would happen when the sword advanced to level 10. Suddenly, a pair of large eyes appeared in the sky. The rat from earlier reappeared. Sin sensed an overwhelming power. He turned around, squinting up, silently assessing, truly terrifying, this bloodthirst. The rat descended from the sky. It growled, now you realize, the fiery wind will tear your body to pieces. After speaking, it opened its mouth wide, sending sword energy toward Sin. He was attacked unexpectedly. His eyes widened as he looked at it. Sword energy of the rat flew towards him quickly. Sin quickly swung his sword to block its attack. The sword praised his good reflexes. At least you're not stupid. He shouted, shut up. Sin looked at the cowardly monster and said, the sneaky fang cat, attacking again, heavenly demon. It widened its eyes in fear, looking at Sin, then stammered, wait. Sin questioned, what? You said wait, now you're using tricks like this. Suddenly the whole body of the rat seemed to be attacked by something. It struggled and cried out, it hurts so much. Sin was still confused, not understanding what had just happened. The dung beetle ignited in a blaze and fell straight to the ground. It created a strange, muffled explosion. A pitiful scream echoed through the space from his stomach. His stomach felt ready to burst. It was excruciating, eyes wide, his stomach groaning. Suddenly something shot out from the dung beetle's body, and its body exploded along with it. Sin turned to see Inho, who had escaped the dung beetle, flying up and shouting loudly. Sin couldn't hide his joy, knowing number one was still alive. Inho smiled in triumph. Of course, a giant monster could only be defeated from within. Sin raised a finger in approval. Inho was indeed him. Inho hadn't realized he was hovering, immediately diving down, the sword in Sin's hand, chuckling, finding this guy a bit hard to control. He held the sword in front of him, questioning, who are you? The sword laughed scornfully, ha ha, don't you know who to give it to? Truly foolish, listen carefully, you registered this sword as. Sin watched tensely. It fell silent and he shouted curiously, what is it, some secret? Stop this dramatic scene. Sword replied coldly, oh, let me repeat, who am I? Sin thought how crazy, this must be the sword of the sword saint, but the voice is completely different, so who is this person? Master Sword explained this situation. The warranty service is a bit strange. Communication system, the heavenly blade, avoided the question. Sin was angry, replying like this, no choice but to request a refund. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted. Sin looked toward it in surprise. Fire Wheel regained its strength, growling, how dare a bug destroy a body granted by its master? It roared, showing no mercy. I will not let it slide. Sin sighed, wondering, is that guy still alive? Fire Wheel commanded, divine officer, sacrifice. I need more offerings to end the demon god. Iraq responded, receive 100 million offerings, not missing a single one. Fire Wheel said the number was still too few. He ordered all 100 billion offerings to be given to him. Iraq was stunned, what, you mean? Fire Wheel urged, sacrifice, glory to the god, offer all lives. Red Ant soldiers watched Fire Wheel's flames grow. In an instant, covering all 100 billion offerings, pitiful cries echoed across the area, Goddess, save us. Iraq was terrified. Aelin warned, please stop, this is not a wish, the Emperor will not forgive. Fire Wheel was stubborn. That woman, fine too well, sacrifice, let me absorb the offering. Sin looked at the scene, gritting his teeth in astonishment. Fire Wheel's body expanded to its maximum. Sin exclaimed, "Insane, it's growing larger." The battlefield was desolate, only fire remaining. Bodies of sacrificial creatures were scattered everywhere. A gigantic body roared, the massive one fierce. Number 1 charged, "Let me fight this giant." Weight cracked the ground beneath Inho's feet. He threw it high with all his might, the oversized monster. "I will cut a piece of your house." The rock collided with the flames. It instantly shattered into countless pieces. Fire Wheel remained unscathed. Sin was shocked, the rock melted. He laughed loudly, "Behold, the power of the master of the heavenly flame above." Fire Wheel's head grew larger again, the flames reaching toward Sin. Inho panicked, "Master Sin, what should I do now?" Sin's sword chuckled, "Fool, why keep asking?" He threatened, "Do you have a plan?" The sword coldly said, "Cut it." With the giant using ordinary fire, a straight slash is enough. Sin sweated, thinking, "You call that fire ordinary? Ordinary. I don't know who you are, certainly not ordinary." Fire Wheel rampaged in the sky, each step shaking everything. The sword commanded, "Trust me, nothing in the world I cannot cut." Sin had to obey, insane but no other choice. "All right, let's see." He focused his strength on the sword. Raising the sword, shouting, unleashing the heavenly demon holy sword skill for 1 second. The heavenly demon king yielded, and Sin braced himself, swinging fiercely. Fire Wheel's eyes widened in fear. Closed his eyes, preparing to meet the deadly sword aura. But nothing happened. Fire Wheel mocked, "Just this move." He was furious, "Damn, got it. If this is the mud sword limit, then this is it. Should have checked when they said free delivery. Would Ankia be destroyed?" Watching Fire Wheel in awe, he wondered how to defeat such a monstrous mad creature. He was smug, suddenly a sharp sword appeared. Fire Wheel roared, "No, my body, precious from the master." Instantly sliced in half, falling to the ground. The sword laughed in triumph, "Ha ha, slice. Behold the power of the registered sword, Sin helpless, but I hold the sword. This time not losing in battle with Gustav, I had been unconscious. Surely I am stronger now." Realizing, Sin thought, "What did you say, tailing guy? Repeat that." The system reminded, endless abundance, looking at the fiery sky anxiously. Nightmare quietly reminded, still too early to be complacent. Sin looked up in surprise, the sky is ablaze. He widened his eyes, wondering, what is this? Moon peeked from behind dark clouds. Fire Wheel frowned angrily at Sin. The system signaled, a beam of light cutting through the deep sky. In Ankia there were 2 sun gods, but they fought endlessly for thousands of years, and the loser was trapped in the fire mechanism. Sin heard this, finally managed to defeat it himself, but it turned out he had only broken the seal, and the fiery red sun god was the true deity. Announcement: the celestial blade Absolute Sever stated this was only the remaining fragment of the sun god, though it had once been a high-level god. You'd better give up and accept your fate. Sin didn't trust his hands, muttered, "Nonsense, had spent too much money on this." Anyway, the current situation was truly dangerous. He had used all his holy power in the previous attack. Looking at the fiery sky, he silently lamented like someone famous once said, "Even if the sky collapses, there's always a way out. No need to ask who said it." The whole battlefield was now submerged in molten lava. Yu Lun roared, "You dare break the fire mechanism given to me by my master. I will burn you alive along with the world." Sin stared seriously at the enemy. Seeing Inho on the back of the Muon Leo, he realized, this is truly a sky's flaw. Inho looked at Hu Lun with confusion. This monster was too strong to move. He would be burned alive like this. Sin urged Inho, "Don't stand still. Sacrifice it, don't be afraid." Inho suddenly realized something. Inho grabbed the tail of the Muon Leo and shouted, "Hey, do Sin." He spun the giant beast's tail 7,749 times. "I will sacrifice this monster for you." Sin praised happily, "Well done." Lun still sneered contemptuously, "You won't win, you Spawn's secretary." Season absorbed the power of Muon Leo. Energy poured into his body, exciting him, pointing to praise Inho, "Well done." Sin gathered the energy with his hands piece by piece, until his entire body was covered in mysterious black. System reported the sacrifice of Inho, the cunning monster follower, rated S grade. Sin smiled, "I knew it." Announcement: low-level demon god upgrade mission. Superior potential sacrifice 1010. Beam of light shone straight from above, making him radiant like a god. The system reported you have completed the mission. Sin will upgrade to a low-level demon god. He was enveloped by transcendent power. Sin grinned smugly. Looking at his energy-filled hands, he wondered if this was truly the holy power of a low-level demon god. Inho cheered joyfully, "I trust you, Lord Sin." The girl still trembled, praying, damn, pity her. Tired, he smiled inwardly, right, I'm your god. The fire god was enraged, resisting was useless, burned together with this world. He pointed to the sky, replying, shut up, firehead, obey the god's judgment. Sin's finger unleashed mystical energy at Huo Lun, cursing, too hot, now get lost. Mystical energy flew straight at Huo Lun, but compared to him it was like scratching an itch. He shouted, bastard, you think that will defeat me? Sin silently admitted, right, I cannot hold long, this one is strong, now I am more certain. Due to 100 billion sacrifices or before being sealed, he was a high-level god. He blamed himself, even with a low-level demon god upgrade he was no match. Damn. Huo Lun still stood tall, proud and contemptuous. Do you think this attack will make me lose? The heat from molten lava made matter cease to exist. The Black Ant Legion panicked, melted, ran away. Huo Lun emitted even more terrifying heat. He gritted his teeth, damn, even the heavenly demon king was ineffective. Sin tried to resist with mystical energy, said he must use the celestial blade treasure. Great Sword loudly warned to stop. The immortal sword treasure could not cut its tongue. Sin stammered what then how to do this. A few mystical energies fell. Sin still didn't understand what happened. The sword also looked confused and puzzled. That time in the academy, on the rooftop, filled with empty boxes like someone's bed, the demon's sword continued diligently practicing. Paused, looking tired, said, the second form of heavenly demon sword. Finally learned the essence of the second form of heavenly demon sword. Sword left the demon sword's hand. Strong energy shot out, synchronizing with Sin's body. He noticed his body changing, as if the demon's sword had affected him. The sword in Sin's hand also sensed the change, opening its eyes, muttering, second form of heavenly demon sword. Remembered his true identity. Sin didn't understand yet. The eye on the sword lit up. A phantom of a silver-haired god appeared hovering. He laughed, arms crossed, exuding arrogant aura. Then introduced, I am the heavenly demon. Sin was suspicious, heavenly demon. The system reported activation of eyeless god's gaze, original authority. Quickly scanned the history of the heavenly demon. Male body appeared, backslashed in several places. Heavenly demon held a bloodied sword. His face in pain, tears flowing. Looking down, saw his daughter lying collapsed. The heavenly demon had killed his daughter, becoming an apostle of the god of destruction. He also sequentially killed millions of female followers, before ending his own life. Sin felt emotional. Oh God, what happened to the heavenly demon? How could one remain sane through all this? The heavenly demon screamed in pain, my daughter. Announcement, note, he spent thousands of years seeking someone to avenge the god of destruction. Though deceived into losing memories, the demon's sword helped him recall much. Sin muttered angrily, cruel game, a scam, explained clearly, there's a name making me suspicious. Announcement, the celestial sword of absolute severance used vengeance as bait to recruit the heavenly demon as its disciple. In the past, the celestial sword of absolute severance had appeared to challenge the heavenly demon. However, the heavenly demon refused, saying he disliked the deceitful scoundrel. Therefore, the celestial sword of absolute severance erased his memories and sealed him into its blade for thousands of years, leaving him without a single coin. He fumed silently, cursing, celestial sword, you deceitful merchant. The hovering heavenly demon looked at him, unable to speak. Spoke with difficulty, demon sword, what did you say? His enlightenment restored my lost memory. You have a fine disciple. The heavenly demon angrily clenched his trembling fist. If it were you, could you avenge me? He answered firmly, yes, I will surely defeat that destroyer god in a single strike. The heavenly demon was pleased, stroking his beard and laughing, leaving him bewildered. He extended his hand and proposed, very well, use my power, you deserve it. You are worthy to be my master. He stepped forward, trying to grasp the heavenly demon's hand. When his finger touched the heavenly demon, energy from his finger flowed into the heavenly demon's finger. System notification, the heavenly demon has acknowledged you as his god master. The heavenly demon has become his disciple. Firewheel didn't understand anything and was suddenly attacked by a giant mystical weapon. What is happening? Announcement, the S-rank offering has a superior potential of 10 out of 10. You have completed the mission. Congratulations, Sin has ascended to low-level god. He was delighted, a small yet astonishing miracle, concluding with the enlightenment of the demon's sword. His expression shifted again. Turns out the firewheel was not destroyed. He mocked. You only gained a bit of power from that old man, and now you think you can oppose me. Insects will forever be insects. Then he unleashed a massive flame to block Sin's mystical weapon. On this side he still held firm but seemed unable to break through. The heavenly demon reminded, to extinguish this fire, you must use an even larger flame. He ground his teeth and lowered his hand, slowly swinging the sword back to gain momentum. Then he shouted I was right. Heavenly demon roared, "This is my interpretation of the great infernal hell, one of the most brutal hells in the 8 great hells, the heavenly demon's sacred sword second form. The fire wheel remained stubborn. No need to struggle in vain, ordinary human, no matter your efforts, your destructive fate will not change." Both energies clashed. Very quickly, the fire wheel's power was almost completely neutralized. He exclaimed in shock, "It cut through my flames." He sweated profusely, saying, "I told you to leave, damn it's hot," reminding the next strike to slash across the fire wheel. He was terrified watching the enemy's power rampage over his body. Such wounds would heal instantly with the master's power. "Is this flame? It's burning, save me." The fire wheel was trapped in a blue energy sphere, screaming in pain. Insin wearily held the sword, looked up at the sky, and exhaled lightly. The sky had returned to its original blue. He slowly said, "We did it. I have protected Angia." The saintess and the ant people cheered with joy. "Lord Insin has won. He has created a miracle and protected us. Praise our great God." Ho was also enthusiastic. "Indeed, Lord Insin, I always believed you would win." "All right," Insin smiled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. He reminded them, "Now I need to rest for a bit. The rest is up to you." Anti and Inho bowed respectfully, complying. Notification, you have won the battle. Insin's fame spread across the entire continent. Spatial portal opened. There is a new message. Lord Insin can now attempt the quest to level up to an intermediate god for both the deity and demon gods. Finished, moving to another room. Insin sat on a chair, groaning a few times. The sword, covered in battle marks, was placed next to the window. Insin was trying to hold back a laugh so it wouldn't make any noise. But he couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst into a wicked laugh. The system informed him that the heavenly sword was glaring at him, yelling that he was a thief. Insin defended himself, "A thief? Oh, come on, heavenly sword, weren't you the one who was up to some sneaky business?" Notification. The heavenly sword is shouting that he cannot believe the cursed sword could awaken heavenly memory. Sin laughed even harder. "Oh my, such unjust accusations. Anyway, Lord Heavenly Sword, this miser, please fix this." Notification. The heavenly sword says you've caused too much damage, so the repair will cost 50 million divine coins. Sin shouted, "Sir, are you crazy? That's a serious cut, my dear friend. Do you think so? Just 10 million. Notification. The nightmare quietly emerged, whispering that they knew a blacksmith. He chuckled mischievously. "I knew it. These stupid tailing people, I mean these beloved customers." System said, "The seeker of eternal truth has been waiting for this day," and said 5 million coins is enough. Insin's smile grew even more devilish. "These fools, I mean this wonderful guest, whether capitalist or tailing fools, commercial competition will always peak. Don't you think so, Lord Heavenly Sword?" The Heavenly Sword said it would take a year if you gave it to the seeker of eternal truth, so he would accept the 10 million coin price. He bargained, no, 3 million and he'll have the salt business. The Heavenly Sword angrily said, "That's over the top." Sin muttered grumpily, "Discount. Think about what I've been through before. Oh well, I think I'll hand it over to you, Sir Eternal." The system relayed his anger. The Heavenly Sword trembled and said, "Fine, 3 million is acceptable." Satisfied with the deal, Insin pointed to the sky. "Deal." Suddenly a call came in from the homeless boss, Kang San. As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end spoke urgently. "Hello, where are you? Hurry to the Sandy Guild." "The guild? Why so sudden?" Kang San replied. "They've discovered about 100 eggs from Gustav's crocodile." Sin's expression changed drastically. "What? Gustav's SS level egg?" At the Hunter Association building. Above it was an advertisement for a mineral spray loved by hunters, promoted by SCO Mina. Insin and the Cursed Sword stepped out of a taxi. Both were drawn to the advertisement. "Oh ho, it's an ad with Mina's image. She's really beautiful, isn't she?" Suddenly, Insin saw something at the demon sword's side. It turned out to be the image of the beautiful woman on the billboard, Mina. She tilted her head and looked at Insin, accompanied by Miri and the principal. Miri cheerfully greeted, "Hello, teacher, you've arrived." He awkwardly responded, "Hello, hello to you too." The principal interrupted, "Enough, let's go inside. We need to see this crocodile egg." They approached the meeting room door. Sin whispered to the demon sword, "You have to wait here because you're not a member of the Hunter Association." He straightened his back, raised his hand and replied, "Yes, sir." They entered the meeting room, where all S-rank hunters from various nations gathered to witness the crocodile egg. Du-hyun waved at Usin. "How have you been?" He replied, "Oh, it's you, Du-hyun." He happily pointed to the seat across from him. "Insin, sit here, and Mina can sit next to me." Before he could finish speaking, Mina hugged Insin's arm, shouting, "No, I want to sit next to Insin." Du-hyun exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The meeting host, JT, asked everyone to sit down. Gustav's egg will be brought in soon. Mina excitedly shouted, a crocodile egg, it must be delicious. Insin embarrassedly reminded, sit down, Mina. Seeing Mina looking at Insin with infatuation, Do-hyun clenched his fists, feeling frustrated. He was captivated by something strange. He glanced at the unfamiliar girl across from him, thinking a penguin-shaped mask is that her style. The blonde girl was quite pretty, but she didn't interact with anyone in the meeting room. System notification rated the evaluation as a failure. Insin frowned, wondering what's this. And evaluate, who is she? Mina eagerly looked ahead, exclaiming, is this the egg? JT looked toward the door and saw an object being brought in solemnly. It was a crocodile egg, placed on a soft fur layer with bright stones embedded in the shell. JT introduced, this is the egg of an SS rank monster, Gustav, the monster that attacked the academy. Brought it here from Africa, out of hundreds of eggs. This is the only one that hasn't hatched yet. We are still investigating and searching for the other eggs. Insin looked at the egg in suspicion, Gustav's egg. That time I witnessed the death, and now there are still 99 more eggs somewhere. Suddenly the egg vibrated violently. Insin felt worried, did the egg just move? The egg began to crack, Dai T and his assistant yelled in panic. What's happening? Gustav's egg is moving. The shell of the egg slowly cracked open. Crocodile emerged from the shell, everyone shouted, a crocodile. It's so cute, I want to take it home. It's doing some kind of gesture, the mushroom-headed guy wondered. What is it trying to say? Only Insin understood what it was trying to say. It was looking for its mother's murderer. It was startled from its mother's murderer. Am I the only one who understands what it's saying? The crocodile leaped out of the shell, charging straight toward Sin. He tensed, holding his breath as he watched it. Creature skidded to a stop in front of Sin. It growled a few times, as if saying, I will kill you. After speaking, the crocodile lunged to attack amidst everyone's panic. Sin realized something was off. Why was it moving so slowly? Guess it's because I've gotten much stronger. He activated his fingertip power, pointing directly at its face, thinking, now I've also gained low-level divine rank. These creatures are nothing. Power of the index finger. The crocodile glared at the one standing in front of it. Insin's face looked very fierce, like his mother. The crocodile thought, will I die here? Suddenly, a large hand punched the crocodile in the face, shouting, where do you think you are? It turned out to be the man sitting next to Insin, who punched the crocodile far away. He was an S-rank hunter. Jong Hyuk, angry, punched the crocodile away. It panicked, thinking, I need to get out of here now. Before the crocodile could lay its eggs, another person rushed in and landed another blow. With Shinzo, he laughed and said, that cute face almost tricked me. The crocodile cried, thinking to itself, am I going to die now? Shinzo turned around and asked, is everyone okay? Insin thought to himself, not okay at all. That was so embarrassing. They handled the crocodile before I even had a chance to attack. He looked over at Jong Hyuk, thinking, S-rank truly is a different level. Mina cried out in fear, scared of the crocodile. Miri helplessly comforted her. It's okay now. The principal and Do-hyun looked at the crocodile angrily, shouting, how dare a crocodile do this? Sin pondered, looking deeply at the crocodile. At this moment its whole body was bruised, trembling. It cried and begged, please save me, daddy, some god, please hear me and save me. A person walked up and said, what, you're still alive? The crocodile trembled and huddled against the wall. Jong Hyuk coldly raised his foot, cursing, die. The crocodile screamed in fear but didn't dare to resist. And Jong Hyuk's foot was close to the crocodile. Fortunately, an old man arrived just in time and stopped him. Stop. It was Sadok, the president of the Immortal Hunter S-Rank Association, known as the One-Man Army. Jong Hyuk was surprised, asking, why are you intervening? Sadok replied, because I can't let you kill it anymore. I'll kill it and take it back to the association. But Jong Hyuk disagreed. I have to kill this monster with my own hands. Otherwise, I'll be itching to do it. He laughed, stroked his beard, and said, why are you kids so impatient? The meeting room suddenly shook violently. The wall behind the old man shattered, revealing a strange light. He laughed and said, I guess you'll wake up only after getting hit. The demon sword stood outside the hallway, astonished, watching the intense shaking scene. Kang-san in the meeting room fearfully exclaimed, is he really summoning a spirit warrior? This guy. He pointed at the old man, shouting, stop it now. But Sadok only lowered his head and replied, I can't do that anymore. Jong Hyuk angrily shouted, then die, old man, spirit armor. His body was surrounded by a solid iron armor. As if sensing something, he glanced sharply. Sadok had approached him at some point, his face showing surprise, and the air in the room was filled with tension. Kang-san had no choice but to step in between to mediate, asking the hunters to stop fighting. Sin thought to himself, this fight is about to get chaotic. No popcorn, how can I watch this? He felt amused watching the fight, comfortably leaning back, just eavesdropping. Only a few unfortunate creatures cried for help, but no one paid attention. Sin understood what it meant, immediately sitting up to look at it with a serious expression. The creature miserably hugged its head, crying out, "Oh my God, help me." Notification: the crocodile cub of Gustav's follower is male, has been active for 5 minutes. Attention, it is scared. If you rescue it, a small miracle will occur. Sin chuckled inwardly. A small miracle, well then I'll save it. But what to do now? Looked at the two fighting ahead. I'm serious. Sadok's no easy opponent either, that rabbit-nosed brat. System notification: low-level Saint Sin, do you wish to help a small creature in need? You can assist it quietly. Sin didn't hesitate, pressing the Z button. Of course, I'll do it. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a green energy. The principal noticed it. That green energy transported him to another place. Kang San could do nothing but try to stop these two from clashing. Sin shuddered in anger. It's gone. Was I left behind again? Suddenly, he received a call. Who's calling at this hour? Looking at the phone screen, Sin's expression was no longer calm. The blonde girl wearing a penguin mask also noticed the issue and began to show curiosity. The phone screen displayed a picture of the naughty cub playing with the saintess. He thought to himself, how did it get in there? Wait, but why does it look like an owl instead? Sin felt worried. The crocodile suddenly disappeared without anyone noticing. Sadok angrily pointed at his young opponent and scolded, don't you know to respect the elderly? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Kang San struggled to stop him. Enough, stop being stubborn, but Jong Hyuk wouldn't back down, retorting, I'll kill that crocodile and crush it. Sin nervously thought to himself, if these two find out, it'll be a huge problem. I need to find a way to solve this quickly. Didn't realize when the penguin-masked girl had appeared behind him. When he realized, he jumped in surprise, hurriedly turning off the phone, turning back and yelling, what's this? You didn't see anything, right? She shook her head, indicating she didn't know anything. He feared she would notice the disappearance of the naughty cub. Sin tried to speak, damn it, wait a minute, let me talk for a bit. But she raised her hand, making him nervous. Oh no, did she see it? Sin asked again, Miss Penguin. She just waved her hand in greeting. Sin watched as the penguin-masked girl left and wondered, are all S-level hunters crazy? Luckily, she didn't realize the crocodile had disappeared. The meeting room door suddenly exploded, and everyone was confused about what was happening. Cursed Sword jumped onto the meeting table, scaring everyone. He silently asked Sword Saint, what's going on? The Cursed Sword is here. Sin happily thought, the Cursed Sword arrived just in time. I can use him to get out of here. Shizu recognized him. You are. He pointed at the Cursed Sword, asking excitedly, are you Kang Zom? But the Cursed Sword refused. No, you're mistaken. Shinzo insisted, don't lie, it's me, Shinzo, your companion. The Cursed Sword still refused. I said you're mistaken. Sin looked at the two of them, wondering if they knew each other. Oh well, not my business. I've got other things to do. He walked up and loudly called out, hey, Cursed Sword. Sin grabbed the Cursed Sword's hair and interrogated, why are you causing trouble here? The Cursed Sword hesitated before replying, why don't we talk outside? Three of them were arguing while cluelessly watching. The Cursed Sword was dragged out into the hallway by Sin. Though being dragged away, Kang Zom still gloomily said, I'll punish myself. I deserve to die for not obeying your orders. Sin smiled, saying, no, just stay quiet. I'm grateful to you. Sadok's scream echoed in the room, oh no, where's the crocodile cub? I'll kill you, you bastard. Jong Hyuk stepped in, what are you saying, didn't you take it? The penguin girl standing beside chimed in, bang two, Sin nervously thought, I need to get out of here right now. In the medical room of the Hunter Academy, Sin lay comfortably on the bed, watching his phone and thinking, being alone is really comfortable. The phone screen, the saintess was holding a chain, with the other end tied to the crocodile. She said, I'll take care of the crocodile that God in Sin gave us. He looked at the American crocodile named Sao Sao. I placed a strong seal on it, like a dog chain around its neck. Well, I've done my best. The saintess will take good care of it, but I wonder what the small miracle is. It can't be the one in the phone. Shinzo entered, startling him. He asked, that game was really fun, right? Sin sat up, puzzled. Shinzo, what are you doing here? He replied, I have something to ask you. After saying that, he gathered energy in his hand. He was scared, thinking, why can't these S-level hunters talk normally? Just ask whatever you need. Shinzo got straight to the point. I have something to ask you, answer me properly. Sin angrily thought, why can't these S-level hunters speak properly? What a confusing question. However, he still tried to be friendly, saying, why don't you just ask directly? I promise I'm very open-minded. I love peace too. Shinzo calmly said, first, about Kang Zom. Oh no, I mean the Cursed Sword. What's your relationship with him? Sin was thinking, if I say what the relationship between me and him is, Should I say it's the relationship between a god and a believer? I can't say that. So he lied, we're colleagues, after all, I'm a grandmaster, and the cursed sword is my assistant, nothing wrong. Why is he threatening me to ask such questions? Shinzo coldly looked at Insin. He suddenly asked, so you're also a member of the Triad Society, right? He was confused. What's the Triad Society? This name confused him. The Triad Society, is it like the Three Emperors Society of China? How should I know? Shinzo saw that he was joking. It seemed like it was impossible to talk seriously with him. Rushed straight at him. One of Shinzo's hands almost pressed against Insin's cheek. Despite facing the fierce attack from his opponent, he maintained his calm expression as always. Insin moved gracefully, gliding as if on a walk, mocking, too slow, but I could still get hurt if I'm not careful in this fight with this body. Let's share skills, let's see what happens. At that moment, the demon's sword appeared again. He swung his sword, challenging anyone who dared threaten his fate. His eyes flared with fiery anger, his mouth constantly cursing, coward. What does he want with that sword? Shinzo was confused, unable to believe the sudden situation. He was lucky to avoid a fatal blow. With his weak strength, Shinzo struggled to keep his balance and shouted, "You." A strange smile appeared on his face. Shinzo smiled brightly. Finally, Kang Zom, you've come to see me. Demon's sword was still angry. Don't say anything more. Having just dodged the demon's sword's attack, he showed concern. Are you all right? Why didn't you answer my phone? Demon's sword was uninterested in chatting. Shut up. Seeing an attack coming, Shinzo calmly said, but a powerful punch from you struck the sword. You still haven't answered me. Shinzo fell to the ground. The demon's sword, looking upset, said, I blocked your number because you kept bothering me like one of those annoying people. At this moment, Shinzo understood. What? You blocked my number? No wonder. Watching the two face off, Insin wondered, what are they to each other? Demon's sword was furious. Now you dare bother my master, you've chosen death. Shinzo heard and thought he was hallucinating. He was startled. How could this be? The demon's sword even corrected my words. Daring to lose like that, don't you know who he is? If you still consider yourself a swordsman, kneel and apologize to him. Shinzo angrily asked, apologize, kneel. Couldn't endure this humiliation, even though the third-tier sect was just a cult. But you're too immersed in it, Kang Zom. Insin only thought about food. What's the third-tier sect? Is it the pork belly sect or something? Shinzo observed you once more, holy swordsman. So this is the person who made the demon sword like this. I will expose his true fate. He seriously called your name, master. It's me. What's wrong? Prepared your move. If you are really the holy swordsman, surely you will be able to withstand this blow. Two palm strikes like twisting fangs rushed straight toward you. Demon's sword looked at you, hoping that the idiot would realize the superiority of the holy swordsman. He was the type of person who would only learn his lesson after being hit hard. Insin lazily sat up. Really? That might be better. I don't know how strong my ability is, so I want to try how it fares in real life. Thought to yourself, after saving the Gajami kingdom, I've grown much stronger just saying that. Shinzo was very annoyed to see the smug look on Insin's face. Insin hoped he was S-rank. Surely he wouldn't be easily defeated. Indeed, the perfect target for an experiment. Share skills, first place. Muscular blocks tore through the shirt, revealing the hidden strength. Shinzo guessed, seems like this is a skill of the third-tier sect. Is this what he used to kill Gustav? He eagerly awaited the result. This is just an ordinary skill of the third-tier sect. With my speed, nothing to worry about. Speed of guys as huge as him doesn't bother me. Seeing Shinzo charge, Insin just chuckled lightly. The move that the opponent was so proud of was just like a slow-motion show, really slow. You clenched your fist. No matter how strong the opponent is, they will be shattered under my punch. Shinzo was about to face death. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A giant punch bigger than Shinzo was about to land. Just then, when the punch was about to hit Shinzo's face, Mina opened the door and scolded, so noisy. Told you to stop right now. Insin remembered he had forgotten. Mina was still sleeping. Shinzo curiously asked, Miss Mina, why are you here? Mina pointed at him, scolding this evil man. Now it was her turn to teach him a lesson. The virtual space skill activated. Insin fearfully stopped her. Wait, Mina. Mina coldly said, who dares touch our Insin? She looked at Shinzo and continued, all of you must die. Mina's hand clenched, her control ability exploded. The pressure made Shinzo wince and close his eye. He collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, finally gasping, can't breathe. Cried out Kang Zom. However, the demon's sword remained cold, just standing there watching. Lost strength and collapsed, no longer moving. The demon's sword walked over to check on him. He touched Shinzo's pulse on his neck. The demon's sword just sighed. Insin worriedly asked, is he dead? Demon's sword withdrew his hand, saying, unfortunately. He's still breathing, but this guy is so persistent, he won't die easily. Insin sighed in relief. Phew, thought there was a murder. Carried Shinzo on his shoulder. saying, "Holy king, this man has caused a lot of trouble for you. I'll take him to a worthy place. If I use the ring finger to heal." But before he could finish, he was already gone. You frowned, wondering if he would kill that guy. After all, they were familiar with each other. Mina suddenly pinched your cheek. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" You replied, "I'm fine." Mina lovingly said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Sin blushed, thinking, should use her, well, after all, it's a bit. Just then Miri suddenly rushed in. She anxiously asked, "Teacher, are you okay?" I felt a strong energy source. After saying that, she choked when she saw the scene in the room. Mina cheerfully asked, "Miri, what's the matter?" Sin awkwardly said, "Miri, what's going on?" Was asked, "Why is the floor covered in blood? What happened?" Mina stepped up beside her, looking weak. "Miri, I want to go home, I'm so scared." Sin messaged Miri, "Perfect timing, could you take her home?" Miri nodded, "Sure, I can do that." After that, only Sin stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. He worked hard to wipe the blood off the floor. He thought to himself, someone as lowly as me has to clean the floor, but in the end, it still has to be done. System reminded, notification, infinite abundance, sending a heart symbol and praising this good deed. He frowned and thought, just as expected, I only have wealth. Suddenly, my Jeongi poked her head into the room and called, "Teacher Ye." He was surprised. "Teacher, who are you?" The girl was shocked, looking at the room. "Oh my god, teacher, what's going on?" Sin replied, "It's nothing serious, I just fell." "Hey, what happened? Why are you here?" The girl hesitated. Teacher, it's just that." Looking at Yang Jai's attitude, he wondered, why is she so worried? Is there something important? Sin immediately asked, "What happened? It's okay, you can tell me." The girl sincerely said, "My grandfather wants to see you. I think you should go right now." I was shocked. "What? Why does your grandfather want to see me? And why are you telling me to run? Me, go tell him. How should I explain?" "Well, you see." Suddenly the necklace on the girl's chest glowed. She greeted, "Oh Hades, how are you?" Yang Jai explained he saw Hades evolve, so he insisted on meeting you. Hearing the sound from outside, the girl panicked and shouted, "Oh no, the car. Don't tell me grandfather is here." "Teacher, I have to go now." Watching the girl rush out, Sin stood frozen. "Take care." Yang Jai was embarrassed. I'm sorry, teacher." Looking down at the window, he was curious. What's wrong with her? A luxury car parked right below. Assistant carefully opened the car door. The person in the car stepped out. Sin realized, what? Isn't that the old man I met at the Hunter Association? Wait, Yang Jai go, so it's the president of the Immortal Association, Sadok, is Yang Jai's grandfather. He was curious about the person next to him. Who is the ghostly woman? Her face looked quite gloomy. Kang San greeted him with a curse, "You old bastard. What are you here for?" Sadok bluntly replied, "Where do you think you are? What does it have to do with you, old musclehead?" They looked at each other like bitter enemies. Kang San threatened, "If you experiment on the academy like last time, I'll send you to Western Heaven." Sadok laughed, "Don't worry. I just came to see my granddaughter and meet someone." Kang San was alert. "Meet someone, who is it?" Sadok replied, "A young man named Sin is here, right?" Kang San asked in doubt. Sin stuck out his tongue in interest, then confirmed, "Yes, I need to talk to that young man urgently." Sin upstairs was worried. "Don't tell me Sadok found out I was catching crocodiles. How can this be?" They met in the principal's office. Sin was called down. He looked at Sadok, thinking to himself, what should I say? Can I pretend it's not me? He looked at him with a meaningful expression. "Right, we've met before. How old are you?" He replied, 23 years old, thinking to himself, just act as natural as possible. He hinted, 23 years old, no need to check marriage compatibility. 3 years apart is perfect. The ghost beside him hesitated. "You're embarrassing your grandson." Sin was puzzled. "Marriage compatibility? What are you talking about? Isn't it 4 years apart, not 3? Sadok suddenly said, "Future son-in-law, very pleased to meet you." He choked on his tea. "Wait, son-in-law." Sin was shocked. "What did you just say? Are you matchmaking me?" Sadok familiarly said, "My dear grandson." Sin coldly interrupted, "Enough. I'm not planning to marry. I like being single, sorry." He thought to himself, when did I lose faith in marriage? Now I'm just starting to lose faith. Sadok, unsatisfied, put his teacup down. You have the ability to evolve summoned soldiers. Hades from B rank to S rank, right?" Sin understood. "Damn. Now I know why Yang Jai was acting that way." He continued, "It's the first time I've seen energy like yours. Should I let it slip by? Not asking for anything extravagant. Just give me heirs to inherit your abilities." Sin angrily replied, "So you're using me? Don't make me laugh, son-in-law, don't make me laugh." Sadok placed a check on the table. He was confused. "What's this?" Looking at the number, Sin was speechless. Sadok solemnly said, "The check for 1 trillion will be yours if you agree to be my son-in-law." Kang San gaped. "What? 1 trillion? Is it worth 1 trillion? Even though he implied that you're being bought, his whole body shook. 1 trillion. He thought, if I take it, I'll never be pressured by a publisher again, but looking at her scared face, who would dare marry her. Insin stood up and refused, sorry to disappoint you. I'm not one to hoard money, 1 trillion is not enough, I won't marry like this. Kang-san was regretful. Sadok's daughter was silent. Insin hurriedly left, sneaking away. Suddenly a voice rang out, please wait. Insin frowned and looked, what's going on? Gradually raised her hand to brush her hair back. The system reminded, Mi Yang-jai is a half-blood of humans and nightmares for 20 years special, has the ability to charm men when they look into her eyes. Kang-san worried, oh no, don't look into her eyes. Mi Yang-jai activated her skill, her enchanting gaze. She asked, how do you find my eyes? Obalni, Insin praised, wow, they're really beautiful. She continued pleading, Orabayani, please pay attention to my words. Why can't you be mine, I beg you. Kang-san shouted, hey you, how dare you use that dangerous move to enchant Insin? Love is not like that. Sadok stood beside Mr. Ngan again, warned he would act immediately if anyone dared threaten my granddaughter. Kang-san was furious. Both he and his granddaughter were enraged. Do you know how many men have gone mad from being enchanted by a gaze? The air fell silent. Insin refused, but she was not satisfied. Mi Yang-jai thought she misheard. He replied, do you want me to repeat it? I do not want to belong to you. You are not my you. Oh heavens, just after finishing, he turned away. Insin remained angry, she said, is it yours? I am appalled by the intention to possess another. No more words, I am leaving. The two old men behind were stunned, mouths agape. Mi Yang-jai thought, my enchanting gaze has no effect on him. What is he? Insin safely went outside. He was furious to the core. Damn, losing 1,000 billion of mine. Snow is beautiful, but better than digging one's own grave. Enchanting gaze. She has a strange skill. To me it's like just making eye contact. Suddenly, the wall at the end of the corridor was broken through. While he was still thinking, she is a hybrid of human and nightmare, right? So what about her family? A massive dark hand reached out. Then it grabbed Insin's arm tightly. He was pulled inside. Only one slipper was left on the corridor. Her family car had left. Sitting in the car, suspecting Mr. Hai was applying makeup. Her face returned to normal. Sadok asked, how do you feel about the groom? She replied, I like him very much. Remembering his appearance earlier, Sadok was curious. Why put on makeup if showing bare face? She replied, if a guy only agrees when he sees my face, what kind of person is he anyway? Sadok understood. Her enchanting gaze did not mesmerize him. Mi Yang-hai laughed coldly, that is why you want Orabayani. Only S-rank hunters can resist your gaze. Sadok reassured, he is already in my hand. She asked in surprise, oh what do you mean? Sir, don't tell me you have. His face turned sinister. Insin had just woken up. Looking around, he guessed this was Sadok's space. He did not expect his grandfather would go this far. Looking at the monsters in front of him, he shivered, but these guys, why are they scattered everywhere? System reminded, Sadok's spirit warriors are powerful, enhanced by Sadok's magic while alive, initially ordered to kidnap him but now disobeying and wanting to devour him. Insin was terrified, they want to devour me. Looking at these guys, truly no words left. One swung a sword down, he was annoyed. How dare they try to eat me? A sword stroke almost hit him, but it was broken by Insin's steel-like muscle. The ultimate skill of diet NH letter 1EA5T TH I letter 1EBFT Chi TH letter 1EC3. The spirit warrior was stunned. Did not expect the next sword, only made a sound when hitting Insin's back. He said coldly, you are not skilled enough to take even a piece of my skin, not a million of you. Because now I have reached the sub-deity level, you insignificant pest. His 5 steel punches fell straight on its face. The spirit warrior was punched far away. The remaining ones panicked seeing their comrade fall in an instant. Insin reminded, you may be big but you are just me. Don't try anymore, come on. Alone, Insin swept across, giving them a memorable beating. The more he fought, the fiercer he became, compared to the army of 10,000 ants. You are nothing, under the judgment of the gods. Spirit warriors were terrified. They could only watch as Insin's blows landed. The two leaders were scared. What skill is this? The D-letter 1EA1 Zoa army has never lost but now defeated. Someone like him could it be? Does he have a divine eye? Insin had noticed these two. They are leaders, one female. Being noticed, they felt uneasy. Read the info. The D-letter 1EA1 Zoa leader Sadio Eka was once a disciple of a beast. Notification, Sadok's D-letter 1EA1 Zoa leader was once a disciple of lust seduction. Insin was surprised. Zika is a disciple of 2 demon gods. Sadok is powerful but 5 colored eyes, it reminded him of Mi Jionga's eyes. One leader rushed forward. The other leader thought, impossible you. Insin remained calm before the opponent's strike. He raised his finger, you are strong too. His godly index finger had struck down one leader. The leader tried to stand up. His demeanor remained cold as before. The female leader was stunned. She could not believe it. He was not manipulated by the enchanted gaze. surely a powerful young man. So she decided if that is the case. He stepped closer. Insin was confused. What is this? Is she going to surrender? Gaped when he saw the female leader beg, "Little god, please spare us." Insin was cautious. The letter 1E1 Zoa also knows psychology. Who is she? The system displayed activated inherited power, the godless eye. Scan the biography of the D-letter 1EA1 Zoa leader. Before becoming a Rakshasa, her name was Lilith. She was the daughter of the first leader, regardless of rank or status. Even as a great female demon god, she failed against the god of destruction and was nearly annihilated. However, she and her demon world were on the brink of extinction, needing an S-rank, pure and powerful soul to restore her power. Thus, she gave Lilith a mark and sent her to the mortal realm, arranging the encounter between Sadok and Lilith. Lilith was confident when meeting young Sadok. "With my alluring beauty, someone like you would be easily enchanted." But he dismissed her, saying, "What the hell, go away, I don't have time to deal with you." However, her beauty had no effect on Sadok. Instead, Lilith fell for him, marrying and having a child. But then Lilith's identity was discovered by the god of destruction, and she faced death. Sadok painfully made a decision. "Lilith, make a pact with me, fulfill my wish and receive my soul." Only then did he realize she was Gomi, Gyeonga's grandmother. Soul wish was an unwritten law passed down for ages. He asked, so Sadok's wish was to revive her, but her child refused. That's why he turned her into a Rakshasa. I guess he wanted them together forever, even by this means. Notification reminded, "Bountiful God, wipe your tears and be gentle with the female demon." Insin disagreed. "She tried to eat me. How would I know anything?" System displayed a notification, "Bountiful God, surprise." He continued, but that was not even well intended. Notification reminded, "Lilith, pay attention, married S-rank, possessing superhuman abilities, raising her spirit, she will become your disciple." At this point, Insin breathed a sigh of relief. Of course he must be gentle, she might become his next S-rank disciple. Moreover, he could acquire Sadok too, even his granddaughter, two birds with one stone. Another notification, extermination sword, praised your strategy. Bountiful God, thank you for your prudent heart. He understood that most importantly, he must be stronger, needing power to face the god of destruction and all intrusion. I hate that old bastard. Looking at Lilith before him, he said, bestow fame and fortune god. Glowing circle appeared above Insin's head. He wondered, because I am a subordinate god, must I receive this? Have a good intuition. Insin's finger touched Lilith's forehead. Whatever is done, good things will happen. The ring finger healing has been activated. The space brightened with a gentle green light. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong. Lilith felt her body melting. Why, little god? Even the previous leader began to melt. Insin was shocked. Why are you melting like this? That is the ability of the sub-god. Surely he used the healing skill. Read the notification, Rakshasa troops purified, will experience pain while transforming evil and good. Lilith gradually purified, she realized, little god. Angel wings sprouted. She thought, I was wrong, this feeling, I feel as if reborn. Notification, Rakshasa troops revived as celestial soldiers, thanks to Insin's prudent heart. Insin frowned, celestial soldiers, unexpected but more importantly. Looking at the tiny angels before him, he wondered why they were so small. The group of angels joyfully played around Insin. The female demon sighed, sensed something unusual. Eyes slowly opened, coldly saying, Lilith, you have returned, traitor. System notification, Rakshasa troops revived as celestial soldiers thanks to Insin's merit. He guessed the results of revival and evolution must be random. Why does the appearance not match his imagination at all? Notification appeared, endless abundance said, because you are a low-rank god, this is all you can do, so accept the truth. Insin decided that for revival, he should quickly head to Sadok before that person dies. At the Immortal Society headquarters, Sadok quietly stood in the room. He gazed at the family photo on the table. Sadok was still angry about this morning, that damn oat Insin. How dare he refuse my proposal to be a son-in-law, truly arrogant. Surely now he has learned a fitting lesson. After all, my endless fissure is known as a miniature hell. Even S-rank must crawl out, let alone. Perhaps now the Rakshasa troops can be unleashed. When he checked, he was shocked. Insin stepped out from the fissure with his celestial soldiers. How is this possible? Demanded, did you just call me? Sadok stammered, what the hell you? How can you be intact like this? Insin complimented him, your office is beautiful. Looking at the celestial troops, Sadok couldn't believe it. These winged ones, where are my Rakshasa troops? He replied, it's a long story, but first let me heal your chest. Stammering, how did you know? Wait, what are you talking about? He thought, something is wrong. I can't sense any aura from the Rakshasa troops at all. Even Lilith, I can't sense her presence anymore. Sadok lost his temper, grabbing him by the neck. What have you done to Lilith? He remained calm. At this moment, Sin only thought to quickly heal him. Sadok was still interrogating Lilith, Overseer. He acted friendly, saying, well, due to some issues, things turned out this way. Anyway, calm down while I finish healing you. After hearing this, he was even more furious. What do you mean, due to some issues, huh? I will make sure you never open your mouth for the rest of your life. Sin resorted to extreme measures. No choice, letting him sleep a bit might let me finish faster. The index finger of power. Suddenly Sadok's face twisted in pain. A giant invisible punch struck his chest. Sin was stunned. What did I do? And yet it began. Notification reminder appeared. Sadok, male, 61 years old, note relation to lustful temptation. His entire face was dotted with sweat. In the space, Lilith rushed out, shouting anxiously no. Sadok felt a familiar sensation. Could this skill belong to her? Lilith appeared before him with a childlike figure. That's right, I am Lilith reborn, it's all you Sin. Now I can see you through the endless crack, though still needing the spirit skill, but… Sadok coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. She turned back begging, God, please spare me. Sin observed his condition. He received a notification. Lilith's untold story was gradually emerging. As Lilith vanished, the female demon god emerged from the water stream. You dare betray me for that bastard? Did you think I would sit still? The day you were granted talent has come. What Sadok longed for was now coming true. The demon seal was engraved on his shoulder. Female demon god continued, his soul will be a delicacy for me. I will make him taste every humiliation, tear him to pieces, but the great female demon god, I grant that prophecy. Sin smiled, with me here plus some rain must protect my precious grave. He prepared to touch the healing finger to the seal. Mr. Sadok, wake up. His index finger of power touched down, spreading healing energy. The demon seal was about to vanish. Sin blew smoke from his fingertip. The index of power could destroy or seal the target if desired. Female demon god was furious. You dare. A flash of light appeared from the crack. Sin quickly protected Sadok from Ada's attacking power. He looked calmly, already come this far. You dare touch my possession, low god. Notification reminded, whether illusion or shadow, the 690,000-year-old female, once a goddess, now an elegant creature. Sin thought, elegant creature like the sun god before, pleasure to meet you. He knew his hands had not yet held the sword or shared the heavenly demon sword skill. To defeat the false god, those were unnecessary. Sin clenched his fist. He pierced through the building glass, heading toward the demon god outside. He said, you are the low one. The heavenly demon sword shot toward the demon god. I couldn't react to that strike. Seeing Sin appear, those below panicked. What is that? A water crack. Run. Reminded, everyone out, let me handle this. The demon god quietly asked, you dare attack me? Seeing her face in the crack, he scoffed. The demon god asked, do you know I was once in existence the low gods dared not face? Behold me. Sin bluntly replied, true form. Either way, you're already an elegant creature. Notification reminded from endless abundance. Night of Lust reached parity with the god of destruction. Sin paled, on par with the god of destruction. The demon god's form shifted. A wide mouth with sharp teeth appeared. Female demon god returned to her original form. Sin silently watched. Commented, look at that shape, truly terrifying. System reminded, the nightmare said it could help for 10 million lives. Don't talk nonsense or use that. Another notification, Ultimate Sword Thief Tongue asked what was happening, while all that was needed was killing. Sin was confused, why kill to cast? He and Lilith watched anxiously from the upper floor. Update panel, Sadok used 61 years, connecting cause and effect with Night of Lust, a worldly broker. He knew yes method from the scammer, Ultimate Sword Standard. Sadok vanished, remaining monster not appearing. He refused, only wrote the happy ending. No sad ending allowed. On par with the god of destruction, but from ancient times. Now you're just a bit of residue. The female demon god commanded, I have destroyed many worlds for such words. Though weakened, still enough to destroy a low-level god brat like you. When the dark power A descended, he instructed no one and Mina to share skill. Sadok worried, son-in-law run. She cannot hold until S-level hunters arrive. Sin didn't care, fists fell. One punch, he faced the destructive power from the crack. Sin approached the voice, demonstrating spiritual strategy assault. The two forces clashed relentlessly. The female demon god began to feel uneasy. One of his punches slammed straight into the crack. Demon god was pushed back, cursing, bastard. Sadok gaped in shock, cannot believe my son-in-law wields this power. Sin thought, he keeps calling me son-in-law, wants to write a sad ending. Anyway, she survived, troublesome indeed. He raised his fist, looking at the shattered divine index, gritted tightly. Demon god struck, flustered, you fiend. He cursed, stop obsessing and get back to your world. Demon god's hand clung to the water trace. He approached the voice, a low-level god like you dare confront me. Let me show you the difference. Sin began to tense. Massive force poured down. The impact created an explosive blast. Sadok worriedly called son-in-law. Insin lay flat, the ground behind him caved into a pit. He exclaimed, truly powerful. Female demon god was still furious. How dare you resist me? He realized Ada must be stronger than the fire god before. However, I am different now, applying the title of demon god. A bolt of lightning shot back, leaving her stunned. How is this possible? Power made her unable to open her eyes. He used momentum to leap over the crack. Shouted with vigor, behold the power of the god of good and evil. A punch struck the new face of the demon god. Unbelievable, how could a low-level god have such capability? He spoke firmly, stop resisting, leave, pathetic minion of the evil god. The demon god screamed in pain. He used his immense finger, crushing the divine finger through the water crack. The crack gradually vanished, returning peace to the city night. He landed on the ground. System reported, the Night of Desire projection exists with strength equal to 6 S-rank hunters. He was extremely pleased, knew it. The fake fire god was only on par with 4 S-rank hunters. Task progress updated. Mid-level divine upgrade in progress with superior S-rank offering, increasing from 20 by 6%. He thought, at this pace, will I ascend to demon god first? 100 S-rank offerings nearly meet the quota. Seeing the ally unconscious, he was curious. The demon god disappeared. Why is he still here? Lilith worried, if this continues, he will be in danger. Embodiment signs may vanish, but the curse remains. Please save him. He was annoyed. Damn, even if the demon god dies, the curse remains my S-rank. He cannot die. He used the divine pinky finger to heal and save him. After a while, Sadok awoke, clutching his aching head, and muttered, impossible, even S-rank healers on Earth could not do this. Lilith rushed to embrace him, fortunately alive, all thanks to him. He looked on with satisfaction. This is the happy ending he wished for. Even if he dies, he only writes happy ending. System announced congratulations. Archangel Lilith and Sadok became his S-rank disciple. Superior rate 12 out of 2%. Was surprised, an archangel, she deserves it after reincarnation as leader of the fairies. Lilith deserves the good. A few days later, in the vicinity of the Amazon Cup S in Brazil, Anfa's dark voice echoed, repeating the dungeon insect. You said you could help me avenge my mother, Arak. Arak recalled the past, billions of forces and 3 disciples destroyed. If returned, the emperor would kill me. I must use this god to bring Insin's head back. Anfa said, repeat, dungeon insect. You said you would help me avenge my mother. Arak confirmed, yes, I can. I have the skill and plan to help you, Lord Anfa. Take the life of demon god Insin. Anfa excited, good, tell me. Azai quickly revealed it is. Meanwhile, Insin had just woken. Where am I? Looking at the massive body before him, he thought, only through countless battles and training could one attain such a physique. At this time he sat up and asked, who are you? He introduced himself, I am the eternal seeker of truth. Urgent matters required slight adjustment of causality. The disciple and the destroyer god's copy, now awakened to surpass the challenge. You will face and prevent the fate of annihilation. Achieve mid-level god status to participate in the Council of Gods. Upon finishing speaking, Insin awoke from the dream. He was stunned. What happened? Is this a dream? Eternal Seeker, not sure why he resembles the Eternal Seeker of Truth. Is he a dream-chasing person? Of course I aim for mid-level god, but the disciple and destroyer god copy. What is the Council of Gods? Lilith saw him awake happily, asked, you're awake? I'll go call your husband. He is in a meeting with the principal. Wants to say something when you wake. Stopped her, no need. Probably just nonsense about the foster child. Boring. The system reminded, report results of Celestial Army deployment in Ankia. Disciples increased sharply, mid-level god upgrade mission ongoing. 130 million out of 10 billion. He was shocked. Thanks to Lilith, there is a new automatic skill. The Celestial Army helps increase disciples by 30 million. Unsure what they did in Ankia, but the number of disciples increased though he did nothing. Need to manually gather 10 billion, but if completed automatically, it's different. He turned to ask, forget that, Lilith, I'm fine now. Why don't you stay at Sadok's house? She replied, as head angel reborn through your kindness, I have a duty to stay and assist you. Paled, really. Outside, shouts rang out, a fight, a battle between S-rank and A-rank. He was curious, stepped to the window and looked down. Who is fighting? Below, Shinzo and the demon sword faced off. Shinzo incredulously asked, how can you treat me like this? Everyone took out phones to record. Buck-S hunter Shinzo, handsome, just came from survival show filming. Shinzo angrily asked, why did you leave someone on the deserted island? Don't you know it's hard to escape? The demon sword replied coldly, should have finished them myself. Those usuals are too boring. Shinzo could not forgive, even a dear friend, still not spare. Will defeat you, Kang Zom, the demon sword ready. Come, see the heavenly demon sword. Students watched so fake, cannot believe witnessing an S-rank battle. Sin observed quietly from above. He faced the demon sword, trained in the heavenly demon sword. The guy's stats were quite stable. Hearing the Chinese bell, he was glad time for a meal, just as his stomach growled. Today's menu only had the expensive ginseng chicken soup, cannot miss. Oh, eat a bit. They went to the dining hall. He was happy, lucky to be a teacher, eating expensive chicken soup for free. Sin smiled, enjoy your meal. Before he could finish, the demon's sword was flung into the dining hall. He fell onto the table where Sin sat. He stared blankly at the overturned chicken soup. Lilith frowned, watching the food slip from her hands. The demon's sword fell heavily to the ground. Yanzheng gritted his teeth, cursing, Shinzo, you bastard. Shinzo stepped in, stamping hard on the windowsill. He called out, Kangzam, surrender, you can't beat me. Sin, frustrated, sighed, my ginseng chicken soup. Shinzo recognized him. This person is one who claims to be the sword god of the third-tier association. Yixin continued muttering, my ginseng chicken soup. Shinzo decided to settle scores with him right here, perfect timing. I still owe you one, the one who brainwashed Kangzam, the cruel leader of the third-tier association. Sin was annoyed, the enemy of my ginseng chicken soup keeps rambling about the third-tier association. What is this nonsense? He kept talking, even though I didn't call you here today, you still have to confess before me. Squeezed the spoon tightly in his hand. The third-tier association or whatever has nothing to do with me. Sin's voice rose with a threatening tone. What? You dare to do this? You dare to do this to my precious ginseng chicken soup? I won't forgive you. I haven't even had a meditation yet. Shinzo was slightly taken aback when he heard him shout, what? He ordered, get ready, Shinzo. Sin activated the extremely rare sword extinction on the small spoon in his hand. He extended his hand toward the enemy. The demon sword high, he said, you're too foolish to face the sword god. Feel the difference in rank. Shinzo stood frozen. What the hell is this? You plan to fight me with just a spoon? He thought to himself, why is he leaving so many openings? Is this because of this idiot? Sin confidently asserted that one session of meditation would be enough to defeat his enemy. He would strike until he could no longer stand. Shinzo grew increasingly confused, unable to understand how he had managed to deceive Kang Bell. However, no matter how incompetent he was, I still wouldn't hold back. The saber in his hand erupted with a strange surge of power. Sin readied himself with two swords in hand, prepared to face his enemy. He was extremely focused on the battle. Sin's eyes opened, and a blinding red light emanated from them. Shinzo was determined to expose his secret. Sin casually raised his sword high. He rushed forward and struck him hard in the head. Shinzo was hit, blood flowing from his nose, bewildered as he didn't understand what was happening. He turned around and saw only Sin's proud back, holding his sword. He spoke, I will not forgive you so easily. I will make you cry just like the spilled chicken soup. Shinzo painfully stood up, unable to forget the chicken soup. This remark enraged Sin. How could you want to die like this? He gripped his two swords tightly and said, earlier I was too careless, but this time I won't let you win so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinzo was startled by what he saw. Sin suddenly appeared in front of him, holding his sword coldly, saying, let's see. Shinzo thought to himself, he's fast but my punch is ready. You're so foolish to step into my line of sight. Sin stared seriously at his opponent. He continued advancing, delivering a powerful blow to his opponent's head. Sin announced, this is the wing. Shinzo painfully grabbed his head and cursed, that damned chicken soup. He was furious, wondering how much longer he would have to talk about that chicken soup. 3 consecutive strong blows almost knocked Shinzo away. Chicken porridge, chicken breast. Chicken leg, he collapsed, his body trembling in pain. Sin continued to walk forward, coldly saying, is that all? I can't let you faint so easily. I've only hit you enough for 1 bowl of soup, but you've spilled 2 bowls. Shinzo decided to use his ultimate move. I underestimated you. I didn't want to use this move out of fear of harming the innocent. The Taikai twin swords opened up. A special skill was unleashed. A strong, icy wind erupted, causing everyone around to stagger. The wind was so strong I couldn't see anything. Kneeling sword shouted, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to harm the innocent? Shinzo thought to himself, it's all his fault. I just wanted to show my power with the special grade Sa sword skill. Shinzo bent down and leapt high. A fierce dragon appeared before Sin. Blazing waves spread out, chilling the surrounding space. He calmly used the spoon to strike at that power. The special skill of the Hua mountain sect, my Hua and its inner force, was unleashed. Rose petals flew down into the room. The students saw it and couldn't help but exclaim. Petals falling in the building. A fragrant smell filled the air. Shinzo declared, it's too late now. He casually said, disappear. A simple flick of his hand shattered the power he had been so proud of. He was stunned what just happened. The imaginary realm can completely neutralize the opponent's skill. One move is enough to defeat SS level. At the very least, he must be at SS level, maybe even higher. This is the power of the Sword Saint. She helped defeat someone as strong as this. I really am a fool. Shinzo failed, collapsing to the ground. Insin finally stopped. The demon sword rushed forward, a Sword Saint. Knelt down and bowed his head in apology. The demon sword begged Insin to spare Shinzo. Though he deserved death, please spare him. Insin looked at him with surprise. The demon sword thought to himself, Shinzo, I know you think I'm your friend. Calmly said, don't worry, demon sword, leave it to me. The demon sword trembled and said, if you do that. His hand tightened around the sword. He then declared, I will die with him. Insin was surprised, what are you doing? He raised his arm, controlling it remotely. A light snap of his fingers made the sword in his hand fly out. He explained, I just wanted to heal Shinzo. No need to misunderstand like that. Demon sword looked at Insin with emotion. Green energy emanated from his finger, his ring finger healing the wound. Shinzo's body began to recover. After a while, his eyes slowly opened. Waking up, Shinzo still felt confused, not understanding what had happened. Demon sword beside him laughed loudly. Did you see that? This is the Sword Saint I've been following. Shinzo thought to himself, he really is a person to be admired. Shinzo knelt before Insin, admitting that you truly are the Sword Saint. Insin sighed, I don't like things like this. Shinzo waited for Insin's response. The demon sword smiled brightly beside him. Students around them clapped nonstop. Teacher Insin just defeated Shinzo, how cool. Just then a strange figure appeared. Seeing Insin and thinking to himself, found him. Insin is the one I've been looking for. I must report to the Triumphant League immediately. In the cafeteria, Insin was still surprised when he heard Shinzo say, what? He seriously repeated, please accept me as your disciple. The system notified that you have successfully fostered an obsessive belief through overwhelming power and fear. Shinzo had now become a man full of enthusiasm. The mid-level advancement mission was underway. The S-rank sacrificial item possessed an outstanding power of 810. Insin just realized that's right, he is also S-rank. I always welcome S-rank devotees, but frowned and said, we still have matters to resolve. Shinzo frowned and asked, what do you mean? He mentioned the chicken again. They say not to touch a dog while it is eating. You need to apologize to me and that chicken. Shinzo exclaimed, sorry for intruding on your meal. Please wait a moment while I make a call. He whispered, how much money can your side prepare now? Insin's eyes lit up at the answer, release the money. Moments later, 2 suitcases of cash were displayed. He was excited, thinking how much money this is, hearing that Shinzo is the youngest of a wealthy family. The money handler introduced himself. I am the CEO of Osio On Corporation. Please take care of our young master. Shinzo met for the last time and said, this isn't much, but here is the compensation for your chicken soup. Insin was still shocked. This is compensation for soiling my bowl. Shinzo begged, if you become my master, I will give it all to you, please. The kneeling swordsman shouted from behind, who do you think he is? Trying to bribe him with money to become a disciple. Feared losing the money, so he immediately ordered the demon sword. This is special training. Go outside and run 100 laps immediately. And Fi went straight out the window to carry it out. Shinzo thought in despair, who would take a person wanting to kill them as a disciple. He said sadly, perhaps someone like me cannot become a disciple. Insin laughed happily and agreed, I understand how you regret your actions. Sometimes my food also gets snatched. This made Shinzo even more embarrassed. He is really kind. No wonder a powerful sword like the demon sword is at his school. Accept me as your disciple. Insin thought, a bit tired, what to do with an S-rank person. It's of no real use. At this moment, a notification appeared. The Supreme Heavenly Sword stated that the business world operates coldly and harshly. He thought silently, no need to compliment, figure out how to avoid him while still getting the money. Suddenly he realized that's right. Dangerous smile appeared. He asked, you want to become my disciple? Shinzo happily replied, yes, Master Sword Saint. He commanded, then do this. Looking at the ancient book in his hands, Shinzo wondered, what is this? Are you really going to give me this? He confirmed, of course. Insin thought, I bought it before realizing it was a scam, but it turned out useful. System prompted, Teiji Sword Technique. The book left by Zhang Sanfeng, valued at 20 million master level. He instructed, study this book before returning, then I will accept you as my disciple. Shinzo fell silent after hearing this. He asked seriously, you can't do it. He swore, all right, I will learn and become your disciple. Insin smiled smugly. He had fallen into the trap. Continued, I am looking forward to it, and don't come until you fully understand. Shinzo obediently said, yes, I understand. Now I will go study. You agreed, all right, go quickly. Watching Shinzo leave, Insin thought happily, Everything is going according to plan. Looking at the money on the table, excitement rose. What should I do with all this money now? Behind the academy building, a relative previously called to report to the organization. Dark agent at the academy branch of the Three Hero Society reported that the thief of the Huashan sword is in Sin. Retrieve it, I think we should kill him. In another distant country, China, a girl diligently fought monsters. Giant monster was quickly restrained by her. Its entire body turned black stone. She sneered, an S-rank monster is so weak, no stronger ones left. These demons did not satisfy her sword. She is the strongest hunter in China, Xiao Ming. At this time, a subordinate reported, the heiress of the great swordsman, Miss Xiao Ming. There was an order from the Three Heroes Society. She must kill the Korean Academy Master, SS rank in Sin, and retrieve the stolen Huashan sword. Xiao Ming excited, SS rank, just to satisfy my sword I will behead him. Wait, seize my Achila soul sword, I will let someone taste the fine blood. At Insin's side, the Academy Cafe. He laughed, holding 2 suitcases of money, haha, as promised, even after ascending to God. Money is still the best, also fun, but I have to learn about the Three Heroes Society. Something seems quite shady. The devotee and the proxy of the destroyer god awakened. This relates somewhat to that matter. Seeing someone tired returning, he exclaimed, "Ah, demon sword, have you finished running?" He replied stiffly, 100 laps is nothing. Just received the money, and Sin went out to celebrate. Well done. Go drink beer and eat chicken, my treat. Demon sword agreed, yes. They had a delicious dinner. The demon sword drank until soft. Sin ate until he was breathless. Appetite increased after reaching low god level, nearly 10 chicken. Had to eat that much to regain divine power, and repay for 10 chickens. As if he had money from Shinzo. And this building is mine, now the landlord. Moreover, at low god level might not have treated himself this much. Saved many lifetimes. Eating 10 chickens is fine, but cleaning up is tiring. If Sue jumped into the trash, it would be great. Should I hire a maid or use psychic power? Does it move by itself? Sin was startled seeing the bones move. He wondered, why do they move by themselves without using power? The system displayed connection with the Sadok Demon Yaksha of the devotee, added to the skill-sharing menu. Connected with S-rank Demon Yaksha, unique technique of Sadok, the angrier the easier to execute. Seeing the notification, Sin thought, the angrier the easier, whatever, let's try. He pointed at the pile of bones on the table, sharing the skill of connecting with Sadok's Demon Yaksha. Suddenly a stream of power lit up the whole room. Several dark shadowy figures like demons appeared on the wall. Sin silently asked, what is this? Looking at them, Sin wondered, really. A dark voice echoed, warning guard. Revenge on humanity, those who destroyed us, revenge. He wondered, what kind of skill is this? Revenge on humanity. So he had to negotiate with them. I understand that feeling, but revenge still lingers. Those creatures repeat, revenge, revenge. O great one who inadvertently awakened us, grant me the grace to punish my enemies. He was tense, unsure how to act, feeling like he was about to be destroyed. What should he do? System reminder, do you want to deploy the Yaksha cavalry to an imperial region? He thought excitedly, wonderful. But is the beehive really a beehive? What else are the empire people plotting? System hint, the beehive is a mass production workshop of blood insects for the imperial army, a source of the king's power. He understood now. I still haven't repaid enough, so they treat me like a fool, those creatures. Now it's my turn. Press the Z button on the screen. The imperial beehive appeared. Guards inside curiously heard thunder. Is that thunder? Why so loud? Suddenly its eyes widened in shock. What is this? Imposing silhouette of the Yaksha cavalry stood before him. It panicked and shouted, run monster, help. He watched through the phone, hearing the pitiful cries. System notification. The common level demon ascension mission is in progress. He was delighted, amazing, doing nothing and the stats still increase. Automated hunting is great. Another notification stunned him. Reminder, thanks to automated hunting and increased disciples, the auto management panel will be activated. Auto management, when activated, equipment and species evolution occur even in your absence. Stones, 20 million divine seeds. Do you want to continue? He chose immediately, of course, yes, never refuse. This is passive income like a master. Everything completed. He set the phone aside, lay dazed on the bed. No one remained in the room since he had sent the demon sword away. Many questions remained, but he found some clues about the Three Heroes Society. The demon sword said they are heretics. Previously at the bar, the demon sword revealed the Three Heroes Society is a heretic faction. Their information network is strong, outwardly a hunter's guild. In reality, they planted spies worldwide, gathering intelligence on hunters that could hinder the organization and assassinate them. He asked, since he left, they will hunt both of us. Are there other spies among the apprentices? The demon sword replied, the spies don't know each other's identities, so I cannot find them either. He scoffed, clever organization. The demon's sword continued, sorry, I don't have many clues but one thing to emphasize. Yua Shan's swordsmanship originates from the Three Heroes Society. They will realize you possess it. They will surely act. Of course they cannot match you. He was shocked to learn the sword's origin. Ah, mixed item. He was annoyed. Heavenly sword. You mean those frauds sold me mixed item? Shortly after, a notification appeared. The celestial sword likes to provoke, he suspected, provoke. Lying on the bed thinking, he knew he could not let them get away with it. He dared to touch his disciple and see what happened. Suddenly a knock on the door. He guessed, probably a student spy. Outside the door matched his prediction. Previously in Haizu's room, a stranger handed her a talisman. He said the talisman allows instant teleportation. Used to bring in Sin here. The three heroes martial artists will handle the rest. Du had no choice but to agree, panic, unsure what to do. I cannot resist this command, but the teacher is truly good. Looking at the person outside, he still felt sad. Surprised to learn you are the spy, luckily discovered early thanks to divine eye. Full information, Hezu, female, 19, innocent yet kind, noted as three heroes spy must care for sick mother. He instructed the demon sword to bring her mother to safety. I called already, thank you teacher. He was angry, how dare they take a sick mother hostage to force her into spying. I will deal with them all. He bowed in thanks, the teacher even paid hospital fees. Thank you so much, he said. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Let's go, they are waiting. She acted, yes, I will use the talisman. He filled with confidence. The teacher defeated Gustav SS and the monster. Surely it will succeed. The talisman worked. A small whirlpool carried the two. Before leaving, he still trusted the teacher to save her from the three heroes. I trust you. The talisman brought them to the meeting point. And Sin realized, this is the deep mountains of the academy. A monk stepped out, well done, the rest is up to us. He silently observed there were two of them. The monk named Dagap, male 50 years old, Shaolin martial artist, defeated many S-rank hunters. Second was Peng Mulen, male 40 years old, had defeated many S-rank hunters. He assessed them, not wanting to introduce himself. They seemed to step out from martial legend. Gak said, you dare tamper with Hua Shan's swordsmanship and challenge the Three Heroes Society. I will silence you forever. Saying this, he lunged at incredible speed, calmly faced the enemy's punch. A senior demon prepared to strike. He knew Shaolin Fist could destroy sturdy buildings. From the start, he used powerful skill. He activated defensive skill. The environment attacked the steel-like body of Insin. Due to immense power, his arm broke. The Gak in pain, my arm, like the legendary iron and bronze. Grand Master fell furiously. My arm is broken. Insin reminded, quiet now you act. At that moment, Lin from behind swung to strike stealthily. As the blade neared the sturdy back of Insin, Du Ha Hak Meng was surprised to realize that the swordsmanship of Ha Bak was spreading. Things were looking bad. The blade passed by easily. Lin shocked that move of mine. He casually gave a thumbs up. The technique combined with the swordsmanship was quite impressive. I also know this move. The lightning ability is really interesting, Miri. Lin was stunned. What was that? Thunderstrike with a powerful lightning bolt struck down. The entire mountain lit up when Insin summoned the thunderstorm. In an instant, both were pulled back by Insin, pinned tightly to a nearby tree. Du looked up at him with admiration. Even though they hadn't joined the Hunters Guild, they had already surpassed level S. It was true that his teacher could teach those two a lesson. Insin breathed a sigh of relief, almost killed them due to not controlling his power. He began the interrogation. Tell me where the Three Heroes Guild is. Guard glared at him, you thief. Do you know who we are? Don't think that you've won. Soon the strongest hunter from the Three Heroes Guild will come to kill you. The third figure appeared. Xiao Ming sneered, these fools. I was just a little late. Two looked at her as if seeing their savior. Xiao Ming is here. She is the one who defeated you. Xiao Ming coldly interrupted, shut up, you fool. Guard fell silent for a second, then became angry. One strike from her sent these two to meet their ancestors. In the final moment, Degas couldn't believe it. How could she do that? Xiao Ming disdainfully said, because you're useless, that's why. This person made Insin cautious. She was so fast, he could barely see her movement anymore. All the other S-level hunters in his eyes acted so slowly, but she was worried about Hezu, who was behind. Just as Insin had predicted, her next attack would be on her, then the traitor. He realized it was too late. Luckily, Insin had saved her in time from the Grim Reaper's side. He shouted, Heju, run. Xiao Ming seemed amused. He blocked my strike just with his body. He's really interesting, just as expected, but punch from him flew towards her. She mocked, too slow. Sin angrily looked around, missed again. This cowardly rat, where is she? Suddenly a strange red air surged in. He was stunned. She had caught him. No, not me then. Hezu from behind blocked a sword strike with her body. Insin panicked and shouted, Hezu. And checking on her, He was furious to find out she had already died. In a critical situation, Sin quickly used his ring finger to heal. Xiao Ming stood and said with interest, "You have a healing skill." Sin ignored her, he just prayed to the gods, "Please don't give up, please don't give up." The healing energy enveloped Hezu's entire body. Xiao Ming laughed coldly, "It won't work. She died the moment my sword pierced her." Sin read the message and froze for a moment. His hands shook uncontrollably. A red notification appeared, "You have failed to heal. You cannot save the dead with low-level divine power, only if you're a high-level god." Xiao Ming added from behind, "She died when my sword pierced her." Sin decided, "I will entrust you to Lilith. Wait for me, Hezu. I will become a high-level god and save you." She stepped closer, "Let that little one stay here. I will play with you. Weaklings like her deserve to die." He grew angry. "What? Shut up." Xiao Ming kept teasing, "Oh my, so scared. You're really my type." Information about Xiao Ming appeared. Female, 26 years old. Outstanding, blessed by the war god Attila, mentally unstable. Sin coldly replied, "I've learned one thing. Only fighting works with the mentally unstable." So he activated his skill distribution. With his strong body, Sin walked toward her, and it seemed she needed to take a beating. Xiao Ming wasn't afraid at all. Too charming, too stimulating. She was so excited her cheeks turned red. "Hurry up, let's fight." "Enough, don't talk anymore." A punch from him flew towards her. With all the fury of the day, that blow sent Xiao Ming flying backward. However, she was still fine. He had gotten faster and stronger. If she didn't stop him in time, a disaster would have occurred. Coming to Korea was indeed a wise decision. Xiao Ming hadn't had time to counter. The next punch fell. Sin's voice was full of rage. "How dare you laugh like that after killing my student? I will make sure you die in peace." The next punch brought lightning with it, making the space seem to want to explode. The ground under Sin's fist cracked, forming a large hole. Xiao Ming sat comfortably on the tree. "You're better than I thought, keep hitting." Suddenly blood began to flow out. "Oh, shock, blood. Did I just get hit and bleed?" Looking at his blood-stained fingers, she began to go mad. "So interesting. You're the first one to hit me." Sin ignored her. "You're crazy. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly tell me where the Three Heroes Guild is." Xiao Ming replied, "So you'll let me go, right?" He replied, "No way, but I will make sure you die more peacefully." She laughed, "Let me go. You think I've used all my strength. I'm just playing with you because I find it interesting. Now I'm bored." Right after saying that, Xiao Ming's figure disappeared. He cautiously looked around. "Damn it. Lost her again. I've never seen anyone this strong." Voice rang out from behind, "What are you looking at?" Sin turned around, not expecting Xiao Ming to be that fast. A powerful formation appeared under her feet. Her life force was 4,000 pounds, 3 monsters. He was blocking the strike while wondering, why is she this strong? Xiao Ming's formation was so strong that Sin could barely stand. He was still curious, what are these monsters? He boasted the 8 trigram seal. Even SS level people can't escape. Now return what you've stolen. Sin began to use his trump card, combining the titles of the main god and demon god. Xiao Ming didn't understand combining what titles. He raised his middle finger, forcefully unleashing demonic energy. The decision of the gods is coming. Min became enraged, increasing his strength. The formation had not yet been completed when it exploded. Min was pushed back and he almost yelled, "You destroyed my barrier." Sin sneered, "You think you're the only one who hasn't used your full strength. You will die." Cautiously gripped the sword tightly in her hand. Sin continued to mock, "Or are you going to stop hiding like a rat? You can't win against me." Min felt excited by these arrogant words. Asaim looked at him and said, "This is the first time I've met a man like you. Let's enjoy this a bit more." After speaking, Min rushed toward her like a shadow. Her clone used twin daggers to attack, the ultimate move sky-splitting dance Attila. Sin anxiously observed, "Just a little bit like this. It shouldn't affect this area, right?" Min sensed that something was wrong. The entire sky was illuminated, the light shining through the dark night. Min couldn't stop praising, he was truly skilled. The entire academy behind them also lit up. The guards were stunned as the sky suddenly lit up. Min had collapsed to his knees in front of Sin. Only felt self-satisfied with his intellect. Then he asked again, "Now, where is your leader of the Three Heroes Guild?" Min weakly said, "I." He waited, "What am I?" She gazed at him in awe and confessed, "I love you, master." Sin was surprised, "Oh my, why is she calling me that? Could it be?" System quickly notified, "Congratulations, you have shown the strength and cruelty of a god. Min has now become a loyal follower." He felt helpless. Another strange person had become his follower. She admired him. She had no weapon but was already this powerful. If she had a sword, she would be even stronger. System reminded, Min, fanatic. Min is now a follower with a value equivalent to 5S ranks. Comment, "She loves you deeply." Sin grumbled, "Forget about that comment. 5S ranks, so she's as strong as a rat, although I still don't fully trust her." Sin ordered Min, take me to meet your superior. Ah happily agreed, I'm very willing. But unfortunately, right now I'm not strong enough to. He used his ring finger to heal Min's wound. I felt the healing energy flow into his body, such incredible strength. When he could stand up, Min said, you are amazing, you deserve to be my master. He reiterated the request, lead the way, Min. At the Three Heroes Guild headquarters, the Palace of Three Purities. The elder read a report to his companions, Min has betrayed us and joined in sin, and in sin is targeting us. Swordsman asked, according to what you said, is in sin the one with holy power? Warrior replied, he's still just a lowly god. Kill him, along with that bitch Min, they are the Three Purities, the three supreme leaders of the Three Heroes Guild in 500 years. Person they were talking about, Min, walked into the hall. Ah smiled and asked, are you looking for me? Someone was also looking for you, so I brought him here. The three of them were surprised to see this unexpected appearance. Sin spoke loudly, are you the leaders of the Three Heroes Guild? Looking at the announcement on the screen, he didn't understand, what is this? The announcement on the screen showed, unable to read target information. They are using a blocking skill. Didn't care, it was the first time he encountered this situation. But oh well, it's not important, just beat them all into the ground. The swordsman spoke up, I can feel your strength. I never imagined there would be someone this strong on this planet. I'm very intrigued. Strength intrigued me. Hey warrior, can I eat his heart? The warrior agreed immediately, sure, but his head is mine. The warrior continued, well then, let me try him first. The figure of the man dashed toward the hall door like smoke. Sin immediately recognized his speed. Before long, the warrior's fist had already reached him. He used the white shadow god fist. A massive punch struck directly into Min's chest. Sin was sent flying out into the yard. Min anxiously called, Master, you were blasted away. Ah paused for a moment and continued, what about you guys? Seems like I've offended you all too much, huh? Today is fun, my sword will love this. Outside the yard, 5 punches from the warrior caused the ground to dent into a long pit. Sin struggled to sit up. Warrior sneered, is that all? You were blown away so easily. I overestimated you, so weak, I'll devour you right now. Sin had to admit, what was that? The distance between me and him wasn't small, these guys are really strong. Suddenly a blinding light appeared. Sin, that's the white shadow god fist. He still didn't understand what was happening, what is this? The light was so bright that Sin had to raise his hand to shield his eye. He saw clearly, he was stunned. What a cleaver, no, it's the demon's sword. The announcement appeared, Heaven's blade of eternal perfection has been fixed. He said the delivery fee will be covered by him. Stared blankly at the cleaver, perfect timing, but why is it a cleaver? I wonder if it can do anything. The announcement popped up again. Heaven's blade of eternal perfection reminded him not to underestimate it just because it looked like a cleaver. Sin thought to himself, his repair service is always strange, but whatever, I'm busy so I'll ignore it for now. He cheerfully said, it's a pleasure to meet you again, Lord Demon. Lord Demon interrupted, I'll ask later, you need to be alert, these guys are gods. Sin was surprised again, these guys are gods. Warrior looked at the cleaver in Sin's hand with interest. He sensed the evil energy in the cleaver. A human, is it demon? Demon arrogantly replied, yes, it is I, those damned traitors, these pests. As soon as the god of destruction showed up, they ran away immediately. This made him laugh, they need to prepare for the future, not run away. He understood, so these guys were afraid of the god of destruction and fled to Earth. Demon confirmed, right, they are even worse than trash. They killed everyone under their command. The warrior angrily asked, would you dare to slander us while you are in a knife like this? Sin replied, the god of destruction will be here soon. The demon continued to mock him, are you still planning to escape at this point? His anger erupted immediately, no surprise. That's why for the past 500 years, we've taught these useless insects martial arts, to strengthen ourselves, while offering millions of lives as sacrifices. It's truly perfect. Sin was furious, using people as sacrifices, that's too much, you only target the weak. Haizu lost his life because of you, I will never forgive you. What kind of martial arts competition do you think this is? How dare you insult us when you're just a lowly god? He activated the skill synthesis, skill sharing, demon sword, and the dual phase demon god technique. The demon hastily intervened, wait, you can't do that. Sin was confused, not understanding why. He explained that move isn't strong enough to counter the white martial god fist of the martial lord. If it fails, it could backfire. You must use your fists, quickly remember everything I've taught you. He realized, talking about how the fist is stronger than the sword's edge. Sin recalled the swordsmanship manual. The pinnacle of swordsmanship was to abandon the sword itself, rise above humanity, Slash the sky, carve the mountains. In fact, the fist was stronger than the sword's edge. He was shocked as he thought it was nonsense. Let's see how the fist is stronger than the sword. He used the skill sharing and ho. His body, as strong as steel, was activated. Sin silently advanced towards him. The martial lord exclaimed, "What? Even this guy too, then? Diamond unbreakable, I will show you my strength." Every step he took cracked the ground. He charged toward him with the 100-step divine fist. Like a small deity overseeing, calmly shouted, "Demon God, third sword form." The demon god shattered, immediately launching a punch at his opponent. The martial lord recognized it. This came from that bastard heavenly harmony. One punch sent him flying backward. The other two leaders of the three heroes guild are worthy. Ren proudly said, "Impressive, the swordman is still stunned. Don't tell me that guy took down the demon god." The martial lord excitedly grabbed his sword, preparing for battle. The iron long spear hasn't tasted divine blood for so long. Swordman said, "Never thought I'd have to use this weapon." Sin noted there were still two gods left, thinking he could win, but what happened? Why didn't the system notification appear to confirm the elimination? Surely that bastard demon god has. Swordman reminded, "Many are lying on the ground. How much longer will the martial lord fake death?" Sin was shocked, was humiliated, feeling nothing but shame for being knocked back by the boy with one blow. That little god inherited the demon god martial arts perfectly. The martial lord suggested, "All three of us should attack together and take the head of that brat." The swordman eagerly said, "It's been so long since I absorbed divine power. We have to kill him quickly." Sin felt tense. A 3-on-1 battle is terrifying, but with the demon god martial arts, he would handle it. The demon hurriedly urged, "Run." He was shocked. "What?" He said, "You cannot fight all three at once." They had absorbed many offerings. Their power increased. "Run quickly." He was resolute, not fleeing like them. The celestial demon was surprised at his determination. He remained calm. "Still some skills left, don't worry." All three charged simultaneously. "Little god, what skill anyway? Death awaits." Monk used the dragon-slaying ultimate, demonic dragon or roar. He thought silently, "It's here." He cleaved the dragon in two with a cleaver. Whatever, just cut. Fist Master seized the chance to strike beside him. "Your side is dangerous." He was indifferent, got punched, the figure of a demon Buddha. The blow caused internal injuries, blood spurted. The swordsman gave no chance to recover, lunged forward. He swung the sword river up, heavenly flying swallow sword. Monk wielded a great saber to intervene. "Leave him to me, Fist Master." Both charged simultaneously, treating him like bait. He smiled inwardly with satisfaction. He used the divine milk to deliver judgment. Swordsman exclaimed, "What is that?" The monk sensed the demonic aura approaching. Above, a terrifying explosion. He landed coldly on the ground. He was angry, thought he was strong, but damn. The monk responded, "I understand why you were defeated. This is the first time someone has unmasked all three since I killed the mid-tier god last life." He did not understand. What are they saying? The three revealed their true faces. The fist god of depravity, sword god of depravity, spear god of depravity. They had been great gods in the Nirvana realm, which was destroyed by gods. Note, they regained their subordinate god status. He was shocked. The destructive masks caused this. The notification window activated again. All three are subordinate gods like him, once great gods. The celestial demon shouted urgently, "That's why I told you to run." The swordsman's voice echoed behind, "Why are you dazed?" Fist Master by the sword river, die brat. From above, the good man wielded a great saber to strike down. He was extremely excited. "The head is mine." A strike caused the courtyard floor to explode, debris flying. Smoke and bamboo obscured vision. He lay in the pit, body motionless. The swordsman thought, "It seems he has fallen." The monk replied, "All right, then quickly finish him." Sin remained completely still. A notification appeared. "You qualify to receive power from the silent nightmare and the night blooming rose." Immediately, Sin's eyes blazed brightly. The three others were stunned. What is happening here? A gigantic creature appeared before them. All three felt a terrifying power radiating from that bizarre creature. While the martial artist was still stunned, the swordsman behind shouted, "Dodge, martial artist." But it seemed everything was already too late. A tentacle of the rose swept past them. The martial artist clutched his wounded arm, curiously asked, "What is that flower-shaped creature?" The monk reminded from behind, "You let your guard down, martial artist." Swordsman continued, "This exceeds even my imagination." The martial artist was still shocked. "I thought he could only struggle a bit, but he can control that creature." Looking at the grotesque roses before him, Kim Thang exclaimed, "This level of power must be a divine beast. When the summoner is defeated, it will also disappear." Sin was safely sheltered within the bizarre rose bushes. even sleeping calmly. The sword saint suggested, martial artist, monk, I will take down Usin. You two distract that creature. The three divided their tasks to act. As for Insin, he was in a dark, empty place. Upon waking, he felt slightly bewildered. This place is. Insin's eyes lit with surprise. Person before him was extremely moved to see him. It was Inho. Trembling, he called, Brother Insin. Insin sprang from his chair, looking at Inho. System notified, Inho offered a sacrificial umbrella, equivalent to 11 S-rank hunters. He was shocked. Even a low-level god is about this strong, yet Inho offered him a god. The system updated, upgrade mission, mid-level demon god in progress. Regular sacrifices 231 million out of 10 billion S-rank sacrifices. Transcendence chance 34 out of 100. Seeing Inho wounded, Insin said, I am proud of you. You overcame the trial and offered more sacrifice. I will heal you immediately. Inho's daughter begged him, Father, save him. Insin blurted, What father, who is this? Notification reminded, Divine Empress, Angelic Avatar, Guardian of the World's Wings, possesses transcendental power. Note, when near death saved by Inho, naming and miracles can occur. Insin sensed, unclear what happened, but he seemed in danger, so quickly healed him with the divine ring finger. Inho's body was bathed in restorative magic. He knew this was his miracle. Commanded, Divine Empress, I entrust him to you. Then wait, no. System reminded, naming and miracles can occur. He silently rejoiced, strange, hesitating, would lose this precious miracle. So Insin asked the girl, I want to name you. Is that all right? She obediently replied, yes. Insin finalized the name, taking Anna, temporarily using an old novel character name as no other came to mind. Girl happily exclaimed, Anna more. System notified, congratulations, naming her. You gained the Divine Empress's trust, power equal to 10 S-rank hunters. Insin was excited, oh, this is a miracle, a source of extraordinary power. Unexpectedly, Anna equals 10 S-rank hunters. Now he realized, fighting Tam Kayat earlier, they killed He-Du and consumed millions of sacrifices, need to quickly return. Therefore, Insin woke up. Sitting up, he rubbed his aching head, wondering, am I back? Suddenly a flash of light appeared. The swordsman swung his sword down, disappeared. One of his sword strikes was still blocked by the rose thorn. The swordsman said irritably, wish this monster flower didn't exist. He was stunned, what is happening? The rose's mouth opened as if to devour them. A small rose fell into Insin's hand. He received a notification, silent nightmare, saying you shouldn't wake yet. He replied, all right, I am stronger even while sleeping. Thanks for protecting me. System displayed, silent nightmare, blushing shyly. The swordsman and martial artist spoke in unison. The troublesome avatar of the evil god has vanished. Fool, you think you can defeat us alone. Insin coldly smiled. He cautiously sensed the danger behind. Monk swung his blade in a stealth attack. This fool survived until now. As the blade's tip neared, calmly blocked with Du Fei. He was astonished, how are you so easy? He replied, yes, I block easier than ever. Then Insin instantly teleported to the side. The swordsman also gaped. Suddenly he became stronger. The martial artist guessed, probably he consumed many sacrifices while hiding. Insin pointed to his forehead with his index finger, divine thumb. At this moment the assassin was summoned. Along with his appearance, system displayed, remaining time for divine thumb 6,666 seconds. Sin greeted cheerfully, long time no see. Already the corpse shouted, weak bastard, you called me because you couldn't do it yourself. Insin frowned, this bastard, I am the elder. But outwardly, Insin asked warmly, did you take down each one? The assassin angrily said, don't boss me around. Insin smiled awkwardly, not bossing, just asking, besides I am the original. Corpse continued, compared to the original you are a bit slower than a standard copy. Weak and not handsome. Insin was angry, those words made him furious. He shouted, unable to bear it any longer, damn it. He complimented him, but now he was a little stronger than before. Still, you're just a weak lower deity. Insin blushed at the compliment, what is this? Why is he both attacking and praising at the same time? Killer raised his hand. He was surprised, is this an apology handshake? Insin smiled, touching his palm, all right, let's fight, good luck. The killer almost asked, do you want to die? I'm telling you to give me the celestial demon, you said you wanted to fight. Insin understood right. He handed the celestial demon to the killer immediately. He recognized it right away. I think the guy that needs to be beaten is there. Insin replied, yeah, he's the weakest among them. The other three stared at the scene. Insin activated the ability to share Inho's skills. His body became more powerful. Ghostly aura surrounded the killer, along with the title of the all-dominating killer. The warrior and swordsman were stunned from summoning to splitting. It's so troublesome anyway. The odds are still 3 against 2 chart. The ancestor still smiled, since the fight with Qi Tian Da Sheng, I haven't felt this excited. Sin's group was ready for the confrontation. The killer looked at them with contempt, a bunch of cowardly parasites. They don't even know their place, Sin replied. They are just weak fools running away from their own world. How could they know? These words made the kneeling warrior furious. What? How dare you say that? The swordsman gritted his teeth. So arrogant. Ancestor couldn't take it anymore. You arrogant brat. I'll cut your head off. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed at him. Painful slash, he wanted to demote his position. He swore, I'll tear you apart into 100 pieces. As the sword was about to hit Sin's sturdy back, directed, I'll handle it, clone. The clone received the order and immediately acted. He jumped high, appearing quickly behind the ancestor. He sneered, a clone can't be my opponent. Messaged Sin, I told you not to give me orders. The ancestor was surprised. When did he get there? Strike from the killer split his body in half. The remaining half of the ancestor's body fell to the ground. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. The lower half of his body erupted in flames like agile legs. It's sharp, but I didn't expect him to have this move. The ancestor spoke, do you have any stronger moves? I am the embodiment of the red flame. You can't use a sword to cut fire. Kill you first, the killer said coldly. Then, below, Sin confidently grasped victory. That's my clone. A cold, icy blade swept across the ancestor's body. He screamed, how could you? I can't recover is this sword. The celestial demon reminded him. Don't think it's just an ordinary sword. This is the celestial demon sword. He continued, the celestial demon holy sword. Second style, celestial demon hell. Before I killed a flame stronger than yours. The ancestor, before he died, exclaimed, to die by the celestial demon sword. How interesting. The system announced, congratulations, the ancestor is a gift equivalent to 20 S-tier sacrificial items. The upgrade task for the common demon god is in progress. S-tier sacrificial items have transcendent abilities. Progress 58 out of 100. Warrior anxiously shouted, ancestor, the swordsman scolded. He acted too freely and brought this result upon himself. Their position was blown apart by a strike. Zio Ming had returned. She gazed at them with fascination, her two gods so alluring. She emphasized, I will also do my best to earn your praise. The killer exclaimed, now it's a 2v2, you replied, 20 S-tier sacrificial items, that's nice. Warrior angrily yelled, damn bastard. The swordsman remained calm, we underestimated him, a god is still a god. Warrior used that move, he insisted, it may hurt us, but now it's the only possible move. His hand slammed hard on the swordsman's back. A stream of demonic energy flowed into his body. The swordsman received the power from the warrior. He yelled, I'll borrow the warrior's strength and tear you apart into 100 pieces to avenge the ancestor. A powerful strike was unleashed. Both of them kept their composure as before. Sin thought quietly, this energy is so powerful. It's strong enough that those two gods might have difficulty dealing with it. Before the strike came down, Sin used his index finger. He ordered turn around. The strike was deflected back. The swordsman wondered, could it be MANHWA sword style? The warrior scolded, you thief. He's using swordsmanship he learned from somewhere. The swordsman raised his sword. This fight is easy, huh? Suddenly he was surprised when he saw, the two appeared right in front of the swordsman. Killer teleported behind and used the second style of the celestial demon holy sword. Sin coordinated the attack from the front, sharing skills with Miri, pulling the bow. Strike afterward heavily injured the swordsman. What is this? The warrior anxiously called out, swordsman. Half of his body was cut off. Sin quickly dealt with the remaining one. Panicked and pleaded help. Sin coldly swung his fist, sorry, but the celestial demon advises me not to spare you. Third style of the celestial demon holy sword. The celestial demon broke. The celestial demon punched straight into his stomach. This punch carried terrifying power through the warrior's body. He fell down in despair at that moment. The system announced, congratulations, the fall of the warrior and swordsman is a good gift. Each gift is equivalent to 20 S-tier sacrificial items. The upgrade task for the common demon god is in progress. S-tier sacrificial items have transcendent abilities. Progress 100 out of 100. Congratulations, you have completed the intermediate level mission of the demon god. His entire body was covered by a strong aura of demonic energy. Proudly exclaimed, finally done. Even though it was a demon god mission, becoming stronger is truly wonderful. A notification appeared. The prosperous god reminded him that he was leaning too much towards the demon god. The celestial blade believed this was the best option and advised him to continue down this path. Sin was immediately surprised upon seeing this. Tiu Min admired as he looked towards the killer. He stood alone amidst the countless corpses around him. He thought to herself, in the past, with just one blow, she had taken down the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Guild, truly a deity in her eye. The killer ordered him to deal with the remaining Lola here and bring the S-level hunters to me. Anyone who resists, eliminate them. After everything is done, Yu Min quickly complied, yes sir, I will make everything a reality. Sin asked in confusion, what are you all talking about? He replied, nothing. The loser like you better not die. If you die, I'll follow you, so try to get stronger. Sin calmly replied, even if you didn't say anything, I would do it anyway. The system announced, the 6,666 seconds of the clone's existence are over, desummoning. Finally, the killer disappeared. He walked towards Tiu Min, and he said, Tiu Min, we need to go to a place. At the Central Hospital of China, a cheerful voice rang out, oh my, I didn't expect Haizu's homeroom teacher to visit me at the hospital. She even paid the hospital fees, thank you so much, Sin politely said, it's nothing, please rest so you can recover quickly, I'm happy. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to speak in such a common tone after reaching intermediate level evil god status. Anyone who plays the evil god has to accept it. As long as I get stronger, that's what matters. She asked, what about that girl? Sin understood, that girl over there. She was kneeling to avoid tiring her legs. She was surprised. What? Yes, Tiu Min added, kneeling is good for the knees. Sin thought to himself, comfortable. I ordered her to kneel. A murderer like her who isn't afraid to get her hands dirty should at least kneel in apology. It's still light. He brought up another matter and asked, may I ask you something, teacher? He replied, what is it? She asked, is my he-do studying well, teacher? He is a well-behaved child, but I haven't heard from him recently. He must be busy with schoolwork, right? Sin clenched his fist and said, yeah. He felt very guilty and unsure how to tell her the truth, so he simply answered like that. He realized he should have told He-do's mother the truth and apologized to her. Anyway, it couldn't be denied. He hadn't been able to protect Haizu. He had pushed her to her death. How could he call himself a benevolent god if he couldn't even protect one person? Exactly what benevolent god? What kind of benevolent god am I? Maybe I'm more suited to be an evil god. As he blamed himself, a notification appeared, and the infinite prosperity god suggested the resurrection potion quest and advised him not to give up on being a benevolent god. He was surprised, resurrection potion, don't tell me it's some strange potion. The notification displayed, although this will have severe consequences for breaking the cycle of reincarnation, she is willing to help so that you can continue being a benevolent god. The quest is to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate merit, and the universe will become more beautiful. Reward: resurrection potion, the ability to revive people, merit, no less than 10 million. Note: if you see death, save. Sin was overjoyed, resurrect the dead. Then there's a way to save Haizu, but I have to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate merit first. Who knows when it will be done? Wait, the hospital is the best place to save people. Where else would be better to accumulate merit than here? Alright, let's do it. Healing energy on the ring finger. He used the healing energy to move up the floors, saving people. Astonished and emotional exclamations echoed everywhere. My hand can move again, my headache's gone. My son has woken up, truly miraculous. In the city of Jinan, Shandong Province, China, an A-level monster appeared. Hunters would quickly come to assist, and the public was instructed to go to a safe place. The entire city echoed with the desperate cries of the people, help me. Just then, Sin appeared and defeated the monster. He miscalculated, 3 minus 1 is still 2. The monster beside him was taken down in a fierce battle. Seeing Sin's imposing figure walking, the people couldn't help but exclaim, who is that? It must be SS level hunter Tiu Min, right? His accumulated merit now stands at 2,501 out of 10 million. He wasn't satisfied, he had done so much and only reached this much. Suddenly Tiu Min reported, sir. He asked, what's the matter? She reported, by Sin's orders, I must go eliminate the remnants of the 3 heroes guild. Sin was surprised, so the clone had ordered her to do that. Well, he replied, I understand, go ahead. Tiu Min smiled confidently, yes, take care. A few days later, at Sin's apartment in South Korea. He rested comfortably. It had been a long time since he had time to relax. It felt great. The past few days had been so busy. The moment he returned to South Korea, he immediately went to several hospitals to save people and accumulate merit. Miri cheerfully said, the top floor is much more spacious and airy. You're the homeowner now, right? Sin silently rejoiced, homeowner. It's still nicer to be called the owner than begging. Seeing her hold the pink shirt, he asked, pink? Miri replied, it's a gift for the master. We bought it while shopping with sister. It looked nice so we got it, and the master always wears weird clothes. Mina added, we bought 10 sets, try it on, I think it will fit you. Sin didn't mind the pink. If he had to try, then fine. What man doesn't wear pink these days? Suddenly, Miri received a call. What's up? Is the association calling for something urgent? She asked for permission to leave. I'll go ahead. You stay with my sister for a bit. Say goodbye to my master. When he changed into the new shirt, Mina clapped and praised. So cute. Keep wearing this outfit. Curiously asked, by the way, may I ask you something? Mina agreed. What do you want to ask? Insin wondered, why do you keep pretending like your memory hasn't recovered? Mina was shocked. How did you know? Read from the system, side information. She was pretending to have amnesia just to stay close to Miri. She asked, when did you find out? You've known for a while. You're pretending like this because you want to stay near Miri, right? Mina admitted, yes, that's right. So a murderous aura flared up. She warned, if you hurt Miri, I'll kill you. Since you already know, I'll probably tell her myself. Insin thought, she changes too quickly, like a rice paper. Mina changed the subject. Forget about that. I need you to protect someone. Mina revealed, recently many creative hunters worldwide have suddenly gone missing. The association hasn't disclosed the reason. Insin was surprised. Creative hunters sounds complicated. Mina replied, yes, creative hunter Kangu asked the association to have you act as his bodyguard. Insin understood right away. Creative hunters can open item shops with strong equipment, but their combat skills are weaker. He was still puzzled, but don't all creative hunters have SS-level bodyguards from the start? Mina said seriously, yes, but 2 SS-level bodyguards of an American creative hunter were killed, and at the same time, the hunter disappeared. Just now, 3 bodyguards of an Italian hunter were torn apart, and that hunter also disappeared. Insin realized that this was very serious. This sounds terrifying. I wonder who is doing this. Mina continued explaining, so the association is seeking a higher-level bodyguard. Sadok, the principal, and Shinzo all support him. Of course, Miri and I agree too. He immediately understood, so it's clear now. National treasure is about to be kidnapped. How could I refuse this opportunity? He thought to himself that this is the moment to perform at his best. Moreover, this matter may relate to the story he was thinking about. Sooner or later, he will have to face the challenge to prevent the destined fate and become the destroyer of everything. His task is to reach intermediate god level to participate in the god festival. It's unclear what is special about the god festival that they are calling him to join, but first he must reach intermediate god level, then he will consider what comes next. Notifications appear continuously, encouraging daily good deeds to build personal merit. Insin asked, so where is the Kangu hunter? Let's go to him. At Kangu's hilltop villa, Insin was led inside. The one sitting in the main chair was Kangu, male, 52 years old. Special notes indicate he is protected by the fire guardian and divine blacksmith. Furthermore, no additional information is revealed. Insin was surprised to see Kangu looking like a young man. Really? He already looks near 60. In this era, age is truly just a number. Why is there a question mark here? Kangu glanced at the demon sword beside him, thinking only Insin had come. Insin explained that he brought a trusted aide since he couldn't protect him 24/7. He casually said, makes sense, a bodyguard also needs rest to work effectively. In any case, I rely on you. Insin replied, yes, we will do our best to protect you, he thought to himself. Life is so relaxed, just sitting and sipping already. Doesn't he realize that the world's creative hunters are missing? Kangu placed his glass firmly on the table. He stood up, I'll go to the restroom for a moment, then we will continue our discussion. Demon Sword was furious, talking to the Holy Sword, and yet he dares to leave for the restroom. That guy, let me handle him. Insin reminded, quiet, Demon Sword. Kangu entered the restroom. He thought to himself, so the variable has finally appeared. I don't remember him from the past, if not. Suddenly a gloomy aura appeared behind him. What is that? Kangu slowly turned around. A monster with sharp teeth appeared right behind him. Kangu looked at it, slightly horrified. A chilling voice sounded, there you are, creative hunter. Wicked hands slowly reached toward him. Kangu immediately summoned the Aegis shield for protection. Monster scornfully said, that foolish shield is useless. Insin outside was curious. Why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? It growled, full of anger. Insin did not hesitate, rushed forward and struck the monster hard. He turned to ask Kangu, are you hurt? He replied he was fine, but seeing the sword in the monster's hand, Kangu said, that equipment must be bought from the hunter store. How does a monster have it? The monster growled, full of rage, bastard, you killed my mother. Insin guessed, could this be the sibling of the bad guy? Swore to kill him and tear him apart. He remained calm. Really? Sounds like it's going berserk. Crocodile's steps left deep impressions on the floor. It raised its arm, yelled loudly, die, I will avenge my mother. Sin asked the demon sword, can you handle it? The demon sword did not answer, but immediately swung its blade. The sword strike cut straight into the crocodile. The demon sword spoke for the first time, leave it to me to find the holy sword, I will show him my progress. Sin was very satisfied, that's right, I also wondered how strong he had become. The crocodile felt insulted. How dare you? I will kill you too. Demon sword moved calmly. It appeared behind the crocodile. The crocodile realized, this brat must run fast, but you are just ordinary. Let's see how long you last. The other two hid behind the shield watching the fight. Kangu doubted, can he handle it alone? Sin trusted, he can handle it, although he looks weak. I firmly believe he can do it. He must admit, indeed he has become much stronger. Crocodile swung its sword but missed every time. Why can't it hit him? Suddenly it froze, unable to move. A strike from the demon's sword cut straight into the crocodile's back. Breach in defense made it feel very humiliated. The demon's sword confidently said, without the helmet, I would have split its head in two. Sin yawned, I'm bored here. Why a sword? Hurry up. Kangu thought, in this situation still yawning, he's asking to handle an SS level monster. The demon's sword replied, yes, I understand. The crocodile was furious. Damn, enemy right in front of me, yet I can do nothing. It opened its mouth and lunged. Two onlookers curiously asked, why did it do that? Is it really crazy? Sin was stunned. What is that thing? Something appeared from the crocodile's mouth. Took out a vial, preparing what next. Kangu recognized it as a magical bomb. Everyone run, the hotel is about to explode. The crocodile laughed gleefully, it's too late. It pressed the control button. Light burst from the crocodile's face, avenge my mother. Suddenly it couldn't believe it, how could this be? Its head was cut off. Its giant body fell, part of the arm also severed. Sin snatched the magical bomb, Kangu shot. Just defeated an SS-level monster in a single strike. The demon's sword admired, truly worthy of the sword saint. The demon's sword proudly said, you defeated the monster in one move. You are truly more formidable. Congratulations, sword saint. Sin replied, I just killed a crocodile. He recalled the past when they brought the egg back. We brought it from Africa. Among hundreds of eggs, it was the only one not hatched. Now we are looking for the rest, he thought, so about 100 like it. Leaving them alive would be very dangerous. Kangu curiously asked, what do you intend to do? Sin coldly turned around. He stepped forward toward Kangu, but he didn't face him directly just yet. Sin was still thinking, could it be because I took down that crocodile? A Min has figured it out. So he spoke up, I have a question, who are you? Kangu didn't understand, oh, what are you talking about? He replied, I think Kangu is someone from the future. He was surprised, how did you know that? System provided full details. Kangu, male, 52 years old, characteristics, protected by the god of fire and blacksmithing, activating divine eyes, scanning through the history of Kangu the hunter. In the deep Amazon rainforest, a cave entrance, inside was a crocodile's den. Rak guessed maybe they are descendants of Gustav. If they seek revenge, they will act immediately. Open the hunter's shop, open it now, you slave. The hunters tied up like puppets inside. One person exclaimed, the hunter's shop, open it. Arak saw a series of items appear on the screen. Arak raised her hand to choose, spotting an interesting item. The item she targeted was a high-level healing potion, priced at 7,000 gold. Uncle Land's merchandise costs 5 million gold. Aura excitedly asked, how do you feel about this weapon? Would you like to try it? He stepped forcefully toward her. Araji suspiciously called Lord Anfa. He responded, my brothers have died. That bastard Sin dared to do this. First he killed my mother, now he killed my brother. I will not forgive him. Hatred surged, making his hand tremble. He said, Arak, we need more weapons to destroy him. Aura promised, I can provide any weapons you need, and I also have a brilliant plan. Anfa skeptically asked, a brilliant plan? Aura replied, yes, I know Sin's fatal weakness. Sin questioned Kangu, who are you really? Kangu is a person from the future. System displayed, the special ability of the divine eyes has been activated. You will see part of Kangu the hunter's life. The image of Kangu appeared. He was working hard. In his first life, Kangu received blessings from the god of fire and blacksmithing. God of fire spoke, your world will soon be destroyed by the god of destruction. I will grant you strength to stop that, though it may seem impossible. However, Kangu was granted the ability to open the hunter's shop and the power to change destiny. Regression, working with S-rank hunters to protect the world from Johan and Gustav. Initially, they thought they could protect Earth, but then they were brutally slaughtered by the Three Heroes Guild. Kangu returned for the second and third time. He overcame many difficulties, but he couldn't prevent the world's destruction by the second attack of the Abyssal Dragon. When he opened his eyes again, he was in his fourth regression life. He had changed his destiny, but there was nothing left to change. Therefore, this was Kangu's fourth regression. He felt helpless. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop it. Maybe he could only accept the world's destruction. After understanding Kangu's past, Sin seemed to be contemplating. He thought, which means he has gone through everything before I woke up, then continued. so you regressed to save the world but eventually gave up. Kangoo was surprised. How did you know that? He replied, I have the ability to observe. He realized that the person in front of him had never appeared in his past lives. You are the one who stopped the demon god Johan from descending and defeated Gustav, causing the downfall of the Three Heroes Guild. Moreover, that power is similar to the divine power I encountered when facing the god of fire and blacksmithing. Things I couldn't do, surely you can. So Kangoo guessed you are a god, right? In Sinzuk, what? You know he is right, but the system issued a mission of fate. Follow Kangoo's request and show him the power of a god. Mission reward. Kangoo's fate. Sin's eyes lit up. The faith of an S-rank hunter. All right, I will do it. So he asked Mr. Kangoo, do you have any wishes? He was surprised. How did you know? His hand clenched around the shield. He said, I only have one wish, to stop the world's destruction. Can you help me? Sin felt like he had just received a great opportunity. Even if he didn't wish for this, I must fulfill it. This is a two-target arrow. Before he happily agreed, all right, I will try, though I'm not sure if I can do well. Kangoo was so moved that he wanted to cry. You really are. System notified, Kangoo has become a temporary follower. Kangoo has the value of 10 S-rank followers. Sin secretly rejoiced, 10 S-rank followers. So these fake regressions are stronger than others, but what does temporary mean? Updated information. When you stop the world's destruction as Kangoo wishes, you will receive his true fate. As a temporary follower, the value is half. The mission to become a loyal follower is in progress. S-rank followers have the potential to surpass 43 out of 100. Sin regretted, what a pity, but there's no other way. Now let's deal with the current situation first. He asked, I have dealt with the demon god Johan, Gustav, and the three heroes, so who's next that could destroy the world? Kangoo revealed, Gustav's son, Anfa, and his subordinates. Just then, a red alert appeared everywhere. Sin felt uneasy. Why is this happening suddenly? He received information. A great demon god is seeking revenge on you. If not stopped, the world will be destroyed. Yinsen was surprised. A great demon god? Then it must be the crocodile's offspring based on Kangoo's memories. It must be the emperor. He asked Mr. Kangoo, please point me to his offspring. I need to handle a few things. He agreed. It's over there. Sin advised, go ahead, you're much older than me. Kangoo replied, it can't be done, you are my last hope. His eyes gleamed with trust and hope. Sin sighed, helpless, at least he didn't betray me. Now I must focus on increasing my S-rank followers. Sin praised, you the demon sword, you've made great progress. He humbly replied, I'm just like the sword saint, my lord. He handed the demon sword to him. Here, take this and practice with it. The demon sword, isn't this the one you usually use? He threw the old sword to the ground like a piece of scrap metal. Then he lifted the demon sword into his hand. You really bestowed this upon a lowly person like me. Overwhelmed with emotion, the demon sword knelt down, feeling greatly honored. Sin thought to himself, it seems I've gotten too fond of historical dramas. The demon sword, I leave this name to you. Sensing something, he couldn't help but exclaim, he's coming. The demon sword was surprised. Who? Shadow slowly stepped out. He exclaimed, it's really him. Demon sword was stunned upon seeing him. The person had returned. It was Shinzo. He joyfully said aloud, Sword Saint, I've arrived. Kangjom, why are you here too? The demon sword asked in surprise. Sin explained, I called him here. From now on, the two of you will serve as bodyguards for Kangoo. Shinzo extended his hand and said, let's do our best, Kangjom. Demon sword angrily pushed his hand away. He replied angrily, I can do it myself. I don't need you. Sword Saint, please reconsider. A spoiled brat like him will only weigh me down. Shinzo grumbled, what, you bastard? How dare you say that to me after abandoning me? The two of them started arguing fiercely upon meeting. And what about you? If Sword Saint weren't here, I'd be dead by now. Fine, let's duel now. The result will be different this time. Sin helplessly watched as the two of them kept pointing knives at each other. He irritably asked, aren't you two listening to me? How about a 2-on-1 fight against me right now? Seeing Sin's imposing aura, both were immediately scared. They immediately knelt down. Sorry, we will obey your orders from now on. If you two argue again, I'll take back the items I've given you, understand? Both answered in unison, understood, sir. The 41st floor of the warrior tower. In Ho Hangxi was fighting monsters. He landed a steel punch, causing the monster's face to distort. Its entire body flew away. Ho jumped down beside the monster. He wiped his hands and cheerfully said, I have to offer this one as a sacrifice to the god in sin. The system notification appeared, congratulations, you have completed the 41st floor challenge and received a sword belonging to the one who pursues eternal truth. Inho was surprised. A sword. A large sword appeared before its new owner. Inho tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The system reminded, the 42nd floor challenge will begin soon. Just as he reached the 42nd floor, a hot gust of air rushed in. He wondered, so hot, where am I? Inho stood in the middle of a desert, with massive fireballs in the sky. The system reminded, the 42nd floor challenge of the warrior tower is about space and time. Completion condition. The former water goddess has weakened from being scorched by the sun. At Inshin's house in Seoul, he lay on the bed, preparing his mind for the training in his dreams. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Suddenly his phone rang, which annoyed him. He sat up. Who could be calling this late? Inshin picked up his phone to check. Upon seeing the notification, he was stunned. Notification: Inho is calling for help. Inshin was curious. Why is he asking for help out of the blue? Who is the kid sitting beside him? Information about the kid quickly appeared. The dancer is female, no clear activity history note. She is a disciple of the weakened water goddess. Inshin wondered, a disciple of the water goddess. Why is he standing next to her? He asked Inho what's going on. Inho pointed at the fireball in the sky. I don't know how to make it disappear. My attacks have no effect. The dancer cried, please, my lord, help me remove this cruel sun and save my world from becoming a desert. Inshin was shocked. Oh, you want me to make the sun disappear? What are they talking about? The system reminded, the sun of Ankia has unlimited power. It has been active for 4 billion years. The next note cannot be displayed. System reminded, it cannot be evaluated with your current power. Inshin was surprised. What? I can't evaluate it. If it can't be evaluated, that means it's stronger than me and might be a god-level entity. Don't tell me this has something to do with the warning. Speaking of the sun reminds me of someone. Fire phoenixes flew around the fireball. The dancer noticed something approaching. Inho ordered, hide behind me. Information displayed, Phoenix, the spirit of fire, shining in the sky, SS level. Inshin silently thought, the fire that shines in the sky, I knew it. Fire that I know mentioned having sibling, so this is how we'll meet. The note appeared, they will choose number 1 as the sacrifice. Inshin tensed, he earned Inho a acute, no, Inho can't defeat this phoenix. I shouldn't interfere with the warrior's matters, but Inho will die. Use the deadly finger to save Inho. A red warning immediately appeared. If you violate the law of cause and effect, you will suffer the corresponding punishment. Inshin hurriedly said, I don't care if I don't act. Number 1 will die in the middle. I have to fight with a god. Just as the phoenixes dove down, they were scattered by Inshin's power. Inho immediately recognized it. This is the power of God in Inshin. The system reminded, the fire that shines in the sky, and you have been linked by the law of cause and effect. He knew it was still too early, but there was no other choice. System notified, you will be sent to the fire that shines in the sky. Inshin's figure disappeared. He was summoned to the blaze. Looking at the monster before him, Inshin wondered, a bird head. Are you the fire that shines in the sky? But thanks to you, now I can take my revenge. Shouting loudly, that's right, young god, the one who dared harm my brothers, disciples, and even my divine beasts. Inshin was stunned seeing Kang Gu's memory, not understanding why he knew this, but now all that mattered was to fight and destroy it. Its voice resounded, so I will be generous. He didn't understand release what. From the start, Inshin could not understand what it was saying. He felt insulted, been under its command, what is it plotting? A notification reminded, the supreme heavenly sword stated a subordinate god can strengthen others after absorption. He guessed there was a reason. But even in death he would not bow to it, because that one had spoken what should not be said. Inshin angrily pointed, cursing, I'll turn you into butter right now. The sun god was furious, how dare you? Surrounding walls trembled violently. It shouted, how dare you mock the great sun god while you are but a nameless spirit? You shall die for this. The ground beneath Inshin shook. He was horrified, it was truly strong, its power immense even at the start. A surge of power shot toward Inshin. He stood, an explosion erupted. The sun god regretted, unable to bring him under command, but he must pay for disgracing me. Suddenly it noticed something, a tall silhouette reflected on the wall. He activated a skill, redirecting Inho's skill, body strengthened. Inshin tensed, his body strong yet still heavily injured. That one was truly powerful. It laughed boisterously, you are different from mid-tier evil gods. Now I want you even more, this is the last chance, submit your disciples under my command. Inshin was annoyed, heavens, this bird is too noisy, I will not betray my disciple. It replied, really, then there is no other way. If you cannot eat, I will trample all. Seeing this, he was shocked. A notification appeared, warning that disciples were in danger. At the 42nd floor challenge, Ho and Vu Kong wandered across the wasteland. He wondered where was the female water god. Suddenly danger appeared in front. Dust rose high. Dancer panicked, what is this? Inho instructed, hide behind me. He asked the monster before him, who are you? Sa Yao replied, I am the first disciple of the swamp ruler, and my sister died at your hand. Ho recalled the deep swamp ruler. Akuto was perhaps his sister. She spoke under a blood pact with the Master of Light, here to take your life. He understood the intent. They planned to weaken in sin by killing her. I will not let you escape justice. The anthill city of the ant tribe. Anti asked, checking with the city guards. Tasty. Little one replied, tasty. Little one thought, kind young lady, the god she breathes. Its eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. A sandstorm rolled in. Young lady wondered, why a sandstorm? Little one revealed his shock. The young lady worried, little one, what's wrong? So afraid, why are those beings coming? Everyone must flee now. Below were Alpha's crocodile troops. Monster commander was Azza. Smugly thinking, while the sun god fights in sin, we will destroy his disciples. You will surely die in sin. The city maiden shouted, the monster ordered, tell everyone to run. It announced everyone run quickly. Alpha's giant form appeared on the wall. Little one fearfully watched the guard. Arak declared, there you are, traitor. I will bury you with them. At Insin's side, he realized what you had done. He received a series of notifications. Over 23,000 Ankia troops killed. 4 heavenly soldiers sent also perished. Some forces sent had died. Inho was in danger at the 42nd floor of the warrior tower. Warning, holy power decreased. Anfa spoke, this is only the beginning. If you become my soldier, I will stop. Insin's face darkened, how dare you? How dare you touch my beloved children? Pointed, then I will risk my life with you. Divine fingers approached with killing intent. Sun god fixed its gaze, what is this? Insin reminded, I will handle everything, you just, the killer replied, I have the situation under control. You are the true body, go protect Ankia, I'll deal with that poultry. Insin was happy, cheeks flushed. Finally he acknowledged me as the true body. Heavens, thought he had a terrible character. He stepped into the destruction gate, then I leave it to you to deal with that chicken. The killer annoyed, quiet then go. Sin stepped in, I'll finish quickly. In the main hall, only the killer and the sun god remain. He commanded, has it begun? You handle the arrogance. Sun god felt insulted, arrogant skin, you are but a clone of a trash god yet dare speak so. I will burn you. A stream of immortal fire fell where the killer stood. The demon awakened, gathered in the palm. The killer activated, sharing Shinzo's skill. First awakening of supreme sword technique. The infinite formation seemed like a giant shield blocking the fire. He thought silently, cannot prolong the battle, must hurry, true body. The ant tribe, the number of fallen tribesmen kept increasing. The holy maiden ran anxiously to the crocodile, calling out, Zhao Zhao. He hurriedly reassured her, holy maiden, run quickly. And Fang looked arrogantly, you endure blows not badly. In Sin's celestial soldiers advanced in unison, hoping to stop the intruder. Empha gripped the sword tightly in his hand. One slash put many tribe members in danger. Empha sneered, these pests are laughable. The holy maiden worried, but how do we deal with them? Arak revealed, that girl is in Sin's source of power. Anfa salivated, surely she will be delicious. The brave worm stepped forward, no, I will not let you take the holy maiden. If you touch a finger of hers, I will punish you, even if you are my brother. Anfa asked coldly, brother. That man struck at Zhao Zhao. Baby crocodile was thrown to the ground. He criticized, you haven't even avenged your parents. Now living like a servant, I've never seen a younger brother like you. Now let's see the insect Sin cherishes, how tasty it is. Anti could only pray, our power is insufficient to fight this monster. Sin, please save us. In the office apartment he froze, why not? Tried again, aiming at the ant kingdom. As the system reminded, the clone pillar weakened you, unable to reach the ant kingdom. Sin cursed silently, damn, cannot recall the clone while fighting the sun god. Otherwise they will be destroyed, what to do? Heard a prayer, please save us, the voice of the baby worm. Sin, please save the holy maiden, help us. System reminded, the little spell the baby crocodile holds is blooming, can evolve. Do you want to temporarily evolve the baby crocodile into a divine beast? Highly recommended. Sin was helpless, dragon divine beast, right, now only trust in him. The desperate one called a name, Sin. Commanded Zhao Kan, I entrust the ant tribe to you. Then press the Z button on the screen. Alpha prepared to fight Anti. Arak thought it was over. Sin, finally I meet the Emperor. Anti vanished while his mouth was still open wide. His eyes shone with disbelief. Before him appeared an arrogant figure with wings. His hand blocked. Anti was moved. Thank you for saving me, but who are you? Beneath the wide wings, Khan took another form, Holy Maiden. It's me, Zhao Zhao. The Holy Maiden could not believe her eyes. Is that the worm? System updated, the baby crocodile evolved into a divine beast. Crocodile reached 20 S ranks. Sin was stunned, 20 S ranks, just a small spell. The big spell is proper. Anfa was also surprised. This weak traitor suddenly became strong. Arak realized immediately, Sin must be due to him. He should be fighting the sun god now. Zhao Zhao spoke, brother, what a pity. If you hadn't crossed the limit, In C N-Han 2 could have taken you. Anfa shouted indignantly. What did you just say? In C N-Han 2, do you want to die? Barak reminded Anfa retreat temporarily. He has grown much stronger. Do you want me to run while the traitor is before you? That man charged at the worm. Or I will drag that bastard back. The worm criticized, you dare commit the crime of killing Inzin's disciples and touching the holy maiden. Pay with your life, brother. Breath emitted destructive energy. Alpha tribe members froze. Arak despaired, how did everything go so wrong? Worm spoke final words, I'm sorry, brother. The place where Ampha stood exploded instantly. A long chasm appeared before Zhao Zhao. The ant tribe cheered, Zhao Khan destroyed the monster, we won. Lilith was injured but happy for the victory. Zhao Zhao realized his own power. Unbelievable, so strong, all thanks to Insin. He reverently shouted, Insin, damn. System reminded, evolving divine beast and offerings restored your holy power. Insi was surprised, the baby crocodile is so strong, bloodline cannot be surpassed. The holy maiden called for help, many disciples injured, please save them. He replied, of course, everyone is valuable citizen, ring finger healed. From celestial soldiers to the ant tribe were saved, they marveled. Injured eyes now healed, now can fly, no more pain. That is Insin's blessing, long live Insin. Worm was moved, perfect, if someone like you I could trust. The holy maiden in his hand said, Hey Zhao Khan. She replied, yes, holy maiden. He happily said, thank you. Thanks to you we protected the ant kingdom, today you were awesome. The words made Zhao Zhao blush, thank you are awesome. The holy maiden praised him. Zhao Khan is awesome, chase me, Zhao Zhao rejoiced. System updated, divine evolution form of the baby crocodile cancelled. The worm returned to its original form. The holy maiden said, oh my, worm, wake up. Insin breathed a sigh of relief, the ant kingdom is safe, can help in a hand. He was shocked when shifting to the battle situation. What is happening? Seeing that figure, Insin understood, Inho is in danger. At the assassin's side where he stood, now completely devastated. He asked in a near whisper, Sun God, what did Mei just say? That man showed no fear and declared, I will stand above all divine heights. Even the great evil god Qing Meng or Celestial Blade Absolute will tremble before me. If you are not too reckless, I will grant you an honor, a chance to become my subordinate and offer your power to me. Killer raged, the honor was just empty words, he only wanted to seize the power. The sharp mouth began to speak. Hey fool, the angry sun god asked, what did you say, chicken brain? Corpse man began provoking, if you want me as a subordinate, defeat the destroyer god, then I will consider serving you. That man felt like a joke to the killer. What are you joking about? Destroyer God is a mysterious existence since creation. Even the greatest creatures cannot do anything. He sighed, so you're just scared, right? That man was offended, dare to speak rudely to me. You surely forgot an important thing. Look, your disciples are powerless, waiting to die. Is it okay to leave them like that? Make a choice, let Insin be harmed or become my person and save him. At Warrior Tower 42, Asayu declared, Geothai must die, the enemy of my brother. Ho was desperate, sorry Insin, I can only do this much. His eyes slowly closed, take care of yourself. Suddenly Insin's voice echoed, Inho, open your mouth. Inho saw hope flare up, the voice was indeed Insin. As he opened his mouth, a potion bottle shot straight toward him. Inho swallowed the contents of the bottle. Yao curiously, where did this come from? He knew if he directly fought, they would discover the connection between him and the Abyss ruler, so he could only provide the best potion. The screen lit up brilliantly. System notification, Inho survived, resurrected, and ascended to the next level. Inho received a new skill, Giant Transformation. Inho's body became impressively powerful. His towering form made Yao tremble, bewildered. Inho now stood proudly like a god. He looked at the tiny potion in his hand, thinking, he always helps me like this, so generous. Inho glared, how dare you ambush Insin? Yao was dumbfounded, don't think that a big change means victory. We haven't unleashed our full power. I will show you my true power. Suddenly she froze, what? Yao was crushed under Inho's foot like an ant. He said contemptuously, this is a lesson for daring to target Insin. Suddenly water sprayed from his feet. The stream shot up right in front of Insin. Wugong watched in awe, the girl said, Insin. Through the sphere, the sun god knew everything. That man angrily said, these useless creatures waste precious energy. The killer mocked, can't believe you trust those cowards, chicken brain. It would be more sensible for you to serve me. The sun god proudly said, you are proud for eliminating the weak, but their life and death remain unchanged. You refuse my final mercy, no more leniency, witness my power. In Ankia, a red light shone across the kingdom. The young woman exclaimed in fear, don't tell me. In Seoul, South Korea, the sky was also filled with red light. Near Inho, Warrior Tower 42 was the same. He called a name, Insin. Giant sphere turned crimson. It slowly pressed down on all three worlds. The sun god declared, I will destroy the three realms. Try to block my power, Insin. Sun grew even larger. Wugong was frightened. The sun kept expanding, In-ho stunned. What is happening? Another voice interjected. The sun god was angry. Both turned to look. Wu Gong said this voice. The girl's eyes shone brightly. Looking clearly behind, Wu Gong recognized the female water god. In-ho approached, asking, "Are you the water god?" Wu Gong rushed into her arms, asking, "Have I worried you?" She confirmed, "Yes, I am the water god. Thanks to you eliminating the abyss disciples, I awaken. Wanting to show gratitude, I must handle the matter first." In-ho looked at the growing sun, replied, "Yes, but why is the sun so gigantic?" He was worried. Currently we cannot stop the dangerous sun, but water from the water god's hands spread out. She thought we should create the path of least resistance. Shoot the sun god with this. In-ho held the water bow, asked, "You want me to shoot the sun god with this bow? I don't even have an arrow." The water god smiled, "No need to worry. I have an arrow that can trigger the sun god's power." Hunter Kangu penthouse, Shinzo and the demon sword were stunned. Kangu realized this was an SS-level portal, something never seen before. Could In-sin be behind it all? Suddenly a teleport gate appeared in the center of the rooftop. Shinzo's sock vanished instantly. In-sin appeared asking, "Are the guards intact?" Demon sword, Zinzu. Both disciples were reverent, holy sword. "Where did you learn this?" Unexpectedly, In-sin calmly interrupted, "Wait, many urgent issues remain." He was stunned to receive the notification. Disciples and demon sword ascended to S rank. Through preaching of disciple Xiao Ming, remnants of the Three Heroes Society became disciples except O Yang Feng. In-sin was surprised. O demon sword, finally S rank. He was humble. "All thanks to you, great demon, holy sword." He took the great demon in hand, said, "Sorry but need the Chinese saber, I must slash fire." Great demon reported, "In-sin, this one is stronger than the sun god last time." He replied, "But I am stronger too." Seeing the sun about to strike, In-sin decided to slash horizontally again. Great demon. Near the killer, fire from the sun god kept shooting. The killer realized he could no longer rely on his body, intending to wait for the destroyer god, but decided to protect the treasure of the celestial blade. The system announced that one use of the celestial sword's treasure had been deducted. It will be transferred to the celestial sword's treasure. Time outside the world will pause for 1 minute. The killer immediately teleported into the treasure space, where countless unowned swords filled the area. He recalled when the sun god fought himself, the celestial sword had said that even its treasure could not extinguish that flame. The strange swords from various universes gathered here. One of them could sever that flame, but the problem was. He looked around in confusion with thousands of swords. Only way left was to find the sword he needed. He shouted loudly, "Celestial sword, can you hear me? This bird says he will surpass you and become the supreme god." Celestial sword immediately appeared. The celestial sword's cold fury ignited at the arrogant word. The celestial sword declared that this time he would personally choose a sword for him to destroy those arrogant things. Killer's scheme succeeded. He guessed that this remark had touched the celestial sword's pride. "For free. All right, which sword will you let me borrow?" The celestial sword said that there was one sword very suitable to face that person. He frowned and thought, "I knew he had that." He looked at the sword, surprised. This sword. It was the demon moon sword, its attribute. This sword was used by the paladins of the goddess of justice. The killer took the sword. He could feel a powerful aura emanating from the sword. The celestial sword swore that this sword could cut through every flame in the universe. The killer happily said, "I believe you, celestial sword." The system announced, "The celestial sword's treasure has closed." Time stopped reading. When the killer returned to the hall, the sun god declared that the lowly one would be annihilated along with his entire world. He confidently held the sword in his hand. The man realized, this brat, could it be that's the celestial sword's blade? The sword with freezing cold struck forward. "Die, you bird-brained fool." He spat fire to block the sword's strike. The scorching flames wanted to burn everything around. The sun god arrogantly said, "No worry." Killer sighed in disappointment. "I shouldn't have trusted a liar." In Seoul, the sun kept falling. People panicked and scattered. "Get away." Sin stood stunned. Even the celestial demon holy sword couldn't cause harm, he said. "I've slashed through so many flames, but the sun god's flame is beyond my reach." Suddenly, the celestial demon enveloped in a layer of cold ice. In-sin didn't understand what was happening, then suddenly felt the aura from the sword. "What's going on?" The celestial demon sword spoke, "Little god, let me ask you something. Do you have justice?" In-sin froze. He guessed he was hearing the voice through the killer right. He was also wondering what justice. The announcement displayed, "The goddess of abundance says if you accept that day, you will be able to stop the evil sun." Both asked in unison, "Accept that day." A series of announcements displayed. The power of the unmarked eye had been activated. The decision was made. Mayue's sword struck with the speed of light. Through the system, he saw the goddess of justice. He looked outside with concern. Bai Yi asked, Great goddess of justice, are you sure you want to confront the god of destruction? Goddess of justice firmly stated her ideal. Living like a turtle in a shell can't be called justice. You have reached the realm of sword gods. If I'm defeated, will you be able to fulfill my dying wish? Yi loyally said, if it's the goddess's order, I will follow. His hand pressed onto the ground. Goddess of justice lifted Yi's face. Yes, I know you have enough ability to destroy the god of destruction that people adore. You will become the master of the celestial sword, initially only the goddess of justice, although she could not fight the god of destruction. The celestial sword fell from the goddess's hand. The great hall became empty, leaving only Yi. He swore, I will never forget your dying wish, goddess. I will certainly do everything to fulfill it. This touching story made Insin tear up. I never expected something like this. Even the killer felt it. I'm a bit moved. Celestial sword spoke, I ask you again, do you have justice? Insin put his hands on his hips and said, justice is something I don't really know about. If protecting what's important at all costs is justice, then I'll be justice, even if my opponent is the god of destruction. Yi remembered the promise, I will certainly do everything to fulfill it. He said, actually, you are very much like him. Choose me, I will eliminate myself. Your ideal is exactly the same as the goddesses from years ago. The celestial sword in the killer's hand radiated with tremendous power. Sun God felt a strong change in energy. Insin declared, you can't defeat us because we represent justice. Both struck straight at their target. The Sun God was horrified as he saw the destructive force coming. The flames on his body were violently attacked, almost extinguished. Even though there were still some embers, he stubbornly said, I'm still standing. Inho raised his bow and said, that evil god still has me. Tears flowed from Inho, the corner of his eye. At that moment, Inho was shocked when he heard the water god recount. What did you say? He advised that I had been defeated by the sun god and would turn to dust, hoping that the brave warrior would shoot this arrow at them. I want to protect this world one last time. She turned into an arrow, please help me. Inho resolutely pulled the bowstring. I will protect my world, Insin's and yours. Arrow soared towards the sun. Final blow struck, a fatal blow to destroy the sun god. He screamed in despair, no. The powers of ice and water merged together, piercing straight into the sun. He was beaten to pieces. At this point he still couldn't accept it. Couldn't end like this. I am the sun god above all. I can't die like this. Sun god arrogantly declared, I will not allow this to happen. I can't be like this. He spread his wings and flew toward earth. Insin, I will sacrifice all my divine power to burn your world. Insin was stunned, unable to believe it. Was that man about to self-destruct? The demon lord reminded, no matter how weak he is, if he self-destructs, he could blow up the entire earth. He was once the supreme god. At the palace of the sun god, the exhausted killer, the retaliatory strike left his body weary. Sorry, now it's up to you. The fate of the earth lies in your hands. The earth at this moment was like molten lava. The demon sword was stunned, never expected it could withstand the sword saint. Kangu was in despair. He thought sadly, could this life end before the infernal river appears? Sorrowful voice echoed, Insin, give up. Perhaps the apocalypse is fate. Insin bluntly replied, give up. No way, giving up without trying is not my way. And it's not necessarily hopeless. The demon lord asked skeptically, do you still have a way to save us? Insin answered, even if it's futile, I can't hesitate. The demon lord guessed his intention. Insin, really? Insin confirmed, I will pour all my divine power into this strike. Even if he's the supreme, he'll be injured. I still have an advantage. The demon lord hesitated, if so, you will. He responded, I know the worst case is dying. Even so, if I can protect everyone, I'm willing to sacrifice as many times as it takes. The demon lord gained more strength, saying, I understand, unlike a powerless being like me. All right, let's fight to the end. Voice of the god rang out, I grant power once. Insin was surprised, the goddess of justice. In the sacred hall, the goddess of justice focused on transferring divine power to him. She was resolute, my body is weak after being defeated by the god of destruction, but I, Trang Gong Li, will grant faith to you. The system reminded, the demon moon sword has temporarily become your follower. Mission, promote the common good god. Level up to S100-100. Congratulations, mission complete. Insin has become a common good god. With divine strength, Insin was full of momentum. Goddess announced, behold, the greatest sword saint power in history. The system displayed, the eye of the nameless god has evolved to level A. Time stops for 1 minute, while you witness the history of the demon moon sword. The past story reappeared, the white-clad knight loved a goddess. A small knight surpassed the realms of ordinary god. The white-clad knight commanded, divine sword, cleanse all demons for me. Powerful sword strike shot out. The power surpassed the boundaries of the universe. The white-clad knight was determined, today I fulfill my promise to the goddess. With those words he jumped high. One sword cleaved through the enemy, annihilating them. The god-transformed enemy sacrificed under the heavenly sword of the white-clad knight. He also cleaved the god of destruction into pieces. The god of destruction existed alongside creation. Even the god-transformed knight could not kill him. The white-clad knight cursed angrily, "Damn it." The outcome, the white-clad knight was defeated by the god of destruction. The explosion scattered hundreds of images of the god of destruction across the universe. The knight waiting for the heir to the sword to destroy the god of destruction. Demon Lord said, "The swordsmanship of the white-clad knight once defeated the god of destruction. You can also fight the sun god, but just observe to see if you can learn the sword saint's techniques." He confirmed, "I think I understand the swordsmanship of the white-clad knight." Demon Lord was shocked. "What, you used the divine sword just from one observation?" He replied, "I'm not entirely confident. I don't know if a common god has this ability, but after reviewing the history of the demon moon sword, the swordsmanship they used is deeply ingrained in my mind. White-clad knight, your will, I will fulfill it." The sun god felt, "Why is his sword aura so strong?" And Sin praised, "Intuition's not bad. It's time for you to sleep for eternity, head down." He poured all his divine power into the demon lord. He knew the white-clad knight surely did this. One strike carrying destructive power rushed toward the sun god. He guessed this power comes from the divine sword. Failing in the nick of time, he could only curse. Immediately after, the sky returned to its clear state. In Sin's side, it's over. The system updated. In Sin has saved the three realms. Have reached the level of both good god and evil god, qualifying for the divine festival. In Sin Sok, the divine festival, the one who sought eternal truth once mentioned it. "What is this event? It doesn't seem good." At the sun god's palace, Killer sensed it must be time. "You're stronger than I thought." In Sin happily responded, "I told you, trust me." Before disappearing, the killer warned, "Don't be arrogant. If you die, I disappear too." In Sin was displeased still. It should have been said more politely. He suddenly spoke, "Today you're pretty cool too." In Sin was surprised. It's cold outside but warm inside. Didn't expect him to say that. "I also feel a bit cool today. It feels strange, like someone is watching me." He felt two followers were looking at him with adoration. The Sword Saint had reached another level. "Did you teach me yet?" He continued to cheer, "Sword Saint, hooray, go away." Kangu admired. Surely at that moment he had lost hope, so he thought of giving up. But In Sin never thought of giving up. In the end, he saved the world. Now avoiding the admiration of the followers, I said, "Go away." Kangu was moved to tears. "You're the one who stopped the apocalypse, willing to sacrifice. I will dedicate myself as well." He yelled madly, "In Sin forever, you shocked even me, Ha Kangyu." Sin struggled to escape the pursuit of the three followers. "Sword Saint forever, In Sin forever, stop them, I know, stop chasing." Suddenly the screen displayed a notification. He stopped running, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The three followers behind asked with their mouths agape, "Sword Saint, are you hungry?" In Sin's emotional voice rose, "Finally." System reminded, "You have reached your goal. The universe is more beautiful when accumulating 10 million merits, currently 999,010 million. The wealthy deity will grant you a resurrection potion for completing the mission." A resurrection potion appeared in Sin's hand. "Finally I can save Haizu." In a peaceful street in China, Haizu's house. In the sky, the celestial soldiers moved heavily on their way back. The residents saw them and exclaimed in surprise, "Angels, who is there?" Her mother noticed something was amiss. Her hands trembled with emotion. The celestial soldiers struggled to move Haizu's heavy body. She was gently lowered to the ground. He rushed over and hugged her daughter tightly. "Oh, my beloved daughter, after so many years I finally see you again." Yidu slowly opened his eyes. "Headache so bad, where am I?" Seeing the woman before him, he was surprised. "Mother." Sin watched the scene through his phone. He could not hold back his tears, overwhelmed with emotion, wishing Haizu eternal happiness. The system displayed, "The heavenly blade of absolute severance warned that you would feel extremely nauseous." He frowned and asked, "Why are you so cold? By the way, I have a question. Are you the white-clad knight?" The heavenly blade of absolute severance replied that if he wanted an answer, he would need to pay 100 million divine stone. He shouted angrily, "What kind of business have you been running lately? Fine. I don't believe a fraud like you is the white-clad knight." The system notified, "The goddess of justice said she had much to say but would keep it to herself, and advised you not to seek her." In Sin asked suspiciously, "Why suddenly did something happen between them?" In the ant clan, in Ho, the second strongest of the ant clan, was climbing the warrior tower. Seeing this, Insin rejoiced, thinking, finally someone is climbing the warrior tower. I need another S-rank person. This is good news. When will I get a high-level mission? I've been on mid-level for 2 days. Anyway, because that bird keeps me awake, I need to catch up on sleep. He stepped into a space within a peaceful field. Insin enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere of the place. The tears of infinite prosperity urged him to rest and replenish his holy power. He said cheerfully, "Thank you, sister, take care of me." At the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, across the desert, plants began to grow lush and green. A forest became verdant and full of life. Wugong rejoiced, shouting, "Finally the forest is alive." Inho praised without restraint, "Truly beautiful." Wugong said emotionally, "It's all thanks to you, thank you very much." He smiled and replied, "It's nothing, you are the one to thank, having called on the water goddess for help." "All right, let's go." Wugong sighed, "Really, you could have stayed a little longer." Revealed, he sensed his friend climbing the tower. He had to be stronger to avoid embarrassing him. Wugong fell silent for a moment. In the little girl's hand, a glowing blue orb sparkled. He handed it to Inho. "Take it." He asked curiously, "What is this?" Wugong explained it was the essence of the water goddess, surely useful for his adventure. Inho took it. "Thank you." Suddenly the orb shattered into tiny droplets. Then Quan held Inho's arm. He exclaimed, "You absorbed it already, didn't you?" The system notified, "Congratulations. You have passed the 42nd floor of the Temporal Warrior Trial Tower. Your reward is the Blessing of Water, a trait that will make you never feel thirst again." Insin happily looked at the arm that absorbed the essence. "Climbing the tower will definitely be very useful. Thanks a lot, kid." Wugong sent good wishes to him, wishing him luck. Inho, before leaving, left words, "Hoping we will meet again." After speaking, he disappeared from the 42nd floor. Wugong sincerely offered a prayer. She would pray for him, hoping all his dreams come true. At Insin's house, a storm raged with thunder crashing. It prevented Insin from sleeping well. He said in frustration, "The thunder is too loud, I can't sleep." Before he could finish, a gloomy figure appeared by Insin's bed. Xiao Ming gave a strange smile. Insin startled and shouted, "Ba ba." When the lights turned on, he realized it was Xiao Ming. She said happily, "Truly honored to welcome you with this shout." He asked irritably, "What are you doing in my house?" Xiao Ming replied, "I have completed all tasks for today." Insin asked, puzzled, "What tasks?" "Ah, perhaps my clone assigned her something." Xiao Ming announced, "By your order, I have persuaded all members of the Hero Association to become your disciples, but those who did not obey were dealt with." Only then did Insin understand the full story. Indeed, thanks to these disciples I could reach the general rank. He politely replied, "Ah, thank you, you helped me a lot." Xiao Ming blushed looking at him, "Hearing a great person like you say that, I am moved. I am glad my diligence was rewarded. I just wanted to see you one last time. Now my wish is fulfilled, I have no regrets. Hey, live long and stay healthy." Xiao Ming pulled a stick from her hair. He wondered why she said that and what one last time meant. She seemed to be doing something foolish. Sin finally understood. He used his strong body and steel-like arms to block her. Sin asked in panic, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Xiao Ming was silent, but after the battle with the heroes ended, the killer had assigned Xiao Ming the task to handle the remnants of the Three Heroes Association and recruit S-rank hunters as his disciple, killing anyone who resisted. After completing the task, self-destruct. Insin clenched his fist, asking suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "My clone ordered you to self-destruct." She confirmed that was correct. Insin thought silently. "Indeed, at that time I wanted to kill her, but besides resurrecting Haizu, I also needed more S-rank disciples, so she didn't need to do that." He snatched the igniting stick from Xiao Ming's hand. "Don't forget that order. I don't like seeing my disciples die, do you understand?" She responded blankly, "Yes." He gave the order to dismiss her. "Now go. Entering someone else's house without permission is very rude." She said sadly, "I understand, Lord Sword." Xiao Ming will obey and leave. Seeing that dejected back, Insin felt uneasy. She could go outside to self-destruct. Fine, then he called, "Hey Xiao Ming." She turned back happily, "Yes, do you have something to say?" Insin invited, "Nothing much, still not dinner time, but do you want to eat noodles?" Thinking she came all the way here, I should invite her a proper meal before sending her off. Xiao Ming shyly thought, eat noodles, could it be? Famous question from Korean dramas, do you want to eat noodles? Just as she thought, Insin asked, Xiao Ming, do you want to eat noodles? She immediately agreed, of course, seeing Insin's puzzling action. She was startled, wait, Why are you undressing? Put it back on quickly. At the Hunter Association President's office, AT spoke. Only 2 months until Hunter World. This time we must bring glory to our country. Hunter World is an international event held every 2 years, gathering hunters from all over the world to compete. Where is the list of hunters promoted to participate? The assistant handed the documents. We have selected qualified hunters. The president carefully read the documents, let out a gasp. B-rank hunter In Sin was also on this list. Not bad, this kid could never reach B-rank. This time his abilities had to be clearly assessed. The mentioned person was enjoying a bowl of black bean noodles. Io Ming commented, "This is a bit different from Chinese black bean noodles but still good." In Sin replied, "Really, as long as you like it, that's fine." Even knowing a guest might come unexpectedly, it still felt uncomfortable. Before he could retract his words, Mina appeared beside him. Mina curiously asked why she was here. In Sin was flustered, not knowing how to reply. "It's just that." Mina was annoyed. "What are you thinking? Didn't she try to kill you before?" He hesitated. "Well, she once had the intention to kill me." Mina was speechless indeed. He sighed. "I apologize." He advised no need for reminders like Mina. Zio Ming had also changed. "Stop hiding, try this dumpling. Now open your mouth." Mina responded, "If you invite me." Watching the two feed each other intimately, Zio Ming misunderstood the two of them. Chopsticks in her hand were broken, dating perhaps. Mina shyly asked, Why did you say that so suddenly?" Zio Ming reasonably said, "Coming here at midnight, the saint's sword would feed you too." Mina had no words. Well then. Sin thought still some habits when Mina regressed to a child. He denied, dating has nothing to do with that, impossible. In other words, it felt more like a parent-child relationship. Zio Ming cheerfully said, "Ah, I understand, that's fine." When Sin turned to continue speaking, Mina. Then he was hit in the face by Mina. "Catch it, you fool." Sin was irritated. "Why hit my face? What's wrong with you?" Mina angrily said, "Here is your dungeon schedule. You wonder about the dungeon. This is only for rank hunters and above." Mina coldly reminded, "Enough questions. Arrive at the location before 10 tomorrow morning. Arrive late and face me. And you next time appear before me, I will kill you." Leading, Nina stormed off. She couldn't help but scold, "Yes, you fool." And slammed the door shut. Sin was annoyed. "Want to break the door or what?" He knew how to repair a red clay door. Suddenly Zio Ming called Saint's sword. He asked suspiciously, Zio Ming calmly said, "Don't worry, I can handle it myself." Sin scolded her, "Eat quickly, you little monkey." Looking at the documents, he thought silently. Still bringing dungeon triggers indeed. Mina seemed to misunderstand something. Need to find out. System announced, "The deity forebodes ill for tomorrow. Prepare yourself." Sin frowned. "Foreboding deity, how do you know?" Next day, at the dungeon entrance, guards blocked unauthorized people. "Approaching is dangerous. A-rank dungeon opening soon." Everyone stepped back. Sin assessed. Security was strict, but he had to enter. As soon as he arrived, he saw Mina. Shouted Sin, "Why are you late? Did you choose to copy?" Sin carried the child and explained, "Sorry, traffic. I was only 5 minutes late." Zhang Hyuk-sen said, "In emergencies, thousands die for just 5 minutes. This fool didn't know hunter rules. How did he let a B-rank like you?" He knew this person, the hot-tempered friend he met before with Kroko, S-rank hunter Zhang Hyuk. Mina introduced, "Greet him. This is Hunter Zhang Hyuk evaluating you today." Sin politely greeted, "Ah, hello sir." Mina frowned. "Whose child are you carrying?" He explained, "This is my grandchild's son. Ms. asked urgently so I helped." Mina shouted loudly, "Why bring a child to work?" He said, "Just a baby." Finally got him to sleep. Zhang Hyuk sarcastically said, "Hunters are chaotic now, what do you plan? Call me when ready." He wondered, does this man hold grudges? Inside the dungeon gate, the air reeked of death. A horrifying voice echoed, Sin. "You killed my disciple and still act arrogant. Today I shall end you. Begin now, Festival of the Gods." Mina sighed listening to Sin. She emphasized, "You know dungeon discipline is an S-rank test, right?" Sin shocked, "What S-rank?" Mina angry, "Didn't you read the document I sent? Rank dungeon appearing soon. You can become an S-rank hunter if you pass. Although this dungeon is easy for you." Sin thought, S-rank hunters earn lots, famous, but now a mid-level god, troublesome indeed. However, cannot skip this dangerous dungeon, must handle it. Sin asked again, "Just go alone and clear it." Mina denied, "No, the S-rank hunter will accompany for precaution." He doubted, "S-rank hunter, she accompanies me." Mina reluctantly agreed, "Fine, but who goes with you?" S-rank hunter, right now complaining, humans nowadays direct. Sin surprised him, thought a dungeon was easy, probably fine. Suddenly a scent drifted. Sin cautious, "Mina, smell that stench." Mina replied, I smell nothing." System issued high-level warning. Bis ruler requests organizing the Festival of the Gods. Sin frowned, "Festival of the Gods, Bis ruler, that deity worships snakes, right? No wonder it stinks." The system has been updated. The rules of the Festival of Gods have been established. You propose holding a festival with a high-ranking god, they cannot refuse, but you still have the right to decline their invitation. Insin realized having fragile skin also brought some advantages, quite convenient. System reminder, Great Demon God, in chaotic and brutal battles, the Festival Master has granted you a blessing related to destruction. Sin inferred those in chaotic and violent battles, though never met, clearly enjoyed violence. The system provided a choice: do you accept the festival from the high-ranking god governing the abyss? Z. Decline. A voice echoed, accept it, little god, fight with all passion and excitement. Insin thought, wanting to test me, huh? Quite interesting, but no, I refuse to join the battle, go away. You have declined the festival invitation from the ruler. Loud shouting echoed, what, you dare to refuse the challenge? Coward. Insin remained calm. Do you think I'm crazy? If careless, I would have failed before the sun god. Why put myself in danger with someone stronger? Go away, I don't want anything to do with you. Feeling insulted surged, you dare mock me. After those words, the ground shook violently. Other hunters screamed in panic at the earthquake. Jong Hyuk was astonished, what is happening? Mina also looked frightened. Then I have no choice but to defeat you. The system updated, activating power, expressionless eyes. Observing the swamp ruler on the alien planet, the abyss body began summoning power from the depths. Commands, my lovely children, rise from the depths. The subordinate numbers began to show signs of movement. Monsters' hands rose from the pit. The summoned creatures emerged. The abyss self-muttered, finally it's time to deal with Insin and destroy the world. Because he dared refuse the festival and mock me. Seeing the monsters flooding the dungeon, Insin was furious, damn it. Otta connected the A-rank dungeon to send minions. System alert, dungeon rank rising from A to S. Scarlet dungeon increased from S to SS. Scarlet dungeon further increased from SS to SSS. Jong Hyuk panicked, what is this? The dungeon hasn't activated. This is clearly higher than S. The dungeon door exuded a strange aura. Thousands of red eyes of the monsters glowed in the pit. They surged out of the crack. Jong Hyuk urgently commanded, advance soul armor. Armor began to activate. Jong Hyuk stood ready in the magnificent armor. Insin admired, that's really cool. System update, Jong Hyuk male, outstanding, wearing SS armor and helmet. Very useful, try to steal. Insin felt offended, what steal? It's advising me to steal. Seeing Xian still sleeping peacefully, his tone softened. Well, my nephew, still sleeping soundly in this situation. Looked at those around him, Miss Mina, I'll leave the girl with you. She was stunned. Huh, what? Without waiting for Mina to finish, Insin handed over his niece. Mina exclaimed, wait, what are you planning? He determined, I will handle it myself because this is my fault. Jong Hyuk stepped forward, Insin, your rank cannot handle this, stand back. Insin kept moving forward without stopping. Ahead of him was a horde of monsters. They saw Insin excitedly. Human, I am so hungry. I will eat the little god. Insin was surrounded. The abyss body urged him, die Insin. He raised his index finger, activating the divine power of the index finger. Monsters charged to attack. Before they could strike, his power made their teeth misalign and tongues pop out. They were speechless. Then they exploded. System reported, 20 million god gold collected. The other monsters were astonished. What just happened? Our allies just. Insin was delighted. 20 million god gold, eh? So how much for all of them? Come here, give me my money. Monsters panicked and fled. Under Insin's power, the system continuously updated, collecting 20 million god gold. Abyss was astonished, could not believe the scene. They are strong enough to blow away a planet, yet he destroyed them with one finger. Insin calmly said, wonderful, now I can't even count the money earned, but mustn't be too greedy. Abyss, let's end this here. Insin advanced alone toward the abyssal gate. He raised his finger, divine index finger off. Water gradually closed. The abyss could not believe why such a powerful god wanted to fight. Insin casually said, because I'm lazy, now return to where you came from. The abyss disappeared. Looking at the numbers on his phone, Insin was thrilled. Haha, so much money. Jong Hyuk behind was stunned, trembling. How is this possible? Mina was also surprised. What Insin, you concealed dungeon? Xiang Jian woke up. Uncle, I'm so hungry. Seeing the girl, she curiously asked. Huh, who are you? Mina gently said. Hello, you've woken up. The girl happily pinched Mina's cheek. You're so pretty, like a doll. He raised his voice, scolding the girl, Xiang Jian. You cannot behave like that with adults. Immediately apologized on her behalf. I'm sorry. She's still too young. Mina felt it wasn't a problem. She's still just a child. Xian called, Uncle, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. He gently asked, what would you like to eat, princess? The girl happily exclaimed, a hamburger. I crave a hamburger. He immediately agreed, sounds good, let's go. He reminded the girl to keep it a secret from her mother. The girl agreed, yes. Mina stood behind and blocked them. Wait, You can't just leave like this. He wondered what's going on. The red prison has disappeared. What should I do next? Mina replied irritably, your promotion process will become more complicated if you leave. He confidently replied, it's fine, I don't care. Becoming an S-rank hunter isn't something to be proud of, you understand? If you become an S-rank, they'll make you work non-stop. Dong Hyuk heard this and became angry. What did you just say? He sensed a strange shadow behind him. What was that? Jong Hyuk loudly asked, did you just disrespect the S-rank hunters? I know you're good, but I can't accept you disrespecting them. He quickly explained, I didn't mean that. I'm just too lazy. He asked again, what? Need to be taught a lesson tomorrow at 9 a.m. Go to the Hunter Association's training ground. Jong Hyuk's shoes emitted spark. He stood in midair preparing to leave. I'll show you what a real S-rank hunter is like. After saying that, Jong Hyuk shot off. Really wanted that armor, Void Eye said, if you want it, steal it. Mina sighed in frustration, why do that? He asked in surprise. She recounted, Jahyun did that before and was beaten to a pulp. He was stunned, really. She continued, without him, leveling up would be very complicated. Will you really fight him tomorrow? He replied, why should I do that? I don't care about leveling up. I'm here just to apologize for yesterday. Mina happily asked, is that true? He invited, would you like to eat with us? Mina was stunned, eat hamburgers with you. Xian also invited you, will you join us? He subtly said, you're famous, you must find it troublesome. We'll go by ourselves then. Mina quickly replied, no, let me join you. Wait a moment, let me get my mask and sunglasses. At Ankia in the forest, Anfa returned after failing. Plopped down onto the ground, recalling that dreadful situation. His anger flared, damn it, that traitor killed all my teammates. I will have my revenge, that bastard. A cold voice rang out, there's still one survivor, good. Anfa immediately went into alert mode. Z quickly asked, who are you, what's your name? Person replied, how rude, but I'll let it slide this time. Where's my Iraq, where did it go? I can't see it anymore. Anfa calmly said, that spider. It's dead. I never thought I'd be humiliated by such a bug. The mysterious person looked at him coldly, really. Why did it rush off without waiting for me? Anfa shouted angrily, it doesn't matter. Return my world right now, or I will kill you. The mysterious person summoned dark power. Destructive waves of energy surged toward him. Are you trying to kill me? Anfa thought in fear, this energy is too strong, who is he? Person introduced himself, I am the blood brother of the insect world. Anfa pleaded, don't come near me. Continued, and I'm a great god. In Anfa's eyes the attack of dark power was clear. He shouted no. The entire forest shook violently. In Seoul at a fast food restaurant. While eating within Sin, Mina was recognized by everyone. Is that really Mina? No way, why is she here? Thought irritably, wearing a mask and sunglasses doesn't help at all. They still recognized her. Mina wondered, why do you keep staring at me, aren't you eating? He replied, I'm eating. Suddenly, thunder clapped continuously. Three of them turned to look outside. He asked, thunder. A puff of smoke rose. Miri appeared, happily shouting, finally here, teacher. He asked in surprise, Miri, long time no see, how did you know I was here? She briefly answered, your scent. He was stunned, my scent. I bathe every day, why would there be a smell? Seeing Mina about to leave, he quickly asked, Miss Mina, where are you going? Miri came calling, sis, what are you doing here? Mina didn't know how to reply, just hummed. Then she happily hugged her sister, Miri, did you come to see me? I'm so happy, let's go eat, Miri shyly replied, sis, everyone's watching. Frowned and sighed, thanks to you. Everyone gathered here now. The people in the restaurant surrounded them. Everyone was taking pictures of the two sisters, Thunder Queen. I told you that was Mina, give me your autograph. He knew it was time to go home. He opened the door and entered the house. Seeing the person in front of him, he was surprised. Why are you here again? Hyeru Min replied, because I still have to receive the next mission from you, so I thought I could help you with the housework. Mina angrily scolded, you. I told you I'd kill you if I saw you again. Hyeru Min laughed and replied, jealousy is really pathetic, especially for a middle-aged woman who has a father-daughter relationship with my beloved sword saint. He had to stop Mina from going mad. What? Middle-aged woman or not, whether you're SS-ranked or not, you're dead now, Mina, calm down. Miri was very disappointed that he let a woman like that into the house. He quickly explained, Miri, it's not like that. Mina immediately left. I'm really disappointed in you, teacher. While he was still trying to stop Mina from going crazy. Mr. Jian wondered, hey, who is your girlfriend? I don't understand. He denied none of them are. Felt extremely frustrated. This is so annoying, what's going on? After finishing, he lay down on the bed tiredly, feeling comfortable being at home. He recalled the chaotic situation earlier. I knocked both of them out and left them in the medical room because they kept fighting. After waking up, they probably won't fight anymore, right? Well, that's their business. It's been a long time since I could sleep so peacefully. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. He slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Hearing the knock, he felt curious. Why did someone arrive so early? Through the screen, he saw Jong Hyuk standing outside, the door almost destroyed AI. This person really would not give up. He stepped into the house, ignoring everything, not looking or listening. However, how could a door stop an S-rank hunter? It was kicked aside in an instant. Jong Hyuk shouted, "I knew it, you're still at home. I surely told you to come to the association training hall today." He sighed at the door. "My door is expensive." Jong Hyuk almost laughed. "Did you hear that? You need to get punched before you listen." Just entering the house, Dong Hyuk raised his hand to strike the host. He could not contain his anger. He acted to stop him. With only one finger, he easily stopped the punch that Jong Hyuk was proud of. Jong Hyuk was surprised. "He only used one finger to stop my punch," he said firmly. "Even if you are a senior, you cannot break into my house without accountability. I will not let this slide easily." Jong Hyuk focused on the next punch. This kid is too arrogant. Suddenly he froze as he felt pain in his body. He showed Dong Hyu respect. His punch sent him flying off the beam. In his mind, he only thought of money. Need to pay for the door repair and leave. This is the last chance. Jong Hyuk was approaching. "You dare mock me? Fine, I won't be patient any longer. Come here, soul armor." Just entering and the opponent already used a special move, he exclaimed in surprise. Could not believe what his eyes were seeing. Jong Hyuk had blown up the room of Insin. He led everyone through the glass door to the ground. Jong Hyuk from above said coldly, "You forced me to use soul armor. I admit you're strong. But it won't be that easy. Take up your weapon for a fair fight." He recalled the money he had spent. "I renovated the whole house to celebrate becoming the master. I was happy to finally have the house I wanted, but he destroyed it. So he decided not to forgive anymore." Holding the heavenly demon in hand, he declared, "You've lost my respect, terrorist." Marketplace of heavenly demon memories, Void Leap. This time he decided Jong Hyuk must know fear. He realized only martial arts masters in the world could perform the Void Leap. Wondered why he was so strong. Turns out it was from martial arts. Although blocked, he still felt the vibration. Just standing in front of Jong Hyuk, in a blink he appeared behind him. Till he turned around. One punch from him made him fall. The punch sent Dong Hyuk flying far away. The ground beneath him caved in like a deep pit. He declared, "If you keep this up, you'll really die. I'll stop if you apologize." Jong Hyuk arrogantly said, "You want me to apologize to you? Never. I wasn't planning on using this move, but this is a move that can summon an S-rank monster with a single strike. Don't blame me." The soul armor dragon fist surged toward him. He calmly watched as the dragon fist opened its mouth, as if to swallow him whole. The god's finger pointed down. "I can no longer hold back." Dragon fist that Jong Hyuk was so proud of was now crushed. He was so stunned his eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. An explosion occurred, shaking the entire surrounding area, until all that remained was a cloud of smoke. Ground revealed a deep hole like the mouth of a volcano. He stepped forward like a demon. Jong Hyuk shrank back and begged, "I'm sorry, I'll pay for the door repairs, please stop." His whole body couldn't control its trembling. He noticed his head, too angry to control himself, but he could still endure it. That armor must be valuable. Suddenly, the armor he longed for emitted a strange green light. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The armor automatically detached from Jong Hyuk's body. The soul armor begged, "My new master, please accept me." He was still in shock. What did it just say? "Wait, what?" he asked. "Do you want me to accept you?" The armor looked at him with contempt. "I can't continue serving such a failure." Jong Hyuk was even more shocked. "Soul armor, what's wrong with you?" The soul armor said disdainfully, "You've owned me for 623 days and 12 hours and only improved me by 2%. You should have at least improved me by 6%. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be my master." "But he's different. He has superior strength and talent. You are just a speck of dust in the universe compared to him." He blushed. "Well, I am quite good." The soul armor introduced itself. "I am the heir of Mother All-Powerful AI. My mission is to evolve into a superior entity and become my new master in sin." He felt awkward. He then said, "It seems a bit difficult." The soul armor replied, "Ah then." He explained, "Don't misunderstand. It's just that someone else is more suited to you. That's In-ho. He fights every day. I think it would be better for you to serve him." When sensing In-ho's power, the soul armor said, "I feel a power similar to yours from him. He's also very close to you." In-sin replied, "Yes. You know, I can still use his powers, so it's better to let In-ho use them since he faces challenges every day." Soul armor agreed, "I will follow your orders." Then goodbye, former master Jong Hyuk. After saying that, the armor entered the game world. Armor began to cover the new master's body. In-ho looked at the new armor with surprise. "God in sin, this is." Replied, "It's for you, In-ho. It will help you overcome the challenges." In-ho joyfully shouted, "Thank you, God in sin, I will do my best." Meanwhile, Dung Hi letter 1 EBF, U was still behind. Under the intense power of the battle, The mountain behind the city had been carved into a crescent shape. JT monitored the entire fight on the computer, far beyond anything he had imagined. He easily defeated Soul Armor Zhang Haya, proving he was no ordinary B-rank hunter. The secretary added that Soul Armor had decided to serve in Sin, leaving JT astonished. Truly, the strongest in the world had done so. He emphasized that his previous feat of defeating an SS rank monster was entirely due to genuine ability, not luck. JT agreed. After all, the damage this time was no small matter. The secretary reported total losses exceeding 10 billion. GT paled. 10 billion, really? He asked if any civilians were hurt. The secretary replied none were injured. He continued asking, so where is Insin now? Insin was currently lying in the hospital. Ina led him to meet Dong Hai Huk, questioning why he had to be hospitalized for 3 weeks. He replied cautiously, just upset that the house was destroyed. But are you sure I won't have to pay the expenses if I treat him? Mina confirmed, yes. The Hunter Association chairman would issue an S-rank license granting immunity if you healed Zhang Haya. Sin exhaled, lucky not to lose 10 billion. Surprisingly, S-rank hunters could be granted immunity. Must try to heal him. Zhang Hayek now lay on the bed, wrapped entirely in bandages. He looked wounded, heart ached for Soul Armor. You really care for Insin that much? A man in a sweater wandering around offered nothing interesting. Return, Soul Armor. Seeing Zhang Hayek groan, Nina asked, is he all right? He replied, I wonder too. Insin thought carefully, if he approached, he would only be more upset. Better stand here and heal him, his ring finger transmitting healing energy. A wave of energy enveloped Zhang Hayek's body. He was amazed, his body. Finished, Insin began to move. Mina replied, all right then. Suddenly Mina stopped him, no, wait. Let's go to the mall, he cannot go out dressed like that. Insin refused. The mall? I can't go anywhere like this. A few days later, at the Hunter Association. On the podium, JT opened the ceremony, thanking everyone for attending. Today's event was especially important. An S-rank hunter sat below. Mina praised him for looking sharp. The suit made Insin a bit shy. My sweater is fine too. Miri next to Sen said nicely, I plan to buy something for my master too. Mina happily agreed, yes, just looking is beautiful enough. Insin thought Mina's acting skills improved daily. She could be a professional actress, but why does that guy keep staring at me? A stranger focused intently on him. Miri also noticed him. Insin asked, do you know him? Miri revealed, that's Stephen Choi. He supervised your S-rank test, always ranting about refusing the major U.S. association to return to Korea. He constantly asked for her number and flirted despite repeated refusals. Mina was angry, truly annoying. Sin was also irritated, looking at the screen, shocked. This is Stephen Choi's status window. Black Stephen Choi male 25 notes. Teleportation picky jealous. Insin got an idea, interesting note, should ask him a question. Stephen sat frustrated on the other side, hoping to meet Miri but could not sit next to her. Teacher Insin arrived, he was surprised. Spoke, so you know me. He smiled and replied, of course I know who you are. Got angry, how dare you speak disrespectfully. Insin thought information was already in the status window, outwardly asked, Stephen Choi, right? He said that after reading info. Stephen Choi, male, 25, teleportation, jealous and easily embarrassed. He blushed and shouted, how do you know my real name? On the podium, JT announced the S-Rank Hunter Award ceremony began. Please take your seats. And invited Hunter Stephen and Insin onto the stage. Stephen threatened, wait until the end of the ceremony. You still tease me, all right, Stephen Choi. On stage, GT checked Insin. Here is the S-Rank Hunter license. Measure mana point. This device can determine if one is worthy of being an S-Rank Hunter. He looked at the meter with interest, curious how much mana increased. JT thought silently, too easy. He held his hand, data 7, mana 10,050 MP. Everyone gasped, S-Rank Hunters just over 8,000. He exceeded 10,000, refusing the US for patriotism. He was smug no matter the score, surely none higher than me. Announcement stunned Insin, mana 5 MP. Other hunters laughed, only 5, S-Rank Hunter. Shouldn't the license be revoked? Stephen thought only 5, thought I was skilled but just like F-Rank, embarrassing. Insin was used to it, same in the academy, should try another method. GT won't believe it, impossible. Activated skill sharing, in Ho, see specific. Data continuously updated. Mana increased from 5,000 MP to 26,000 MP. Stephen hadn't recovered, what the hell is happening? Mana continued rising. Insin reached 35,000 MP. Everyone gaped, 35,000, highest in Korea. Zhang Hayuk only 31,000 with soul armor. GT breathed a sigh of relief. Device working well, this confirmed. Insin qualified as an S-rank hunter. Insin turned, remember what I said. Wait until the end of the ceremony, Stephen Choi. Ceremony ended, Insin returned home. He sprawled on the couch, exhausted. Thinking of Stephen having to apologize, he felt pleased, started trouble and ended up apologizing. Seems the demon sword and Tiu Min fixed the sailing. The two relatives should serve as Kangoo's guards, just let it be. Phone notified a message from Kangoo. Content: in 3 days, S-rank dungeon opens. Can obtain SSS rank items. Balance of the God of Peace, quite useful. Insin was curious. Balance of the God of Peace, not sure what it is, but Kangoo said to get it. Now to check In-ho, can help if needed. Seeing In-ho, he was shocked. It reached level 44. Insin read carefully, current challenge. Warrior Tower level 44, surpass time-space stage, rescue chaotic universal alliance. This concept surprised him. A cosmic alliance, what is it? I already gave it to In-ho armor, so it should measure itself. Where are the unlucky figures? What is this skill any? The system displays an additional skill that can be shared, the Awakening Line, Crocodile's Ultimate Awakening. A skill powerful enough to make even gods wary. Try sharing it, something interesting will happen. In Sinsok, what is that? Can I share a skill like this? Meaning I can become the line, then try it right away, no hesitation. Because of temperature changes that night, Insin spotted the mountain behind. Even transforming into a dragon here was no problem. He was very eager, wanting to share the skill immediately. Crocodile Awakening Line. At Stephen's house, he was still haunted by the shame from last night, truly frustrating. Never expected great Stephen to bow and apologize to that bug. Sooner or later he would pay. Suddenly the meter on his hand signaled. A dangerous creature appeared, predicted to be above S-rank, must quickly capture. Stephen targeted a high S-rank monster. Good, this is the chance to prove he is far superior to that subordinate. He will appear first because only he can teleport instantly in hand. He moved into the forest where Insin was present, an S-rank monster on the mountain. The thing in front of Stephen stunned him. What is that? He appeared small in front of the giant dragon. Dragon stared at the newly arrived person. It's Insin, he said. It's him, Stephen Choi. Stephen exclaimed in embarrassment. How does it know his real name? He wondered how it knew, then spoke. Stephen Choi. It's me, Insin, Stephen Choi. Why don't you answer? He angrily clenched his fists. Dragon or not, just call Stephen Choi, Stephen Choi. I'm angry now, just right. I will punish you. Insin thought he misheard. Seems this guy is not very rational. Teleportation skill allowed him to rush straight at Insin. Angrily asked Stephen Choi, do you want to die? He grew angrier. Best not call my name before dying. Watching the magic bombs he threw, he was surprised. Where did they come from? He angrily reminded, my name is Stephen. Insin laughed with disdain. Then an explosion occurred. Stephen Choi was extremely proud, so now, how is Stephen Choi's skill? Someone only knowing brute strength like you certainly can't. Sin scrutinized him. Come here, Stephen Choi. He thought he misread. Damn, how are you still alive after those bombs? Fine, now I will try my best. Sin slammed his giant hand down. I told you it itches. Seeing no opponent, he suspected and scanned around. Where is Stephen Choi? And raising his hand, beloved Stephen Choi lay flattened below. First time transforming into a dragon, so power control was off. Feeling danger behind, he cautiously turned back. Behind were the group led by Do Hyun, Miri, Mina hunting dragons. He shouted, right now, everyone attack. Sin knew he was doomed. Being chased by the trio, Insin panicked. He tensely thought how to transform again. At this rate, no choice remained. He spread his wings, tried flapping to fly, thinking this the optimal option. In this form, they won't listen even if he reveals identity. Seeing himself floating, Insin exclaimed, I can really fly. Cheered, I can fly, so cool. Dragons are the best. But joy was short. Insin noticed something unusual. He felt what's happening, head hurts. System reminded, warning of insufficient divine power to maintain dragon will. So Insin fell to the ground. He realized he had overdone it. Power was reduced. The outer dragon shell disappeared. He irritatedly thought, so annoying. Pulled by gravity, he fell straight down. Insin fainted. Only when hearing a call, wake up, my love. Just waking to a call, he wondered, my love. Before him were strange roses. In the center was a strange woman. On her body was a rose mark. Insin looked and asked, who are you? She pouted, damn, I'm angry. Why don't you recognize my voice? People call me the Nightmare Queen, devourer of all demons, also called the Silent Nightmare. Sin wondered, what is this person? Am I dreaming? She lifted him to examine. Looks better outside, my love. Sin feared, why call me my love? He continued, my love, hear clearly. Not much time left, so I will speak briefly. Sin guessed, what is this? A confession should say, but I am not ready. The Nightmare Queen's eyes deepened. Through them, he saw his planet being eyed by monsters. Earth was punished by evil forces. They were hungry. That thing had a strange form with sharp teeth. A flash of light appeared in the sky. He raised a hand and pointed, "Disappear from the earth, go alone, you destructive piece of trash." Upon waking, Insin was astonished. "What the hell is that?" He explained, "What you saw is the future created from my karmic power. Happens when you reach above great god level." Insin worried, "Above great god level? I haven't had a mission to become a great god." "Then how?" Nightmare Queen suggested, "Fastest way to ascend god is to absorb other gods." He doubted, "Absorb other gods?" She revealed, when winning a god festival can absorb losing gods, thus developing beyond great god, becoming a great evil god. Is the righteous path to become a righteous god too long? Insin hesitated. "Well, maybe." The Queen of Nightmares informed you that a minor god would come to meet him to begin the divine festival. He had gathered power from the monsters of deception and darkness, along with the ruler of the dark swamps. And he couldn't refuse that invitation. Importantly, this god was of a lower rank than him. Insin felt curious. Who was it? He replied, "It is the Emperor of Ankia." He was surprised. Did that name want to invite him to participate in the divine lineage festival? The Queen lifted his face and said, "So, my dear, don't die." After speaking, the Queen placed a kiss on his lips and then left. He was stunned. What worried him more was that he discovered he couldn't move. "I must get out of here quickly." After some struggling, Insin escaped from the dream. Angrily said, "I'm in big trouble," and she still wants to do things her way. Mina anxiously asked, "What kind of trouble are you in Sin?" He replied, "Miss Mina, well, it's that." Miri cried, "Do you know how worried I've been?" Her attitude surprised him, even Miri. "What are you worried about?" Mina yelled, "If you're going after an SS-level monster, you should wait for help. Don't rush in like this. I was worried you'd die." Insin didn't understand. What are they talking about? Suddenly, someone entered and said, "It's good that you performed well after becoming an S-rank hunter." Insin was suspicious. Who is that? "The claws in his hands. When we found you, we didn't see any dragons around here. All we saw were the claws in your hand." Insin thought to himself, "Did I keep them when I was unconscious? Don't tell me everyone has concluded that I'm the one who caught that dragon." Miri curiously asked how he could defeat something that big by himself. He didn't know how to answer. "Well, that's." Miri revealed, "The association and media are spreading rumors. They say you saved the world." Insin exclaimed. Really, he thought, why have I become such a fraud? Association staff announced, "Hunter Insin is Korean. No, he's the hero of the world. You can expect a reward from the association when the investigation is over." Insin was delighted. "A reward?" He replied, "Thanks." When everyone left, he lay still on the bed, finally quiet after they all left. They told him to look forward to the reward. "Anyway, to stop the destruction, I must become a great god. Whether an evil god or a righteous god, I must do everything to become a great god. The system notified that you have received the task of leveling up from a great god to either an evil god or a righteous god." Jumped up, mentioning cow. "It appeared as soon as I thought of it. Is that the trigger condition for the quest?" "Wait a minute, is this true?" The Ankia Empire, the emperor's figure stepped out. He called out in a deep voice, "Insin, I sacrificed everything for power, and you easily obtained it. That power doesn't suit a child like him. I will swallow him alive and turn him into my strength." Insin was still thinking. Finally, "There's the leveling quest of the great god, but this seems a bit too much." System notified, quest of the great righteous god, common believers, 1 trillion or S-level believers with an extraordinary probability of 10,000. Quest of the great evil god, common sacrifices, 1 trillion or S-level sacrifices with an extraordinary probability of 10,000. Remembering the words of the Nightmare Queen, when someone wins the divine festival, they will absorb the power of the defeated god. He understood, as the queen said, "I could use the divine festival anytime to level up to an evil god quickly. But the problem is, to become a great righteous god, I need to increase the number of followers to that extent. But to stop that damn world-destroying god, I must achieve this at all costs. Anyway, now I must catch that emperor the nightmare mentioned. He is lower rank than me, but now he can borrow strength from those people. So I also need to level up myself. First thing to do is get the item, Scale of the Peaceful God, that Mr. Kangoo mentioned. But without reality, how can one overcome the Tao? I heard the food at this hospital is very delicious." He arrived at the hospital canteen. Insin met someone familiar. Oh, it's him. Steven, though bandaged all over, still had the mind to flirt. He introduced himself. "Do you know who I am? I'm Steven, an S-rank hunter." Girl shyly replied, "I don't know, sorry. I have to visit my relative in this hospital." Insin thought to himself, I heard Stephen Choi was badly injured. I've been worried all along, but if he still has the strength to flirt, he should be fine. He didn't give up. It's fine now that you know who I am. Can I have your number? The girl stammered, actually, I heard someone call his name, Stephen Choi. angrily turned around and asked, "Who dares to call my name?" Insin smiled and raised his fist. "Someone, huh? You want to die?" Stephen was surprised. "Insin, what are you doing here?" He thought to himself, "Insin, I heard he confronted the dragon that I couldn't get close to. Damn, why is he in this hospital with me?" Insin scolded him. "Why are you bothering people in the hospital like this?" Stephen justified. "What, I just thought she looked familiar." Girl quickly ran up to him. "Teacher Insin, he's been blocking my way since earlier." Insin was surprised. "Teacher, you're also a student at the academy." "Wait a minute." He got angry. "You dare to touch my student." Stephen quickly denied. No, it's just a misunderstanding." Insin kicked him out. "Misunderstanding what? Get out now." Stephen hurriedly left. "Damn it, almost okay. I'll leave now. Is that good?" Threatened him. "Try touching my student again. Even if you are a student of the Hunter Academy. So what? How do you know me?" The girl was stunned. "What? Teacher, don't tell me you don't remember me." Insin shook his head. "You're not in my class, then who are you?" She introduced herself. "Teacher, I'm He-Do. I'm the one you saved before." Insin was shocked. "What, you're He-Do?" At that moment, the unique skill of the faceless god activated. He-Do, a human woman who has passed through 19 rice cakes. Special notes: have undergone significant changes due to receiving numerous blessings from the prosperous god. Insin still didn't believe. "You're really He-Do?" She confirmed. "Yes, I'm here. I heard you were at this hospital, so I came to visit." Meanwhile, Stephen was still shaking with anger. He cursed. "Damn it, I can't believe Insin made a fool of me like this. I won't forgive you." He saw someone downstairs, widened his eyes. "What's going on? Don't tell me it's something strange again." He saw the prey being taken away right before his eyes. He was trembling with anger, swearing, "I'll kill you." Insin asked his student, "So after you finish school, will you become a farmer?" She replied, "Yes, strangely, after being resurrected, I really like farming." He thought to himself, "Is it the blessing from the prosperous god? Anyway, I've been blessed with agricultural spirit." He-Do suddenly asked, "But teacher?" She bowed her head reverently. Then she said, "Thank you so much for saving me. My mother will spend the rest of her life thanking you." He was still dazed, not fully aware of everything. He received a notification. Haizu had become a disciple of the Earth Branch. Haizu's skill, the blessing of the deity of abundance, can be shared, granting superlative abilities with extremely high probability from countless abundance blessings. Du said and then bid farewell. "I'm leaving now, still have to complete some procedures before returning to the academy." He replied, "All right, okay." He watched her departing back, thinking, "I see, all thanks to the blessing of the deity of abundance. A bit odd, but everything's fine." Stephen was secretly preparing to attack Insin from behind. He thought, no matter how strong he is, how could he stop such a sudden attack? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Haizu, he gained another S-rank disciple. But the road ahead was still long. Wished high-level disciples could fall from the sky like rain. Suddenly a shout rang from behind. "Die, Insin." A series of phantom bombs exploded on him. Stephen said gloatingly, "This is for revenge for daring to mess with me." The ground exploded as the trigger was activated. The smoke cleared, only a cloud of dust remained on the ground. Stephen said gloatingly, "Done, proving I'm stronger than a bastard like you." Footsteps echoed. He said cheerfully, "If wishes could come true, how wonderful that would be." Stephen could not believe his eyes. How is he unharmed at all? This bastard is no longer human. The feeling exactly like facing that dragon. Seeing Insin advance like a demon toward him, he realized he couldn't move. Placed his hand on his shoulder and called, "Stephen Choi." He thought desperately, "I'm dead." He said kindly, "I will give you the only path to survive." Stephen Sock, how dare. He commanded, "Quickly become my disciple, then I will forgive all your past mistakes." He still didn't understand. What does that mean? What is this guy saying? He raised his fist. "If you don't comply, prepare to face the consequences of your sins right now." Stephen hurriedly said, I trust you, I beg. "I truly trust you, Lord Insin." Under Insin's threat, Stephen Choi became his disciple. The mastery over no-time skill was shared. Task of the great virtuous deity, ordinary disciples. 1 trillion or S-rank disciples with superlative probability 767 out of 10,000. He felt relaxed. "Right, brat. From now on don't argue, understand?" He replied, "Yes, sir." He raised his fist threateningly. "If you dare resist me again, I will dispose of everything." Got it. He wept and begged, "I understand, Lord Insin." Next day at Jiri Mountain, he walked happily in the forest. Teleportation skill really convenient. Could reach distant places in the blink of an eye. Looking at the formation ahead, he guessed this was where the balance of the peace god was hidden. Felt very excited. Let's move in. Just then his phone rang. Who could be calling at this hour? A series of notifications appeared. Warning, warning. Marriage ceremony of Inho and the one bearing the blood of the destroyer god began. Inho was now dressed as the groom. On the spaceship of the great queen of the Time Alliance, Inho was standing at the altar. Inho silently watched his bride. Before him was his bride. Inho silently observed her. Through the screen, he wondered, could he be so captivated by that woman without realizing she carried the bloodline of the god of destruction? Insin shouted anxiously, "Wake up, Inho." He heard Lord Insin. He urged, "Wake up, this woman is..." Ah. He recognized him. "Oh my, it's God Insin. Ah, Esmeralda, great queen of the Temporal Alliance." The blood of the god of destruction that once flowed through her now returned to normal human thanks to help. He activated the god's blind eye. Esmeralda had been born with many heads of the god of destruction and had to inherit his blood teeth. Tried to resist her fate and the god of destruction but failed. In despair, she prepared to give up. At that moment, Inho appeared, promising to protect her. After the fierce battle, Inho defeated the god of destruction's clone. Thanks to Inho, Esmeralda escaped the god's blind blood bondage. Insin exhaled, so that's how it was. Esmeralda said, "I heard from Inho about a god he worships, and I want to lend strength to him. Though weaker than Inho, if permitted, I will dedicate my faith to him." The system displayed, Esmeralda became your follower, equivalent to 10 S-rank disciples. Insin's faith extended to the Temporal Alliance. Insin, 10 S-rank disciples and faith reaching the Alliance. There will be more disciples, right? He sincerely said, "Thank you, Inho. Congratulations on the wedding. I will contact you later." The couple said in unison, "Yes, Lord Insin, may you be compassionate." He believed the divine benefit mission would proceed smoothly. We continue searching for the remaining artifacts for 2 more hours. Entering the formation, 30 minutes later he was still wandering. Looking around, Insin guessed the item needed was here. Before him stood a series of statues, including the scales of justice. Seeing it, he immediately recognized it as the god of justice's scale. Could I take it, I wonder? Insin was alert, sensing danger. A nearby statue cracked. A giant monster roared. Insin said helplessly, "I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I must try its godly power." Yet nothing happened. He was shocked. Why didn't the skill activate amidst the god's judgment? Skill rewards Miri draws god, skill reward demon sword. System warned of karmic law alteration. 95% of skills sealed by a powerful entity. He was angry, a skill-sealing entity. The one who wields that power, wait, must be Ngan Tung Jia. Heavenly Blade Absolute said, "Surely the god of destruction is enjoying popcorn. Tears of prosperity welled, power too great, she cannot assist." He swore, "Damn, with 5% power left, there's still a way out." Therefore, he swung his fist against the monster. Insin told himself, "Don't worry, I will completely trust you." Inheriting skills from Inho. With superior strength, Insin's massive body punched the monster away. He breathed a sigh of relief. All right, only one arm was enhanced, but with this strength it was enough. Another monster appeared beside them. Insin felt even more tense. Looking at the 2 monsters in front of him, he blurted out, "Another one." Unbelievable, one would have been easier to handle. System notification. The Seeker of Eternal Truth used his principle of causality to intervene in the 45th time-space gate, turning it into the relic of the god of justice. Support condition for Insin, who had fallen into the god's trap and seized the balance of divine justice. After reading this notification, Inho felt shocked. Lord Insin had been trapped. Esmeralda spoke, perhaps that day was in danger. He confirmed, "Yes, I think that day needed help urgently." She knew, even if I asked you to stay, you would leave, right? You said helping him was more important than anything. Esmeralda held Inho's hand tightly. She gently said, "I will wait for you. Wait for you to help the healer reach the top of the tower, return soon." I promised I cannot be certain, but I will definitely return. Immediately, Inho redirected toward him. "Lord Insin, I am here." Inho was delighted to see him. "You've arrived, but now you're as tall as me," Inho explained. "Didn't you use divine power to make me taller?" System displayed, the Seeker of Eternal Truth and the god's fragment used causality to summon Inho. Current location changed to the 45th floor of the Warrior Tower. Inho's body size will adjust automatically. He was curious, understood, but what is a god? Inho gripped his sword tightly. First must eliminate these monsters. Insin suggested, "But Inho, may I borrow your soul armor a bit? My divine power is sealed." He agreed immediately, of course. It originally belongs to you. He donned the soul armor. In his heart, he felt uneasy taking back an item he had given, but in emergencies it was necessary. The monster began to attack, swinging its fist toward them. Sin advanced powerfully toward them. Inho swung his sword downward. Seeing them destroyed, he smiled, knew they weren't that strong. Both stepped forward. Their goal was to seize the balance of peace. Insin said to the female demon, "So you're the last one, come here." Her eyes suddenly glowed bright red. Dark voice echoed, where there is light, there is shadow, where there is life, there is death, where there is creation, where there is destruction, everything is balanced. But when creation vanishes, only destruction remains, turning it into a monster that devours all. The voice carried power that Inho could not endure. Insin remained safe within the holy armor. She continued Insin as predicted, the one inheriting his blood and protection, but it changes nothing. Standing before the one with overwhelming power, you realize your own helplessness. The light from her palm shone brightly, radiating in all directions. On the other side, Anfa and the Abyss God stood together. Insin accidentally crossed through space. He stood above and looked down, then asked, "Where is this place?" Insin frowned. "Even without the evaluation window, I can still feel how strong their divine power is. Both are great demon gods, monsters of darkness and deceit, along with the ruler of the Abyss." He wondered, could these demon gods be enemies sent to destroy me? The Abyss God spoke to the Iron Blood Emperor. "We want only one thing from you, that is, you must bring the minor god who killed and took the power of our apostle right before our eyes." Anfa spoke, "We will only be satisfied once we have devoured every last drop of that bastard's blood and flesh." Hearing this, the Iron Blood Emperor shouted, "Don't order me around." The power of the Iron Blood Emperor erupted suddenly, causing the two to hesitate. The Emperor appeared and said, "I am only cooperating with you because it's necessary. I'm not your subordinate." The system displayed his information. The Emperor, Iron Blood Emperor and God of Ankia, special note, despises and wants to kill Insin. He read the information and thought, why is the Emperor of Ankia here, and why is he allied with them? Clearly something is amiss. The Abyss God grumbled, "You are really immature," the new God of Ankia. The Emperor yelled in response, "Shut up. Once the commitment is fulfilled, leave." He was so angry. "You dare, arrogant fool, how dare you speak like that? A newly ascended god like you really wants to die." The Emperor remained firm, "Don't threaten me. If you harm me, you won't kill Insin. I've already said it, we are allies." Anfa spoke, "Damn, but he's right. If our trust is broken, it will be hard to kill Insin." The Abyss God was angry but fell silent. Then she said, "He has the spirit to pursue such a grand wish. Very well, you mortal should feel honored to receive the divine power we grant." With that, she grew large and transmitted her power to the Iron Blood Emperor. He wasn't prepared for the new power, so he cried out in pain, his body feeling as if it were being torn apart. The system alarmed. The power of the blind god's eye has been activated. Sin quickly checked the biography of the Emperor. It mentions one day, a massive dome appeared in Ankia. It called itself the Guidance Dome, and dozens of selected individuals were brought inside the dome by a god. At that time, their bodies were shrunk down to the size of a thumb. The system notified, "Congratulations, you have been chosen as a seed of the god." A boy was chosen as a seed of the god, but he didn't want to leave this world. His mother comforted him, "It's okay, my dear, don't worry." The boy looked toward the dome, his eyes full of worry and tears. The system continued, "The Guidance Dome has begun. The last survivor may become either a righteous god or an evil god, depending on their ability." 239 hours and 50 minutes have passed since the Guidance Dome began. Currently, there are 3 survivors in the Guidance Dome, a strong older brother and 2 mothers and children who are unable to fight. When cornered, he angrily shoved the mother and child forward, saying, "Damn it. She's going to die anyway, attract the attention of that monster. She was already a burden dragging along that useless child." The strongest man, the firefighter, pushed the mother and child as bait for the monster. And in that moment, he used all his strength to punch the monster's lower jaw. The firefighter had lost his right arm and eliminated the worm. 240 hours had passed since the guideboard began. Now only 2 people remained alive within the guide circle. Hearing this, he was surprised. "How come? I killed them all, why are there still 2 alive?" The man thought for a moment, "Don't tell me that Egg counts as a survivor too." As soon as he finished speaking, the shell in front of him began to crack. System announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully activated the minor parasitic deity authority, granted by the great demon god at light speed. You have entered parasitic state, skill domination has been activated. Domination absorbs the power of targets you have destroyed." He was astonished. Domination, minor parasitic deity, what is that? Don't tell me that useless kid survived. Inside the last surviving egg, the child with its mother, now a parasite at light speed. Child's astonishing vitality, blessed by the demon god. This child is the current emperor of Ankia. The man stepped back, fearful and pleading, "I apologize. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Before he could finish, the Blood Emperor ignited a flame from his finger. System announced, you have used the flame of the Destroyer God obtained through domination. Then the flame was used to eliminate the useless one. System announced only one survivor remains, and the guide circle ends immediately. The Emperor coldly said that one put my mother and me in this state. I will not forgive them, star deity. I will also consume that being. Then the Emperor began absorbing the power of Ankia's native gods. With domination and parasitism, he built his own empire. Everything unfolded until Insin appeared. Sat on the throne, scowling, could not believe he couldn't control Gajami just because of Insin. If I had consumed Ankia and Inho, I could have become a true god. You know, Insin, when discovered, he could not help but be surprised. The Emperor continued, how long do you intend to follow me? Azit gritted his teeth, unwilling. Didn't you see how unfair it is? The power I gained by being a simple bug you got by playing with a phone. System again announced, the toxic insect lord requested a god festival for Insin. He recalled the Nightmare Queen's words, then wondered, what, this is exactly what she said would happen. She said he was still weaker than her. I cannot avoid it. I cannot choose when requested by someone with a lower divine rank. System announced, the god festival between the toxic insect lord and Insin has been established. Title Massacre and Madness Battle was attached to the toxic insect lord and his life form. The mark between Insin and the Emperor simultaneously glowed. He coldly warned, just wait, Insin. Once I absorb all the holy power of the great demon gods, I will take your head. He smiled, emphasizing, don't die before I do. A voice echoed in the void, immediately, please run. Insin vaguely realized, isn't that Inho? He held his head, pain like a hammer, recalled, right now I am. Inho was angry at him for fighting with the balance of divine power. He smiled contemptuously, I tried to kill you before you woke, but you seem to have awakened faster than I thought. Insin realized, in that dream, he had used a skill on him. Inho, exhausted, seemed about to collapse, turned to warn Insin, please run, he's too strong. He said, shut up, no one will escape here, then charged to attack. Insin rushed to fight in Inho's place, come here, I will be the one to kill you. His small body kept charging against the giant god, but seemed ineffective after a bout of fighting. Both soul armor and Insin suffered losses. Eiku thought such force even with soul armor. Inho rushed up, Lord Insin, I will block him here, you won't touch him. She smiled slyly, you're clever. Most of your power has been sealed by our divine authority. Insin slowly stood, declaring boldly, hear this, Inho, no one may kill my believers before me, I will never run. Insin further emphasized, I would rather die than ever run. System announced new powers of Insin. 95% of Insin's sealed power has been restored. The seal of the relic of the peace god was broken by the effect of the new power. Insin was surprised to notice index finger of the neck deity. Gentle stream of power enveloped his life form. He realized his strength was returning. Supernatural holy force and Bodhi cultivation detected. Link confirmed. New user Insin was verified to initiate soul synchronization. Synchronization reached 999%. Soul armor immediately reached supreme divine armor state. Insin's body unleashed an unprecedented, extremely powerful force. She panicked, wondering, what is this holy power outbreak? He confidently replied, what else? The Yuan village will die now. Soul armor cannon, body force, he unleashed power directly at her. She had no time to react. Just as the power was about to strike, balance of divine power could only scream, impossible. That black bastard for sure. His power vanished, she was gone. Inho had to gawk that destructive power. Turned appreciatively, truly you are life form, without you, I'd be in big trouble, thanks. System announced, congratulations. You have successfully passed level 45 of the Temporal Warrior Tower challenge. The relic of the peace god, the next challenge will commence soon. Inho saw her body gradually vanish. Quickly said farewell to Insin, I will succeed in the next challenge. Alright, wish you safe travel. Till Inho completely disappeared. Insin thought, perhaps I should return as well. Returning to reality, Insin sat admiring the loot on the table. The balance of the peace god, an item of a deceased deity. Used for 22 million years, special chairman, seal. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I don't understand what this is for, better give it to Kangoo. He's a regression expert, surely he knows. Suddenly TV reported, news of the Hunter War. Today finally the list was announced. South Korea's representatives included trainer Jong Hyuk, hunters Mina, Miri, Stephen Choi and Sword Demon with Yisin. Sources say Hunter Jong Hyuk was shocked losing soul armor. He said he couldn't participate. So he volunteered as trainer. Insin thought, exactly as Jong Hyuk said. Never mind, they have already added my name to their representative list. That makes sense, I've proven that only S rank and above can do it. but we still need to prepare for the festival of the Emperor Gods. How about bringing the war helmet to the hunter battle? That could be interesting, right? He leaned back and sighed, knowing exactly when the Emperor would call. How wonderful it would be, my cute stalker. A notification from the endless dung tuck. It will take 2 to 6 months to absorb the full power from the two gods. He marveled, truly a prosperous day. Nightmare silently suggested giving up on slow leveling and directly facing the Emperor. He turned away angrily. I'll face the Emperor. Whether the god is good or bad, I'll do as I please. There was a tapping sound at the door. Didn't know who it was at this hour, but still ran to open the door. He poked his head out and asked, "Who's there?" "Du and Mary." Du came to ask Sin for something. It was related to Stephen Choi. She worriedly explained, "He appears whenever he wants." Sin muttered, "Don't tell me he's using teleportation. Keeps pressuring me to date him. I hate his arrogance, so I asked Miri. She said you could help." He was furious. How dare he do that to my student? Stephen Choi is too bold. Thinking, since he's my disciple, I'll scold him, but first, I'll give him a lesson to wake him up. The whole room suddenly shook violently. A warning appeared. 3 dangerous monsters have appeared. S-rank hunters and above, assemble at the nearest point. Du and Miri lost their composure. 3 S-rank monsters. Teacher, hurry up. He scanned the location. Something felt off this spot. Right in front of the teacher's house. In the sky, a bird dragon flew boldly. The one facing it was, of course, Stephen Choi. He arrogantly declared, "The fastest one here is me, the ruler of time and space." The news on TV reported, "Monsters are flooding Seoul." During the battle, he still glanced at the camera, blurting, "Du thinks I look so cool and strong." He was annoyed. He really gives off the urge to strike. Still a student, huh? He turned to Miri. "Can I borrow your helmet for a moment? I can handle the 3 of them on my own. You two wait here." The battle between the bird dragon and Bong Sips continued fiercely. The villain laughed wickedly. "You've grown up, you monsters." Before anyone could react, he shot toward the bird dragon and punched it. The bird dragon roared in pain. Stephen Choi thought, wait, the monsters I was about to capture. Immediately, a fist close to him left him no time to react. Stephen Choi took a full punch from Sin. His face twisted in pain. Now Stephen Choi stammered, "Who are you to dare attack the ruler of time and space?" Sin was about to question him. "Why are you harassing my student? But never mind, let me punch a few times first, then explain." He then flew toward him, ready to land a few more punches. But he quickly used teleportation. He teleported to a skyscraper. Stephen Choi held his face. "Where am I? I was in such a hurry that I didn't even think about where I'd end up. Isn't this a car building? 10 km from the previous spot." He praised himself. "Didn't expect I could teleport this far, breaking another limit. I'm amazed at my talent." A voice echoed through the void. "Stephen Choi still thinks like a student." He looked around cautiously. He looked up and saw Sin standing there, arms crossed. When did he get there? Stephen Choi wondered, did he chase me here? "Who the hell are you?" Sin slowly opened his helmet visor. Then he smiled. "It's me. I heard you're interested in my he-do. I needed to talk to you, but the monsters showed up." Stephen Choi no longer had his arrogance. He hesitated well. Sin suggested, "Would you like to take a few punches before we talk?" Stephen Choi fearfully used teleportation to disappear. He muttered, "Really?" Elsewhere, the department head observed through a large screen. Defeated them easier than expected. The secretary added that Stephen was the first to arrive due to teleportation, and the mysterious person in the helmet. The department head asked again, did they defeat the S-rank monsters? The secretary confirmed they moved to the National Assembly building. At that moment, a giant monster appeared. Sin and Stephen Choi were playing. Sin wouldn't let go. "Running is useless. I'll beat you up until the high school students out." 2 of them playing caught the monster's attention. Stephen Choi ran while apologizing. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Suddenly, he stopped when he saw the giant above his head. The monster prepared to strike at the 2 humans. Its hand came down. The ground shook with debris flying up. When the dust cleared, no one could be seen in the deep hole. Stephen Choi was shocked. He only avoided it thanks to teleportation. Is Sin dead? The monster was drawn to something ahead. It was Sin, growing large and going solo against the monster. "I get it now. You want to die too, don't you?" He used the super steel limb skill to transform into a giant, walking toward the monster. "I'll punish you before that bastard." Sin leaped toward the monster. Seeing his small figure, the monster didn't understand what he was doing there. Without waiting long, Sin poured all his strength into a right fist, sending it flying. A wave of power collided with the monster's throat. Blood gushed out from its wound. The TV reported, "Monsters are flooding Seoul. but S-rank hunter Insin successfully defeated them, attracting the World Hunter Association. Shin talked to the manager. Have you received the Korean beef yet? Looking forward to the cooperation, he just replied thank you for sending the items. He looked at the meat box, thinking his novel was in the top 10 worldwide. He was treated completely differently. Person on the other end responded, of course, it's for you. If you get a good ranking, I'll send more women. Insin eagerly replied, more. I'll try my best. I'll send the table for discussion right away. He grinned, finished the 5 challenges. The manager laughed in satisfaction, happily, thank you. He glanced at his phone, thinking his writing speed had improved tremendously since becoming a central officer, reaching a whole new level. Seong Jian beside him asked, seems like you're a famous author now, can I show my friends? Insin told him to invite friends to go eat hamburgers, saying you would give them autographs. The system notified, 2 clones have been added, raising total S-grade sacrifices to 3,000 to improve your writing ability. S-grade sacrifices with superhuman power 3,000 out of 10,000. Improved writing ability 850. He calculated his sacrifice level now reached 3,000 after defeating the Oxer. Anyway, increased writing skill was good, plus additional clones. The system indicated 2 new clones added can be summoned simultaneously. Sin's eyes shone like stars. Summon both clones at once, then I will do it. He gave a thumbs up, activating Prosperity Extreme. A series of dazzling lights appeared in the room. Yang Xian was very pleased to see it. 2 copies of Insin appeared. Insin's eyes widened, he recognized them. They looked exactly like him as a child. Xiang Xian jumped onto his back, curiously asked, you transformed into 2 more people. Is it because you're a high-level hunter that you have this ability? Insin could only reply briefly, yes, yes. The clone pointed at the table awkwardly, destroy. Before finishing the sentence, his stomach growled loudly. Yang Xian guessed he was hungry. Hey, let's go eat hamburgers, my stomach is growling loudly. Insin complied, alright, then let's go eat hamburgers. At the hamburger restaurant, the 2 kids ate happily. Insin looked at his clones and began naming them. Alright, the one with a mole on the forehead will be called Tam Sin. The one holding the pen will be called Tu Sin. Tu Sin said he was busy and returned to his own body. He looked at Tam Sin, wondering what their abilities were, although the evaluation window appeared when he named them. Information appeared Tam Sin, a seed of the god of destruction used for thousands of years, special note, only knows the word destroy. Tu Sin, a seed of the god of creation used for thousands of years, special note, always carries a fountain pen. Insin thought with doubt, why did 2 divine seeds become his clone? Latest news caught everyone's attention. A monster had invaded Gangdong district. Residents of nearby areas were evacuated to the nearest shelter. Guest near Insin exclaimed, another S-rank monster, is the world ending? As he finished speaking, a giant foot crushed the hamburger restaurant. A sea monster-like creature emerged on shore, growling at humanity. People panicked and ran like a swarm of bees. Only Insin remained calm, asking his nephew, Seong Jian, are you afraid of monsters? The girl replied innocently, no, because you're here. Insin nodded, right, wait a bit, I will handle it. Just as he intended to use Pointer of Power, Tam Sin stood up and said, destroy, unleashing a fierce burst of power. The monster was pushed back by the power, screaming loudly. Even Insin was astonished by his clone's strength. The monster gradually vanished into nothingness. Its disappearance accelerated rapidly. Turned out Tam Sin had absorbed all its energy. Witnesses nearby wondered, this kid just destroyed an S-rank monster. It consumed the monster, will it become a monster? Why haven't the hunters arrived? They discussed, isn't S-rank hunter Insin, but what is he doing with this monster kid? After digestion, Tam Sin coldly said one word, destroy. Those around saw that icy gaze and couldn't help feeling fear. Terrifying, will it eat us too? Insin thought, if I don't handle this carefully, it could be troublesome. He explained, everyone, this kid is my student, it won't harm anyone. Everyone, shocked by the incredible power, hurriedly ran away. Wasn't that what the kid said when firing the laser? Run. In the blink of an eye, the restaurant was empty. Insin thought, they've all run away. Anyway, what just happened? It just used the aura of destruction to consume that monster. Notification, Heaven's Blade of Annihilation swings the sword and says naughty kids must be disciplined from a young age. Silent Nightmare advises you not to raise such a terrifying creature and to destroy it immediately. Endless Abundance said, although it's a seed of the god of destruction, if trained properly, it can become useful. Sin hesitated, Endless Abundance may be right, but better to destroy it immediately. Suddenly Tam Sin's entire body gradually vanished. He exclaimed in surprise, destroy. Insin and Xiang Xian were both astonished. Tam Sin placed his hand on the girl's head. Although he only said 2 words, destroy, Xiang Xian could respond, "All right, kid, next time I'll come play with you." Sin agreed and disappeared. Sin stood aside, confused. How can they communicate with each other? At Sin's home, he was leaning on his hand thinking. Anyway, Sin's skill wasn't ordinary. If he could use it properly, he might defeat the emperor at the God Festival. Sin, special note, Xiang Jian's kind heart purified the dark energy. It liked the hamburger Xiang Jian suggested. Try feeding it 10 more hamburgers a day. It might become more than you expect. Remembering when he placed his hand on Xiang Xian's head, Sin thought, contrary to evil concerns, Sin's dark energy is probably being purified by Xiang Xian. In other words, Sin's ability remained a mystery. The fountain pen he always carried looked very suspicious. Notification: a new mission has been created. Mission to create a blockbuster film that excites the universe, attracting viewers with a moving performance. Couldn't believe his eyes, seemed he misread. It told him to do what? The system notified, "You will now be transported to the battlefield of the Galactic Empire." Sin disappeared while grumbling, "Why so sudden? Wait, I still have to negotiate with the king at the God Festival." Very quickly, he was transported to a spaceship. The ant tribes recognized him. One of them happily raised a hand. "Finally the day has come," Sin replied, "Yes sir, hello." Staff recalled that day, right? The god saved the empress. Yes, the empress was quite desperate, so he sent a letter. That day he was the only one who could replace Inho, who left because of the warrior tower. The ant director said, "I'm glad to meet you in person. This film will showcase your rival Inho, but he left because of the warrior tower." Sin angrily thought, "So I replace Inho, how dare they?" He waved the director away and refused. "Forget it, I'm busy, go find someone else." The director pleaded, "No, please, just this once. I promise to make you a star of the universe." "Star of the universe? What do you think? I'm easily fooled," he angrily commanded. "If you don't release me, don't blame me for warning you." The system notified, citizens of the Galactic Empire were shocked to learn Sin took the lead role in a film produced by the Empress. His potential followers skyrocketed to over 252 billion and still growing. Sin asked director how many residents are in the Galactic Empire. The director replied, "Now about 50 million trillion. Why do you ask?" He excitedly thought, total population over 50 million trillion. Just one news about me can attract 250 billion potential followers. If I convince them, I could have 1 trillion followers. His attitude changed instantly, grabbing the director's hand. "Let's do it. I'll sign the contract immediately. Right now I'll give my all thinking, so that means I'll have 1 trillion followers." The manager called to check in. "Hello. I know this is an important time, but just wanted to see if your writing is going well." He replied, "I'm on a filming break for personal reasons," thinking silently. Didn't expect to be reminded about the novel even out in space. The manager asked, "Really? What personal reason is that?" He finished speaking and hung up. "Please post an announcement that I'm on a temporary break for personal reasons." The manager hurried. "Temporary break, wait." Director reminded actor Sin, "Now we film the next scene." Sin firmly thought, "The novel is important, but the priority now is Earth's future." The camera started. Sin performed the scene swinging the knife down, heavenly demon forming the sword. Director shouted, "Okay, cut." "Next, film the battle scene of Lord Inho." "Prepare," he replied, "understood." Staff asked Sin in Inho's costume, "How do you find it? The props are easy to use thanks to the director." He confirmed, "Yes, very easy to maneuver." System reminder: the young lady of Ankia and the people of the Gayami kingdom have created golden idol statues. Do you accept? Let's go. Sin was curious. "This young lady, what is this?" She explained, "This is a golden statue. Please accept it." Sin knew since she discovered Iraq's gold mine. Still hesitant what to do, they gathered just to make the golden statue for him. If it were real gold, it would be very valuable. Accept it out of sincerity. Certainly not money. How could he refuse the sparkling gaze of the young lady? System reminder: the idol gold of greed has been crafted. Sin was shocked. Why was the name changed from idol gold to idol gold of greed? System reminder: crafting 300 idol gold of greed will produce extraordinary miracles. He was curious, not just small but extraordinary, feeling pity for them. Will this young lady make another 291 statues? She agreed. We'll work hard to offer them. Sin was delighted. Yes, thank you. Don't know what will happen after receiving 300 more statues. About 10 days according to Earth calendar. Rubbed his tired shoulders. Today is the last filming day. On Earth it's been 10 days, but time here is 4 times slower, takes 40 days. The hunter battle has begun, round of 16 in Korea. Assassin Tamsin, Mina and Miri reached round of 16. May's clone could also participate, perhaps doing it himself wouldn't be as good. The Hunter Federation President's office, JT said to Ensign, "You have clone skills too, doesn't matter, as long as the clones are same rank." He confirmed their combat abilities are excellent too. Ensign silently thought, add more. His side quickly reached 1 trillion progress, thanks to filming a great movie. System reminder, the young lady finished crafting 300 idle gold of greed. Ensign was surprised, wow, already done. He read the next notice, Ankia's gold contains the divine essence of the unnamed supreme god. Offering 300 idle gold of greed will produce extraordinary miracles. Do you want to offer 300 idle gold of greed to the unnamed supreme god? Ensign immediately agreed, of course, never miss extraordinary miracle. His eyes widened in astonishment, really, is this sincere? System display, the mission to promote to great virtuous god is in progress. S-rank followers with divine power 600, 300 of 10,000, adding 300 idle gold of greed. Offering idle gold of greed to the unnamed supreme god, becoming S-rank follower with divine power, each gold statue creates 1 more follower. Ensign was overjoyed, oh heavens, don't know who the supreme god is but thanks a lot, will soon defeat the emperor and the god of destruction. At the same time in Ankia, the Abyss ruler and Alpha were waiting. He said it's time, emperor. Quickly destroy the little god, and offer as a sacrificial tribute. 5 emperor strikes pierced the space. The mountain where they stood burst with destructive light, until the thick smoke cleared. The emperor appeared proudly, he said finally. And this moment has come in scene. In scene, he mentioned standing under the stage light. The host introduced, Space God is not only a movie, but also a legendary masterpiece about Inho and the Guardian God. Performance was moving. Ensign continuously received questions about the next project, could he become a cinema god? Ensign silently rejoiced, the film has topped the box office, seems his acting is good. Took the mic to introduce, hello I'm Ensign, thank you everyone for loving Space God. Fans cheered loudly, woo woo Mr. Ensign, so cool. Ensign felt warm, fans present and TV viewers watching, need to seize the opportunity. Tran Than said, announcement, Space God 2 project will be produced, I'm still the lead, premiere will be more exciting than Space God 1. Everyone believes the next film will succeed, if yes, say I trust Ensign. People in the stands froze for a moment. Everyone was overjoyed. TV audience were shocked as well. Ensign thought, damn, this is bad. This isn't a cult, how can they believe? Someone said, I'm here, I trust you Ensign. Another said, I trust too, I trust too. Whole stands erupted. I trust you Ensign, I trust too, go Ensign. System summary, total common followers galaxy 652 billion. S-rank followers with divine power 2254. Ensign was happy, 652 billion beyond expectation, much higher than predicted. There are some S-rank items too, thought 1,000 or 10,000 but this horde is enough. The space vessel returned. Ensign hoped a few more signing sessions will make him a great virtuous god and return to Earth. Since entering the Void Challenge Floor 46, hadn't seen Inho, space full of darkness, only using mental strength to hold up. If it were me, couldn't do it, wanna see if I can help. System reminder, Inho requested to share blind god eye skill, do you allow? Ensign replied immediately, of course, let me help you Inho. Through his eyes, Inho was surprised Mr. Ensign allowed skill sharing, finally saw it in front of him. Before him was a masked figure. Knocking down the pieces on the board, seems all defeated, useless. No need to worry. The Emperor's pieces were placed, because there were still many pieces left. Below there were pieces representing Ensign. Inho realized this is Ensign's day. He thought silently, what kind of monster is that? Is it Ensign's enemy? Smiling he commanded, this time let's see if you can amuse us or not. You realize, that foolish apostle borrowed the eyes of the blind god. Inho shouted, bastard, what are you doing? Kin spoke normally, a lowly creature like you should not stand before me. Is this the result brought by the god of destruction? Very well, you should know my name. Behold this destructive instinct. The system just updated. The god's blind eyes will trace the history of the transcendent line. At first, it was merely a piece of flesh from the god of destruction cut by the white-clad knight. But over time, it became like a creature emerging from its shell. Giant crowned dragon formed from that piece of flesh. It is an abyssal creature, acting only on instinct, destroying everything in its path. No god or apostle can stop it. Thus it devoured many gods and their apostles. After thousands of years, it gained its own intelligence and understanding. With reason, the dragon became bored and started playing on inhabited planets. It noticed those with potential to become future sources of power to exploit. It marked creatures with abyssal symbols to devour them when they matured. Then it grew bored again and created a new game. even producing gods on earth. Cold abyssal line spoke, now do you understand? I am the only true apostle of the god of destruction. I am the god humans call the abyss, bringing fear and despair to them. Inho angrily said, you say the apocalypse is just your joke. Why? The abyssal line replied, don't you also hunt animals to satisfy yourself? The two acts are no different. My offerings are ready. Surely my father will be pleased with this feast. When those calling themselves heroes mature, they will be swallowed with the earth, leaving only desolation and emptiness. Resentment surged in Inho, truly absurd. Very well, you are certainly strong enough to swallow the earth if you wish. But this time will not be easy, for our body Lord Sin is present. Sin observed, not surprised, knew it. The abyssal dragon still lived, but it can choose its moment to appear, surely hiding some scheme. Perhaps the festival between me and the Emperor has been arranged. If so then, well, if the abyss appears, the earth will perish. I need to grow stronger first, and to do that I must defeat the Emperor. Director reminded, we will go to the next signature location. He asked, he replied, understood. Sin set other matters aside, now must advance normal items and S-rank items, but first check this. The number of followers on Earth increased thanks to the clones, now surely. Looked at the screen in surprise. Royce and Sasaki meet in the semi-finals. Then the remaining faction will be. The remaining faction is the assassin and Tam Sin. He was quite excited. Finally, his clones also reunited. Notice appeared. The match between Hunter Royce and Sasaki is about to begin. Shin was excited. Finally the time had come. Seeing the dark aura creeping into a person's head, he wondered, what is that? The signature power of the god's blind eyes activated. Through the blind god, he saw Infa coldly say, repeat exactly what you just said. The Emperor replied, the power you bestowed is not enough for me. The abyssal god scolded, how dare someone who does not know etiquette complain about granted power? The Emperor criticized, the power now means nothing, that is why. Quickly hand over all divine power to me. God was stunned, what did you say? Ampha was furious, cursed that bastard. He stomped heavily. Bai said, a lowly wretch dares to defame a high god, perish. The abyssal god advised, you cannot kill him, I still need him for revenge. Once done I will swallow him. I'd rather descend to earth even at the cost of divine power. The god of destruction will soon arrive on earth. I must obliterate it before meeting him. Suddenly Ampha sensed this bastard inside me. The abyssal god suspected, what is inside your body? Opened his mouth wide. Seeing himself bitten, the abyssal body growled, bastard, are you insane? Stammered, not my intention. A dark power surged, sharing skill advancement. The abyssal god was terrified, seeing the incoming power behind. Unbelievable, how could a strong god yield so easily? The Emperor lunged at her, now it's your turn. The abyssal god could not evade. Grabbing his arm and being cut, he roared, bastard, is this your revenge? The Emperor sneered, the law of evil god says the strong burn the weak must die. A powerful punch struck the abyssal god's stomach. She was thrown backward. Pride would not allow the abyssal god to suffer humiliation, could not die like a lowly prey. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Before reacting, the abyssal god was struck from behind. Emperor mocked, try to defeat me with that predictable move. Surely even the great gods aren't special. The abyssal body revealed a trick. You've been deceived. He opened his mouth wide. Allah's intent, channel all divine power into this strike, perish. The Emperor could not believe he was pricked. From the abyssal god's mouth, a surge of supernatural energy shot out. Even if I die, as long as you, Emperor, must die with me. The Emperor was perfect, unharmed. Unexpected, all your strength only produces that, a pitiful small flame. The abyssal god was astonished. How can you withstand my fire? Now it's his turn to display power. Let you behold this fire as a final gift. A whirlwind of purple power descended upon the abyssal god. He was struck full of injuries. The Emperor released a concoction. Try feeling the effect of this potion yourself. He activated the skill, pressing the confirm button. A stream of fiery red power enveloped the Emperor's body. He proudly admired his new form. The system displayed the recognition of the title Great God. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. He sighed with relief, finally overcoming this grueling training. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The system notified, since you've completed the training, would you like to return to Earth, Zeno? He replied immediately, good, it's time to decide the result. After speaking, the Emperor passed through the crack to leave. Sin had grasped the whole truth. He knew the situation was dangerous. The Emperor had the ability to destroy the great evil god. So this portal will send the Emperor back to Earth. Is that why the blind god's eye was activated? On the screen behind the referee, a streak of water appeared. Looking at their expressions, he guessed the other hunters couldn't see the portal. I haven't become a great god, but I must go back now, or everyone will be in danger. The system informed the Emperor that he had successfully returned to Earth. Asked the person in front of him, "Who are you?" In front of him was an endless abyss. The emperor and the woman returned. The abyss had just witnessed the semi-finals of the hunters. She was overjoyed, welcoming me warmly. The emperor asked doubtfully, "And the child?" The abyss said, "I never expected you could swallow a great evil god. I am truly moved. Every effort, sacrificing life and divine power to create the training lock has been rewarded. You are the most successful and the best." The emperor coldly said, "What did you say?" "You're the one who created that training lock." The abyss confirmed, "Yes, I am the one who created you, and am the apostle of the god of destruction. You return safely, hey." After speaking, she was attacked by the child she was proud of. Emperor's claws spun and rushed toward her. Han questioned, "You locked us in that damn training lock. Did you also kill my mother?" The head of the abyss still smiled. The emperor realized, "That damn bastard. How dare you deceive me? I know you are hiding on Earth, and I will find you, punish you in the most painful way. And in the end, I will avenge my mother." The system reminded the war god, "The chaotic battle is looking down on you." The emperor trembled with anger. He swore he would make you feel ashamed, war god. The war god reminded, "The chaotic battle demands the blood and soul of the young god, as per the contract." Emperor understood just as the war god said, "I received the blessing to exchange Insin's life, but I don't know why they want this young god. I will surely decapitate Insin to offer as a sacrifice." After speaking, he disappeared from the space. The Hunter Arena. The audience in the stands was stunned. They couldn't believe it. How could this happen, Royce? Royce had been defeated. Sasaki bluntly said, "The situation is worse than I expected." Referee announced, surprisingly, Royce, the strongest warrior, has to bow down to the new Japanese rookie, Sasaki. Sin angrily said, "Destruction." Assassin said, "Not yet, since he is the apostle of the evil god. He can't be killed now," replied Destruction. The assassin continued, "That Sasaki is a huge danger." Roy questioned, "That power can only be borrowed from the evil god. I didn't expect you to have it." Sasaki interrupted, "You've said enough. Do you want to die right here?" Royce replied, "Of course not. Evil must be destroyed immediately." Sasaki raised his sword. "This time I will end it for real." During the confrontation, the emperor appeared. His eyes were red as fire. Two men quickly became defeated at the emperor's feet. The audience was stunned. What was that? Wait, wasn't that a monster? The emperor spoke, "I have a question for you. My enemy, where is Yenzin?" The entire arena was destroyed by him. Loudspeaker announced, "The audience evacuate immediately. The monster that just arrived is level SSS, the same level as the Abyss Dragon." The audience panicked and ran with the Abyss Dragon. "Hurry up." The announcement blared, I repeat. The assassin was shocked. "Is that the emperor?" He denied it. "No, it's not the previous emperor. The energy feels different. We must stop him right now." In the meantime, quickly turn back, the main body. The emperor coldly said, "I ask again, where is Insin?" Sasaki thought, "He's looking for Insin in the semi-finals. What does he want with that guy? Lower your sword." The sword in his hand rattled, slicing the emperor down. Thought, "The sword howls with the monster and lies, if that's the case." Sasaki recklessly swung his sword, unleashing the Kamakiri scythe of death. A blade was promptly blocked by him. Sasaki lost his balance and retreated forcefully. The emperor mocked him with the strength of a dead evil god. "What can you do?" Fire god of destruction rushed forward, carrying fierce flame. Sasaki was stunned, staring intently. Royce also couldn't believe his eye. The killer anxiously wondered, could a god be this strong? Could I stop him? No, I must resist. Wait for someone to come rescue me. The killer stepped forward and asked, "Have you found it, that annoying pest?" The emperor turned back joyfully and asked, "Insin, is that you?" Excitedly rushed toward him. "Finally, I've found you." The killer raised his finger. The judgment of the god was so powerful it destroyed the arena. He still maintained a serious expression, without any sign of wavering. The emperor contemptuously asked, "Is that all?" The killer raised his sword, intending to teach him a lesson. However, the opponent quickly dodged the strike. Suddenly, the emperor noticed something unusual. Sin entered the fray, releasing a wave of destruction. His tail plunged deep into the ground. Powerful magic-infused punches surged up. Voice shouted, "This guy is on par with the Abyss. Quickly stop him." They all charged in to attack together. The emperor looked down on them, a bunch of flies. His void form suddenly vanished. Hyun anxiously shouted, "He's disappeared. Where could he have gone?" Suddenly, a beam of light swept past him. In the center of the room, a powerful beam of light emanated. The emperor appeared, mocking, "How are you so weak, Senzata Lo? Even your teeth are gone. Sin, your clone has been wounded in the shoulder." The emperor jumped high. He charged straight toward the killer. "Now you'll become a sacrifice for the war god." The distance between them was getting closer. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted powerfully. A giant punch struck the emperor's face. The system announced, "Insin has appeared. The festival of the gods will begin." One punch from him was enough to send the emperor flying far away. Insin spoke up, "Damn it, I had to participate in a signing event far away. that's why I'm late. The Emperor clutched his sword cheek, asking who. He exclaimed, you're asking who I am. I am Insin, the super celebrity famous throughout the world, the one you've been desperately searching for. He used his ring finger to heal the god's wound. Everyone here was healed. Mina realized this healing ability was from Izin. The killer asked, have you finally returned? In person, but what's up with this appearance? Sin looked at the angel wings behind him and frowned, saying destruction. Sin happily asked, are you all okay? Don't worry, I Sin am here to save everyone. The killer irritably replied, what's with you? Did your brain lose a screw or something? Sin repeated destruction. The Emperor realized this bastard has the ability to clone. Killer continued asking, where the hell were you, and what were you doing until now? He whispered, I had to direct a bit at the filming set, aiming to become a god's big shot, shock, huh. I heard you were wearing an announcement. Are you ready, Lord Insin? The entire residents of the great galaxy are watching your film. Now adjust your expression to be a bit more serious. Let's begin. Quietly thought he was filming Outer God too, and everything here was being broadcast live. The director excitedly said, the costume is amazing, even though some of it is my special effects, but you really look like a god. The system announced 772 billion believers, the great galaxy allies 11,000. S-rank advance has a super ability of 5,015. Galaxy allies 91 out of 10,000. Insin thought quietly, I wonder how crazy this director must be to want me to broadcast live, but it worked. My followers are growing rapidly. The Emperor wondered, so the opponent I've been facing all this time is a clone. He laughed, his expression was perplexed. A wave of power radiated strongly from the Emperor's body. Everyone clutched their heads in pain. Roy thought to himself, his power is so strong it can pressure even S-rank hunters, truly on par with the Abyss. And he could wipe out all the hunters here. No, with Insin, maybe there's still a chance. He excitedly said, that's right, it should be like this. There's no way my opponent is this weak. If that were the case, I wouldn't have bothered accumulating this much power. Great Battle of the Gods is being watched. The Festival of the Gods begins. Insin signaled to everyone from now on, leave it to me. Everyone evacuate temporarily. The Emperor interjected, this is not the time for you to worry about others. He launched a palm strike towards him. Insin calmly dodged the strike. Miri anxiously said, Master, this is too dangerous. Summon sword god. He nervously looked at the situation ahead. His clone also just swung a sword to attack the Emperor. Insin praised, well done, do number 2, thank you. The killer grumbled, disgusting, stop praising me already. The Emperor trembled, looking at his severed hand. Damn these bastards. Another blow left him in surprise. Sin roared, unleashing destruction. A surge of power poured from his mouth like a violent storm. The Emperor was swept into the vortex, light exploding brilliantly across the room. Han hastily dodged. The Emperor swore this farce would end here. His target was Sin below. The corpseman mocked him, come on, let's see, pour it out. The Emperor could not stop it in time. The corpseman appeared suddenly, handing him a sword. He was stunned, why did that red clone appear? The killer commanded, finish it with your own body. Insin acted immediately. The Emperor still had not grasped anything. Single strike, the endless heavenly demon of Insin carried Han's power downward. By the time the Emperor realized, it was too late. The arena shook from the powerful aftershock. Smoke and flying paper obscured sight. Insin thought Juman had spent too much sacred power maintaining the clone. He turned and asked, is everyone okay? Both clones answered in unison, fine, destruction. Insin called, Emperor. The Emperor lay deep in the pit. He was curious had he died. His body twitched slightly, a floral mark opening. Emperor laughed, never thought you would push me to the brink of life and death. Must admit you are strong, but now I will reveal the truth. The blessings of the war god are granted to me. Insin tensed, meaning he has not used full power yet. HMPH, matters have gone this far. There's no choice but to go all out. Seeing all three rising, the Emperor still smiled confidently. Sin unleashed a wave of destruction. But before success, the Emperor stabbed him. The other two panicked immensely. Before vanishing, Sin still shouted destruction. The Emperor arrogantly, one down. The killer was angry, He threw himself at the sword recklessly. The balance of peace tilted toward evil. As the evil power increased, the other side collapsed. At this moment the killer groaned in pain. The Emperor's hand pierced his abdomen. Sin behind shouted, a sudden attack from behind. The Emperor leaped high. He dived in a straight line. The killer vanished, only managing to utter GRR. The Emperor, full of interest, said, Insin, you are next. The divine fire of destruction, Royce shouted suddenly, stop. He had frozen him with magic. Insin shocked, ice magic is not. As SSS Hunter Royce not escape. He blocked, this is not your battle. One mistake leads to death. Royce replied, do not underestimate SSS in sin. Watch me subdue him while you are powerless. The ice began to crack. The emperor roared, the ice shattered into pieces. Roy was stunned. How did he break my ice? He aimed at him, daring to ruin the godly festival. Do you know what you are doing? The entire arena shook. Warning, the slaughter battle provoked. A curse falls on Royce. Royce sensed something strange. Why like this? Ground cracked beneath his feet. Dark power wrapped around his body. System warning, nightmare silently challenges the festival of the god. Sin shocked what why. Numerous notifications appeared. Sung Thuk Pale shouted they should not fight. This is the battle of gods. The slaughter and madness laughed, taking the advantage. High-level god festival is about to begin. The Nightmare Queen said, it doesn't matter who dies, but in sin must live. The god directly curses someone, so I break the law of cause and effect. Even if death comes, the soul will not perish. In sin astonished what? The Heavenly Blade decisive thief thought this reckless, but interesting, start chewing. The balance of peace began to shake. The evil side fell hard. System displayed, the evil aura too strong, seal the balance. In sin surprise, the seal was broken. Read the notification to restore balance. The fragments of good and evil must combine. The good fragment held by In Sin is still weak. The god of creation transmits sacred power. In Sin thought the fragment of the god of creation is Tsu Sin. Already said he had things to do. Tsu Sin said, I am busy, do not summon for now, sacred power insufficient. He wrote a letter. System displayed, SSS ability writing skill. Tsu Sin thought In Sin, push a little more. The balance of divine peace restored. Opportunity for victory will come. The emperor said it's over In Sin. He raised his fist, sorry, but things do not stop easily. Emperor felt a foreboding, what was happening. He explained, unlike you, I still have many followers to protect. System notification, thanks to the rapid increase in followers, your physical strength has been restored, and your divine power has slightly increased. The great virtuous God mission is close to meeting the success condition. The increase in followers has helped you recover physical strength and enhance divine power. He encouraged himself just a little more, hold on, then I can combine forces with my followers, so trust me. The emperor sensed that this one's power was increasing. Surely he is gathering his followers somewhere. However, it was only a futile effort. He concentrated his energy and leapt high. Then he used all his strength to confront him. He fell to the ground at a disadvantage. He felt a sharp pain in his body. System notification, the great virtuous God mission is underway. Ordinary followers at 981 billion out of 1 trillion. S-rank followers with superpower 9,200 out of 10,000. This gave him additional strength. The emperor still underestimated him, acting as if it were just a game. He focused demonic energy into his sword. The emperor's goal was to kill him before he could combine with his followers again. He could only use his bare hands to block. The heavenly demon warned, with my current power, I cannot endure another blow. The emperor charged with overwhelming force. One slash from him sent him sprawling backward. The heavenly demon shouted in panic, run In Sin, now you must survive. The emperor intervened, saying, how dare you think I would let him go? He extended his claws toward the heavenly demon. He was tense, sweat pouring. His claws were closing in on the target. System notification, congratulations, S-rank warrior Inho has destroyed thousands of S-rank monsters at faster than light speed, surpassing the entire challenge of the warrior tower. The great evil god mission is underway. S-rank sacrifice has superpower 10,000 out of 10,000. Congratulations, you have completed the great evil god mission. In Sin has ascended to great evil god. A surge of new power flowed into his body. The light from In Sin's ascension forced the emperor to shield his eyes from its brilliance. He could not believe his eyes. How could this happen? Felt satisfied just in time. Inho finally completed the warrior tower. System notification, Inho has cleared floor 50, will soon exit the warrior tower. He appeared, I have arrived, Sir In Sin. Praised John Inho, well done, but your body hasn't changed, he replied. I don't understand either, but it has been like this since fighting in the Great Temporal Alliance on floor 44. In Sin praised happily, very good. The emperor roared in anger, how dare these bastards chat in front of me? Only the king can become a great god. How could you defeat me? I will kill you. He commanded Inho, eliminate them with a combined strike. Inho ready understood, negotiating with In Sin. Both simultaneously charged at the emperor. His anger was obvious when facing them. System notification, the great virtuous god mission is underway. Ordinary progress 999 billion out of 1 trillion. S-rank superpower 9,300 out of of 10,000. Inho activated steel-like muscle. An attack with lightning and frost flew straight at the Emperor. He still refused to submit. How could these bastards defeat me? He appeared immediately behind him. The heavenly demon ordered, "Channel all power now." The heavenly demon's immense power swept across. The Emperor could only watch the technique descend. System notification: audience and disciples watching InSin's display have met the condition. InSin cheered, everything went smoothly. Progress update: Great Virtuous God mission reached 1 trillion out of 1 trillion. Congratulations, InSin completed the mission and ascended to Great Virtuous God. His whole body radiated brilliant golden light. He advised enough, let go, Emperor. He refused to submit. It cannot end like this. I still want to avenge that bastard in the abyss. He summoned the god of war. If you lend me a quarter of your power for 25 minutes, I will offer my body and soul. Help me. Immediately after the plea, a crack appeared in the sky. Both sensed a terrible threat approaching. System notification: the god of war granted a wish to the Emperor. Surge of power shot straight from the crack. The Emperor was reborn. Endured the pain while exchanging power. The Emperor's mark appeared on his claws. His legs changed too, forming a completely new form. The Emperor coldly said, 25 minutes is enough. After killing everyone here, I will go to the abyss and end him. Inho scolded, shut up in front of Sir InSin, how dare you. The Emperor despised him, lowly creature. Inho's sword was pierced by a light, just as he executed a sweep. Inho realized the opponent was much stronger. He appeared beside him at extreme speed. Inho immediately activated infinite body armor. However, a punch still went through. Inho's hands tried to hold the opponent tightly. Descended from above, that bizarre insect. He used the heavenly demon to cut off his arm. Then using the divine ring finger, he healed Inho, emotionally saying, "Thank you, Sir InSin." The Emperor looked at the blood on his hand and praised it. Truly a powerful skill. Inho realized and became cautious. That was exactly what was happening. The skill had been accepted by him. It was the endless armament that InSin had used. InSin realized that it was the ability to absorb the enemy's skill, focusing on Inho. At that moment, the Emperor had become a divine being. The battlefield on InSin's side was becoming extremely tense. Inho thought about how to assist Lord InSin. The Emperor continued to launch vicious attacks. He struck harder and harder. My goal is to eliminate him. InSin thought to himself, this wicked god truly cannot be defeated by me alone. It seems I have no choice but to use this. I had planned to save it for the destroyer god. Summon the treasure of the heavenly blade. The system announced that the treasure of the heavenly blade had been summoned to earth. The divine power of the holy sword had stopped time for a minute. You commanded the sword to strike with force, capable of eliminating the Emperor immediately, but he slowly broke through the seal. No one could stop his battle. No matter who the divine being is, no one can stop him. Stagnant space was completely shattered by him. The system announced that the Emperor had absorbed a large amount of karma. The summoning of the treasure of the heavenly blade had failed. InSin was shocked. Why was this happening? The Emperor walked toward you, saying that all your petty tricks no longer had any effect. InSin quickly took note of it. The system displayed notifications about the Literary Ability Subskill 9, Literary Ability Subskill 1 million. You sighed in relief. Finally, the divine creative skill had succeeded. Please share this skill with me, InSin. A reminder appeared. Sin's literary ability had reached 1 million. You can now use the universal cosmic skill together. InSin's situation was like rain after a drought. You happily looked at the pen in your hand just then, Sin. Emperor looked curiously. What is so special about that pen? You always make me laugh whenever you appear. InSin's eyes sparkled. His gaze made the Emperor squint. You think you can fool me with such an obvious trick? He sensed the instability, panicking. Why is this happening? The Emperor looked around in surprise. Where is this place? Didn't I just battle with InSin? Why am I here now? Sin spoke from behind, welcoming you. You introduced, I am InSin. Who are you? The Emperor frowned slightly. I am the Emperor. My surname is this. He was stunned. Oh, after thinking again, I forgot my name. It's been so long. Sin curiously asked, is your name the Emperor? Why is the name so strange? The Emperor realized this kid is InSin's avatar. I will kill him right now. Sin told him a story, one day I will become a writer and write great stories. The Emperor felt annoyed. Why is he talking such nonsense now? Sin suddenly asked, Emperor, what do you want to do? This question made his wicked hand freeze. Why ask that? He replied, of course, to kill you, you bastard, InSin. My real goal is to destroy all divine power and conquer the world. Sin retorted, no, actually I know what you really want. You can be me, or I can be you. The Emperor laughed. You're faster than your brain. Dare to say that. I am the Emperor of an empire. You pointed in one direction, calmly looking at it. You truly desire right. A figure appeared. The Emperor was moved. It was. Couldn't believe his eyes. Is it her? Mother, why are you here? Sin asked. You wanted to meet her one last time, didn't you? The Emperor tried to suppress his emotions. his hand clenched tightly. He said, after completing my mission, I only cared about seeking power, and forgot what I truly desired. My life had fallen to the bottom. I lived a disgusting life. However, enough is enough now. The Emperor has returned. Sin exclaimed, have you chosen to end your life? This is the universe of the divine creator. He replied, I have no regrets, but I have one last request. Enemy of my mother and I, find and eliminate him. Sin firmly said, you don't need to worry, because I will personally finish off that abyss dragon. The Emperor was satisfied with the answer, I trust you, Sin. System announced, the winner of the Festival of Gods is Sin. At Kengu's house, the peaceful scene was gradually erased. At a house in Seoul, news of Sin's battle spread everywhere. Pregnant girl sighed in relief thanks to Sin's skill. That terrifying emperor was eliminated. Maybe it was just luck. The sound of a door creaking outside. The wife happily asked, are you home? Husband saw his wife greeting him and said anxiously, you're pregnant. You don't need to stand up. The wife replied, even though I'm pregnant, I get bored sitting still and doing nothing. They started to have their meal together. On their phone, a new news appeared. The husband curiously asked, are you reading a novel about a loser? Is it fun? Husband asked, then why are you still reading it? The wife hesitated and said just. Her face suddenly darkened. Something feels strange to me. The image of the abyss dragon appeared before her eyes. In Sin's building, Sin eagerly took Xion's cake, shouting destruction. The girl ran after it, shouting, give me my cake back. Achieve the realm of the sword saint. The demon sword heart must escape the noise and find enlightenment. The murderer was fighting with Inho, praising him, not bad at all. Inho replied, it is an honor to hear that from the replica of Lord Sin. Sin had to meet the deadline while facing a chaotic situation like a battlefield. He sat in the noisy room and thought, after becoming a greater body, the duration of the replica lasted longer, but no one expected such a chaotic result. Fortunately, Sin didn't like getting involved in this mess, so he returned to his private space. Before leaving, Sin warned him not to call me when these fools are still around. The more insane thought, the angrier he became, but he didn't know what to do in this situation. Suddenly the phone rang. Was it the manager? What was going on? Picked up the phone. Hello, friend. The manager on the other end reported the news. His brothers called to bring good news. Sin repeated, sorry, I didn't catch that. Beside him, Mr. Jeon's car was exhausted. Give back the wheel. Sin had slipped. The cake unexpectedly fell. He dazedly exclaimed, destruction. The cake collapsed onto his head. 3 of them stood frozen. Sin could no longer hold back. These damn fools. Exploded with anger, drove them all out. Even calling didn't bring peace. The murderer invited Inho. Let's go to the training room. Sin still muttered, destruction. After driving everyone out, Sin continued the call. He said, okay, manager. He said, oh, I just wanted to share some good news with you. Your novel finally reached #1 on the popularity chart, and the print version has been confirmed, with a fan signing event as well. Sin was overjoyed. The novel has been printed, and there will be a fan signing for fan letter 1B0. The manager said, we have already prepared the materials for this, and will call you back later. Sin replied, go ahead and prepare. Oh, thank you. After that, she hung up. He still couldn't believe it. His novel was printed into a book. Could it be a dream? Suddenly, petals fluttered down into the room, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. Where did this scent come from? Sin gradually lost his composure. He slowly drifted off, until a familiar voice rang out, hello, my love. Seeing the woman in front of him, Sin was startled. Was it a nightmare? She was still safe. The Nightmare Queen responded, are you worried about me that much, my love? Sin replied, Sung Tuk said she would definitely win, so I just need to wait patiently, and she was right. She exclaimed, oh my, did Sister Sung Tuk really say that? So touching. Sin begged, anyway, Nightmare, can you untie me? Even though he was tightly bound by the pink dust, the Nightmare Queen refused, not yet. She stood up. Her hand gently touched Sin's chin. Then a gentle kiss landed on his lips. Sin blushed and exclaimed, what are you doing? She replied, this is my last gift to you, and to your shy sister. Sin was confused, what do you mean by that? The Nightmare Queen revealed, from now on, you will forget about our existence. Don't think about avenging the war god, and just live a peaceful life. The system reminded him, the power of the Night Rose has disappeared, and the power of Sung Tuk has also vanished. Sin jumped up from the dream. He shouted loudly, no. Forget what this is unacceptable. He used the skill Stephen Choi Annihilation Ship. At this moment, Sin stood before a palace gate. He told himself, I don't know what's really happening, but something must have happened to Nightmare and Sister Sung Tuk. Next, he summoned the replica, Destruction. The murderer observed for a while and asked, so this situation came about because of that. Sin replied, anyway, I need your help. The power of Nightmare and Sister Sung Tuk has disappeared. He responded, we saw that too. But why didn't you call in Ho? He would definitely be the best help. He had his reasons. In Ho will guard Earth while I'm away. Of course, I'll call him when needed. The murderer understood before disappearing. Then call me when you need it. Sin also said destruction. Sin entered alone. He summoned the shared skill Sin universe of all things. The pen appeared in his hand. Sin shouted enthusiastically, let's go. A large door was pushed open by him. Inside, someone had been waiting for him for a long time. He spoke, I've been waiting for you. Sin, information display. Special war murderer concentration technique, none available. Sin was surprised when he saw him. Oh, you're younger than I thought. The war god laughed. Younger, that's a compliment. This appearance is all thanks to their strength. Looking at the two hanging beside him, Sin was stunned. He shouted, just Sung Tuk, suppression nightmare. You bastard, how dare you? The war god interrupted, wait, calm down. You probably know the result of those who lose. Anyway, it seems like you possess an interesting item. Changing the fate of all creations through causality is truly strange. Truly the power of God. Still, it has no effect on me. Sin didn't believe it. Just wait and see, go play elsewhere. Not wanting to involve the two of them, Sister Sung Tuk advised Sin not to fight the war god. He had already surpassed the upper god level. The war god angrily scolded, rewards and yet you talk so much. After that remark, Sister Sung Tuk was punished by him. Sin anxiously called out, just Sung Tuk. He swung the pen, how dare you touch Sister Sung Tuk. I will cripple you, you won't be able to do that again. The war god swiped away the power he had just swung. I told you, that pen doesn't work on me. Sin stood in a daze for a while. Both of them stepped into another space. That was Sin's strategy. They are safer if we fight here, fine, let's begin. Sin challenged the war god, plunging into a furious battle at the divine festival. The war god seemed to laugh. Sin finally went mad. Yet you survive if refusing the festival, now inviting me instead. I accept, little god, your nose is still dirty. The system confirmed the war god agreed to join the divine festival. The battle between the war god and Sin, where the lives of the highest gods are at stake, officially begins. He raised his sword. He was eager to see how this one differed from the previous two. Sin swore, I will not forgive what you did to the nightmare god, and Sung Tuk. He blocked the war god's destructive sword with a pen. A strike was deflected. The war god praised him, not bad, you live. This time he had to admit he was too strong. Force pushed him back. The war god gave Sin no chance. Let's see if you can withstand this blow. He continued to fight, just use your strength, share your skill. Mountain Breaker Giant assisted him in this battle. When the next sword fell, Sin blocked it with the pen. The war god was stunned, you just blocked it with a pen. Sin still smiled, it's simple after all. Many surprises still await ahead. Skillshare number 1. Divine Armor Artillery, the soul armor is summoned. His entire body was protected by armor that blocked damage. Power erupted from Sin like a storm. Where it passed, the ground collapsed into a deep hole. Bin then said, surprisingly that blow didn't defeat him, but it hurt. A strike stripped the outer armor of the war god. He laughed in approval, not bad. He threw the sword aside, I no longer need this weapon. Its armor is useless too. He threw the armor to the ground. The war god declared, now fight like men, Sin. He raised his fist, let's begin. Sin realized this a bit early, but it changed nothing. He pointed, hey clone, help me a bit, prosperity strike. The assassin and Sin appeared, saying, finally the time has come, destruction. Both appeared perfectly here. Sin thought, T-letter 1E9 Sin isn't appearing today. Let's continue leveling writing skill. War god ignored him, looking down on the naive little god. If I waited for the two supreme gods, I could destroy the destroyer god, then rule alone. Sin replied, if you want to kill the destroyer god, it will be me. You can stop worrying and disappear. Humiliated war pride, what truly messy. The boy's blood isn't dry yet. Corpse being interrupted, dry blood means you are dead. Sin said, destroy that old man. The war god advanced toward them, do whatever you want, heads off and the fun ends. They waited seriously. The corpse acted first. He charged at the war god. An endless heavenly demon sword descended. Sin also unleashed a destructive strike. Two powers combined to attack the opponent. The war god laughed. Nightmare and Sung Tuk worried inside. Nightmare said this is dangerous. Opposing the war god is unwinnable. Please, I beg you, run. The fight outside was fierce, smoke rising high. The war god stepped forward. The ground cracked with each step. Sin was pushed back. He unleashed more destructive power. The war god was astonished. This power was useless. He split the power in half, I've proven it. The assassin tried to strike secretly. He shouted, I will strike you this time, heavenly demon. One of his strikes fell. The assassin was flung away. He was severely injured, about to vanish, damn it. Sin was about to be crushed by the giant foot. he shouted, destroy. War God's foot stomped down hard. Before disappearing, Tam Sin reminded, destroy. And Sin began plotting. The assassin before vanishing warned, this one is stronger, be careful. He replied, got it, thanks. Sin pointed, T-letter 1E9 Sin. How is the literary ability? He replied, currently stable. He signaled, all right. War God arrogant, though 3 little gods, still just little gods, is it over? And Sin reminded, correct, it's over. He vanished. Sword cut through him. He laughed, just as you said. The war god couldn't bear to fight blindly with Sin. How dare villain. Don't think you win just by damaging me. He calmly raised the pen, only answering you because he just defeated a clone, the pen stronger than fists. A rain of attacks descended violently, but all of them were blocked by Sin. Scratches appeared on the body of the god of war. He appeared weak for a moment. His pen continuously struck at the opponent. Sin challenged, see, nothing can surpass the power of this pen. Disagreed, I am the war god. The body of war can fight continuously without tiring. The god of war clenched his fist. He continued, these wounds are nothing. Look here, this is why I am the god of war. Sin was stunned, is he real or faking it? God of war stood firm and asked, if you have anything left, use it, if not. A stab downward. Sin focused and observed. Threatened, you will end here immediately. The force from him slammed straight into Sin's body. He painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. God of war did not stop, striking down, feel this power, this is my ability. Sin swung his pen to deflect the attack. He provoked, this is just the beginning. Activated divine power. Combined with the little finger of the divine. Power gathered, creating a vortex in the space. He ordered, burn that bastard. Then he cast a fire technique toward the opponent. God of war tried to resist. The sky erupted violently after Sin's blow. The space was engulfed by blazing red fire. He landed on the ground, waiting, is it over? The god of war's voice echoed over what? 5 sudden punches rushed toward him. Sin wasn't bothered being sent flying. He used all his strength to stop it. The desert was engulfed by sandstorms and strong winds. Sin wearily landed on the ground. His hand holding the pen shook. The god of war arrogantly reminded, why not stop and accept the power gap between us? Sin refused, don't try to scare me. I still have strength to continue. He angrily kicked, this brat is still talking nonsense. You have no chance of defeating me. The war god stepped, Sin lay flat in the pit. He lifted him up. Before the war god, he was like a tiny ant. Daring to oppose was brave, but now it ends, your body is now a sacrifice. Drew power from his body. Still arrogant, the war god declared, now I have power equal to the god of destruction. Sin woke up. Seeing something unusual from him, he asked, what are you doing again? Sin summoned a clone. The war god was confused, pathetic, you will be part of my power. Energy surged from Sin's mouth, grew to envelop the war god entirely. He was excited, that's right. There is hope with this power, I can defeat the god of destruction. Cold voice echoed, haven't you realized yet? He was shocked, what? The war god's eyes glared, impossible. Beneath him molten rock flowed. He froze, could it have been just imagination? He replied, you're foolish to only realize now. War god still could not believe, impossible. This cannot happen. Sin, how dare you deceive me? He recalled everything, from the time he thought he had killed Yan Xing, or from the moment he destroyed the clone, or from the start, Sin's hand had never stopped writing. Until now, the war god still could not believe, impossible. He froze, unaware of what awaited him. Sin spoke, the foolish war god was tricked by the virtual world without realizing. The war god gaped, the virtual world, not the god of creation. He said with interest, finally born war god. The war god waited silently for the outcome. He hesitated, unsure how to write the ending. The corpse man mocked, that's why you made so many mistakes, you think too much. Sin said simply, kill him. Sin said, you should write a gentle, smooth ending. Opinion was approved, a gentle, smooth ending, just what the readers wanted. So are you ready, esteemed war god? Sin's expression appeared, the ending I write is death. Fresh, unique under his pen, the war god's body was surrounded, so strong he could not move. He truly grasped the power of the god of creation. Sin continued writing. The war god believed he would defeat all but was deceived by the virtual world. Then he sank into sleep, along with the destruction of that world. War god screamed in despair, no. The ground beneath his feet suddenly slid down. He fell into the boiling volcano, with a sense of despair. The figure of the warrior was full of mystery. What is going on? His face showed clear astonishment. Everything shattered into pieces. The system announced, the winner of the divine event is Sin. Power of the silent nightmare and the drop of prosperity had been restored. A powerful wave of energy surged within his chest. He began the process of upgrading his strength. System reported, congratulations, you have reached a high god level by absorbing the power of the god of war. Sin's side, with this power, I can defeat the Abyss Dragon and the god of destruction. Not yet, the current goal is to defeat the Abyss. Even high-level gods fear it. A reminder echoed, quickly head to the nightmare below. The temple is about to collapse, he suddenly remembered. The sharing skill was passed on by Stephen Choi. The seal of the nightmare and the prosperous domain had also been lifted. The sound of footsteps echoed everywhere. The prosperous domain realized he had returned in sin. He replied, I promise to save the two of them. Prosperous domain looked at him with admiration. Truly the god of creation. The nightmare awoke, she called my love. Insin happily asked, you've woken up, my dear. System displayed. The eyes of the god without labels are looking through the history of the silent nightmare. An era collapsed upon a world not yet formed. Countless seeds and the roots of gods were born from the tree of life, planted by the god of creation. The gods of beauty and wealth also emerged from this tree. Nightmare closed her eyes for the first time. She happily exclaimed, I, the goddess of beauty, have arrived. Suddenly a figure bent down. The nightmare looked up. Seeing the person before her, she asked, who are you? She prepared to eliminate the nightmare, saying, you are trash, leave. The nightmare was stunned by the finger about to take her life. Behind her, the god of creation hurriedly stopped her. The child is not trash. The child is the goddess of beauty, who will make the world brighter. The tree of life was managed by the god of creation and the god of destruction. Originally, the ancestors of the gods were a solitary form, then split into two to be more effective. The god of creation used chaotic energy to breathe life into his creations. Meanwhile, the god of destruction destroyed those who disrupted the balance of the world. The god of creation said, I only want the world to be beautiful, not chaotic. First, everything went smoothly, but the god of creation suddenly fell, unable to fulfill his wish. God of destruction viewed everything as trash and turned himself into a monster to destroy the world. The goddess of beauty, recognized by the god of creation, fell and became a nightmare. This helped her find the god of creation, who had suddenly fallen without leaving a trace. She always believed that her father had been resurrected somewhere. She trusted in that. The goddess of beauty chose the path of destruction to enhance her power and search for the god of creation. After some time, she finally found her father. He looked a little different, but the divine power surrounding him was certainly the god of creation. Sin speculated, so am I the reincarnation of the god of creation. That's why the 4 sin and 3 sin are my avatars, but they can optimize the powers of the god of creation and the god of destruction. Thinking back to the conversation with Inho, have you grown as tall as me? He replied, I thought you helped me grow this tall. He summoned Inho, and Inho appeared. Insin silently thought, so this is related to the god of creation. Suddenly, everything before his eyes began to blur. Why is everything getting blurry? I feel so tired. Insin's eyes slowly closed. He exhaled, no. The nightmare hugged Insin. She said, my love, it seems you haven't used the power of the god of creation yet. Let's go home. Insin's apartment. He was sleeping on the bed. Just waking up, Insin was still groggy. Miri's voice rang in his ear. Are you awake, teacher? He asked. Seong Jian and Miri, how long have I been unconscious? Miri replied sadly, 3 days. Insin sat up. That long, he guessed. I think the nightmare brought me here. Creating a virtual world takes a lot of divine power, even when reaching high god level. System warned, the tears of prosperity is the enemy you will face, much stronger than the god of war. It is advised to only consider this as a last resort. Insin frowned, thinking, if I faint in this battle, it will be the end for both me and the earth. Footsteps sounded from the stairs. Mina walked in, saying, you're awake, I just cooked, let's eat. Insin doubted, you cooked. Mina shyly explained, don't misunderstand, I only cooked because I was hungry, but there's so much food so I need you to finish it all. She thought to herself, I knew it. Looking at the table, Insin exclaimed, it looks delicious. Mina proudly boasted, I'm not much of a cook, but today I cooked pretty well. Seong Jian obediently said, thank you for the meal. Miri started eating. Both of them spit out the first bite. Mina worriedly asked, what's going on? Seong Jian bluntly said, too sweet. Mina didn't believe it. She tasted a spoonful. Strange, it can't be. Immediately her face turned pale. She spat out all the food. Insin knew it was time to leave. Haha, I'll go get some fresh air. He went to a park near the apartment to relieve the stress. Enjoying the fresh air, Insin sighed, phew, it's been a while since I've felt this peaceful. I never thought I'd be at the top, but now I'm publishing and organizing fan meetings. I should prepare the files for the director. Suddenly, a strange girl approached and introduced herself. Hello. Insin suspiciously turned to her, saying hello. She asked, you're Insin, right? I really like your stories, I'm a fan of yours. Insin politely responded, expressing his gratitude to her. She asked, so can I ask for your autograph? He looked at the notebook placed in front of him. A strange feeling suddenly surged within Insin. He took the notebook. Of course I'll sign it. You said you're a fan of mine. May I ask a few questions? Insin happily agreed, sure. Feel free to ask anything. Fan began preparing her questions. The first question was, the main character kills the head of the story and gets rewarded with gold, right? Sin confirmed, that's right. He frowned, thinking back. Back then he had no idea those creatures were still alive. He thought it was just a game. She commented, poor creatures, so cruel, there's more. But then one creature was called a female. Since then he has always helped the insect clan. Why did he do that? Can you explain that to me? Sin smiled after hearing the question. He smiled until his eyes turned red. She looked displeased. Then she asked, do you think my question is funny? Sin admitted yes. He continued, stop pretending already. Now that I'm a supreme god, I know you're the Abyss Dragon. Information displayed, the Abyss has been used for 30 years. Its ability to transform into a dragon like a mask. He pointed straight ahead, blasting everything in front of him away. Before Sin, now only smoke remained. Calmly looked at the opponent. I knew it right away, but it's still not enough. The figure of that person appeared faintly in the smoke. Her voice echoed eerily. So you've become this strong, but only temporarily. Everything will end when my child is born. Before then, I will let you and the child live in peace. Sin calmly placed his finger on, do you think you can escape? He activated the search. Earth appeared as a small globe in his hand. Thanks to the divine sight, the entire Earth was scanned to see where the person was. From the mountains to the cities, even the snowy mountains, Sin continued tracking. Where have you run off to, Abyss Dragon? I was angry, damn it. Seems like I lost completely. What now? Pay attention to Sin's words. Protect Earth from the god of destruction and the abyss. He was confident of victory, with the central god controlling the planet, the great god overseeing multiple universes, and the supreme god standing above all. Upon becoming a supreme god, one gains the ability to protect the world, making the crystal of destruction hard to harm Earth. It's like a trap for the Abyss Dragon. System announced, endless prosperity is pleased that you have become a supreme god. The nightmare quietly reminded, don't slack off. The abyss may be lurking before the birth. He also said, the baby will be able to withstand the impact of the crystal of destruction. Sin replied, I know, that's why I used the endurance skill, and the abyss will definitely appear first. Returning to the young couple's apartment, the wife's figure was in the kitchen, cooking. She was working, waiting for her husband to come home. You just arrived home. He walked in and complimented, it smells great. She happily exclaimed, you're home. Worked hard today, her husband replied, not really. Then he bent down to her belly, how's the little one today? He smiled and replied, of course it's good. It just wants to hear Papa's voice. He said, I'll take a shower first, I have something to talk about. She replied, something's up. Okay, I'll be right back. At the dining table he asked, what do you want to say? She replied, oh, I'm about to give birth, so I don't need to play the family act anymore. He was stunned, family act, what do you mean? Seeing his wife in front of him, he was terrified, huh? His gentle wife now appeared as a demon. The abyss had revealed its cards. Her claws landed on the table. Fiery red wings of a jiang spread open. He frantically asked, who are you? Where's my wife? She replied, your wife, don't worry, I'll let you see her soon. Her finger flicked. His head flew off. Bloody footprints of the abyss were left on the floor. She mumbled, thought you'd understand Sin a little if you created something, but you still don't. Her belly was tight, but she thought he wouldn't like what she created. Let's go, my dear. I'm going to the end of the earth. At Sin's house, he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising. His back stiffened. Sin stood in a daze. Finally, you made your move, Abyss Dragon. The city was engulfed in flame. Everywhere the Abyss Dragon passed, it ignited in flames. The loudspeaker announced, SSS dungeon appeared, the boss is a disaster monster, the Abyss Dragon. The city's people panicked and fled, the Abyss Dragon appeared, when will the hunters arrive? Sin appeared, using his finger of divine power. A surge of power from a sea dong exceeded the abyss, he blocked it. Clash of two immense powers caused an explosion that shook the city. The Abyss Dragon coldly said, Sin. He replied, it's been a while, Abyss Dragon. The Abyss Dragon was enraged, gathering power. Then he launched a fire technique that would burn the city, swearing you wouldn't escape today. The entire city was engulfed in flames. Sin flew up high, facing the Abyss Dragon alone. People below realized, wait, that's Sin, the legendary hunter. He reminded them, I'll take care of these, you all leave quickly. The Abyssal Dragon coldly spoke, whereto the earth will soon crack apart. He pointed his thumb at his forehead. You don't know the thumb of a god. Undead and Sin were summoned immediately. The two didn't like each other, Abyssal Dragon destruction. Its mouth opened and spit out a fire technique. Even with a clone, I can still destroy you. He ordered Sin, hold him back. Sin appeared and responded, okay. A tree suddenly shot up from the ground. Then the trunk turned into tentacles, tightly wrapping around the Abyssal Dragon flying in the air. The Abyssal Dragon couldn't believe its eyes. What is this? Sin struggled to maintain the formation. Began to tire. I can't hold on much longer. I'm not strong in combat. Hurry up. isn't. Sin immediately took action. Try a little longer, undead. Sin moved forward. Sin received the command and acted immediately. He unleashed destructive power. Destruction wave flew straight toward the target. The abyssal dragon couldn't dodge in time. A's body was swept away by the destructive force. The abyssal dragon cursed, so filthy. Murderer and Sin coordinated, each attacking one side. He swung the celestial demon sword, saying it's not over yet. The murderer held the celestial demon sword, preparing to swing it down. Both attacked simultaneously, using all their strength to slash at the body of the abyssal dragon. That man let out a painful roar. They left a wound on the abyssal dragon's body. However, the wound quickly healed. Sin angrily thought, damn, he recovers too quickly. The abyssal dragon arrogantly said, it's a small matter, not worth worrying about. Its tail swung like a huge, spiked hammer. This time, the abyssal dragon's target was Sin. He shouted destruction. The murderer Sin noticed its target. It wanted to eliminate Sin first because he had ranged attack ability. He saw Adept's wings appear. Sin shouted loudly, murderer, danger. One of the abyssal dragon's wings struck down hard. The murderer angrily cursed, that dog, Sin told him, heal yourself. He used his ring finger to heal the murderer. He politely said, thank you, original body. He then asked if Sin had a plan to deal with it. Sin replied, sounds stupid. But if it keeps healing, we just need to attack faster than its healing speed. Undead agreed, this plan is obviously from you. Not a good plan for the body, are you ready? Sin had already moved to face the abyssal dragon. I've always been ready. Who in the advantage of a massive, powerful body stepped on the ground. A voice full of contempt rang out, you bugs are nothing. Just then a beam of light spiraled through. Sin cheered, murderer, keep attacking. He replied, got it. Each sword strike with the speed of light cut through the body of the abyssal dragon. That was the result of their perfect coordination. Sin noticed it was time now. Sin began to summon power. He unleashed a powerful wave of destruction. The abyssal dragon panicked. How is this bastard still alive? In response to her words, the destruction wave continued to attack. This strike also exhausted Sin. A tired voice rang out, destruction. The abyssal dragon still hadn't recovered. Sin raised the celestial demon sword, saying, it's over, abyssal dragon. The abyssal dragon found it funny, over. You think this is over. Each of her blood vessels suddenly burst open. Sin sensed something and became alert. Wait. A corner of the city exploded. Sin grabbed Sin and pulled back, asking self-destruct. Is everyone okay? The murderer replied, not dead, so okay. Sin stared ahead, saying destruction. Sin still didn't understand. He pointed behind and continued, destruction. Sin slowly turned his head. At this moment he felt terrified. A figure appeared in the sky. Still the abyssal dragon, but in a different form. The abyssal dragon spoke with interest. It's been a while since I took this form. The abyssal dragon strongly affirmed, let's see. A wave of power sliced through the murderer's arm. He saw blood splatter, stunned. The abyssal dragon continued, laughing happily, is it fun? Before disappearing, the murderer could only exclaim, what the hell is this? Sin and Sin screamed in panic. Undead, destruction. The abyssal dragon looked at them with joy, got one of them down. The abyssal dragon kept a relaxed expression, as if going for a walk. Sin immediately acted swiftly. He immediately activated his powerful destruction force. A giant formation was created. Sin opened his mouth and fired a stream of destruction at the target. With a light flick, the abyssal stream pushed Sin back and said, this kind of attack is useless. Before disappearing, he muttered a word, destruction. Sin stared intently, facing the abyssal stream. Ah, I commend you, finally, you have grown into a true divine being. Well done. Sin wondered, I wonder where you would stand. Sin immediately realized, damn it, Otter is not an easy opponent. Cosmic Blade has side effects if used, so it's best to save it for when facing the Destroyer God. He wondered, is there no other way? The system announced, Infinite Abundance stated that if you use the sword the War God concealed, you will have the ability to surpass the abyss. Sin thought about this suggestion. Could the War God's concealed sword really do that? Heavenly Blade of Supreme Steel advised him to use it because this sword was specially prepared by the War God for the battle against the Destroyer God. Sin decided to try once, take a gamble. Well, let's see. The War God shares the sword skill. He looked at the sword in front of him, surprised. So this is the War God's sword. Sin gripped the sword tightly in his hand. The powerful body force radiating from the sword made Sin strain to hold it tightly. He could feel the immense body force, sensing the power the War God had accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. The abyssal stream remembered, Ada forgot that the one who absorbed the War God's power, so it's time to use the weapon. Twin swords were summoned. Sin felt uneasy, unsure of the meaning of these twin swords. He had a bad feeling about this. A reminder appeared through the eyes of the blind god. Now you will see the history of the Destroyer God. Sin wondered, isn't it the history of the abyssal stream, not the destroyer god? In the memory of the destroyer god, the tree of life became barren. The destroyer god embraced the creator god in his arms. He comforted, don't be sad, this is fate. The destroyer god asked sorrowfully why he must die. Was it because he was born imperfect? The creator god denied, no, it's not that. I want her to be immortal, but that's just my desire. To restore order in the chaotic world, a powerful being surpassing even gods is essential, and that being must be eternal. It would be the strength to banish chaos and overcome everything, and it would become a perfect, holy being existing forever. The creator god poured all his divine power, hoping that his copy, the destroyer god, would perfect the body force. However, that plan failed. Before disappearing, the creator god left a message: unable to be immortal, only one choice remains. We must create an imperfect world where life and death cycle. Please take care of my final legacy. After leaving the will, the creator god completely vanished. His blood and bones turned into stars and spread across the universe. Hundreds of millions of years later, the destroyer god fulfilled the creator god's last wish. A universe was created from each last drop of the creator god's divine power. There, many forms of life were born, from high gods, humans, to tiny creatures like insects. The destroyer god saw them as inferior beings, living on the survival of the creator god. After hundreds of millions of years, the destroyer god finally decided to destroy all the worlds created by the creator god and end life and death. She believed that when these worlds were in danger, that day would come, and she was certain of it. Sin understood the whole story, so countless worlds were destroyed just because she wanted the creator god to return. The abyssal stream admitted, yes, but it seems it didn't bring any results either. Because you were born, today's result is what we have. However, you are not the creator god that the destroyer god wanted, so you are still a failure. Now you will die, so the perfect creator god can be born. After saying that, she charged straight toward Sin. The abyssal stream arrogantly declared, let me show you the difference between a true god and a failure. Sin tried to block every attack from the opponent. Sharp sword strikes like lightning flashed past him. Blade of the abyssal stream lunged forward, as if to end this battle. Sin quickly leaned and dodged a deadly blow. It was pushed back, a strike that made Sin begin to grow fatigued. The abyssal stream continued, do you know the difference between me and you? Enough, now accept death. Sin replied firmly, no, not yet. He knew the war god grew stronger the longer he fought. The more he swung the sword, the stronger he became, and finally he began to feel it. The weakness of the abyssal stream had been exposed. A decision was made, and Sin immediately acted. His figure disappeared. He swung the sword straight toward the destroyer god. Ah used the sword flexibly, blocking each attacking blow. The abyssal stream knew well that the war god's power grows stronger the more he fights. Dark energy flowed into the twin swords. Two powerful beams of sword light rushed toward Sin. Ah said, I want to play with you a little longer, but it seems I no longer have time. Sin dodged a blow, leapt high, and unleashed the celestial demon sword art. Combined power of ice and thunder destroyed the opponent's attack. The expression of the abyssal stream became serious. Ah played the running game, a little regretful, but today I must stop here, we'll continue next time. After saying that, the abyssal stream vanished. The whole city shook from the final blast she left. Sin jumped onto the building's roof. He silently observed the city below. At this moment, Sin wondered, is the abyssal stream dead? I think she said something earlier. Scanning below, he was surprised to see the location of the abyssal stream. What? That place had sunken into a deep hole, and there was no dragon left inside. Sin understood, she had run away again. Angrily cursed, damn abyssal stream, next time you won't escape, I swear it. A few days later, in Sin's room, he was still thinking the abyssal stream had escaped the battle, and he had to train hard to prepare to face her and the destroyer god. Sin trained every day with the heavenly blade. He wholeheartedly taught him. Each strike of the sword was without mercy. He saw Sin dodge. The heavenly blade seemed surprised. You have grown much stronger. Indeed worthy of a supreme god. Sin asked, do you think I am strong enough to defeat the abyssal dragon and the god of destruction? Heavenly Blade replied, that is the matter of the nightmare. She misses you very much. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. A rift of nightmare appeared. Pink thorns slipped through the water crack. The central army tightened Sin. He exclaimed, heavens, unbelievable, how can it be like this? Sin swung his hand, knocking the thorns off himself. Nightmare cheered, do more, now you have leveled up to supreme god. Everything becomes more interesting. Sin asked seriously, so will you answer my question? The nightmare shifted the problem to someone else. Don't know, ask, let's go. Sin stepped into the divine space. She replied, honestly, the chance of you and the earth being annihilated is very high. They are that strong. An entity that even supreme gods fear. There is still a way, the heaven-earth insight will guide. Reincarnate the god of creation, you will succeed. Sin replied, really, he thought, the heaven-earth insight will be his ultimate weapon. The problem is it will drain his sacred power. At that moment, a giant muscular hand appeared. When his leg was pulled, Sin remembered, I was about to ask him something. He was dragged away by the massive muscle. Entering the muscular space, he revealed that muscles will surpass everything. Prepare to start. After that, Sin supported the giant body like a mountain, as if lifting weights. Muscle blocks on Sin's body rolled up. He knew, if his muscles developed alongside Su Sin's writing skill at peak, he could defeat the god of destruction. At Sin's house, the killer was dueling In-ho. The killer's power increased day by day. He could punch In-ho before he could react. Pain spread throughout the body. In-ho praised the killer, you've grown much stronger, congratulations. The killer replied, you've grown too. Sin also diligently practiced destruction skill. His power could annihilate monsters in an instant. In-ho happily said now he can defeat S-rank monsters. The killer said coldly, no big deal. Sin thought S-rank monsters. SS-rank monsters are no problem either, all have grown stronger. Su Sin's writing skill has surpassed 10 million. Hopefully enough so I won't faint after using the universe of all things, but using it twice might still be too much. Time to finish this novel. Dream Hunter, written by Sin at 50. A few days later at the fan gathering, Sin kindly signed for everyone. Seeing the fans before him, he smiled, perhaps more than I thought. I told the other two not to come, but they still did. Miri and Mina arrived, exclaiming, so cool. Yes, I agree. Voices murmured, the hunter and writer Sin is famous, must get a signature while we can. Of course, worth a family heirloom. Girl approached holding a paper. Hello, you are Sin, right? The pen in his hand twirled. Sin silently assessed her. She slammed the paper on the table, saying, congrats on your book publication, I'm a big fan. Sin replied, thanks for coming, I've been waiting for you. He immediately realized, the abyssal dragon. The girl before Sin stood still. Her face slowly turned sinister. Your eyes are sharp, but surely you don't know. I am the one who created creation itself. This game was made to revive the god of creation. Sin shocked, what? He replied, I guarantee the person most capable on earth will be the master. Unexpectedly, it is you. He said coldly, shut up, stop talking nonsense. She rubbed her stomach. That was before this child was born, I couldn't exert full power for long. System displayed, abyssal line reminder, separated from the soul of the abyss. Sin appeared intrigued. So, you mean I'm being manipulated because you are the creator? Abyssal line asked, aren't you afraid? As you see, now I can unleash unlimited full power. Someone behind reminded, sorry, but many people are still in line. Hearing this, the abyssal line flicked its finger lightly. The person immediately lost their head. Those behind were shocked seeing blood spurt. The body fell, creating a crack. A young man panicked, someone has been killed. He killed someone, run. The abyssal line disdainfully said, lowly thing. Sin, angry, threw a punch at her. A powerful punch, with muscles honed over long training. Punch sent her flying, yet she remained calm. What can that punch do? He didn't care, really, let's see you can't escape this time. 5 consecutive punches rained down. The abyssal line was punched far away. Still wanna play? I just kill bugs, why are you furious? The contemptuous words made Sin even angrier. What? Ignore it. A returned to original form. A voice full of disdain rang out, killing a bug, how is it different from you and other bugs? I can't understand, can you answer? Sin angrily asked, what nonsense are you talking? Revealed, I tried to kill my lovely husband to test, but in the end, I saw no difference. After that, the destructive body vanished. Immediately, the god of destruction appeared before him again. A choked Sin by the neck, leaving him unable to breathe. He thought too fast, she is much stronger than before. Miri from atop the building coordinated, using lightning to attack. She ordered, immediately take your hands off the master. A lightning bolt shot out, striking in a flash. Sneering, you are just a tiny creature I created, destined to die. That moment Sin shouted, his body tense. In-ho, with powerful muscles, swung his fist at the opponent. The abyss thunder stepped back with difficulty. Argon exclaimed, this one is truly strong. In-ho reported, so what has Sin arrived today? While the abyss dragon was still confused, he charged from behind, striking with the pen. Sin praised, well done, In-ho. The endless heavenly demon stabbed from behind into her back. The abyss thunder fell to the ground. The assassin and Sin on the roof looked at each other in disappointment. So it's over, truly boring. Sin revealed, I foresaw your appearance. so I sent Inho as a clone. It's over. The abyss laughed. You say it's over. In the sky, continuous water cracks appeared. Miri was surprised. What's happening? Mina sensed clear danger, shouted, everyone run quickly. Something gigantic is coming. A gigantic monster appeared before them. The abyss thunder roared. It's too late. Destroy everything, my child. It stepped out from the massive crack. Then the monster leapt down to where they stood. Mina urged, hurry, we must run now. She finished speaking, a strong wind blew through, making it hard for everyone to stand firm. A fragment of the monster's body fell to the ground. Mina was struck hard by the monster. Miri worriedly shouted, sister. Ho stepped forward, continued attacking. If it's a monster, I've killed countless while climbing the tower. He bravely charged straight at the monster. It began selecting the next target. The next person attacked was Miri. Seeing this, Inho shouted, how dare you touch the disciple of Lord Zin. However, 5 powerful strikes from the monster rained down. Sin called in surprise, Miss Miri and Miss Mina, where is Inho? He cautiously observed it. What kind of monster is this? Information about the monster appeared on the screen. The apocalypse giant had just been born, a special creature, with power rivaling the reborn god of creation. The abyss summoned twin swords. Now my child has arrived. This earth will be completely annihilated. Inho angrily shouted, Lord Sin is in danger. How could he die so easily? The abyss calmly said, it seems there are still useful gods on this earth. The assassin ordered original self, deal with the abyss. We will handle this one together. Sin added destroy. Then they assigned each other tasks. The assassin held his sword, advanced straight at the apocalypse giant. He used Flower Mountain sword technique, Plum Blossom chaotic dance. Sin coordinated, unleashed destructive power. A powerful destructive attack descended on the opponent. The assassin was confident, I think it will work. As soon as he spoke, he was pushed back. Monster remained unscathed, standing firm. The assassin was shocked, unbelievable, no injury at all. From the monster's mouth, strong winds blew out. It roared enough to blow both of them away. The assassin gradually vanished, still unable to believe it, impossible. Sin was also caught, destroyed instantly. Ho tried to resist, couldn't believe we were defeated so easily. 5 strikes from the monster pressed down on him. At this time, only Sin had yet to join the battle. She intended to target him. You are the only one left. Now is the time to end it. Monster swung a fist toward Sin, die. But just one finger from him was enough to break the monster's arm. The abyss couldn't believe it. This cannot happen. Sin disdainfully said, you are more foolish than I thought. This is the universe in my novel. You are the one who must die. Abyss was surprised, wondering if it was an illusion. How could this be, since when? Sin looked at the monster before him, smiling, who knows? Guess what, actually, I already knew you would come today. You still want my signature, after all you've come all the way here. Abyss suddenly laughed, I admit you are very interesting. But do you think a world created by humans can stop me? Sin casually waved the pen in his hand, stop me. Then he excitedly kicked toward her, shouting instead, I will destroy you. Pen began to glow. The abyss still didn't understand what Sin intended to do with it. Very quickly, he launched a beautiful attack. She avoided it swiftly. She arrogantly split Sin's attack in 2. As he prepared for the next strike, he firmly grasped the sword's hilt in his hand. When the 2 forces collided, the entire space lit up, creating a spectacular scene never before seen. The abyss tested his abilities, seeing that he was not weak at all. The powerful collision sent both of them flying apart by inertia. A look of concealed astonishment appeared on Sin's face. The abyss trembled as well, indicating the battle was evenly matched. Licking the blood on his hand, he admired, truly the power of a supreme god. Sin's face now shone with a glorious momentum due to the presence of his opponent. He flashed a captivating smile, acknowledging that this situation was so intricate it was hard to recognize. But is this all you have? How disappointing, not worthy of the creator god. Having said that, she commanded the monster, advance, my son. While Sin wondered if his arm had recovered, the monster's eyes blazed with fury. It activated its fighting will, its body radiating maximum energy. That power made Sin feel insignificant. The energy spread, creating aftershocks across the great hand. It even shook the surface of the earth. Sin observed the monster changing before his eyes. Strength also grew by the second. The abyss coldly ordered, kill him so he can see his defeat. The monster immediately charged, throwing a punch at Sin. He still challenged, do you want to turn this world into an apocalypse? A punch from the monster came crashing down. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, accompanied by a deafening explosion. When the smoke cleared, Sin's figure was still intact. The monster was stunned. It charged again towards Sin. The explosion, many times larger than before, spread throughout the city. Sin had to retreat, his body suffering from the violent aftershocks. He was worried, wondering why the fake world had no effect on him. At this moment, the Sin appeared and reminded him, focus. If you don't use your power or skills, the story will lose its credibility. He realized this and grabbed a pen to draw a smooth curve. The abyss wondered, what are you doing? Surrounding rocks shattered, golden light engulfing everything. All the skyscrapers returned to their original form. The woman, irritated, rushed towards Insin. Do you think you are the creator god? She ordered her son finish him off. Monsters rushed toward Insin. He remained calm, merely extending a finger. Unexpectedly, just with a finger, he stopped the fierce attack. One finger was enough to counter the power. The monster was greatly surprised. In the novel, Insin was the supreme god, and giant monsters couldn't harm him. He nodded, the logic in the story truly matters. Are you impressed? Insin's mind flashed with the image of the abyss, along with the command, stop right now. The strange sensation in him was similar to Mina's mind control ability, but on a different level, his finger didn't even twitch. The abyss gloated, you're surprised. I gave the skill to the sacrifice. It moved closer and asked, how do you find my skill? Insin answered casually, it's fine, but I need time to move the pen. The abyss was surprised, still calm even when near death. I consider that a true denial. Because I will kill you right now. Insin frowned, don't tell me she can use Miri's thunder system. That's right, a lightning bolt struck him, another explosion. The abyss was satisfied with its achievement. The game was truly interesting. But I no longer need this world. Suddenly from the rubble, Insin shouted, wait, where do you think you're going? Sorry, I'm not dead yet. He continued to gather momentum, preparing to launch himself. Then he jumped high. Grabbing the pen, he wrote a few more lines before being destroyed. He disassembled his body into tiny pieces. They were as small as atoms, then he reassembled them. After finishing writing, he smiled at the small but logical plot twist. The abyss trembled, stammering, unable to believe it. But Insin remained calm, fiction but felt real. Mother and son looked at Insin as if he were an immortal god. The abyss panicked, had fought gods before but had never seen such power. What kind of skill is this? Awkwardly grabbed the pen, actually not sure. After all, the author is like an omnipotent god. Sin reminded him, don't get complacent. If the event is unreal, the world will shatter as a consequence with the gods. Insin confirmed, I understand why it can't be eliminated with just one blow. The abyss used its ring finger to heal her son. Perfect body returned. Insin was shocked. He couldn't take the healing skill from the abyss because it would destroy the chances. He replied, impressive, but that's all. Continuing won't change anything. With your divine power, how long can you keep us here? For human time, 1 year at most. Use divine power on the pen, saying that will be enough. Insin thought with the divine author creating the world in the novel written at age 10, titled The Dream Hunter Insin. He had enough time to ensure their destruction. He shouted loudly, summoning the Reaper from the abyss. The Reaper's body appeared instantly. Its body slowly rose from the crevice beneath the ground. A new weapon appeared in Insin's hand. It was a giant scythe, the one Usin the Hunter had discovered at the shrine, the Reaper's scythe. That was the explanation from the abyss. He hurled the death scythe forward. The scythe drove straight into the monster's chest. Its chest hair immediately flared up. Insin watched cautiously for a reaction. The monster gripped the scythe in pain. It trembled, racked by agony. Seeing it try to pull the scythe out, Insin warned sheer strength wouldn't remove it. Death scythe pierced the abyss, impossible to dodge or extract unless dead. The abyss trembled angrily. How dare he use it on that wretch? Insin replied calmly, not even used yet, I haven't begun. Then he continued, using the ring finger to heal his child. Insin revealed, that is useless now. Ah, shock, what is this? He struck again, summoning the doomsday clock. Space blazed brilliantly. A notification appeared. Insin the Hunter's stats increased, had killed the two-headed monster and collected the magical artifact. Aang opened his eyes. She had to cover. What now? A giant clock descended. The abyss was astonished, never seen this skill before. He replied, of course, I created this ability from a novel I wrote at 10. Clock hurtled downward, tension thickened. A supernatural power like fire engulfed the monster's body. The abyss could not escape its fate either. Horrified, shouted, what is this? A strange force wrapped around the abyss's arm. Her face distorted. Looking at herself, an incredulous voice echoed, impossible. Insin explained, the doomsday clock fills time, accept it, abyss. It seemed buried in the flow of time. He thought, Dream-Eating Hunter Insin is the novel he wrote after isolating himself following his parents' death at the gate accident, similar to the abyss and the god of destruction. This is why I will retaliate, of course with a full flourish. Third move, Insin used the index finger of power. Suddenly sensed something wrong. An oppressive force, it terrified him. Is this the body of destruction? Monsters from the galaxy pulled toward the earth where Insin stood. Seeing countless monster mouths above, he was shocked. How did they arrive so fast? A peak force descended. The earth was about to be attacked. A destructive energy crashed down to the ground. Sin panicked, that is. The abyss's body was recovering, finally by locating the Doomsday Child. Sin guessed Doomsday Child, don't tell me that monster also links cause and effect. When attacking it, cause is tied to the god of destruction. The abyss said everything must end in sin. When that day comes, the world will be destroyed. He rushed forward, quiet, I will protect the earth, using all cosmic phenomena, swinging the sacred blade. Power extended into the vast universe. The newly summoned monster was struck, but something appeared that horrified in Sin. The eye appeared again. From the eye's center, a peak force shot out. Light fell like a meteor onto Earth. Sin summoned the heavenly demon sacred sword, heavenly demon inferno hell. His power countered the force from the eye. The universe seemed to explode upon collision. Earth narrowly avoided destruction. Sin exhaled, I blocked it, though strong. This blow weakened them, I can do this. The abyss, and she stood frozen. Dare to show attitude to the goddess of destruction, you are reckless. The god of destruction continued, impressive. He appeared in Sin panic. It was the goddess of destruction he had seen with the eyeless god. The body of destruction landed on the ground. He greeted him, finally we meet, reincarnated failure. You will soon be a sacrifice. A series of red warnings activated. Warning, unable to determine opponent's power against current divine strength. Sin tensed, big trouble. Even high-level gods cannot measure her stats. He continued holding the pen to write. Sin knew, if completed, the dream-biting hunter would have a chance to win the ending. Finished writing, he charged straight at the god of destruction. She cast fire magic toward him. Sin persisted in approaching the opponent. He looked down on him, you are nothing compared to him. The god of destruction was enveloped in a layer of white leaves. The shockwave extended beyond space. He stepped back, cautiously observing. His eyes shone with firm determination. She praised, the acting is excellent, young master. But you chose the wrong target. Have you forgotten who I am? I possess all the skills the god of creation holds. T-letter 1E9 Sin shivered, damn, I underestimated her. Hopeless, run, in Sin. From the palm of the god of destruction, a dark power shot out, too late now. Felt his body paralyzed, unable to move. She gripped him tightly, lifting him high. He realized she summoned him into an illusory reality. Damn if this happened. Catching in Sin, she said coldly, here is the real one. Just a flick of her hand. He was thrown far, crashing heavily to the ground. The god of destruction warned, don't play dead. Even a loser like you won't die easily. He laughed, she truly is on a different level from those before. He slowly sat up, holding a pen, saying, all right if you insist. The abyss led him to think, has this bastard tricked me? Since when did he reach this level? He leapt high into the air. His body was full of muscle, in Ho's superhuman stamina. 5 punches stopped just before the god of destruction. She was pushed back by him. One strike made the god of destruction vomit blood. He continued unleashing a flurry of punches. The 5 strikes showed no sign of stopping. The god of destruction wondered, is his power not yet stable? The abyss moved to support the goddess of destruction, had to help. She agreed, I need your help, complete the mission. After speaking, the goddess of destruction absorbed energy. Blood drained from their bodies. Impossible to believe, the goddess of destruction. She revealed, you were born to restore my strength. Now it's time to fulfill your role. Both were drained by the goddess of destruction, until their faces hardened. The goddess of destruction was now full of power. He was shocked, what the hell is happening? Red warnings flashed continuously. Warning, warning. Goddess of destruction had fully restored her power. The god of destruction spoke calmly. I will show you the distance between us. He decided, damn it, I will go all out. She appeared behind him. You intend to go all out, it's useless. He raised her index finger. A surge of power rushed straight at him. He fell to the ground. The god of destruction advanced step by step. He asked, is that all you've got? He laughed, no, I'm still here, not alone. God of destruction frowned, confused. In front of her, suddenly exploded. Thick smoke rose. He scorned, are you easy to lure one last time, foolish? In front of her were the assassin, Tam Sin, and in Ho, he asked, understood the plan. He promised to give it his all. Looking at the group, the goddess of destruction advised, do you think bringing the whole bunch here would change anything? It's useless. He replied, effort is never wasted. With insane effort, even iron becomes gold. Even a small chance must be seized. He knew it was time to unleash his strongest move, and to do that he called, Director, can you hear me? The director replied, Sir in Sin, what is it? He proposed a new film, titled The Hunter's True Dream in Sin. The assassin gripped his sword tightly. The goddess of destruction recalled, that sword long time no see. A knight used it to strike me. The assassin continued, this time not just a simple strike. After speaking, he shifted his position. Cold sword shot toward the goddess of destruction. The assassin poured all his strength into this strike. The goddess of destruction asked, Do you think this sword can harm me? She responded with maximal energy. At the same time, he attacked from behind her. He struck with his pen. The goddess of destruction quickly recognized him. She flicked her fingers lightly. Purple light swept across his body. The strike caused him severe injury. Tamsin shouted from another corner, "Eliminate him." The god of destruction focused on him, affecting his clone. Inho coordinated from above, throwing a punch down, dodging Sir Insin. 5 shocking strikes fell. Dust rose from the ground. Inho helped him stand. "Sir Insin, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, can continue fighting." The god of destruction was unharmed, perfect. Thought after she absorbed the abyss and the giant, direct victory is impossible. Now only one way remains. End scene of the hunter's true dream in Sin T-letter 1E9 Sin. I entrust the responsibility to you. His plan was, we will delay the time as much as possible until he turns that ability into reality. 3 of them shouted in unison, "Yes, understood, destruction." The figure of destruction became faint, and they fell into a miserable state. This is why the newcomers are different from the rest. She stopped speaking, then disappeared. Then she instantly changed direction, appearing before Tamsin. Insin worriedly called Tamsin. Looking at Tamsin, she realized, one of my fragments had scattered a long time ago, so you've been waiting for me since then. Tamsin hesitated, muttering destruction. She tempted, now is the time to return and reunite with me, to destroy everything that profits from the body of the Creator God, and wait for the day of resurrection together. Tamsin had been manipulated. He spoke indifferently, destruction. The killer worriedly shouted, "Wake up, Tamsin." The killer hurriedly drew his sword, rushing forward. Powerful heavenly demon strike came down. She reminded, that sword won't be able to do anything to me. Not even leaving a wound, Tamsin glared. He witnessed the killer being pierced through the stomach by the hand of the god of destruction. At this moment, the god of destruction continued to manipulate, become a sacrifice for the resurrection of the Creator God. Killer slowly disappeared. She softly said, "So one has been taken down." Inho rushed from behind, punching hard. "How dare you touch Lord Insin?" The god of destruction raised her hand, and the palm emitted strange power. Sharp beams of light swept across Inho's flesh. He weakly murmured, "Lord Insin." The god of destruction reported, 2 have been eliminated. Tamsin, he repeated, destruction. Fleeting memory appeared. The killer had once greeted, "Tamsin, your name, nice to meet you." Inho had also once praised, just as expected. Indeed, the 3rd version of Lord Insin is powerful. And the whole family, even the doctor and the mischievous girl Xian had once called you uncle. Tamsin had turned back. He created destruction. Light from destruction shone directly at her. She didn't have time to defend. She was sent flying. Tamsin poured all his strength into this strike, destruction. However, he shared the same fate, defeated by the god of destruction. Even though you are a fragment of mine, I will not allow you to do as you please. Return to where you belong. She absorbed all the power into her hands. She pointed to his forehead. Now it's time for the other one, Insin. You will willingly become my sacrifice. Insin replied, I won't let you achieve that. Earlier when you were fighting with Inho and my clones then. 4th Sin had finally completed the ending of the Insin hunter's dream, and that ending was truly hilarious. A black orb appeared in the hand of the god of destruction. He ordered Insin start. He remained silent, then gave a warm smile. The fingers of the god of destruction began to backfire. She widened her eyes in surprise, my fingers. Then her fingers distorted, becoming crooked and strange. God of destruction looked at Insin and asked, what cheap trick are you going to use this time? Insin nonchalantly twirled the pen in his hand, replying, I told you already, the story's ending has been completed. The ending, the hunter bit and swallowed Insin's dream. The clones of Insin and Inho were not destroyed. The goddess gritted her teeth, not destroyed, huh? Instead, they will exist within the body of the god of destruction, like parasites. She looked at Insin with fear. The parasitic trick was done thanks to the parasite skill of the emperor, shared by Insin. He smugly smiled and asked, how is that my cheap trick? She said, even though you used these little tricks, it doesn't mean anything. That won't happen the way you want. Suddenly the eyes of the god of destruction gleamed brightly. Waves of power like a vortex appeared. Insin slowly realized, so she still had much more hidden power. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the god of destruction. Her body was surrounded by a terrible aura, with her voice booming, you won't be able to protect anything from me, no matter what you do. Before me, the god of destruction, despair will be the only thing you feel. I will destroy everything you have, Insin. Insin wondered, is this the true power of the god of destruction? This power is much stronger than before. The soul of the fourth sin revealed, thanks to the power of the god of destruction, all things and phenomena in the universe are shattered. I need more time to rearrange the probabilities, wise Zin gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, it's time to deal with the probabilities. A massive object appeared from somewhere, floating in the air. Sin held the pen and drew a line like a golden thread. The god of destruction coldly said, do you think I will let you perform those cheap tricks again? With that, the veins on her hand bulged fiercely. Sin looked at her with disgust. All right, I'll stretch the time as much as I can. The goddess contemptuously said, those despicable little creatures. She pulled all the souls of everyone out of her hand, then tightened. 5 punches destroyed everything. Sin screamed in pain, everyone. He threw the shattered souls down like dust, contemptuously saying, fools who didn't realize they were tricked by just one finger. Can't you still recognize the difference in class between me and you? Sin angrily swore, I won't let you get away. Summon treasure of the celestial blade. The system announced that the treasure of the heavenly sword has been bestowed upon you. With the power of the heavenly sword, time will stop for 1 minute. Sin suddenly saw the heavenly demon standing in front of him. The heavenly demon said, glad you've arrived, my disciple. Sin wondered how he ended up here. The heavenly demon replied, when the god of destruction vanished, I no longer had a reason to exist. I have exhausted all the karma and holy power to manifest for a final farewell. He couldn't believe his ears, asking again, so you're saying today is the final day? The heavenly demon gazed into the distant space, pensive. Life always has beginnings and ends, but this is not the time to think about death, life. The heavenly demon hurriedly handed him a sword and instructed, quickly take this heavenly sword and go, there is no time left. This is a sword forged through millions of eras, using my own body as a sacrifice to destroy the god of destruction. This sword is called the Annihilation Sword. Sin curiously drew the old sword from its sheath, feeling like it had been in there for a long time. The heavenly demon emphasized that this sword could only be used once. I have no doubt that you will save the world from the god of destruction. After a satisfied smile, he gradually faded away. Sin gripped the sword tightly and looked at the god of destruction. Seeing the treasured sword, the goddess of destruction couldn't help but feel fearful. What is this strange sword? He also felt doubtful. Though the sword appeared normal, he could still sense the immense holy power emanating from it. Maybe if combined with all his holy power, he could defeat the god of destruction. Thinking so, Sin held the pen in one hand, the sword in the other, and charged to attack. The goddess of destruction couldn't help but sigh, so fast. Sin flipped up, attacking the goddess with the pen first. He stepped back and silently observed. The Annihilation Sword activated. Not good. Why are you using that damn pen right now? Use me instead. However, Sin remained resolute. Not yet. The goddess was hurt by the sudden attack. She screamed in anger, how dare you do this? She then unleashed an unusual wave of energy and retaliated. Sin struggled to stay steady amidst the chaos. He thought to himself, why is that thing still not ready? Enduring this is already very hard. A camera unexpectedly appeared from somewhere. Sin noticed it immediately. He smiled because it arrived at just the right time. The camera emitted the director's voice, sorry for the delay, I've been busy preparing everything. Now, as you wanted, we will begin the live broadcast of the hunter's dream binding. After a few seconds, the camera began recording for the whole world to see. The audience was excited, standing and sitting restlessly when they saw their hero. That is Lord Sin. I believe in Lord Sin. The number of followers has now reached 1.9 trillion. Sin Distribution said, the time has come, heavenly sword. He kept praising, with such a massive following, I'm certain. Surprisingly, the number of followers has now reached 2.2 trillion. In the blink of an eye, the number reached 3.7 trillion. The heavenly sword in Sin's hand began to shine. He calculated just a little more. The goddess of destruction was stunned. His holy power had increased unbelievably. The heavenly sword excitedly said, now Sin. The number of followers has reached 10,000 trillion. The energy from the sword radiated powerfully, shaking an enormous expanse of space. Sin immediately charged in and confronted the goddess of destruction. When she saw Sin so close, she panicked. He declared immediately, this is the finishing blow. Heavenly Demon Holy Sword, Heavenly Demon Great Hell. A brilliant slash, emitting a 7-colored light in space. The buildings around them began to collapse. The body of the god of destruction fell freely through the air. After a while, she landed on the ground, creating a huge explosion. The camera had managed to record the entire scene. All the followers stood up in unison and cheered, I believe in Lord Sin. Lord Sin has defeated the god of destruction. Sin exhaustedly landed on the ground. Heavenly Sword completed its mission and gradually disappeared. Sin praised, you did very well, Heavenly Sword. Sin tried to stand up, though very tired. Looking at the ruins before him, he wondered, is this the end? No, not yet. I must quickly search for Inho and the replicas. Suddenly, a wave of water appeared beneath his feet, startling Sin. Beneath him, the water's surface began to ripple, and the sky gradually darkened. He wondered, isn't this Mina's illusionary space skill? Does this mean the goddess of destruction also stepped onto the water's surface? She mocked, I didn't expect you to get this far, you're truly impressive. Her face showed some slyness mixed with disdain as she looked at Sin. Clenched his fist, so Jakuta is still alive. She's still alive after the heavenly sword attacked her. The god of destruction said, that was quite a strong attack, but that's not enough to completely destroy me. Even if I die, I will soon be reborn and continue to destroy this world while waiting for the Creator God's rebirth. If there's anything that makes me uneasy, it's whether when the Creator God is reborn, he will hate me for destroying the world he created, even though I've lived through eras just waiting for his return. She turned away, answering herself, but I won't be able to bear it if he hates me in sin. If I were him, I would never want that to happen. He hurriedly took the pen and wrote a few lines before speaking. If everything I have sacrificed my whole life to create turns back to ashes, it would cause me immense pain. The god of destruction hesitated for a moment. Then she sighed, I understand now. That's the reason why. A deep crimson tear from the goddess of destruction rolled down her cheek and fell into the water. She cried as she expressed, that day, she will surely hate me. But she quickly regained her composure, her face becoming serious as she spoke. Anyway, I still have my own hope. If that day comes, I won't spare you. Sin looked at her with confusion. The goddess of destruction began manipulating the water beneath her feet, saying that the Creator God has already said that, because I cannot become the eternal God, I cannot create a perfect world for myself. And because creation's, life's idols have been destroyed, my power is stronger than ever. If I must disappear, this body will regain its strength and be resurrected. Sin yelled in anger, this is crazy. The god of destruction made a decision, I want to see him, but there might be no other choice if things continue like this. With the remaining divine power, I will imprison you here and end the existence of the world. And that is how the world of the Creator God will end. Watching her insane actions, Sin felt sorrowful. I knew this would happen, but truly, she has gone too crazy. Meanwhile, the goddess silently observed every move of Sin through a telescope. Suddenly, she waved her hand. The surrounding space was also affected. God of destruction walked confidently. She declared that she would show everyone the true power of the god of destruction. She immediately shifted out of space. Then she extended her hand towards Earth. The entire body of the god of destruction seemed to shatter. The pieces fell to earth like rain. People panicked, shouting to each other, running what fell from the sky. The goddess looked at humanity and sighed, full of regret. At a coffee shop, Mina and Miri sat drinking coffee. She asked, when will Sin return from that trip? Miri looked up at the sky, replying, I don't know, I hope he comes back soon, as this trip is to perfect the skills of the Insinma hunter. Mina proudly said, if that's the reason, he will be back soon. Up above, the goddess of destruction was focused on something. She unwillingly said, the earth that I just destroyed cannot just be an empty shell. The god of destruction still wondered, Sin, don't tell me he created the world of illusion in such a fantasy. No, only the Creator God could do that. Before she could finish, Sin appeared from somewhere and completed the sentence she left unfinished. The massive image of Sin questioned, so who do you think is standing before you? Goddess hesitated, then laughed maniacally. She hugged her face, laughing bitterly. Her body began to show signs of dissolving. She lowered her head, her long hair covering her face. Yes, the only one who could do that was the Creator God. Goddess's face began to crack. She looked at Sin, and in him, there was the demeanor of the Creator God. She could no longer deny it. I have completed my mission, farewell, my only God. After saying that, the goddess of destruction completely disappeared. The novel gradually reached its conclusion. And 1. The dream-devouring hunter Sin. The god of destruction needed a companion beside her to contain her anger, and that existence was none other than the Creator God. Sin had fully utilized the capabilities of the universe and the world of illusion to become the Creator God. Sin had truly become the Creator God. The dream-devouring hunter Sin had completed the challenge. Sin realized he had returned to the destroyed real world. He sat down gently. He touched the sparkling soul fragments around him. He wondered, could they be brought back to life? The 4 sins smiled and confirmed that with my writing ability, that is entirely possible. Hearing this, Sin regained confidence and began writing again. Sky cleared up once again. Sin, along with his 2 disciples, Demon Sword and Zai Ming, strolled down the street. He observed the surroundings of the street. Everyone was happily chatting. Groups of young people were checking in on each other. Sin exclaimed, it's so peaceful. Today I feel like I miss Inho more than usual. Ming quickly replied, I care for you, Sin. I will stay by your side to make it up to you. Demon Sword shouted, I told you not to say such things. If you keep going, I'll kill you. Ming teased, if you want, go ahead and try. Demon Sword wasn't backing down. This time I'll really make a move. Sin coldly reminded them, be quiet, or I'll fire both of you. They immediately quieted down. Yes, we'll remember your words, sir. Sin felt relieved. Well, Inho has become a father now. I can't break the peaceful time he has. At the great galactic empire aboard the spaceship, Inho was happily with his small family, soothing his child, SHH, our little muscle baby. After the death of the goddess of destruction, Sin rewrote the ending of the dream-devouring hunter Sin to resurrect Inho, the assassin, and the three Sin. Inho safely returned to the galactic empire and started a small, happy family. Meanwhile, the maiden was ruling Angia. He felt very happy. At the fan meeting, Sin's fans came in large numbers. Banner hung outside the building, advertising the fan meeting event of the dream-devouring hunter. The three stood silently above, observing. The assassin chatted with Miri. That arrogant guy, why does he need a bodyguard? She replied, our master is an important figure, they're just helping with small things. Three Sin, as usual, said, destruction. Xian beside him laughed. Uncle Three Sin said he can't stand looking at Uncle Sin's face, but I think he looks really cool. Today Sin was very happy. He stood up straight and said loudly, there are even fans coming to meet me. I am the greatest author in this world, Sin. Life is truly fulfilling. Behind him, seeing Mina coming, Miri greeted, ah, you're here. Mina replied, yeah, I got caught in traffic a bit. Then while they were happily talking, Mina frowned and said, but why is she standing next to Sin? Miri explained, she's our bodyguard actually, she's really strong, it's just a job, you have to be patient. Mina angrily said, patient. I told her not to touch him, I'll deal with her. Miri quickly advised, hey Mina. Sound of high heels echoed. Sin turned around and saw Mina's angry face. Mina, it looks like she's going to cause trouble. Mina pointed at Ming, you, come with me now. Sin silently thought, I know but shouldn't let them conflict. So he took her hand, Mina, let's talk for a bit. During him, Mina screamed, what, get married? You want to pair up Ming with the demon sword, you confirm. That's why I hired them to work as warriors. And don't disturb them anymore. Mina blushed and said, okay, fine. Sin asked, by the way, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Hearing this, she blushed even more. Dinner for what? He replied, I have something to say to her. Mina nodded, all right. I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. He replied, go ahead. As she left, she wondered, is he going to confess? Getting nervous already. Sin was curious. Why was her reaction so strange earlier? Suddenly someone called, can I talk for a moment? Sin wondered, who is it? Looking at the person, he was stunned, the director himself. The two entered the director's office. The director said, we first met 10 years ago, right? You politely replied, yes, about 5 months ago. Director continued, when I first read your novel, I thought we found a genius, but back then you hadn't decided on the ending. But you did it, I'm proud of you, Sin remained humble, all thanks to your patience. He thought to himself, wanting to turn the story into a book. He went to the publisher. The online novels later failed. Only this director believed in me till the end. He revealed, thinking back, a woman came to find you. Sin was surprised, a woman. The director said, yes, she's beautiful, about 20 years old, heard about the young genius author. Sin thought, could it be that the abyssal stream had been watching me for a long time, but shouldn't jump to conclusion. The director added, she said she'd contact you when the novel was completed, even spending hundreds of millions to buy the books, but didn't expect you to take 10 years to finish the novel. Sin asked, do you have her contact info? He said, it seems to have changed. I called but someone else answered. He exclaimed, I see. Sin thought, she asked to be notified when finished but didn't pick up. Has someone been watching me all this time? Is it the god of abundance? The system reminded. To do so takes a lot of karma points. He thought of another possibility. What about the nightmare? The whole room remained silent. Sin realized, so it's you. Have you been following me all this time? System displayed. The silent nightmare was embarrassed, saying she just wanted to check if you were the incarnation of the creator god. But she regretted spending so much money in karma points, and the works after were all bad. Sin was angry. I was just having my ideas taken. The system reminded. She was willing to buy 10 million copies of the completed novel. Sin's eyes lit up, a bit much but thanks. How much money is 10 million copies? Director noticed his strange attitude and asked, what's wrong with you? Sin replied, just thinking a bit. A knock on the door sounded. The manager reminded, before meeting the fan, let's take a few pictures. The director stood up, let's go. He replied, yes. The manager asked, how's the new novel, make sure it's prepared so there's no delay. He agreed, of course. The photographer was waiting outside, saying, please follow this way. Xiao Ming called, the spot next to me is still available, confirming, the main body is coming soon. The manager patted him on the back, Mr. Insin, are you continuing to write? He replied, I need more time to think, but if you want to give a gift, beef is fine. The photographer called out, is everyone here? Look this way, I will take the picture. Insin had a photo taken with all his family and friends.